Let's dive into a story where our main character gets isekai'd into the god domain, a world where everyone is literally trying to become a god. You'd think he'd wake up as a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but no. The body he inhabits belongs to Hanyu, a born loser. While other kids awaken their god domain at birth, he's a late bloomer, only getting his at 18. And even after awakening, all he gets is the weakest core race, Locusts. Hanyu's god domain is just a vast, green plain filled with magical runes. And on that lush grass is a swarm of bugs with a fancy name, the Locusts. This is the core of Hanyu's entire power. He opens his status window. His divine talent is Child of Heaven, and his divine abilities are growth acceleration and life sacrifice. As for his race count, it's practically infinite. 800,000 adults, not to mention 20 million unhatched eggs. Compared to the original owner's memories, Child of Heaven and life sacrifice are completely new. This must be the cheat code he got from transmigrating. Hanyu clicks for more details. Child of Heaven is exactly what it sounds like. As one of the chosen, every time he levels up, he gains a unique new ability. Life sacrifice lets him trade the lives of his creatures for an item of equal value. He can use it once per day, and the item he gets is totally random. Looks like Hanyu's new life isn't a total bust after all. With these two unique skills as his golden ticket, he just might be able to fulfill his grandfather's dying wish. Hanyu checks the details on his insect army. Not only do they breed like crazy, but they also have a super short 90-day lifespan. After putting together the keywords reproduction, growth, and sacrifice, plus the fact that 1 day in reality equals 1 year in the god domain, Hanyu's modern brain figures out the whole system. He decides to bet it all on one massive gamble. If he wins, he'll crush everyone who looked down on him. If he loses, he's back to being a complete nobody. The next day, Qin Shuang walks right up to Hanyu. Have you thought it over? Will you become my Qin Shuang's servant? She guarantees no one will bully him before graduation, and he might even get to marry early. I refuse. Hanyu's 3 simple words leave her completely stunned. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Without my protection, those guys will drain you until you're a dried-up husk. Qin Shuang tries to intimidate him. Hanyu knows she's right about his situation, but he still refuses. He might not have power, but he has his pride. He can't spend his life hiding behind a woman. Unable to persuade him, Qin Shuang turns and leaves, but not before telling him he'll definitely regret it. Hanyu sighs in relief, finally getting rid of her. But next up, he has to deal with the arrogant bully, Zhang. Hanyu, did you prepare the 100 points of divine power I asked for? Seeing his silence, Zhang slams a hand on Hanyu's shoulder. Don't touch me. Zhang face darkens, shocked that Hanyu dares to resist. He threatens to destroy Hanyu's entire god domain core if he doesn't pay up. Then try it. Hanyu's fierce reply surprises Zhang, who wonders if he found a new backer to be acting so tough. He glances over and sees Qin Shuang completely ignoring the situation, so she's clearly not Hanyu's protector. Zhang lackeys start cheering him on, egging him to fight Hanyu. They're curious to see what a person looks like when their core gets shattered. Now here's where it all goes down. If you've got a death wish, don't blame me for granting it, Zhang says as he pulls out an invasion card worth 10 divine power points. Once locked on, it creates a spatial portal inside the target's god domain to begin the invasion. Hanyu is forcibly pulled into his own domain to face the attack. Before him looms a massive, swirling portal. As it opens, countless glowing red eyes emerge from the darkness. Zhang dwarf army is lined up, ready for battle. Zhang himself appears as a ghostly projection hovering in the sky. In my name as the god of the dwarves, I command you. Destroy those pathetic locusts and shatter the core of this god domain. The dwarves roar in unison before charging into battle. Outside, everyone watches on a small screen. Zhang dwarf army has grown by at least another 1,000 troops. With this kind of strength, he could easily rank in the top 50 of the school. His dwarves are even equipped with weapons, led by an elite creature that stands out from the rest. To counter the dwarves, Hanyu unleashes his army of self-destructing locusts. Everyone is shocked to see his swarms of red, flying insects. The self-destructing locust is an elite creature. But Hanyu's core race is just normal locusts. How did he produce so many elite units? But even with the elite title, no one rates the exploding locusts very highly. Compared to the dwarves, their combat power seems laughably weak. The two armies clash. The self-destructing locusts create a series of grenade-like explosions, and a grin spreads across Hanyu's face. Okay, so how did he pull this off? Let's rewind. A day earlier, Hanyu made his big gamble. He sacrificed 2.5 billion locusts, keeping just 10 million to repopulate. After the sacrifice, he got to choose one of 3 rewards. The first was 10,000 elite goblin warriors. The second, an endless spring of life to improve his domain's environment. The third was a Tier 1 holy artifact, the explosive heart, which had a chance to spawn core race units with explosive power. The goblins were a short-term fix, but what would he do the next time he was threatened? The Spring of Life was a long-term investment that couldn't solve his immediate problem. So, Han Yu chose the third option, investing in his core race. After a minute of waiting, he got it as self-destructing Locust, a mindless zealot that only obeys its god and has a 180-day lifespan. Han Yu picks it up and tosses it like a grenade. The Locust immediately explodes in mid-air. That blast alone isn't enough to take down a dwarf, but Han Yu has one thing they don't: numbers. He's about to fight quality with sheer, overwhelming quantity. When the smoke finally clears, the aftermath is revealed. The ground is littered with the bodies of fallen dwarves. The single elite goblin that survived is now facing a swarm of exploding locusts relentlessly closing in. Zhang immediately orders his dwarves to retreat before they're completely wiped out. You and I both know it's way too late for that. Han Yu orders his entire race to charge through the portal and invade Zhang Bin's god domain. An endless stream of self-destructing locusts pours into Zhang Bin's world, blowing themselves up everywhere. He screams at Han Yu, "Get your pathetic race out of my god domain now." In a flash, even the elite goblins are wiped out. Zhang Bin scrambles to surrender, begging Han Yu to call off his army. Han Yu finds this whole situation incredibly ironic. And let's be honest, you and I are about to see some serious karma unfold. Zhang Bin's panic turns to threats, warning Han Yu his demigod parents will make him pay. His dad's already a demigod, and his mom is next in line. But none of that matters. Today, Han Yu is destroying his core, ensuring this bully can never torment anyone again. Zhang Bin breaks down, sobbing and begging Han Yu to stop. "I surrender. I swear I'll never bully you again. Just name your price, anything. I'll do it. I don't want anything from you. I just want you gone." Han Yu shows zero mercy. But just then, a voice cuts through the air. "That's enough, Han Yu. Stop this at once." A teacher materializes inside Han Yu's domain, telling him not to take things too far. Seeing his savior, Zhang Bin pleads, "Mr. Liu, stop this maniac. My parents will, but he can't finish." Han Yu's locust swarm slams into his core, and the pain leaves him speechless. Mr. Liu turns to Han Yu, ordering him to stop. Immediately, Han Yu just smirks, wondering why this teacher chose now of all times to show up. As a homeroom teacher, he can sense his students' situations at all times. Mr. Liu says something to make himself sound like a deeply dedicated teacher. But here's the thing you and I both know: when Zhang Bin was bullying Han Yu, where was this guy? In reality, Mr. Liu sees Han Yu as a nobody compared to Zhang Bin's powerful parents. He lowers his voice, trying to reason with him. "Just stop this." But Han Yu has one final question. "If I was the one whose godly domain was being destroyed today, would you have shown up to stop him?" The question hits home. The teacher goes silent. And that silence is all the answer he needs. It's a bitter pill, but it's the harsh truth of his world. The locusts self-destruct in a final explosion, shattering Zhang Bin's core to pieces. The godly domain begins its irreversible collapse. Han Yu makes sure to kick Mr. Liu out before the place gets tainted by his presence. Outside, Zhang Bin is a whimpering mess on the floor. "It's over. I'm a waste." Mr. Liu storms back into the classroom, screaming, "Han Yu, get the hell out of my class." But Han Yu is long gone, which only fuels the teacher's rage. He swears he'll find a way to get that kid expelled for good. Back in his domain, Han Yu takes stock of the aftermath. His numbers have taken a big hit, so he'll need to cultivate a new batch of explosive locusts. But there's a silver lining: he's got the fragments of Zhang Bin's domain. He immediately starts absorbing them into his own, curious to see what happens. The results are immediate. His domain expands to over 160 square kilometers, and his core levels up to Tier 2. The rewards are solid, and it looks like he might actually graduate now. But come on, you and I both know it's not going to be that simple. Zhang Bin's parents are demigods, and it's painfully obvious that the teacher, Lulu Ocean, is on their side. Han Yu knows he's on his own. He decides to sell a dwarf's mallet for an upgrade. Just 5 minutes later, he gets a hit. Someone wants to trade for lava essence. This stuff is perfect. It boosts the durability of his fire elemental kin and cranks up their explosive power. A massive upgrade for his locusts. Han Yu makes the trade instantly, using the essence to upgrade them into plague eruption locusts with a 250-day lifespan. He grabs one and tosses it like a grenade. The damage is now on par with a real grenade, but with an added lava splash for massive area of effect damage. In other words, Han Yu is now sitting on an arsenal of high-quality, living grenades. Meanwhile, Zhang Bin's parents have arrived at the school, ready to raise hell. A teacher explains that Zhang Bin started the fight and is a known bully. His father just gets angry. "So what? Are you implying my son deserved this? Does this school take zero responsibility for what happens to its students?" Zhang Bin's mother demands Han Yu be expelled. Just as Han Yu is checking on his locusts, he gets a call from Director Shu. The inevitable has arrived. Han Yu decides to face it head-on. Director Shu informs him that Zhang Bin's parents are at the school, demanding his expulsion. The two of them are aggressive and entitled, basically ordering Director Shu around. But she is not backing down one bit. She's already investigated the incident. The one at fault is undoubtedly Zhang Bin for illegally invading Han Yu's domain. Han Yu won through his own power, so there are absolutely no grounds for expulsion. Zhang Bin's mother gets right in the director's face, raising her voice. I can't believe you're protecting a student who destroyed another's core. Is this what your school stands for? Mrs. Du, please do not twist the facts. Han Yu is an exemplary student who follows the rules. In fact, we have plenty of evidence that your son has repeatedly bullied him. Director Shu stands firm in her defense of Han Yu. Furious, Zhang Bin's mother has her husband step forward to take over. He says he can accept the school not punishing Han Yu, but as the victim's father, he needs some way to vent his anger. If the school can't grant this one small request, he won't be holding back. Their final offer. Let them send a squad of over 1,000 soldiers into Han Yu's domain. Director Shu relays the offer, wanting to know if Han Yu can actually face down a demigod's 1,000-man army. Han Yu is grateful for her support. As for the match, he'll be there tomorrow to settle the score. And trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out. Looks like Han Yu has another reason to level up fast. It's time for his second life sacrifice. This time, he has 3 choices. First, a Tier 1 Holy Relic, the blood-colored demon pupil. Option 2 is a Tier 1 skill crystal for Fireball, giving his kin access to a basic Fireball spell. It can even evolve into a final tier Fireball with enough mastery. The third choice is Slash-Killing Sword Wind, a hero unit from the Sword Wind race. 48 billion Locusts for a single treasure. Let's see what Han Yu gets for that insane price, as he chooses the third option. And what appears is a majestic, 4-armed old man with white hair. This is the blade-slaying sword style, a hero class being 150 years old. The first words out of his mouth, "O Divine One, grant me a sword." Han Yu is feeling generous. After dropping a fortune in Locusts just to get him, he doesn't hesitate to pick a top-tier sword. After some calculations, he has 54 divine power points left to spend. Now, equipment is divided into 4 tiers. Normal gear is just crafted from materials with no extra energy. Faith equipment is infused with the power of belief, giving it unique special effects. Divine power gear contains a soul, letting it grow on its own. And divinity gear? That's reserved for actual gods, a symbol of their ultimate power and authority. Han Yu generously grants the warrior a storm greatsword, which costs him 50 divine power points. The old master swings the blade with 2 hands, but to unleash his true potential, this 4-armed warrior needs 4 identical swords. Han Yu is floored. 1 sword costs 50 points, 3 more is another 150. Does this old man think he's some kind of CEO with a limitless credit card? But he can't take the upcoming battle against the demigod's 1,000 troops lightly. He has to find a way. Meanwhile, in Qin Shuang's godly domain, she's training with her thunder sparrows. While training, Qin Shuang recalls an old memory of Han Yu pulling her from a river just as she was about to drown. He even gave her CPR, stealing her first kiss in the process. She wonders why that fool Han Yu never sees the opportunity. Her grandfather is a true god, after all. With 23 demigods in her family, couldn't they have protected him from Zhang Bin's parents? Just as she's cursing his name, Han Yu calls, startling her. She picks up and immediately brings up that incident. Change your mind? Ready to become my servant? But nope. Han Yu just wants to borrow some divine power. You want to borrow my power with your trash tier bloodline, she scoffs. Don't think you're hot stuff just because you beat Zhang Bin. Your self-destructing locusts are nothing but food for my thunder sparrows. Hearing that, Han Yu just hangs up the phone. Seriously, what was that about? He just wanted to borrow a little power. Was it necessary to humiliate him like that? Qin Shuang holds her head, stunned. What am I doing? Why did I just blurt that out? I didn't mean any of it. He's definitely misunderstood me. She immediately calls Han Yu back, asking for his account number. However much you want, I'll send it. And just like that, the blade-slaying sword style now holds 4 great swords. Han Yu just hopes the old man is worth the price of bankrupting him. The next day, Han Yu arrives at class to a storm of whispers. He actually dared to show up? Isn't he afraid the demigod's heavenly human legion will flatten his domain? Let's see if he's still so calm when the core of his godly domain gets shattered. Han Yu expected this. They're all just here to watch him become a laughingstock. Qin Shuang arrives and advises him to withdraw, saying even a small squad of the demigod's troops could handle his entire Locust army. But Han Yu knows he has no other choice. Seizing the moment, Qin Shuang again tries to persuade him to become her servant. She promises her family will pressure the Zhang clan into backing down. Han Yu knows she means well, but he can't accept her help this way. He tells her to go back so he can prepare. And right then, Lu Luoshan obsequiously opens the door for Zhang Bin's parents. He then points directly at Han Yu, making sure they know exactly who he is. Zhang Bin's mother slams the table, unleashing a torrent of curses at Han Yu before her husband manages to calm her down. With the Zhang family backing him, Lu Luoshan puts on a big show. Han Yu, get over here. Don't waste Mr. Zhang's time. But Han Yu refuses to move. He's waiting for director Xu Mai to arrive as a witness, not trusting the Zhang family's lapdog. A trivial matter like yours is worthy of Director Su's time. Having me here is more than enough honor for a brat like you. Now hurry up and start, or don't blame me for getting rough. Lu Luoshan puffs his chest out, trying to look imposing. Just then, Director Xu walks in. Teacher Lu, who are you planning on getting rough with? Lu Luoshan's attitude flips instantly, putting on a fake smile. Director Xu, no need to trouble yourself with this small matter. I was just teaching my student a little lesson. Seeing that the director has arrived, Zhang Bin's father signals to begin. Han Yu is ready. Director Xu officially starts the match. Zhang Bin's father activates a card, unleashing a legion of werewolves into Han Yu's godly domain. These are wolf cavalry, all elite creatures. Their leader is a transcendent life form who has mastered terrifying power. Combined with their azure-eyed wolves and a full set of sophisticated equipment, yeah, everyone thinks Han Yu is absolutely done for this time. The father's soul projects into the arena, his voice booming with threats. Brat, you shattered my son's domain core. Today, you'll pay that debt in blood. The wolf cavalry is clearly divided into two fighting units. He said he was sending 1,000 troops, but that means 2,000 fighting units. The Zhang family, truly the masters of dirty tricks. The wolf cavalry charges, meeting Han Yu's explosive plague locusts head-on. Han Yu's elite locust army has swelled to nearly 7 million, up from just 20,000 the day before. That reproductive power is absolutely terrifying. Even if they're low-level elites, creating this many is no ordinary feat. But unfortunately, Han Yu had no time to develop them further. His promising future might be completely destroyed here today. Millions of self-destructing locusts sacrifice themselves for nothing, only managing to put a few scratches on the wolf cavalry. The power difference is just too massive. Suddenly, dark clouds gather as if a storm is coming. It is a storm, but not of rain. It's a storm of lava locusts. They pour down from the sky, slamming into the werewolf riders. The lava locusts explode, spewing molten hot lava everywhere. Everyone is stunned by this turn of events. The power of this explosion is far greater than the plague locusts. What on earth is this creature? Director Xu asks if any student has a scouting ability to provide information on this new type of locust for everyone. A young man investigates and announces the result. They are lava locusts, an elite species. Head teacher Xu and Qin Shuang have to completely reevaluate Han Yu's power. He's revealed another elite species in a single day. But Zhang Gang isn't phased. How could a swarm of insects possibly compare to his legendary wolf cavalry? He immediately channels his transcendent power into the 7 wolves. They open their mouths, breathing out a chilling mist that solidifies into a massive ice barrier, blocking the locusts' fiery assault. Now that's demigod power for you. Zhang Gang's body must hold incredible transcendent energy to unleash a wide-range skill of that magnitude. With just one move, Han Yu's locust swarm is down to only 500,000. There's absolutely no way he can turn the tables now. You little brat, I'll show you what true despair feels like. When your core shatters and your god domain collapses, you'll be thrown out of this school. Then, your fate will be entirely in my hands. Zhang Gang orders his 1,000-strong squadron to charge forward and destroy Han Yu's core. Head teacher Xu sighs, unable to watch. It looks like this is the end. But wait, look. What is that standing in front of Han Yu's god domain core? Everyone points to the silhouette of the Bladestorm Sword Saint. And trust me, this is where everything changes. The big man's been waiting for them all afternoon. They only know his great swords cost 50 divine power each, that's 200 total. How in the world did a dirt poor kid like Han Yu get that kind of cash? Head teacher Xu recognizes the Sword Saint clan, a species born with transcendent bodies. But a demigod like Zhang Gang also has a wolf cavalry captain with a transcendent body. The plan is simple. Have the captain hold off the Bladestorm Sword Saint while the other cavalry members destroy Han Yu's core. Yet, head teacher Xu has a gut feeling the Sword Saint isn't just a transcendent body, but a true, bona fide hero. Zhang Gang struggled for decades just to nurture a single hero unit. And Han Yu, a mere high schooler, already possesses such an elite kinsman. He must have it. All he needs to do is destroy Han Yu's god domain core, and the Sword Saint's body will belong to him. The Bladestorm Sword Saint says nothing, his gaze ice cold. With him here, let's see who dares touch Han Yu's core. He unleashes a level 3 primary skill, Storm Slash, combined with a level 1 Corpse Wind Slash, effortlessly dishing out a world of hurt to the wolf cavalry. A green-brained wolf spits out a breath as fresh as mouthwash. The move has no effect, it's just a signal, calling all its brothers to charge. Hearing the command, the wolves rush forward like rabid dogs. The Bladestorm Sword Saint raises all four of his hands not to surrender, but to unleash his ultimate move, the Transcendent Blade Formation. The Sword Saint leaps into the air, then slams a sphere of raw power down below, creating a massive shockwave that tears the very earth apart. Oh my god, the sheer terror, the absolute devastation. Everyone outside is just staring, jaws on the floor. The Bladestorm Sword Saint just wiped out the entire wolf cavalry army and their captain. Zhang grinds his teeth in fury, having lost one of his champions. He immediately summons a higher-level wolf knight to level Han Yu's god domain. Demigod, are you trying to break your promise? A familiar yet strange voice rings out, startling Zhang. He turns his head to see the principal, who had appeared out of nowhere. He quickly orders his wolf knight to retreat before the principal gets angry. The principal then glances down at Han Yu, offering a single sentence that could be praise or a threat. Not bad. After the match, head teacher Shu gives Han Yu a lecture on public decency, warning him not to get arrogant just because he has a hero. He's not even in the top 3 of his class yet. So, Han Yu decides to switch classes immediately. He can't stand this toxic environment for another second. Ocean, feeling the heat, does a complete 180. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Han Yu, I admit I didn't pay enough attention to you before, but I promise I will guide you properly from now on. Please, give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. But only we, the audience, know his real motive. He wants to cling to Han Yu's talent to get a bonus when he gets into a top university. But Han Yu means what he says. He is absolutely determined to change classes. Head teacher Shu can't just agree on the spot. Changing classes is subject to school rules. It's not something you can just do on a whim. If Han Yu really wants to switch, he has to pass a test arranged by the school. As long as he meets the standard, he can transfer to another class right away. Needless to say, Han Yu wants to take the test right here, right now. Unexpectedly, Qin Shuang, who has nothing to do with this, also wants to take the test to switch classes. Wherever Han Yu goes, she follows. Seeing his talented students leaving, Ocean's face turns ugly. Qin Shuang, if you have any complaints about me, you can tell me. I will definitely change. There's no need to cause a scene by switching classes. I have no complaints, I just don't want to be in this class anymore. Qin Shuang's reply completely shuts him down, and it doesn't stop there. Another young man raises his hand, asking to take the test. Ocean finally loses his cool and yells, Zhang Xiaolong, you're the class president. Why are you following them? Teacher Lu, thank you for your care and guidance during this time, but I can no longer stay in this class. Zhang Xiaolong replies politely, saving him some face, but the truth is, he can't let Qin Shuang fall into anyone else's hands. Head teacher Shu tries to hold back her laughter, deciding to arrange their test for the next day. As for Ocean, she tells him to come to her office for a little chat. After school that afternoon, Qin Shuang runs after Han Yu, asking about his hero lifeform, the Bladestorm Sword Saint. This has nothing to do with you, Han Yu replies coldly. Qin Shuang makes an excuse, claiming that since Han Yu borrowed 150 divine power points from her, he has to repay the debt by being her servant. Therefore, she has the right to know where that hero came from. Han Yu gives her a judgmental look. If she wants the debt repaid, he'll give her 5 divine power points right now as interest. But if she wants to know about his hero, in her dreams, with that, Han Yu returns to his god domain, leaving Qin Shuang unable to follow. Inside, he carefully calculates his troop numbers after the recent battle. With so few units, he can't possibly pass tomorrow's test. Just then, the Bladestorm Sword Saint appears to report after patrolling the god domain. There are runaway wolf cavalry hiding in the mountains. He asks if he should eliminate them. Dozens of them escaped, and being left behind by Zhang means they're definitely up to no good. The safest option is to get rid of them quickly. But for a poor guy like Han Yu, this method is a bit of a waste of resources. So he gives a new order to the Bladestorm Sword Saint, go capture those wolf cavalry. But they must be caught alive for future use. 2 hours later, the wolf cavalry are tied up in front of Han Yu. He decides to sacrifice his entire 1 billion normal locusts and all 24 captured wolf cavalry. Trust me, you and I just saw a masterclass in resourcefulness. Why throw away perfectly good freebies? After the sacrifice, Han Yu is left with 3 choices: an alpha robot, a blueprint for a smelter to forge better faith equipment, or 3 watchtowers to spot enemy invasions. The robot looks cool and all, but Han Yu's brainless Locust can't exactly pilot it. They'd be even more clueless with the furnace. And the watchtowers? Useless on his flat plains. Absolutely nothing fits. Talk about disappointing. But then, he remembers the hundreds of dwarves he got from Zhang. He wonders how they're holding up. Han Yu uses his eagle eye to check in. They're hard at work, tilling the land. Even though it's hard labor, they thank the gods every day for this new life. Han Yu is confused after capturing them. He just ordered them to mine to pass the time. It seems the dwarves have a real passion for mining and crafting, but Zhang Bin just threw them onto the battlefield. When it comes to crafting, dwarves are masters. They'd be perfect for logistics. And suddenly, that furnace has a purpose. Han Yu immediately bestows the large furnace upon them so they can produce better equipment. The dwarves drop to their knees, thanking the god who blessed them. That day, Lu Luotian calls a meeting with all the homeroom teachers. Everyone, he starts. I'm sure you've all heard about the 3 students. Qin Shuang, Zhang Xiaolong, and Han Yu want to take the test to transfer classes. The school has given us the right to prepare it. Any thoughts? One teacher speaks up. What's there to think about? We should thank you for this gift, Teacher Lu. 3 top students want to transfer? You're giving us a golden opportunity. Lu Luotian is secretly fuming, but he's still trying to keep them. He couldn't care less about Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong's tests. The one he's got his eyes on is Han Yu. And you better believe he's cranking that test difficulty to the max to punish him for his disrespect. I've never asked you all for anything before, Lu Luotian says, putting on a show. But this time, for my sake, please support me. His fake sincerity actually works on his colleagues. All the teachers raise their hands, thinking Han Yu is some ungrateful student. Little do they know, Lu Luotian just wants payback for getting lectured by Director Su yesterday. The next day, Lu Luotian delivers the test requirements. Zhang Xiaolong and Qin Shuang's are both level 1. Stop 1,000 invaders. Basically, a walk in the park. But when it's Han Yu's turn, his face darkens instantly. His test is level 10. Stop 10,000 invaders. Seriously, could Lu Luotian's intentions be any more obvious? Even Director Su thinks Han Yu's test needs a review, but Lu Luotian claims it was a unanimous decision. Han Yu just accepts it, not forgetting to throw some shade back at him. Don't worry, Director Su. Teacher Lu is just hoping I can show my new homeroom teacher what I'm capable of. Needless to say, Lu Luotian's face turns beet red, but he can't do a thing. Meanwhile, Qin Shuang is in Han Yu's ear again, whispering her offer for him to be her servant. Today's no different. She said it so many times Han Yu has her little speech memorized, and just like always, he turns her down. Test first, everything else later. You just don't know what's good for you, Qin Shuang sighs. Behind them, Zhang Xiaolong secretly hopes Han Yu fails miserably so he can get his chance to shine. The test begins. 10,000 red-skinned goblins storm into Han Yu's divine realm. Everyone watching outside already knows his test is the hardest. Well, that's what he gets for taking off Teacher Lu. Let's just watch the show. Han Yu can't help but curse. That scumbag Lu Luotian actually sent in fire-resistant goblins. Lu Luotian is practically glowing with pride, confident his 10,000 goblins will crush Han Yu's realm. A student nearby even congratulates him on his successful revenge. But Lu Luotian stays deep in his role as the dedicated teacher. What grudge could there be between a teacher and a student? After this test, student Han Yu will surely understand the burdens we teachers carry. Han Yu sends in his Locust army first. The red goblins launch a barrage of fireballs, blowing the Locusts to bits on impact. Normal bugs can't do any damage, so Han Yu unleashes his self-destructing Locusts. But even that massive explosion only takes out 400 red goblins. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong and Qin Shuang have both already finished their tests. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, it's looking pretty bad for Han Yu here. Locusts are just low-tier creatures, after all. Han Yu then sends in his Tyrant Locust army, which only manages to kill another 3,000 red goblins. The rest are now swarming his divine core. People are starting to get worried. Even with his blade-brandishing sword B, at best he could only take out half of the remaining goblins. Director Shu sends a message in, telling Han Yu he can surrender. Failing once is nothing, he'll bounce back quickly. But Han Yu made a promise. He's determined to transfer classes, so he's seeing this through to the end. Even if he's the last one standing, he won't hesitate. Besides, he hasn't lost yet. The blade-brandishing sword B enters the fight, using Storm Slash to cut down a few dozen more goblins. The goblins team up, focusing their fire and creating a massive explosion right on top of the sword B. Looks like the old man can't take it anymore. I mean, who can blame him? He's 150 years old and still getting dragged into brawls. Lu Luotian can't stop a smug grin from spreading across his face. Han Yu, this is the last lesson I'll ever teach you. Learn it well. But not even 5 seconds later, everyone starts shouting, "Look! What is that?" An army of dwarves suddenly appears inside Han Yu's Locust realm. And not just any dwarves, these are the ones Zhang Bin left behind. The green goblins raise the new weapons they forged in the furnace Han Yu gave them, ready to protect their god. The red goblins just stare, stunned to see their own kind turned against them. Everyone is hit with another shockwave. Those dwarves were Zhang Bin's core race, proving Han Yu is a once-in-a-generation talent. Just a few minutes later, The red goblins are utterly defeated. Han Yu cheers them on. Great fight, I almost got wiped out there. Everyone is thrilled for him. Well, everyone except the bitter Liu Luotian, whose dirty tricks all failed to take Han Yu down. What follows is a mad scramble as the teachers fight over the new talent. Every single one of them wants one of these three geniuses in their class. Zhang Xiaolong vows to follow Qin Shuang and Qin Shuang. She's just waiting to follow Han Yu wherever he decides to go. Let's kick things off with Han Yu asking Director Shina a very fair question. Why is his test suddenly 10 times harder than the normal one? Turns out, it was a joint decision by all the department's teachers, so Director Shu can't really give him a specific reason. Han Yu demands to see the voting records from that day. Immediately, the other teachers start throwing shade at Liu Luotian, regretting they ever voted yes. Among them, only 2 teachers had voted no. Han Yu is incredibly grateful, but now he has to choose between them. One teacher, observing his performance, thinks he has a real knack for training dwarves. If Han Yu joins his team, he'll get a dwarf army of at least 10,000 to aim for the top 10. But the other teacher believes that nurturing his core kin is far more important. He has several resources perfect for insect-type kin and can help Han Yu perfect his locust evolution. Tian Wenwen, I want to join your class. The second, Han Yu decides, both Qin Shuang and Zhang Xiaolong follow him. Snagging 3 talented students at once makes Tian Wenwen happier than if he'd won the lottery. Looks like he might have a shot at the Outstanding Teacher Award this year. To welcome his new students, Tian Wenwen has prepared a small gift. It's a level 2 insect nest architecture card, a 1 square kilometer area that hatches tens of millions of insects annually and can be embedded in a relic for perfect synergy. This gift is clearly tailor-made for Han Yu. Building the nest behind his god's domain, he can use 2 level 1 relics, the Heart of Violence and Lava Magma, for extra support. This way, the insect nest will harness the power of both items during the insect's incubation process. With this setup, he'll be able to produce 10 million lava locusts every year. After doing the math, Han Yu bows a full 90 degrees to thank Tian Wenwen. But Tian Wen doesn't need long-winded thank yous, he just needs Han Yu to get good results so he can finally get his bonus. Director Shu claps his hands, announcing today was just a small warm-up. The more important exam is the school-wide final in 7 days, which determines future resource allocation for each class, and the prize money speaks for itself. Back in Han Yu's god's domain, it's business as usual. He takes a head count after the battle, but the numbers are dropping fast. He's down to just over 2 million locusts of all types. He feels pathetic. With this level of strength, he's guaranteed to place dead last in the exam, which will crush Tian Wenwen's hopes. And right here, you can feel the pressure mounting. That's when Han Yu notices the dwarves' name has changed to rickshaw dwarves. He quickly flies over to see for himself. Sure enough, they evolved into an elite unit after surviving that desperate battle. If only they were his core race, he'd be absolutely unstoppable. For now, his only option is to rapidly expand his locust swarm. 4 days later, after some intense grinding, his locust population explodes to over 7 billion. He prays this sacrifice will grant him a decent piece of equipment, and finally, the options appear. The first is a level 2 relic, the Law of Gluttony. It lets his core race eat literally anything to evolve, though it only works on normal life forms. The second option is a hero template, which grants him a transcendent being with the potential to evolve into a full-fledged hero. And last, 1 point of divinity. Han Yu's eyes light up. And I know what you're thinking. These choices are absolutely insane. The Law of Gluttony could turn his normal locusts into an elite army, but he's not sure he'd even have enough food to keep them all fed. The hero template would take too long to nurture. While a single point of divinity is equal to 100 million divine power, it's like hitting the jackpot. In the end, Han Yu chooses the first option, the Law of Gluttony. If he can't feed 100 million elite locusts, he'll just apply it to the nest and start with 1 million a year. 3 days later, Han Yu enters his god's domain and can only shout, "Holy crap, are those locusts or dinosaurs?" His locusts have somehow transformed into monsters that look like helicopters. He names them the Premium Explosive Locusts. The next day, at the assessment exam, Qin Shuang is back with her usual sales pitch. "Have you thought carefully about becoming my servant yet? Without a backer, without resources, your current strength can't compare to the other demigods." She adds, "Your locusts are just tiny insects, even if you raise them well. And even if you can tame dwarves, they're not your core race. Blah, blah, blah." As always, Han Yu rejects her kind offer, making her so frustrated she just wants to tie him up and drag him home. Seeing Han Yu casually ignore Qin Shuang while she won't even give him the time of day makes Zhang Xiaolong absolutely burn with jealousy. Just then, Tian Wenwen enters the classroom and briefs them on the comprehensive exam. Top-performing students will win priceless rewards like relics, God's Domain land, core fragments, and even entire kin armies. Next up, the rules. The exam is split into 2 stages. The first stage is elimination. All students receive the same difficult test. Pass, and you get 1 point. Fail, and you're immediately expelled from the school. The second stage is ranking. The remaining students can choose to withdraw and remain unranked. Those who continue will face an infinite combat test. The invaders will be teleported in, and with every wave you clear, your individual ranking goes up. Failing the elimination round means getting kicked out for good. The stakes are brutal, but Han Yu is fired up for those rewards, and his patience pays off. Ranked students get a random resource card. Top 100 get special prizes, and first place, a full point of divinity. Trust me, you're going to want to see this. Han Yu is ready to dive headfirst for that prize. The countdown for round 1 begins, and he readies his Locust and Goblin armies for battle. A horde of flesh and blood magic puppets slowly advances into his domain. Han Yu can't believe the school is going this hard right from the qualifiers. These puppets may be normal life forms, but they fight like elite creatures. Their skin is 3 inches thick, making them incredibly tough, though luckily, they move at a snail's pace. Han Yu sends in 50,000 of his premium explosive Locusts to attack, unleashing a lava explosion. The puppets are blown to bits before taking 3 steps, and from a distance, Han Yu can smell delicious barbecue. Okay, you and I are about to see a power so weird, it literally turns monsters into lunch for his Locust swarm. Han Yu immediately sends his Cyclops dwarves to drag all the Blood Fiend corpses back. 15 minutes later, his Locusts have picked them so clean not a shred of flesh remains. This isn't a test, it's just a free buffet for his little brothers. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the teachers are complaining about the difficulty. A third of Tian Wenwen's class has already been eliminated. This year, the principal and 3 vice principals are away at the front lines, fighting against the abyssal demon civilization. They thought these blood fiends looked interesting, so they just threw them into the exam. As demigods, they really don't overthink these things. Tian Wen is ecstatic watching Han Yu use the blood fiends as food for his Locusts. What's a nightmare for others is just a walking steakhouse for Han Yu. On top of that, his kin can actually resist the toxins in the blood fiend's flesh, which is something you rarely ever see. The other teachers are starting to see Han Yu's Locusts in a whole new light. This might be a brand new discovery worth studying later. Hey, serves those monsters right. But of course, there's always a hater. Watch this guy. Lulu Ocean scoffs from the side, muttering that Locusts are just flying insects. Tian Wenwen fires back that luck is a talent too, and these Locusts are far from weak. They've already reached the transcendent lifeform tier, and while they might be on the bottom rung, being transcendent still puts them leagues above any superhuman. A transcendent Locust is still just a Locust, isn't it? Their overall combat power isn't even a fraction of a single goblin's. Tian Wen thinks this teacher Lu is just a biased fool, comparing the Locust weaknesses to another species' strengths. If we were talking reproduction speed, what race could possibly beat this walking breeding machine? Lulu Ocean doesn't want to argue much longer. He has a student named Lumo, whose kin are goblins. Lulu Ocean bets that Lumo's score will be higher than Han Yu's. Tian Wen, without hesitation, takes that bet for Han Yu. The wager is 5 points of divinity, and everyone is there to witness it. Lumo shares the same last name as Lulu Ocean. Turns out, he's his actual nephew. Lulu Ocean has spared no expense on his nephew, all to surpass Han Yu. He just dreams of one day putting that kid in his place. The qualifiers end with 430 students passing, with 300 of them choosing to enter the ranking assessment. And yet, 130 people dropped out. Lulu Ocean calls them a bunch of gutless cowards. The other teachers immediately push back against that. This exam was incredibly difficult. The students who passed are already worthy of being nurtured. The ranking assessment now begins. A troop of skeleton soldiers marches out. The teachers are surprised. Isn't this just giving away free points? Han Yu sighs. His Locusts eat flesh, but he has no idea if they can even chew through bone. Well, seeing is believing. He sends 1 billion of his Locusts surging forward to gnaw on the skeletons. 2 hours later, Han Yu is so bored he's about to fall asleep. These mindless skeletons were just another delivery service for his swarm. The second wave of soldiers explodes the moment it steps through the gate. Han Yu notices that they can't swim. They're unable to cross the lava to attack his divine domain. So he immediately orders his Cyclops dwarves to dump all the molten lava from the forge onto the ground. The lava is so immense it forms a massive river right across his domain's entrance. Now any skeleton soldier that takes 1 step inside is sent straight to heaven. The observing professors have to admire Han Yu's strategy. This high-level thinking makes Tian Wen incredibly proud. Lulu Ocean just leans back and brags, "What's the big deal? It's only the 7th wave. My student Lumo has already reached the 7th wave too." At that moment in Lumo's domain, besides his goblins, there are 13 level 1 arrow towers, 9 level 1 lightning towers, a level 1 fireball tower, and much more. Lulu Ocean is smug. He's poured a fortune into Lumo to grab the #1 spot this time. But suddenly, people start shouting, "Okay, I know what you're thinking, but get ready for a reality check. Everyone, look at Qin Shuang's domain. She has 100 lightning towers alone, and her other units number in the tens of thousands. That Lumo kid is just new money. Qin Shuang is the heiress of the ancient, incredibly wealthy Qin family. Even demigod-level teachers would be hard-pressed to have as many trump cards as she does." Humiliated, Luotian is absolutely furious, but since he can't do anything to Qin Shuang, he redirects all his anger back onto Han Yu. The 10th wave ends with only 18 students left standing. The difficulty of the next invasion spikes hard. Standing before their domain gates is a bone controller, a hero-class creature with the power to manipulate bone. All the leftover bones from the previous soldier waves suddenly start to twitch. Following the bone controller's command, they all converge, forming a single, supersized mass of bone. The bone controller gathers the bones, creating a colossal skeleton soldier with terrifying power. It takes a single step, and an entire tower collapses into rubble. In less than 3 minutes, 8 students have already retreated. This level is just too hard. Luotian is glued to Han Yu's screen, wondering why the bone giant in his domain is just a single color. A pathetically weak bone giant is clinging to a cliff wall, trembling in fear. That's because below it lies the massive river of molten lava. All the bones had been completely melted away, leaving nothing for the bone controller to summon its giant. Elder Jin Feng then appears and finishes off the bone controller with his blade-shattering slash. Round 11. Han Yu passes it with a simple yawn. "This is cheating. Han Yu must have stolen the test questions." Luotian screeches, refusing to accept reality. When Tian Wenwen demands proof, Luotian threatens to report him to the higher-ups. He claims everyone saw Han Yu's strange actions towards the bone soldiers. Besides, who cleans up the battlefield after a fight? That cleanup proves he knew the bone controller was coming and wanted to weaken it ahead of time. Tian Wen doesn't even know what to say to this guy's twisted logic. Luotian corners him, insisting Han Yu knew the exam questions beforehand, and that's how he knew what to do. Finally, Director Xu has to speak up. The content of this exam was personally prepared by the principal himself. Even she doesn't know the specific details. If Han Yu knew the test questions, it could only have come from the principal. If Luotian wants to question it, he can take it up with him. Luotian immediately tucks his tail between his legs and dares not say another word. "I guess I was just overthinking things." Student Han Yu only defeated the bone controller through pure luck. Even if he didn't cheat, this result isn't fair to the other students. Director Xu is truly fed up with Luotian's stubbornness. Their Academy of Divine Civilization is for cultivating talent. The word fair has no place here. So what do we take from this? The more skilled person wins, period. Whatever Han Yu did to achieve his good results is fine, as long as he didn't actually cheat. And if we're talking about fairness, Luotian is the last person who should bring it up. He's been using his authority to funnel extra resources to his own nephew, Lu Mo. Then you have Qin Shuang, the super-rich young lady backed by millions in divine power from her family. Tell me, how is any of this even close to fair? Diane Wen is floored. Lu Mo is Luotian's nephew. No wonder the old man was so confident about their bet, but there's a saying, you don't work, you don't eat, and Lu Mo's about to starve. Sure enough, by round 11, Lu Mo is completely out of gas and voluntarily withdraws. The bet is settled. Han Yu passes round 11, Lu Mo doesn't. Diane Wen claps Luotian on the shoulder, reminding him to pay up. Reluctantly, Luotian hands over the 5-point divinity card, telling Diane Wen to take good care of it. He swears he'll win those 5 points back someday. After another hour, only 3 people have passed round 13, Han Yu, Qin Shuang, and Huang Fei. Now, watch what happens next. In round 14, Huang Fei withdraws. By round 16, Qin Shuang is out too. That leaves only Han Yu, still standing strong as he pushes into round 20. His blasting Locusts just get stronger with every fight, feasting on fallen bone soldiers as they cry out in despair. After 50 minutes, the Divine Realm falls silent, waiting for the difficulty to spike for round 21. The doors slowly creak open, and Han Yu looks up in awe. How is that thing so huge? The ancient scale Spirit Lord appears, a move so over the top that even the teachers are stunned by the headmaster's audacity. But after fighting all the way to the final stage, facing a Spirit Lord, Han Yu is just bored. He casually raises his hand to withdraw from the match. The ancient scale Spirit Lord, having just arrived on stage, is immediately told to leave and starts protesting, its body being sucked out of the domain while desperately clinging to the doorway. Suddenly, something flies from the Spirit Lord, zipping past Han Yu's face and triggering a massive explosion behind him. Before he can even process what happened, he's forcibly ejected from the Divine Realm. The moment he steps out, he sees his name shining in the #1 spot of the school rankings, completely shocking him. Teacher Diane Wen's class is on top, while Luotian's has plummeted to 8th, making the old man curse furiously. Damn it all, my class should have been number 1. Meanwhile, Hanyu stands tall, soaking in the congratulations from everyone around him. From a kid who was constantly bullied, he's now the top student in the entire school. An hour later, his rewards arrive, a huge pile of rare exchange cards that make the other students burn with jealousy. Every single card is incredibly useful, and now Hanyu has the painful task of choosing the perfect one. Talk about a first-world problem. Luckily, teacher Diane Wen offers him a pro tip. First, trade the Divine Realm Territory card for an additional 20 square kilometers of dense forest. Then, trade the level 1 Holy Relic card for a Poison Mist Orb, which also grants a new Holy Realm core and a completed level 1 Divine Temple. For weapons, he can only exchange for 1, which isn't enough for his 4 sword-wielding elders. So, he decides to look for a weapon for his rickshaw dwarves instead. He spots a Purgatory War Halberd, but it requires a fire element hero life form to be wielded. This means his current rickshaw dwarves can't use it right away. He'll have to wait for the rickshaw progenitor to find a fire-type hero to make it useful. An hour later, teacher Diane Wen summarizes the results for the class. The exam has drawn a clear line, and those with true strength will soon rise to become the elite. Teacher Diane Wen calls the top 3 students from his class to receive their rewards. For his outstanding performance, Hanyu not only gets first place, but also 100 points to spend in the resource treasury, where he can pick anything he wants. Hanyu wonders what kind of awesome items are inside. The selection panel appears, showing the giant's palm, the life fountain, a core mystic iron ore, and several level 2 support skills. Hanyu immediately chooses the life fountain, a spring that turns life force into a powerful, flowing current. Okay, and I know what you're thinking watching this. An offer is about to come that sounds way too good to be true. During a break, a student approaches Hanyu, wanting to trade 100 million divine power for a single one of his divinity points. Naturally, Hanyu isn't buying it. Why would someone randomly offer to trade for his divinity point like this? Who needs a reason? Just agree, and you'll get 100 million divine power to change your destiny and live a life of luxury. The guy has money but 0 divinity, so he assumes Hanyu will take the bait. But Hanyu bluntly refuses. His family may be poor, but they're not that desperate. The student starts begging, wringing his hands. His grandfather is about to ascend to a true god but lacks divinity. On top of the divine power, he also offers Hanyu a personal favor. Over 100 million divine power is a massive sum. With that much, he could multiply his Locust army tenfold. Earning divinity points would become child's play after that. Just as Hanyu considers agreeing to the trade, his phone buzzes. It's Qin Shuang, and she just transferred him 150 million divine power for one of his divinity points. Now, that's how a real tycoon operates. With a single message, 150 million is sent over as if it were pocket change. Not only that, Qin Shuang asks him a simple question. Is 1 point of divinity really only worth 100 million? This might be common knowledge for people in this world, but since Hanyu isn't from here, he had no clue that 100 million divine power can condense 1 point of divinity. But there's a catch. It must be condensed from the faith generated by one's own followers to work. If it's mixed with the faith of another god's followers, the condensation rate drops dramatically. The current market price for a godhead is 145 million, but no one is ever willing to sell. After reading this, Hanyu realizes he was just moments away from being scammed. He immediately tells the other student to get lost. And just like that, he's practically swimming in money. 150 million divine power falling from the sky is an absolutely incredible feeling. Back in his divine realm, Hanyu surveys his mountains and rivers. The level 1 temple is built near the rickshaw dwarves' forge, and he places the life fountain near the desert. In a short time, this barren land will become a fertile paradise. Next, he bestows the Purgatory War Halberd upon the rickshaw dwarves, who erupt in praise. "Oh great god, we thank you for this gift." On top of that, Hanyu gives them a transcendent seed, which they name the God Hammer, hoping they will soon produce a hero worthy of wielding the Purgatory War Halberd. With his work here done, Hanyu flies away like a true god. Next is the poison orb that teacher Diane Wen suggested, but he's not sure what it does. And speak of the devil, his phone rings. It's teacher Diane Wen, and Hanyu picks up immediately. Teacher Diane Wen just won his bet with Lu Luotian, getting 5 divinity points, and he wants to share the prize with Hanyu for making it happen. He offers 2 things, a divinity card containing 150 million divine power and a pitch-black demonic egg in his left hand. And you and I both know something insane is about to happen with this egg. It's a spoil of war Diane Wen found in the Outer Realms, an egg laid by the heavenly demon Insect King, refined into a stillborn embryo through a secret technique. Even in death, it produces 10 liters of demonic fetal essence daily, which can turn the lowest tier insectoids into lower-grade heavenly demonic bugs. When Han Yu first enrolled, Tian Wenwen promised to help him create a life potion for his core tribe. That means Tian Wenwen will do whatever it takes to help him. People at school treat Tian Wenwen like a joke, calling his Locust tribe trash. But you and I are about to see that so-called trash become heavenly demonic insects. Their potential won't match a natural elite life form like Qin Shuang's Thunder Sparrow, but they can reach the level of normal races like elves and dwarves. Han Yu decides to take the demonic fetus since he isn't short on cash, and its synergy with poison is incredibly high. Tian Wenwen advises him to get a Tier 1 Fog Pearl and drop it in for a surprise result. Han Yu thanks him, then asks if he can provide a massive amount of meat. It doesn't even have to be high quality, because the meat in the Commerce City is just too expensive for him to afford. Guessing Han Yu wants to feed his locusts, Tian Wenwen tells him not to buy from the city. The prices are insane for what you get. The headmaster recently conquered a demon abyss that's surely filled with tons of demon corpses. He suggests Han Yu go ask the headmaster himself. Han Yu gives his thanks, hangs up, and paces around his domain, thinking. The Tier 2 Holy Relic has an endless appetite, and his current swarm of locusts is no longer a big enough food source. The output from his domain alone can't satisfy their hunger. He needs to find a stable food supply, and fast. Han Yu walks to an ancient tree and places the demonic egg there, letting it produce the fetal essence. Once the locusts eat it, they'll evolve. 2 days later, the essence is ready. Han Yu waits eagerly for the result. The egg cracks open, and out flies a mutated black butterfly. And trust me, this is where everything starts to get wild. Though it's just a common type, its power is 100 times greater than a regular locust. The only problem is, information on how to raise them is extremely rare. Heavenly demonic insects need demonic essence to evolve. 1 drop can transform a single locust. With 20 drops per milliliter, 10 liters equals 200,000 drops. If things go smoothly, Han Yu will be spawning 200,000 heavenly demonic insects every single day. In just a few minutes, they've already doubled in size. If his gluttony law also works on them, they'll evolve into elite creatures in no time. Next, he adds the Tier 1 Poison Fog Pearl to his core domain to see what happens. The heavenly demonic insect immediately evolves into an elite life form, the Poison Fog Heavenly Demonic Insect. Its terrifying appearance is a nightmare for anyone with a fear of bugs. Meanwhile, the headmaster is dealing with a massive headache, a stinking pile of skeletons and corpses. How is he supposed to get rid of all this? Besides bones, there are flesh and blood demon corpses. Sealing them in cards drains his mental energy, and they just explode out, polluting the air all over again. Just then, Tian Wenwen gives the headmaster a video call, completely catching him by surprise. Tian Wenwen awkwardly scratches his head for bothering him so suddenly, but for Han Yu's sake, he shamelessly asks the headmaster for the demon corpses to feed his students' core tribe. After all, Han Yu's Locust tribe already devoured a ton of demon corpses during the entrance exam without any negative side effects. The headmaster remembers Han Yu, the student who fought the demigod Zhang just a few days ago. He never expected tiny locusts to be so useful, but unfortunately, the demon abyss's environment isn't suitable for them, or he'd just bring a massive swarm over to clean up this mess. So, the headmaster seals the demon corpses into a card and has Tian Wenwen deliver it to Han Yu. A day later, Tian Wenwen calls the headmaster again. He says the 1 million demon corpses weren't even an appetizer for the kids' locusts, and he's hoping for a long-term supply. Yeah, you heard that right. 1 million corpses gone in 1 day. The headmaster screams in shock before remembering he needs to maintain his cool, composed image as the head of the school. Ahem. He says they have plenty of corpses, but a long-term supply can't be free. The headmaster proposes a deal, 1 point of divine power for 100 corpses, with trades starting at 10,000 divine power. A few minutes later, Han Yu closes the deal, swiping his card for 100 million divine power, leaving the headmaster's jaw on the floor. A few days later, the time is right. Han Yu's domain is now swarming with poison fog heavenly demonic insects. He's fattened them up, and now it's time for them to repay the favor by sacrificing their lives. In return, Han Yu gets 3 options. First, 5 superhuman giant warriors. Second is a Tier 3 skill crystal, Poison Burst Art, which teaches his tribe the basic version of the skill. It can be given to a hero class being to master it at the highest level. Finally, a decomposer, used to break down matter into pure energy. It was well worth sacrificing 12 billion elite locusts for this. 5 giant warriors, all superhuman tier, with a reputation for insane destructive power. Just selling them would bring in at least 10 million divine power per warrior. Han Yu tells himself to stay calm and not let money cloud his judgment. The second choice is incredibly tempting too. A Tier 3 Poison Burst Art combined with the Heavenly Demonic Insects and the Tier 1 Poison Fog Pearl is a killer combo, but his core domain is only at Tier 3. After adding the Gluttony Law and the Poison Fog Pearl, there's simply no room left for the poison burst art. Hanyu decides on the third option. The decomposer can break down matter, create energy crystals, and produce extremely high-quality, expensive food for his law-based tribes. With this machine, Hanyu can literally make money in his sleep. A massive machine crashes down in front of him. He tosses in some iron ore as a test. 5 hours later, he gets 3 precious iron essence crystals. This stuff can be used as food for certain special races or as forging materials. Each crystal is worth 5 divine power points. This is the start of Hanyu's long-term business empire. Suddenly, a prayer. Great God, while we were mining, we were attacked by an undead being. 3 of our comrades are injured. Chief Divine Hammer is fighting it now. We beg you, grant us your divine grace and save the rickshaw dwarf tribe. The dwarves' desperate plea from the temple reaches Hanyu's ears. He has no idea why an undead creature is in his domain, but anyone who dares to harm his people won't even get the chance to be reincarnated. Upon arrival, Hanyu spots the dwarf chieftain, Chilo, locked in a brutal fight with a skeleton soldier. It's clear this one is a lord, not some mindless bag of bones. But Hanyu doesn't immediately rush in to save his follower. No, he's way more interested in this skeleton, so he tries to scan its information. The scan fails. Since the little skeleton isn't his follower and he lacks the proper skill, he's got nothing to go on. Annoyed, Hanyu summons the old man, Jianfeng. If you can't get info nicely, you take it by force. Jianfeng's blade shatters the skeleton to pieces, but they immediately fly back together, reforming its body. Hanyu then makes it an offer, submit to him, and he'll grant it a new life, complete with flesh and blood. The little skeleton just swings its arms, attacking him. The blows do nothing, passing right through his body like he's a ghost. The only way to beat his divine projection is to destroy his entire god domain. So Hanyu gives the order. Chilo and Jianfeng are to beat this thing down until it finally agrees to submit. After 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop brawling, the skeletons finally kneel before Hanyu. He just casually pats their skulls in approval. If only they had listened from the start, they could have avoided this whole beatdown. It turns out this skeleton is a necro-lord of noble lineage, just weakened and sealed. Its faith power is incredibly high, so it's far from useless. With that settled, it's time to get back to the daily grind of school exams. This next exam is the real deal, a crucial test that will create a huge gap between the students and could even determine their entire futures. This test is incredibly important because it's tied to university admissions. Hanyu's grandfather wanted him to find his parents at the Imperial Capital Academy in the chaotic Star Sea, which happens to be one of the top universities in this entire civilization. His grandpa sure knew how to set a high bar. With that, the students are told they're being teleported to the Demon Abyss at coordinates C793826. The specific details will be sent via email upon arrival, and everyone gets 1 hour to prepare. The students immediately start whispering about the Demon Abyss, a land famous for being shrouded in dense, demonic energy. Any other creature that steps inside risks being corrupted by the miasma, turning into a mindless, demonized beast. Only demons and the undead can survive there normally. Zhang Xiaolong is practically beaming. This test is tailor-made for his demonic followers, isn't it? His time has finally come. Just then, an unknown number calls him. It's Luluo Tian. Now, here's where it gets dirty. Luluo Tian wants him to take care of someone, and Xiaolong doesn't even need to hear the name. He knows it's Hanyu. If he helps Luluo Tian out this one time, the rewards will be huge. As a down payment, he's gifted a sub-dragon demon right before the exam starts. A sub-dragon demon is a transcendent life form, a powerful race on par with a hero-class being. Yeah, Luluo Tian is going all in this time. The competition begins. The students must incarnate as one of their followers. They can only summon up to 100 followers once per day, and their score is based on points earned from quests. The task list is a mile long, so we'll skip the boring parts. First, they have to choose an incarnation. If the incarnation dies, the student just reverts to their original form, but if their real body gets taken out, it's game over. For good. Hanyu has 4 choices: the Locust Emperor, the Dwarf Chilo, Old Man Jianfeng, or the weakened, crippled, and sealed Skeleton Lord. Since this place is overflowing with demonic power, Hanyu makes a strategic call. He'll incarnate as the Skeleton Lord, a member of the undead race, to avoid being corrupted. This is his first time experiencing incarnation, and man, it's a wild ride. In a flash, all the flesh melts off his body, leaving nothing but a skeleton wearing his clothes. The Demon Abyss truly is a paradise for the undead and demons. Hanyu actually feels even better in this skeleton body than he did as a human. He orders 100 of his gluttony locusts to sweep the area, but they don't even make it a kilometer before the demonic energy takes them all out. It's just like the rumors he'd heard this demonic miasma is the ultimate counter to his most loyal followers. With no other choice, he has to rely on his 3 newly cultivated heavenly demon bugs. The first mission is to fill his empty stomach, so Hanyu sends them off to find some fruit, curious about what grows in a demon realm. The moment they enter a new area, a horde of zombies rises from the stinking mud and shambles right towards Hanyu. Hanyu sees this as the perfect chance to test the attack and defense of his little skeleton body, so he decides to take them all on by himself. 10 minutes later, the zombies are all cleared out, turned into a neat pile. Just then, the 3 heavenly demon bugs return, having gathered a huge amount of bone demon fruits. This quest is only worth 20 points, while the boss quest is worth 100. The problem? The boss is a demigod, and Hanyu isn't confident he can win that fight. If that's the case, he'll focus on quantity over quality and just harvest bone demon fruits. After a full day, he's picked every single tree in the demon abyss clean. But since you can only turn in the quest once, he gets a clever idea. He messages the class group chat, asking if anyone wants to trade with him for 100 bone demon fruits for quest number 49. Some students protest, but a few agree. Finally, Tian Wen has to step in and clarify that only resources gathered during the exam can be used for trading. A first violation gets a warning, 3 strikes and you're disqualified. Hanyu strokes his bony chin, pretty pleased with his natural gift for business. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A business genius, right? Well, he just made a huge mistake. A certain someone sees his message, pinpoints his location, and assembles a team of wolf riders to launch an ambush. A few hours later, Hanyu's rank is plummeting. His followers are just too weak to compete with the others. If he doesn't take on a high-level mission soon, he'll end up in last place. What can he possibly do? Suddenly, a group of skeletons comes wandering toward him. An idea sparks. He wonders if, as the skeleton lord, he can command these wild skeletons. He approaches them and asks, "Do you recognize me?" The skeleton soldiers immediately drop to their knees and bow. Hanyu's jaw drops. This is unbelievable. He just recruited 10 loyal followers with a single sentence. Hanyu orders the skeletons to rise and lead him to their lair so he can see just how many more of them there are. An hour later, their entire clan is assembled before him. There's even a transcendent undead bone knight riding a seriously cool wolf mount. And trust me, you and I just watched him hit the absolute jackpot. Turns out, luck really is a type of talent. The Bone Knight introduces himself, revealing he was once a member of the 1st Legion in the war against the flesh golems. His unit, cut off from the main army, had no choice but to camp here, forced to deal with the constant row to invasions. Facing zombies and flesh demons daily, his soldier count just kept dropping, so troops were sent out to find demon bone fruits to power up. But if they're Hanyu's soldiers, he's going to make them even stronger. A new idea sparks in his mind, and by the next day, Hanyu's rank has tanked to nearly 180. Trust me, this is the perfect time for him to make his move. Hanyu grants his skeleton knights the bone-nurturing spirit stones and the rest of the gear. They know exactly how to divvy it up themselves. 10 minutes later, his army of skeletons is more battle-hungry than ever. Bring the flesh demon's lair to me, he thinks. Let's throw down right now. The flesh demon's lair holds between 8,000 and 10,000 enemies. Hanyu decides he'll handle 1,000 of them himself, and since a head-on fight is too risky, he cooks up a plan. First, he sends a lone skeleton soldier to the cave entrance to shake its bony hips like a pop star and stir up some chaos. And just as expected, the male demons inside rush out in a frenzy. But when they get outside, there's no pop star in sight, just a massive ambush of skeleton soldiers ready to strike. The first step goes off without a hitch, and Hanyu is pleased. Even after being destroyed, the flesh demons can be turned into his own soldiers. The skeleton tribe's recruitment method is unique, to say the least. An hour later, his skeleton army has grown to 7,000. The flesh demon lair is down to its last 3,000. Now that's a fight worth having. Hanyu gives the order, brothers, charge. 3 hours later, a skeleton knight presents him with the boss's heart. Mission complete, adding a solid 60 points to Hanyu's total. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolong is still desperately searching for Hanyu, wanting to see his face just once, but no luck. On the leaderboard, Hanyu has jumped from 180 to 108 with those 60 points. He guesses Hanyu must have wiped out the flesh demon's lair. It's unexpected, but he's sure it was just a lucky break. Zhang Xiaolong arrives at the lair to find Hanyu, learning he's been raising a skeleton army in the Dark Lands to boost his score. He immediately unleashes his hellhounds to tear Hanyu's bone pile to shreds, but the skeleton soldiers rush forward to protect their master, their bones so tough that even Zhang's hounds can barely break them. It's only the 2nd day of the Demon Abyss descent, and Hanyu has already amassed such a force. In a few more days, who knows if anyone could stop him. Now, pay attention here, because Zhang Xiaolong decides this has to end today. He summons a sub-dragon demon, which charges forward and tears a skeleton knight in half. Hanyu has no idea when he made an enemy of this guy, who just showed up and attacked him out of nowhere. Zhang's answer is unbelievably punchable. Because you annoy me. Now go die. The sub-dragon demon lands a direct hit, sending Han Yu flying. The skeleton soldiers immediately swarm the sub-dragon demon to get revenge. Seeing them as just a bunch of mindless bones not worth his time, Zhang Xiaolong simply withdraws his troops. Han Yu pushes himself up from behind a bush, clutching his chest. Thank goodness for his Lich Lord incarnation skill, which allows him to revive. Seeing his soldiers standing there dazed, Han Yu orders them to take all their forces and leave. A smart man knows when to advance and when to retreat. Today, Han Yu lost to Zhang Xiaolong. The next time they meet, he'll make damn sure to send him to his ancestors. Zhang Xiaolong assumed Han Yu would drop out of the contest, but his name isn't on the withdrawal list. Not only that, his name is still on the rankings. Furious at being tricked by a fake death, Zhang immediately flies off to find him. This time, he'll waste whatever time it takes to hunt Han Yu down and finish him for good. But when he arrives, the place is completely empty. Han Yu and his army are long gone. Zhang orders his hellhounds to pick up the scent and track him down, telling them not to miss a single corner within a 100-mile radius. After Zhang's sneak attack, Han Yu is left with just over 5,000 skeleton soldiers. He gives them bone spirit stones to speed up their reproduction, but even after absorbing the stones, their strength still isn't enough. To get noticed by the Imperial Capital Academy, he needs a real breakthrough achievement. Han Yu scrolls the mission board. Mission 64. Eliminate the fallen demon tribe for 80 points and a level 2 skill gem, Chain Fireball. The fallen demons are a native species, treacherous and cruel, but their individual power is nothing special. For a piece of trash like this to be worth 80 points, their numbers must be massive, well over 1 million, and Han Yu realizes he can turn them all into his own bone soldiers. Not bad. And so, Han Yu sets out for the fallen demon tribe, ready to level their entire territory. 2 months later, in a meeting room, the teachers are all flexing about their students' achievements. Someone, whether by accident or on purpose, asks Tian Wenwen, "Hey, wasn't your class's top student Han Yu? The one who aced the assessment? How come we don't see him anywhere this time?" Lu Luotian seizes the chance to add fuel to the fire, claiming Han Yu was just a fluke who cheated his way to the top, weak at his core, and becoming more arrogant because Tian Wenwen treats him like a treasure. Tian Wenwen warns Lu Luotian to watch his mouth and remember his duty as an educator, but Lu Luotian just keeps running his mouth. Was I wrong? That Han Yu kid is useless. No matter how many resources you give him, it's like plastering a wall with mud. Tian Wenwen finally snaps, making a bet with Lu Luotian that Han Yu will take first place, this time wagering 10 whole divinity points. Lu Luotian doesn't have the points, but he has a divine position, so he jumps in. He's already set an inescapable trap, and he's sure Han Yu has no chance of returning. He can't pass up 10 free divinity points. I'll bet my level 3 divine position of disease against you, and just like that, the bet is on. All Han Yu has to do is get the 80 points from the mission to be considered a success, because 80 points is incredibly difficult for a high school student, but succeeding would grab the attention of all the top-tier schools. Even without taking first place, he'd secure a solid position. Back at the desolate fallen demon camp, what was once a population of millions is now less than 100,000. The rest? They've all joined Han Yu's side, swelling his army of skeleton soldiers to a staggering 900,000. Now, the last 100,000 will also fall before his skeletal army. 20 minutes later, under Han Yu's command, the skeleton soldiers claim total victory. 3 skeleton soldiers perform some next-level sorcery, transforming the remaining living fallen demons into resurrected skeletons, a transcendent tier undead. Han Yu is stunned. There are skeletons even stronger than his knights, and you and I both know this changes everything. These resurrected skeletons can cast magic on other soldiers, making them stronger. At this rate, Han Yu's army will be completely unstoppable. The skeleton knight tears through the battlefield, presenting Han Yu with his prize, a tier 1 holy artifact, the Fireball Staff. Adding it to his divine domain's core will grant his entire clan the power to unleash tier 1 fireballs, a new divine weapon. He also gets the Abyss Source, which boosts life force and absolute treasure for his Locust swarm. And trust me, with an army this massive, Han Yu isn't afraid of some punk like Zhang Xiaolong anymore. He turns in the mission, gaining 80 points, and immediately accepts another 70-point quest to stir up trouble in the Demon Abyss. After 3 days of letting his skeletons run wild, Han Yu has shot up from the bottom of the rankings all the way to 4th place. You can see why Tian Wenwen considers him a prize student. 4th place? So what? It's not first. Lu Luotian sneers, still looking down on Han Yu. Just then, an announcement comes through other universities want to interview Han Yu after the assessment. One second-tier university is even offering him direct admission. The clueless Lu Luotian shouts, "Director Shu, why are you only announcing Han Yu's invitation letters and not the other students?" There are 3 students ahead of Han Yu, but the rules are clear. You need over 3,000 points and at least one 80-point mission to qualify. And right now, only Han Yu has done that. But then, Qin Shuang also completes an 80-point mission, pushing her total over 3,000 and earning her own invitations from top universities. Lu Luoxin just calms himself down, thinking that as long as Han Yu doesn't take first place, he still wins their bet. He contacts Zhang Xiaolong, reminding him not to target Han Yu directly anymore. Just stop him from completing any of the 3 remaining missions. Zhang Xiaolong nods and sets his sights on the 90-point quest. Han Yu looks over the final 3 missions. The 80-point one is to clear out the evil demon Ginseng Forest, and the 90-point one is to eliminate the Minotaur tribe. The 100-point mission is to kill the Dark Frogman demigod. His current total is over 3,000, putting him in 3rd place. If he completes 2 more missions, he could take the top spot, but it won't be easy. Then again, he has over 20 million skeleton soldiers, 2 hero-level units, and plenty of other transcendent beings. So, first things first, Han Yu heads off to wipe out the Minotaur tribe. But over at the tribe's location, Zhang Xiaolong is struggling, forced to team up with another guy just to attack the Minotaurs. And Minotaur smacks both of them on the head with its club. After an hour, they've made 0 progress. Zhang Xiaolong knows this is bad. If they keep pushing, he'll lose his whole clan. Time to retreat. He thinks, if the 2 of us together can't handle this, how could Han Yu possibly do it alone? And just as he says that, the ground starts to shake. The 2 turn around and see at Han Yu's skeleton army, an unstoppable tide of countless bones swarming over the horizon. Okay, you're going to want to see this. Zhang Xiaolong and the other guy see the Minotaur getting swarmed and decide to rush in. These bone soldiers are numerous, but they're weak. Let's go steal the kill. But Han Yu isn't about to let them snatch his prize. He unleashes his 2 bone controller units. The bone controllers summon massive, giant skeleton knights that smash the enemies one by one. Their resurrection ability kicks in, turning any nearby fallen monsters into new skeleton soldiers. Every corpse on the battlefield becomes another soldier, their numbers growing with every clash. Zhang Xiaolong and his partner panic, trying to retreat and save their own skins, forgetting all about their clans. But a skeleton knight blocks their path. No one is running today. Han Yu, standing on his subordinate's shoulder, calls out to them, Zhang Xiaolong. Si Shun, long time no see. Han Yu, aren't your clan members supposed to be Locusts? Zhang Xiaolong just had to run his mouth, so Han Yu sends a swift, powerful kick right to his face. No, don't. It's far too late for Zhang Xiaolong to be begging on his knees. In a single second, he's sent straight to the afterlife. Seeing this, Si Shun starts pleading, Student Han Yu, we don't have any major issues, right? It was all just a misunderstanding before. I sincerely apologize. Killing you doesn't benefit me, but letting you go doesn't either. Han Yu says with a cold comeback that has Si Shun shaking in his boots. He quickly offers up half of his treasures to buy his life. If only he'd just said that from the start, maybe Han Yu wouldn't have even bothered to act. The deal is done. Si Shun tucks his tail and runs, terrified Han Yu might change his mind. 5 hours later, the Minotaur's bodies are piled high, and the survivors are kneeling in surrender, pledging loyalty to Han Yu. The mission is a success, adding another 90 points. Han Yu climbs to the number 2 spot, just 40 points behind first place. Only 2 missions remained, but now, only one is left. It had to be Qin Shuang. Han Yu isn't surprised, as the pampered daughter of a powerful family, she's loaded with resources. So, if he wants to claim that top spot, there's only one path, completing the mission to kill the Dark Frogman demigod. This is, without a doubt, one of his toughest challenges yet. He doesn't like dealing with troublesome things, but if he wants to get the attention of the Imperial Capital Academy, he has to do it. And so, he gives the order. His skeleton brothers form up and march towards the lair of the Dark Frogman demigod. By now, 11 classes have already finished their assessments. Only 3 students from Tian Wenwen's class are left, Qin Shuang, Han Yu, and Si Shun. Qin Shuang is in 2nd, 10 points ahead of Han Yu in 3rd, while Si Shun is in 7th. Even Tian Wenwen doesn't know what these 3 are planning. What's the mystery? There's only the demigod mission left. Would they dare to challenge it? If they fail, they lose everything. Elsewhere, Lu Luoxin seethes, his plan to take down Han Yu having failed spectacularly. No one from Class 11 has ever attempted this mission before, and in history, no one has ever succeeded. But Tian Wenwen has immense faith in his students. Both Han Yu and Qin Shuang are challenging this final mission. Qin Shuang arrives first, sending her flock of young birds to attack. The thunder sparrows are small, but they unleash lightning more powerful than an AC current, instantly creating plates of dark-roasted frog meat. The Dark Frogman demigod is a massive, red-eyed, talking frog. It chants a spell, raising a protective barrier against Qin Shuang's thunder sparrows. You dare invade my tribe? I will curse you to a gruesome death. Qin Shuang feels a massive attack coming, but before she can even flap her wings to escape, she's hit. She's sent tumbling through the air, thinking this was the end for her. But it wasn't. Qin Shuang quickly uses a purification art to restore her strength, then unleashes a devastating lightning explosion. A massive sphere of lightning slams into the Dark Frogman's barrier, and you and I are going to have to wait to see how this incredible fight plays out. A single orb did nothing, but a volley of them shatters the Dark Frog's protective barrier. Next up, roast the slimy creatures inside. But come on, if it was that easy, it wouldn't be called the final mission. And right on cue, the Dark Frog summons its ultimate weapon, the mountain-swallowing demon frog. A colossal, blood-drenched toad appears behind Tan Sang. To this monster, she's just a buzzing fly, and it snatches her right out of the air with its tongue. Tan Sang can't even flap her wings as she's swallowed whole by the giant frog. Inside the demon frog's slimy mouth, her lightning is completely useless. Any longer, and she'll be digested. Then of all times, Han Yu calls. Annoyed, but out of options, she answers. Where are you? That place looks unique. Han Yu's teasing immediately makes Tan Sang want to crawl out just to smack him. Han Yu gets serious, proposing they team up. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, her entire Thunder Rock army will just be frog food. Tan Sang is about to curse him out, but considering her hopeless situation, she agrees. The condition: the Dark Frog's divine body is hers, everything else goes to Han Yu. Han Yu seals the deal, telling her to send her location so he can dispatch his bone army for support. She tells him she's in some kind of crevice, a clue so vague not even he could find her. But Tan Sang was just messing with him. She already sent her Thunder Rocks to Han Yu's position. Just a few minutes later, Han Yu spots the Thunder Rock army in the sky, faster than an X's mood swing. Over here, my bird friends. Han Yu waves his bony hand, then leaps onto the lead creature and orders it forward. The other skeletons follow his lead, mounting the Thunder Rocks behind him. Arriving on scene, the Thunder Rocks unleash a storm of lightning on the red-eyed frogs. The Dark Frog just hisses, shattering Han Yu's bone soldiers into a useless pile of parts. Now pay attention, because this is where Han Yu flips the script. He summons the Bone Controller, who magically recycles that pile of broken bones, and turns them into a badass skeleton knight wearing a slick red scarf. The Dark Frogs sit in a circle, chanting a ritual to summon a swamp from hell. The skeleton knight kicks 5 of them into the air. Trying to use voodoo on skeletons? Bad move. Han Yu sends in a resurrected skeleton and a minotaur mage. One all bone, one all muscle. They charge in together. The minotaur smacks them one by one with its hammer, sending them into a confused dance. Meanwhile, the resurrected skeleton turns the dead Dark Frogs on the ground into new bone soldiers. The living Dark Frogs now have to fight their own reanimated dead. The outcome seems uncertain until you remember the bone soldiers have lightning support. The result is pretty obvious. It seems I have underestimated you all. From now on, I will fight seriously. The demigod Dark Frog unleashes its divine art, summoning the Endless Night. The already dark sky turns pitch black, and the sun turns a bloody red. This technique is terrifying. Han Yu's bone army is drained of all life force, crumbling into dust. He's brought every single one of his clan warriors here. Is he about to lose? My lord, I volunteer to fight. A voice echoes in Han Yu's mind. It's old man Jian Feng and the dwarf Qi Lu. The effort he spent raising these two is finally paying off. With these two on the field, he's sure to attract new clans to enrich his divine domain. The gate to his domain opens. Jian Feng emerges, wielding 4 massive swords, leading an army of red-skinned dwarves. Even a swarm of locusts flies out, ready to sacrifice their lives for Han Yu. Han Yu has no tear ducts, but he is deeply moved. To honor his people's devotion, he decides to sacrifice every single one of them at once. Yeah, let that sink in. But this time, the options he gets are incredible, as if heaven itself is on his side. Among them is a special item, the Sacred Flame of Hope, which dispels darkness and boosts a clan's positive energy. Without hesitation, Han Yu chooses the Blade of Light to purify the darkness. The Dark Frog stares dumbfounded at his new cleansing torch. Han Yu can't contain his excitement. After taking so many hits, it's finally time for a counterattack. The Dark Frog still can't accept that a divine being like Han Yu can dispel its dark arts. Simple, it's because he's the author's favorite. Han Yu soars through the sky on a thunder rock, holding the sacred torch high. Everywhere his light touches, the darkness is purified. Even the disgusting red-eyed frogs are cured. As he circles near the mountain-swallowing demon frog, Han Yu finally remembers he's supposed to be rescuing Tan Sang. And here he was, cosplaying the Statue of Liberty with a torch. Take down that demon frog, now. At his command, Jian Feng and the dwarf chieftain charge, working together to carve up the massive toad. Working from the inside, Tan Sang bursts out of the creature's stomach. While waiting for Han Yu, she'd slid from the frog's mouth all the way down to its stomach, almost becoming a pile of dung. Tan Sang unleashes her fury on the demon frog with a colossal ball of lightning. The demon frog experiences a whole-body paralysis that sends it to Cloud 9. Afterwards, the Thunder Rocks and dwarves move in to clean up the remaining smaller frogs. The Skeleton Knight also helps out, crushing a few little toads just by walking a few kilometers. The demigod Dark Frog starts to slink away, not forgetting to drop a classic villain line. Just you wait, but Han Yu isn't one for waiting. He dives from above, enlightening the demigod with his sacred torch. Then it's Tan Sang's turn, shocking the demigod frog with lightning from every direction. With his husband and wife level teamwork, the demigod frog is turned into a well-done barbecue. After completing the mission, Tan Sang claims the demigod's body as per their agreement. The dark frog, barely clinging to life, begs Han Yu, "Spare me, and I will give you everything I own just for my life. Once you're dead, everything you own will be mine anyway." With those parting words, Han Yu sends it back to the earth. Half an hour later, the dark frog's fortune is tallied up. It's unbelievable how much treasure one frog was hiding. According to their deal, all of it belongs to Han Yu. Tan Sang only wanted the corpse for research. Han Yu places a crown on Tan Sang's head, considering an interest on the debt he owed her. She's beaming with joy but still plays it cool. "Fine, I'll reluctantly accept it. The assessment test is now over." Teacher Dian Wen informs Han Yu and Tan Sang to return to meet the school's leadership and university recruiters. The Bone Soldiers all return to Han Yu's domain. On the way, Teacher Dian Wen warns his two students not to speak carelessly. Every teacher in that room is already a true god. He leads them inside, then leaves them alone. And you and I both know, this is where the real test begins. Han Yu wonders if the three true god teachers can see his heaven-blessed talent or his life-sacrificing ability. An admissions officer starts with Qin Shuang first. The Qin family is a lineage of true gods overflowing with resources. She even acquired a god's corpse in the competition. He guesses she'll use it to craft a lord-level lifeform. The real question is how many divinity points she currently has. Hearing the vice principal's analysis, the teacher next to him feels a wave of shame. Qin Shuang hasn't even reached the demigod stage, yet she's already nurturing a lord-level lifeform. Meanwhile, he's been a god for ages and has never once succeeded. Qin Shuang honestly reveals she already has 4 divinity points. Hearing this, Han Yu is once again blown away by just how ridiculously wealthy she is. Rich and thrifty, a disgustingly rich combo that leaves nothing for anyone else. The admissions officer announces that Qin Shuang meets the enrollment criteria for all 3 of their academies. Once she finishes cultivating her lord-level lifeform, she can apply to any of their schools as a probationary student to experience university life early. A delighted Qin Shuang says her thanks. This was an outcome she had long expected. Now it's Han Yu's turn, and the officer's face suddenly darkens, giving him a bad feeling. "Student Han Yu, correct? We've reviewed your file. Your core race is the Swarm, is that right?" After Han Yu confirms, the teacher ticks a box on the paper with his name, then immediately asks about Han Yu's divinity points. He currently has 1 point, which still meets their minimum criteria. Then comes the final question, one that has everyone curious. How did Han Yu's old sword saint in the demonic realm detect the lord-level skeleton avatar? And with that question, you and I both know nobody has figured out Han Yu's real power. If that's the case, there's no reason for him to spill the beans. However, if Han Yu doesn't answer this, there's one area where he still falls short of their expectations. If Han Yu wants to enroll in one of their 3 academies, he must continue to excel in the upcoming college entrance exam. Director Xu feels it's a pity the recruiters don't recognize Han Yu's true talent, but Han Yu isn't too disappointed. He'll crush the upcoming exam, but his target is the Imperial Capital Academy, not them. Tian Wenwen pats Han Yu's shoulder comfortingly. Their academy is top tier, so it's normal not to get in right away. If you're willing, there are still a few top-ranking schools that want you as a probationary student. But of course, he has no idea Han Yu is aiming only for the Imperial Capital. The moment he steps out of the classroom, Qin Shuang is already waiting for him. After I create my lord-level lifeform, I'm heading to a high-ranking school as a probationary student. The resources there are perfect for my development. You're aiming for the Imperial Capital Academy later, right? Han Yu nods. He has only one goal, to reach the chaotic star sea of the Imperial Capital and find clues about the original owner's parents. Qin Shuang takes back her words. If Han Yu is going to the Imperial Capital, then so will she. As a probationary student, she'll get tons of resources and level up fast. By the time they meet again, they might be rivals. So, she advises Han Yu to take the chance now and become her slave while he still can. Hanyu has no idea why she's so obsessed with him serving her. He earns enough money to live comfortably for 3 lifetimes on his own. Why would he bend his back to be her servant? Seeing Hanyu's cold departure only makes Qin Shuang more interested. She thinks to herself that he's as stubborn as her skeletons, but also kind of cute. Back in his god's domain, Hanyu uses his new divinity card. Now he has 2 divinity points and a massive amount of divine power. His core level has reached tier 3, and besides his swarm, he has many subordinate races. Let's check out some of the rising stars, the skeleton tribe, and the bull demon tribe. Hanyu considers upgrading their combat equipment. But more importantly, it's time to build the advancement path for his precious swarm. The first path uses the origin of corruption to build the path of corruption. After walking this path, the little locusts gain increased resistance and their lifespans are extended. Their other stats and magic resistance are boosted. Evolving toward a defense and counterattack style, they are now called the Corrupted Swarm. The second path uses the Heart of the Dark Crow kin to build the Path of Shadow. After walking this path, the locusts gain the ability to phase in and out of sight while flying. Combined with inflicting various side effects on enemies, this assassination path creates what will be called the Shadow Swarm. Suddenly, the prayers of the red-haired dwarves reach his ears. "O Divine One, please forgive our tribe." This idiot, while breaking down ore, also broke down the holy scepter you bestowed upon us. "Please deliver your judgment." Hanyu curses under his breath. He feeds them, clothes them, and this is how they repay him? They're going to bankrupt him. Arriving at the scene, clan chief Shen Chui is on his knees, crying and accusing his younger brother. "Divine One, please forgive him. He's the fool who dismantled the holy artifact." Hanyu is speechless. He just tells them to learn from this mistake and be more careful next time to not let greed cloud their judgment. Then he turns to see what the dismantled artifact produced. Hanyu receives 2 fire crystal stones and 1 golden crystal block. The artifact material is the original form of the artifact, usable for upgrades and repairs. Hanyu is stunned. His gluttony staff has been damaged for a while now. Could this artifact material actually fix it? There's only one way to find out. It's already broken, so Hanyu has nothing to lose and decides to try it immediately. After combining them, the gluttony staff is indeed restored, but only partially. Before, a common lifeform had to eat 1,000 times its limit to evolve into an elite. Now, that number is down to 999. If Hanyu had enough artifact material, he could completely repair the gluttony staff. But where is he supposed to get so many artifacts to dismantle? Hanyu hops online to see what's happening in the community, and right away, he sees a distress signal. Some guy has a holy artifact weapon, but it was unfortunately damaged, losing its sacred aura and greatly reducing its combat power. So he's looking for someone who can help him repair this weapon. No one is taking the job, others have tried and failed. But Hanyu is different. He has artifact material that can fix artifacts, so it should probably work on an artifact weapon too. Hanyu immediately sends the guy a message. And trust me, you're going to want to see this timing. The second he hits send, his phone rings. Talk about microwave fast service. Hanyu isn't sure he can completely fix this guy's weapon, but he's willing to give it a shot. The client's post has been up forever with no solutions, so what's the harm in one more try? First, he just needs some holy relics sent over. But the guy is no fool. And this is where you and I see how the Divine World handles scammers. He's already downloaded the Divine Domain's anti-fraud app. If Hanyu tries anything funny, he's done for. So, what level relics do you need? If it's below level 4, I can send them right now. Anything higher will take some time. Hanyu can't believe his luck he's stumbled upon a whale who has relics even above level 4. But all he needs are level 1. The second he says it, a massive crate plummets from the sky, nearly crushing him. Holy crap, talk about express delivery. After a quick count, Hanyu sees 100 holy relics. For a second, he thinks, should I just take this stuff and run? But then he remembers that anti-fraud app the guy mentioned. It sounds pretty serious, so he quickly pushes that little thought aside. Hanyu dumps all 100 relics into the decomposer. 2 hours later, he gets back 109 units of holy material. He sneakily pockets 9 pieces for himself and sends the guy an even 100, hoping he won't notice. The moment the transfer goes through, the client practically explodes with gratitude. "Big bro, you're my savior. Our entire guild begs you. You have to help me." Hanyu covers his ear from the guy's booming voice. "You're being way too polite. My greatest joy is helping others," he says, trying to sound noble. Meanwhile, over at Tian Wenwen's place, he's testing out the level 3 healing divinity he won from Lulu Ocean. Lulu Ocean can only watch with gritted teeth, seething, as he throws sarcastic remarks at his rival. "Tian Wen, the road ahead is long. We should watch our steps." Just then, Hanyu calls him up to ask about something tiny. He wants to know how to get his hands on high-level core resources to upgrade his divine domain. He's already searched the top listings but came up with absolutely nothing. As far as Tien Wenwen knows, super rare resources like divinities, godlike attributes, or core fragments are never sold publicly online. The moment they get listed, the major guilds and corporations have already pre-ordered them. There's basically no chance for broke commoners like them. But if Hanyu can help him win his bet against Lulu Ocean, he'll give him some stuff from his personal collection. Besides that, there is one other, less common method. Tien Wenwen had once encountered a divine domain core that was too low level. Even though it was a holy relic with good stats, there was no way to absorb it. He mentions a competition he once entered called Blood Crystal. The winner of that competition receives a divine domain core fragment as a reward. If Hanyu duels citizens of other divine domains, or even races from other civilizations, his kinfolk could suffer massive casualties, but victory means getting a core fragment to strengthen his own domain. Hanyu just spent a ton of money nurturing his kinfolk. Besides, this is the perfect chance to test their actual strength. He might be short on a lot of things, but Locusts? He's got plenty. The next day, he and Tien Wen arrive at the Blood Crystal Arena. Trust me, this is where the real action begins. Before entering, they have to put on masks. It's crucial to hide their identities and avoid demigods investigating them. After all, this is a dangerous outer domain. They fill out an information sheet. The matches here are split into 3 categories based on opponent level: divine creature, demigod, and true god. Unless a participant specifically requests it, matches between different tiers normally don't happen. Also, there's no limit to the number of kinfolk you can bring. But here's the catch: you can only surrender if your kinfolk casualties are over 50%. In the Divine Domain civilization, things happen faster than your buddy's microwave. The second Hanyu registers, he's matched and suddenly warped into a dimensional transport space. Kid, I shouldn't judge a book by its cover, but I bet you're new here. Hanyu's opponent is a young man who calls himself Big Boss Rat. The name Big Boss Rat might sound goofy, but according to the crowd in the stands, this guy is absolutely ruthless. They all feel sorry for Hanyu, getting matched against a monster like him on his very first try. Hanyu overhears them, shocked that he drew such a tough opponent right out of the gate. Both are told to release their kinfolk. The match begins in 3 minutes. Big Boss Rat summons a horde of mutated, long-tailed hamsters. Their squeaking already giving Hanyu a headache. Hey kid, I bet you've never seen so many kinfolk before. Scared yet? If you are, just give up now. But if this is a numbers game, Hanyu feels anything but intimidated. He summons just a fraction of his tens of thousands of locusts for the fight. Big Boss Rat sees Hanyu's kinfolk are even lower grade than his rats and laughs his head off. We'll see if the rats eat the locusts or become locust food. Rat brothers, get ready. An insane number of rats draw their bows, and on their boss's command, they unleash a rain of arrows straight at Hanyu. Hanyu orders his sinking drowning worm to defend. The arrows just snap in half as they hit the worm's tough, hardened wings. Big Boss Rat orders his troops to keep firing without stopping. While defending, Hanyu sends his Dark Curse worm to launch a sneak attack. A single Dark Curse locust circles behind the rat army, unleashing 3 different curse spells that make the rats screech in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Hanyu sends in the Heavenly Demon Worms. The rats hit by the curse are completely disoriented, their eyes spinning. They can't even tell friend from foe. The Heavenly Demon Worms fire venomous stingers from their tails, and the rats, unable to dodge, are instantly crushed. The result? Hanyu's kinfolk survival rate is 99.9%. Big Boss Rat's is just over 20%. Big Boss Rat immediately throws up his hands to surrender. Any more fighting and his entire rat clan would go extinct. After his victory, Hanyu receives a Divine Domain Core fragment. The moment he touches it, he feels a power strangely similar to his life sacrifice ability. After claiming his reward, Hanyu is teleported to the backstage area. Tien Wenwen claps him on the shoulder. You did great. Your first match was such an easy win. You won me a ton of divine power. Turns out the gambling addict Tien Wen had placed a big bet on Hanyu. Since his kinfolk barely took any damage, he asks if Hanyu is up for a second match. If he wins again, he gets another core fragment, and Tien Wenwen wins another bet. Hearing that, Hanyu is ready to go again. Besides, his kinfolk could use the combat experience, and what do you and I learn from this? Fast forward to day 32. Hanyu has lost 100 million Heavenly Demon Worms, but he's won 89 straight matches, leveling his core fragment all the way to 7. Leveling up to tier 8 is getting tougher, demanding more fragments than all previous levels combined. Just thinking about the grind is exhausting. Seeing this, Tien Wenwen suggests a high-stakes match against a demigod. Trust me, for a divine creature, challenging a demigod could multiply the rewards by 10. If Hanyu wins just one match, the loot from his 90-fight win streak gets that 10-fold boost, meaning 90 common divine core fragments. After a moment's thought, Hanyu applies for the level skip match. The second it's announced, the entire stadium erupts into chaos. Some people have already heard whispers of Hanyu's Locusts. In just over 30 days, he's become the undefeated king of the divine creature rank. But a demigod is on another level. They use a much higher grade of divine core, can wield superior holy relics, and even possess a divine title. Plus, they can use divine arts. Everyone bets on the demigod, figuring Hanyu's arrogance and his locusts have finally gotten the best of him. Tian Wenwen is sweating bullets. He's the only one who bet on Hanyu at insane 1 to 100 odds. Hanyu told him to bet 10 million divine power, but the teacher only managed to put down 50,000. Still, that 50,000 was his entire fortune. Everything is riding on Hanyu. He absolutely cannot lose this. If he wins, the teacher vows to buy a divine weapon for himself. Hanyu is speechless. He thought the gift was for him, but nope, it's a treat-yourself moment for the teacher. So much for being grateful, right? Hanyu enters his personal divine domain, realizing he still hasn't added any new holy relics since the last upgrade. The Devouring Law and Poison Mist Locusts seem different. Yuan Zhang is waiting for him, asking if he plans on crafting any holy relic materials today. Hanyu suddenly remembers Yuan Zhang, saying he could find any relic below grade 4. Turns out, in his domain, relics like that are as common as grass. A sly grin spreads across Hanyu's face. He asks Yuan Zhang for powerful grade 2 holy relics with poison, earth, and fire attributes. The words barely leave his mouth before a package, even bigger than last time, crashes down in front of him. Hanyu can only gasp, damn, being rich really is a different world. Inside are 2 grade 2 relics. First, the Scorching Lava Orb, with earth and fire attributes to boost his kin's defense, resistance, and recovery rate. The second is the Shadow Nail, a dark attribute relic that allows his contracted kin to learn a grade 2 skill, pinning an opponent's shadow to completely immobilize them. Hanyu is beyond pleased. These are perfect for his abyssal bugs and shadow curse bugs. Without a second's delay, he fuses the 2 relics, causing a massive explosion. Hanyu's swarm evolves again, looking more ferocious than ever. And just as they finish, the arena preparations are complete. He's used to teleporting now. He arrives to the roar of the crowd, all of them screaming for the Elephant Lord. Crush him! Show him the true power of a demigod. The Elephant Lord, a mountain of muscle with a goatee, crosses his arms. Looks like today's my lucky day. I get a rookie who doesn't know how high the heavens are. Have you prepared a funeral for your kin? Hanyu just scoffs back. You talk way too much. But the Elephant Lord has to get a few more lines in. Arise, my legion of giant mammoths. He summons his absolutely colossal beasts. The crowd loses its mind. That Mammoth Lord is insane. So damn cool. The Elephant Lord rides the lead Thunder Mammoth, radiating pure power. Newbie, your turn. As always, Hanyu unleashes his swarm of locusts, the poison burst sky demon bugs, nurtured by the brood nest, devouring law, and poison mist. Out come the shadow curse bugs, fed by the brood nest, devouring law, and the shadow nail. And finally, the earth burst abyssal bugs, raised on the brood nest, devouring law, and the scorching lava orb. The Elephant Lord's eyes narrow with anticipation. Hanyu's locusts have clearly evolved again since his last matches. The 2 sides clash instantly. Hanyu sends the shadow curse bugs in first. They fire their shadow nails, pinning the mammoth's shadows to the ground and freezing them in place. With the mammoths immobilized, it's time for the poison burst sky demon bugs to attack. There's no escape now. Despite the danger, the Elephant Lord remains completely confident. So what if you raise your locusts into transcendent lifeforms? Even if my giant mammoths stand perfectly still, you can't even scratch them. Hanyu just smirks, oh, are you sure about that? The next second, a massive explosion sends the mammoths stumbling back. The Elephant Lord realizes Hanyu is trying to overwhelm him with numbers and refuses to let it happen. He orders his legion to protect the Thunder Mammoth, which is getting swarmed. In response, Hanyu deploys a squad of magma locusts to clash with the charging mammoths. The mammoths are getting blown up and covered in molten rock that's hotter than your ex's heart. The Elephant Lord grits his teeth and casts 3 savage divine arts on them, buffing their armor and healing. With the new buffs, the mammoths finally have the strength to push back against the magma locusts. The Elephant Lord crosses his arms with a smug grin. Forcing me to use my magic already proves your strength. I'll allow you to surrender once 50% of your clan members are dead. Hanyu doesn't even flinch. Those locusts, that was barely 1/1000th of his forces. The word surrender isn't in my dictionary. Go! Ox Demon Clan! And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Just bugs? Think again. Hanyu summons a horde of minotaurs that charge the mammoths, catching the Elephant Lord completely off guard. The Ox Demons go to work, hammering each mammoth's skull one by one until they're nothing but a paste on the ground. But he's not done. Hanyu summons his army of skeletons, led by a skeleton lord, a skeleton controller, and a skeleton reviver. He casually hops up to sit beside the skeleton lord and gives the order. The skeleton reviver raises its staff, chants a spell, and turns the fresh mammoth corpses into brand new skeleton soldiers. The elephant lord curses in frustration. He absolutely hates fighting skeletons that can instantly replenish their ranks, but he's a demigod for a reason. Activating the giant mammoth's war stomp, he orders his mammoth lord to crush the skeleton army. Seeing the field about to be shattered, Hanyu recalls the ox demons and sends in the skeleton controller. The skeleton controller gathers every last bone fragment from the battlefield. It forms a single, colossal skeleton knight, dwarfing even the mammoths, a top-tier hero unit. You and I just watched the elephant lord go completely pale as he frantically buffs his thunder mammoth, desperate to match this new, unbelievable threat. The skeleton knight grabs the two massive tusks of the thunder mammoth, stopping it dead in its tracks. Then, with a roar, he pivots on his right foot, spinning 180 degrees and slamming the colossal beast to the ground while it's still completely stunned. The knight leaps up, unleashing a Son Goku-level punch, ready to turn the thunder mammoth into boiled elephant meat. But the mammoth whips its 300-centimeter trunk around the knight's arm, blocking the punch. It then smashes the knight into the ground, getting payback for the throw. The mammoth raises its legs, aiming to crush the skeleton below. But the knight is quicker, leaping out of the way and dodging the devastating force of the stomp. In response, the skeleton knight gifts the mammoth a heavy punch of its own. It's a powerful blow that snaps the beast's head to the side as Hanyu anxiously yells, "Finish it now." The skeleton knight jumps onto the mammoth's head, flicking it hard on the forehead. Then, as a favor, he snaps off one of its long, inconvenient tusks. What a chilling display of comradeship. Xiangshu, the beast's master, can only order his mammoth to get back up and fight. So the skeleton knight breaks off the other tusk, earning enough cash to set his descendants up for 3 generations. This warrior's methods are absolutely brutal. Hanyu knows he'll have to teach him some manners later. After losing its 2 most prized possessions, the mammoth has lost all will to fight. The skeleton knight sends it flying with a kick, landing right in front of its master. Out of strong generals, Xiangshu resorts to overwhelming numbers, summoning a herd of mammoths to surround the knight. But to the giant skeleton warrior, this herd is just a swarm of ants. Any beast that gets within a 3-meter radius is immediately kicked back to where it started. The one-sided beatdown starts to change as a few mammoths finally break through. Suddenly, the skeleton warrior is swarmed, like a piece of sugar being devoured by ants. Hanyu immediately sends in the bull demon king for backup. The bull charges in, goring one mammoth after another and loosening the siege on the giant skeleton. And here's the kicker. Every mammoth that falls is instantly reanimated by the necromancer, turned into a skeleton warrior fighting for Hanyu. By using overwhelming numbers, Xiangqiu played right into Hanyu's hands. In the end, only a few of his mammoths are left, too terrified to charge in again. He accepts his defeat to Hanyu. Streams of light fly out from the defeated mammoths, converging into a single crystal. It's a fragment of a demigod's domain core, and wow, you can tell it's way higher quality than the standard stuff. Because of his unbelievable performance, Hanyu is teleported away to meet the management. And yeah, it's clear they were watching his match very, very closely. This place, it turns out, was a testing ground to select a successor for the position of Arena Master. Any contestant who defeats an opponent of a higher rank earns the right to be a candidate. Hanyu is in total shock as this massive fortune literally falls into his lap. A blood-soaked arena with a huge flow of traffic, visited by countless races every day. The divine power earned from them alone would make Hanyu a newly minted tycoon. And now he's a qualified successor to run the whole place, which means something shady is definitely going on. Hanyu takes a deep breath before making his decision. He wants to know how many other candidates there are, and what the perks and responsibilities of becoming the master of this place are. You and I both know this is a smart move. Hanyu's caution, his refusal to be blinded by immediate benefits, actually makes the management like him even more. Right now, there are a total of 349 heirs in this bloody arena, including 221 divine creatures, 118 demigods, and 9 true gods. And there's only one single main god. After becoming the master, Hanyu will get the permanent coordinates to this place. He'll be able to teleport to fixed points without needing any equipment, though each trip will cost 1 million divine power points. The Blood Crystal Arena will also allow him to build special arenas within his own domain to train and nurture his followers. As for responsibilities, once the number of heirs reaches 500, the inheritance ceremony will begin. In short, they'll have to kill each other to find the best of the best. Based on everything he's seen, Hanyu guesses that inheritance ceremony is going to be anything but easy. 500 candidates fighting to the death for a single throne. He's only number 350, still a long way from 500. By then, Hanyu might even be a god king. There's still plenty of time to train, so Hanyu agrees to the challenge. Go big or go home, right? Suddenly, a beam of light shoots through his body. Tianwen pops out of nowhere, ecstatic. Hanyu, you're my lucky star. We're rich, absolutely rich. While Hanyu is still completely bewildered, Tianwen shoves a phone into his hand, showing a balance with a dizzying number of zeros. Now the headache is figuring out how to spend 1 billion in divine power. Tianwen suggests he should start by getting himself a top-tier divine artifact. Hanyu has no idea what to choose. He's just a divine creature, not even a demigod yet, so how could he possibly control a divine artifact? Tianwen puffs out his chest, saying, "You don't have to worry. He just so happens to know a shop that sells divine artifacts, wholesale and retail. He's sure they'll have something perfect for Hanyu, who now thinks his teacher would make a great salesman. Grasshopper, I finally found you." Xiangqiu rushes toward him like a hungry tiger. Hanyu immediately ducks behind Tianwen, signaling for help. Tianwen spreads his arms wide, puffing out his chest to shield his student. He dares anyone to touch the kid who just earned him 1 billion points. Xiangqiu immediately puts his hands up in surrender. And trust me, you're not going to believe this. He's not here for revenge. He saw Hanyu's insane strength and just wants to be friends. I'm a freshman at West Kyung University. My real name is Xiangmeng. Hanyu shakes his hand. A student from West Kyung, no wonder he was so powerful. Xiangmeng sees that Hanyu looks young and figures he hasn't started university yet, probably a prep student. He's not prepared for the truth. Hanyu is still in high school. Xiangmeng can't believe it, convinced Hanyu is pulling his leg. So Hanyu introduces Tianwen as a witness. Taking the stage, Tianwen clears his throat a few times. This grasshopper student is indeed not a university student at all. Despite getting offers from countless universities, he has his eyes on a much bigger prize, the imperial capital. The only problem? They aren't interested in him. Hangman gets it. He sees Hanyu is aiming high, and since the Imperial Capital Academy is one of the nation's big three, he sees a golden opportunity. So he promises to recommend Hanyu to the West Capital School for a special evaluation. After returning, Hanyu knows he needs to focus on upgrading his core clan as much as possible. If this works, it's his one shot to get noticed by the Imperial Capital. Still, Hanyu can't believe the same guy he just defeated is now offering him a helping hand. Hangman just laughs it off. Your potential is massive, he says. The road to godhood is long, and having reliable allies is always better than fighting alone. Besides, if Hangman recommends Hanyu and he passes the test, the school will give him a sweet resource bonus as a reward. No wonder he's so enthusiastic. Still, Hanyu is genuinely grateful for his help. Hangman advises him to invest more in resources, ideally raising some hero-level life forms to prepare for the test. Moments later, Tianwen leads Hanyu to the Treasure Pavilion, a place specializing in pre-owned divine artifacts. We don't know about the quality of the goods yet, but the staff, absolutely stunning. No wonder wives don't want their husbands shopping here. Tianwen and Hanyu follow the woman inside to meet some guy named Master Tony. Now, I know what you're thinking. A legendary craftsman named Tony? This should be interesting. They step up to a teleportation gate. Inside, Hanyu comes face to face with a huge burly blacksmith. "Old Tian," he booms, "is the little sheep you brought me fat enough this time?" Hanyu freezes solid, wanting nothing more than to run home to his mom. The teacher tells old Tony to get serious. Hanyu is a student, not his next sugar baby. Tony just slicks back his hair and explains the mission of his shop. First off, he guarantees no fakes, only top-tier, quality goods with sky-high prices to match. Hanyu curses internally. What student has the kind of cash to shop here? It took him everything he had just to scrape together 1 billion. Fearing Hanyu will get the wrong impression, Tianwen explains that Tony's all bark and no bite, a guy whose work is the best on the planet. But the teacher doesn't know the truth. Tony has the mouth of a snake and the heart of one too. If Tianwen didn't bring him customers, he would have cut ties long ago. Tony leads Hanyu to see his creations. Behind a red curtain is a massive, ostentatious room packed with divine artifacts, each one personally crafted and stamped by him. The teacher follows behind, asking which one Hanyu likes. He can buy what he wants, but the teacher makes it clear he isn't rich enough to gift him anything. Hanyu falls into deep thought, considering the Imperial Academy might look down on him for being dirt poor. A goo cultivation gourd priced at 600 million god power seems like a worthy investment. So Hanyu chooses a Tier 2 gourd artifact designed for goo cultivation. Inside is a pocket dimension that can hold up to 100,000 insectoids to perform a brutal ritual. Once inside, the clans wage a bloody war against each other. The sole survivor gets the chance to level up, with the highest possible outcome being a heroic level lifeform. The gourd also comes with a divine art, insect attraction. Its range, however, depends entirely on how much god power is poured into it. While the Tier 2 goo gourd isn't overwhelmingly powerful, It's the perfect artifact for Han Yu right now. Tian Wenwen is incredibly proud of him for having such a good eye. 4 divinity points or 580 million god power, cash or transfer. Tony presses, trying to close the deal so fast it makes Han Yu jump. Tian Wen has to pull him back to haggle. Come on, we're old friends. Can't you knock a little off for my sake? Tony doesn't want to, but it's a big sale, so he doesn't argue. He agrees to 600 million and even throws in a searching eye artifact as a bonus. With his shopping done, Han Yu is ready to leave before Tony can upsell him again. But Tony rushes after them, wanting to advertise a special divine artifact he just crafted from the remains of a lost civilization. Tian Wenwen squints to get a better look. After a quick appraisal, he explodes with anger. Seriously, Tony, I treat you like a friend and you treat me like an enemy? Hold on, because this is where the story takes a wild turn. Tony waves his hands, trying to calm him down so he can explain. This artifact is called Tham Lang or Greed Wolf. It comes from a long-lost civilization that thrived by plundering from others, especially their divine artifacts. The problem was, once an artifact binds to a master, nobody else can possess it until that master is 6 feet under. So this golden ball might look useless, but the ruler of that civilization summoned the most skilled craftsmen from his entire nation to create it. After countless ages, they created the Tham Lang. It grows by devouring other artifacts, inheriting the skills of whatever it consumes. This blatant power theft led to the entire civilization getting ganged up on and wiped off the map. Tony offers this incredible, history-altering item for the low price of just 1 billion god power. Han Yu hesitates, tempted by Tham Lang's insane power. It was so broken it destroyed an entire civilization, but the cheap price makes him suspicious. Is it even real? Tony admits he only had a fragment of the blueprint, so his recreation might have some flaws. It can, however, still devour other artifacts to grow. The catch? Its growth speed is 10 times slower than the original, and it can only inherit some passive effects, not the active, divine arts that come with the artifacts. So it's basically a piece of junk, right? Tian Wenwen's comment hits Tony like a personal insult. Han Yu, on the other hand, wants it. He offers 400 million because that's literally all he has left. He really wants to try a divine artifact so powerful that others can't easily destroy it. Besides, if he feeds his own artifacts to Tham Lang, he could gain an extra effect that weakens his enemies. Seeing his teacher try to stop him, Han Yu unleashes a flawless negotiation script. First, he praises Tony as a master craftsman, able to restore a part of Tham Lang from just a tiny fragment. Then he plays the pity card, lamenting that his entire fortune is only 400 million god power. And of course, Tony absolutely loves being flattered. You and I just saw a master at work. Tony, beaming with pride that Han Yu values his creation, immediately agrees. 400 million it is. Money can't buy a true soulmate. The Tham Lang is yours. Han Yu returns home to test the 3 new divine artifacts he just acquired. One by one, he lets a single drop of his fresh blood fall, binding them to his soul. The ancient lake is the first to stir, so Han Yu sends one of his grasshoppers inside to repair it. A green frog leaps out, snatches the grasshopper, and drags it under. But Greedy Wolf still hasn't made a move, making Han Yu a bit anxious. Don't tell him old Tony was really running a pyramid scheme. The moment he insults Tony, Greedy Wolf lights up, and out pops an adorable little husky. But get this, it looks nothing like its description as a gluttonous, battle-hungry beast. Turns out, the goofy husky's barks meant one thing: feed me a divine artifact now. He was just summoned and already affected by the law of gluttony, but he's so broke he's practically eating dirt. Where's he supposed to find a divine artifact? Han Yu grabs a fragment of a god's domain and tosses it over. With a snack in its mouth, the goofy husky finally sits down and behaves. He wonders what his other kin are up to. The grasshoppers are busy acting as weather forecasters, while the red dwarves are off mining for gold with their pickaxes. These minotaurs are lifting half-ton weights. Every single creature is pushing itself to the limit. Thanks to the holy relics he scammed off that spiteful race, Han Yu can finally restore his law of gluttony to level 3. And the effects of level 3 are even more powerful. Just filling their stomachs can now evolve them into elite lifeforms. If he restores it step by step, even common lifeforms can evolve all the way to the transcendent tier. And Han Yu's locusts have more than enough food, meaning his entire army is on the brink of becoming transcendent. Hearing that, Han Yu's eyes light up. Billions of transcendent beings are about to be born. 1 week later, it's finally time for the new round of sacrifices. Han Yu offers 13 billion grasshoppers to the heavens, and you better believe the reward list for 13 billion locusts is as long as an ancient scroll. The first option is 10,000 transcendent night demon hunter lifeforms. The second is a 3-star divine artifact, the Tyrant Steel Blade, which is both a divine and a holy relic, boosting damage and coming with its own divine skill. The last is a level 2 holy relic, the Petrification Stone, which only works on non-humanoid and non-demi-human races, allowing a core kin to be transformed into a half-human form. Hanyu grabs the petrification stone and crushes it in his hand. The locusts merge with the pillar of light that erupts from it. A moment later, a swarm of human-shaped locusts appears. Hanyu's eyes gleam. This is a massive evolutionary leap. His grasshoppers have evolved into locust men, every single one of them a transcendent life form. They have low-level intelligence and a 10-year lifespan. Hanyu glances at the locust men's faith points and reproductive ability and gets even more excited. Let's see who dares to look down on his grasshoppers now. Just then, Tianwen calls to inform him about the West Capital Academy's exam. An admissions officer will come to the school tomorrow to meet him. The next day, a classmate proactively approaches Hanyu, offering to sponsor him with resources. He even flexes that his family raises many demigods and has rare resources you can't even find online. An opportunity like this has fallen right into Hanyu's lap, and he can't let it slip away. Right now, he needs God's domain core fragments from level 7 to level 10. The young man nods eagerly. However, the price is a bit high. Even with their relationship, it would still cost up to 400 million divine power points. Hanyu nods. Poverty is once again limiting his growth. The young man, clearly a sharp negotiator, says that if Hanyu sells him 1,000 transcendent skeleton knights, it can offset 4 million of those divine power points. Hanyu immediately agrees. Transcendent skeleton knights? He has an entire farm of them. Seeing him seal the deal so quickly, the young man instantly regrets not asking for hero-level bone controllers instead. At that moment, Tianwen arrives to take Hanyu to meet the examiner. You and I both know what's coming next. The half-bald teacher from before is shocked to see Hanyu again. And yeah, he clearly doesn't have a high opinion of our guy, since Hanyu couldn't even pass the reserve student test, and the West Capital exam is way harder than the high school one. Furthermore, to prevent cheating, only core kin are allowed to participate in the test, and Hanyu's core kin are the lowest tier locusts. This time, Hanyu's test is to infiltrate the border of a giant's town called Duolong City. That giant civilization has a rigid hierarchy and a stable job system that can affect both Hanyu and his kin. Once he's identified as a harmful monster, the professionals in Duolong City will actively hunt him down, pursuing him to the ends of the earth. He has only one mission, and it even involves assassinating one of Duolong City's hero protectors. Hanyu wants to ask about the total military strength of Duolong City and the number of heroes there. According to the teacher, although it's a small border town, Duolong City has a population of tens of thousands. The ratio of professionals is over 10%, and there are a total of 5 heroes. Any other information, he'll have to find out for himself. He has 1 hour left to prepare before the test begins. Hanyu immediately asks Tianwen to exchange his accumulated points for 3 level 1 holy relics. Inside his god's domain core, Hanyu uses the fragments he got from his fight with Zhang to upgrade his domain. The god's domain core reaches level 3, and the space expands once again. Next, he just needs to load in the 3 holy relics Tianwen gave him. The first is a poison gland, capable of giving his core kin a poison attribute. Next is the earth core, which grants his core kin an earth attribute, increasing their defense. Finally, there's the elven spirit bow, both a holy relic and a god's domain weapon. It allows his core kin to summon spirit bows as energy weapons, while Hanyu himself can summon the elven spirit bow's true form. After the successful installations, most of the heavenly demon bugs gain poison glands, half the fallen bugs get a defensive upgrade, and most of the locust men can now fight with spirit bows. Hanyu is now confident he can handle this test. With preparations complete, the admissions teacher gets ready to teleport him to the outskirts of Duolong City. This is Hanyu's first time using this kind of sphere teleportation service, so he's a little disoriented. He falls out of a portal in the sky, but thankfully lands with style. The moment he lands, the system panel sends an urgent warning. If Hanyu doesn't leave the area immediately, he'll be classified as a hunted monster. His alias is the Demon Emperor King, level 80. With all his personal information laid bare, he decides to use it to check the level info of his 2 newly acquired hero-level locust men. The information panel shows they are level 60, but Hanyu has no idea how strong that actually is, since he's never taken them into battle. A locust man warns Hanyu that a creature is about to attack them. Hanyu immediately hops onto its back to check out the situation. Just then, the sky suddenly fills with monsters so many that even a second-tier professional adventurer named Thon starts to look worried. Alright, let's see how an adventurer party reacts to this madness. Their professional Rage Fist Master is actually thrilled. More monsters means more money. And their first-tier Water Sage is happily collecting core fragments from every locust she zaps. Meanwhile, the Fire Mage is busy grilling up some fragrant roasted locusts. A team of 4, working in perfect sync against Hanyu's swarm, while he hovers just above, scouting them with his human-faced fireflies. Their leader is Thrawn, a level 3, second-tier dragon blood warrior. All four of them wear the same emblem, but only Thrawn's is made of silver. The good stuff, reserved just for him. Looks like Thrawn is the one calling the shots here. He sees the sky turn black with locusts and orders a retreat, but it's too late. Han Yu sends down a single imperial locustman to play with them. The danger closes in fast. What they thought was just another common monster turns out to be a terrifying third-tier creature. Thrawn yells for everyone to split up while he holds the monster off. He swings his greatsword in a heavy slash, but the damage is zero. It left nothing but a tiny scratch on the monster's skin. This thing is way too strong. They have absolutely no chance. And in that moment of shock, the imperial locustman lunges forward. With all its might, it kicks Thrawn, sending him flying 100 meters away. After taking care of the leader, it starts hunting down the rest. The remaining party members are scrambling for their lives, trying to find a place to hide. But the creature is on them in an instant. The imperial locustman is absolutely loving this chase. Where are you going to run, little guys? In just a few short moments, the adventurers are all rounded up, tied, and tossed into a corner with terrifying ease. Han Yu appears before them, an annoyed look plastered on his face. The Rage Fist Master's voice, full of curses, reaches Han Yu. "Don't you come near me, you ugly monster." That one hits a nerve. Han Yu has always considered himself impossibly beautiful, and now some random adventurer dares to call him ugly. He tells them that if they want to leave this godforsaken place alive, all they have to do is answer a few of his questions. Thrawn and the Fistmaster just grind their teeth, looking like they want to tear Han Yu apart. Han Yu asks them a simple question. In their eyes, what does he look like? The Fistmaster scoffs, saying he'd never answer a monster like Han Yu. Now watch this, because before anyone can even react, the Locustman standing beside Han Yu suddenly attacks, impaling the Fistmaster with its massive claw. The move even startles Han Yu himself. He shouts at the Locust, yelling that he told it only to scare them, not to actually kill anyone. The scolded Locust's jaw drops as it breaks into a cold sweat. Witnessing the brutal scene, the first-tier water sage and the fire mage turn pale and start screaming in terror. Annoyed by the noise, Han Yu orders his Locust to silence them with a curse of poison. Losing his patience, Thrawn demands to know what Han Yu actually wants. Han Yu simply repeats his question again. The bizarre question leaves Thrawn at a complete loss for words. So, he honestly describes what he sees, not Han Yu, but the supersized Locust next to him. The huge eyes, the long antennae. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, and you're right. Han Yu starts overthinking it, convinced Thrawn is describing the ugly Locust on purpose to create a fearsome image to be etched into the minds of any future intruders. And as it turns out, that's exactly what he wanted. He's incredibly satisfied with Thrawn's answer and demands he continue. And so, for 3 straight hours, Han Yu just sits there, asking questions and forcing Thrawn to answer. When he finally gets the information he needs, Han Yu approaches and unties Thrawn just as he promised. The second he's free, Thrawn bolts, running for his life like he's seen a ghost. He has to report this massive monster army to the Adventurers Guild immediately. Though he let Thrawn go, Han Yu silently follows him from high above. Once he confirms Thrawn has found his way, he gives the order for his Locusts to knock him out. For now, information about him cannot be allowed to leak to the outside world. With that handled, Han Yu gets back to work. According to the interrogation, there are hundreds of thousands of adventurers in this area. Launching a direct attack with his current forces is simply not enough. While he's racking his brain for a way to increase his combat power, a horde of outcast goblins appears before him, eagerly awaiting his command. Han Yu feels a flash of disappointment, but hey, it's better than nothing. Although most of the goblins are low level, their leader is level 62, and more importantly, has already reached the 3rd tier. But the real question is, how could they possibly have classes? Turns out, the leader had eaten quite a few adventurers holding class fragments, and in doing so, absorbed their classes for itself. The moment he understands, Han Yu gets an idea. He can use this to give his own Locust classes. He decides to act immediately. Han Yu turns and gives the order. The entire swarm is to hunt down adventurers and collect as many class fragments as they can. 3 days later, a massive pile of class fragments has been gathered in one place. It's finally time to begin the class fusion for his Locust swarm. Han Yu tosses all the fragments into the air. The information panel displays the class choices. A total of 4 options: lawyer, martial artist, warrior, and archer. Han Yu immediately selects archer. It perfectly fills the need for long-range attacks for his heroic life-form Locusts. He dreams of a future where he continues to level up. A future where capturing any hero he wants will be as easy as flipping his hand. Just then, another Locust arrives to report that they are unable to approach a specific mountain cave. Han Yu orders them to lead the way. Upon arrival, he senses a powerful energy in the air, mixed with a trace of divine power. Looking down, he sees a massive black dragon, sleeping while bound in chains. Han Yu recalls his teacher's words about civilizations from beyond their world, how they would seal powerful enemies they couldn't easily kill. Perhaps the sleeping black dragon before him is one such poor soul, sealed away by a powerful expert. This black dragon is named Elphys, currently level 103, originally 149, but its power was drastically reduced by the seal. Elphys possesses the Rebel class, a unique class for its special race, meaning all of its other information like equipment, divinity, and talents are completely hidden. Suddenly, the black dragon's eyes snap open. The Imperial Locust men panic and start to back away, but a sharp command from Han Yu stops them dead in their tracks, making their bodies go limp with fear. The rebel black dragon, Elphys, rises to its feet, ready to throw down with Han Yu. Realizing his mistake, Han Yu turns tail and runs, screaming for his locusts to scatter and hide. Elphys unleashes a continuous assault, filling the area with blinding black smoke. After 5 minutes, Han Yu peeks his head out and taunts the beast. "Hey, are you all out of moves yet?" And trust me, that was the wrong thing to say. Enraged even further, Elphys opens its massive jaws and a ball of pure power begins to form, growing larger and larger with every passing second. Han Yu is playing hide and seek again, while the black dragon just flexes its power, attacking relentlessly but hitting absolutely nothing. After 10 minutes of this pointless effort, the black dragon starts to get tired. Han Yu reappears, claiming he's not here to fight but to actually help it. But let's be real, you and I know a giant dragon named Elphys isn't buying that for a second. It thinks it sees right through Han Yu's schemes. "Get out of here before I get angry, or I will completely wreck you." Seeing that talking is useless, Han Yu draws his bow and fires the first shot at the black dragon. "Take this." But the moment the arrow touches Elphys, it just bounces right off. The black dragon scoffs at Han Yu, calling him an insect. It boasts its defense is invincible and that Han Yu could never even dream of hurting it. Realizing the bow is a bust, he switches to his sword. Han Yu charges forward and lands a heavy slash, but it does absolutely nothing, not even a single scratch. So he changes tactics, channeling 10,000 points of divine power into a strike near the dragon's head. If he can't hurt it, they can't have a proper conversation. Han Yu unleashes his fixed wind slash and finally manages to injure the black dragon. The dragon is furious that Han Yu dared to harm a great rebel like itself. It tries to intimidate him, but Han Yu cuts it off with a threat of his own. "I have plenty more weapons. You might just get logged out for good." And with that, the black dragon finally agrees to negotiate. It asks what Han Yu wants from it, and our main character gets straight to the point. He wants to take down a hero in Dragon City, but he's not strong enough to do it alone, so he needs the black dragon's help. But Elphys has been sealed here for hundreds of years and can't leave. The chains binding it are a special artifact made just for it. Not even its own dark power can corrode them, let alone any of Han Yu's weapons. Han Yu eyes the lock on the black dragon's neck. This lock. Is it a divine artifact? That's right. The great rebel dragon Elphys doesn't lie. Han Yu then forms a fireball in his hand. Now pay attention, because he has a way to break the lock, he just doesn't know if it will actually work. Han Yu's plan is to sever the chain right in the middle. He pushes the fireball into a link and melts it in two, right before the black dragon's astonished eyes. Seeing the chain successfully broken, the black dragon arrogantly demands that Han Yu cut the rest, even getting bossy enough to declare. The great rebel dragon Elphys commands you. Han Yu is not happy with that tone and asks what it just said. The clueless dragon repeats its command. Han Yu only helped the black dragon to show his sincerity, proving he was serious about needing its help. He never expected the beast to dare order him around. The dragon agrees to his request after all. Taking out some hero is just a bit of physical work, a piece of cake for it. It keeps pestering Han Yu to remove the chains, but Han Yu has changed his mind. He wants the black dragon to serve him for 100 years as payment for rescuing it. The black dragon roars, cursing Han Yu as despicable trash and calling him delusional. Why would a great rebel black dragon serve a mere kid like Han Yu? Let that sink in, because Han Yu's face turns serious. If I can save you, I can also make you disappear forever. If it doesn't agree to his request, it'll just become a stepping stone for him to get stronger. Besides, a dragon's body is a treasure trove. If it dies, its bones would be perfect for crafting some excellent new weapons. A chill runs down the black dragon's spine. It quickly bows its head and agrees to serve Han Yu for 100 years, just hoping to be freed as soon as possible. It can't stand being chained any longer. Having gotten his way, Han Yu cheerfully presents the dragon with a contract and tells it to sign. But after reading it, the dragon loses its cool all over again. According to the contract, this is basically slavery. No way, the dragon clan will never be slaves. But as it's screaming, Han Yu pulls out a job fragment. The black dragon shuts up immediately. Han Yu knows it's extremely weak right now and needs to recharge, which is why he used this fragment as the perfect bait. Just as predicted, the dragon is completely captivated. A second ago, it was shouting it would never agree. Now it's eagerly putting its claw down to sign. Hanyu keeps his promise. Once the dragon signs, he releases his little wolf to eat through the remaining chains, finally granting the black dragon its freedom. At last, after so many years of imprisonment, the rebel black dragon Elphys is free, no longer forced to live with chains as its only companion. Meanwhile, in Dragon City's guild hall, 5 heroes are gathered. They just heard that the rebel black dragon has broken its seal and know its power is currently at an all-time low. The Infinite Saint hero declares this is the golden opportunity for them to team up and eliminate it for good. The Saintess hero predicts the dragon will find a secret hiding spot to recover. But the area outside the city is vast, finding it is like finding a needle in a haystack. They'll need help from the city's adventurers. Another hero, the elegant, white-clad Icefire Sword Master, says they must strike first. They need the upper hand before the dragon's dark aura causes a massive power-up among local monsters and starts a riot. The Windwalker hero, on the other hand, is completely calm, saying, "Everyone is overreacting. It's just a black dragon that barely escaped its seal. There's no need to make such a big deal about it." He then turns to the most reliable-looking one, the Dragon Slayer. "Don't you agree, big bro Dragon Slayer?" The Dragon Slayer, with a stern face and eyes as sharp as a blade, asks, "It's just one giant dragon. What's there even to discuss? I once killed a wind-type green dragon all by myself, and it barely bothered Dragon City's adventurers." The Infinite Saint quickly reminds him this black dragon is different from the others. According to ancient records, it's a rebel of the Dragon Clan. It should never, ever be underestimated. The Dragon Slayer growls, clearly displeased. "Are you doubting my strength? I am a 4th-tier Dragon Slayer blessed by heaven. My entire purpose is to kill dragons." Just those words were enough to silence the Infinite Saint, leaving him completely speechless. The Dragon Slayer decides to handle the black dragon himself, asking only that the others stay behind and protect Dragon City. It's clear his words carry immense weight here. The Windwalker flashes a smile, asking to go along and support him. The Dragon Slayer walks off in silence, with the Windwalker trailing him like a little shadow. And that, my friends, is a showdown you won't want to miss. Hanyu and the Black Dragon have gathered every last monster in Long City to their side. They all kneel, and Hanyu calls for a full-scale rebellion, uniting them into a monster alliance to hunt the adventurers. The monsters below are absolutely floored, unable to believe what they're hearing. They never dreamed of hunting adventurers, knowing their own power is limited. Their words give Hanyu pause. He knows this ragtag army isn't strong enough. Not yet. But to win, he needs these grunts under his command. So he makes a solemn promise he will make them all stronger. Anyone who joins the Monster Alliance will be rewarded with energy crystals to boost their power. A few days later, the plan officially kicks off. The Black Dragon offers its own blood, letting Hanyu bathe in it to break through to his 3rd job advancement. It also cheekily reminds Hanyu to pay up 500 black crystals for the blood loss, claiming it's getting dizzy. Hanyu knows the overgrown lizard is just faking it, but it did give up a lot of blood. So, despite the insane price, he agrees to pay in full. After bathing in the dragon's blood, the system dings. Hanyu has ascended to the Tier 3 class, Black Dragon Warrior, boosting his physical stats and elemental resistance by 50%. His power has skyrocketed, especially his Black Dragon transformation skill. Without wasting a single second, Hanyu activates it. Purple smoke billows around him. In a flash, 2 massive horns erupt from his head, and a pair of draconic wings burst from his back. This is his devastating new skill. His new title? The Demon Emperor King. He's now level 125, stacked with talents like Child of Heaven's Choice and Dark Element Sensing. Hanyu is on a completely different level. He's finally confident he can take on the heroes of Long City. But just then, the Black Dragon lets out a massive roar. What's happening? 2 streaks of light, one red and one blue, crash down from the sky. And yeah, you're not ready for this. It's the Dragon Slayer hero and the Windrunner hero. They've found the lair. The Dragon Slayer immediately locks onto the Black Dragon. Killing it will push his own class to a whole new tier. He orders the Windrunner hero to secure the area and keep the other monsters from interfering with his big moment. The Windrunner hero raises a hand, creating a massive green dome of power called the Storm Barrier, bathing the sky in an eerie light. Hanyu and the Black Dragon are trapped. When the heroes see Hanyu's level, 125, they're stunned. They never imagined a monster this powerful existed outside the city. Hanyu had planned to master his new skills before hunting heroes, but it seems fate delivered them right to his doorstep. The Windrunner hero is named C. Smith, level 131, with talents like Mace Mastery and Storm Incarnation. Based on levels alone, it's clear Hanyu and the Black Dragon are at a massive disadvantage here. The fight begins. Hanyu attacks first, flying up and launching 2 daggers. C. Smith dodges with ease, leaps high, and suddenly reappears right behind Hanyu for a counterattack. Turns out, he can make clones. Han Yu is struck from the front and back at the same time, his head ringing from the impact. Meanwhile, the black dragon relentlessly attacks the barrier with its own skill, a swarm of locusts trying to break through. The Dragon Slayer hero unleashes his ultimate art, the dragon-slaying domain. Just as it seems like a stalemate, he appears behind the black dragon, sword raised for the final blow. The black dragon screams in agony as the sword connects, crashing to the ground, completely defeated and restrained. The Dragon Slayer summons his dragon soul to haul the creature away. Let that sink in for a second. Our heroes are now officially separated. He then asks Smith if he needs help, but the Windrunner is confident, telling him to go on ahead. So the Dragon Slayer leaves with his prize. Han Yu refuses to give up, pushing his locust swarm to break the storm barrier at any cost. They crash against it like a tidal wave. In just a few moments, the massive energy wall shatters, brought down by a horde of insects, leaving Smith completely shocked. But he just scoffs, saying Han Yu doesn't know his place. He rushes into attack, but before he can land a hit, the swarm engulfs him completely. Only now does Smith realize the grave danger he's in. His energy is draining fast. Running is his only option, but it is far too late. In an instant, the level 131 hero is annihilated. The swarm consumes him, leaving nothing but a skeleton behind. Smith has logged out, meaning Han Yu's mission is complete. A message from his teacher appears. A portal home has opened. He can leave now. But the situation is bitterly ironic. Han Yu doesn't want to go back, and his teacher knows exactly why. He's going to storm the enemy fortress to save the Black Dragon. He has to, it's bound to him by a 100-year contract, and he won't abandon it. The teacher's expression turns deadly serious, warning Han Yu of the extreme danger. To save the dragon, he'll face not one hero, but 4 heroes even stronger than Smith, plus millions of adventurers and armed citizens. It's a suicide mission. Even a demigod would likely fail, let alone Han Yu, who is currently just a minor divine being. Han Yu knows this all too well, so he makes a counteroffer. Let him release all the tribes from the Holy Domain to fight by his side. He's ready to crank the mission's difficulty himself, changing the goal to conquering the entire city of Dalong. And just like that, you and I just watched him declare total war. Challenging an entire city sounds insane, but the teacher agrees to his dramatic request. Before vanishing, he gives a sincere warning: do not die here, because his true body has now descended into this world. He must win and complete this new mission, no matter what it takes. The moment the teacher vanishes, a whole new squad appears, and trust me, you're not ready for this lineup. Leading them is a Swordwind Clansman, a hero-class entity clocking in at level 140. Alongside him are a level 113 Dwarven Godhammer, a level 135 Bull Demon, a level 132 Dry Bone Clansman, a level 86 Bone Restorer, and the lowest, a Bone Controller at level 75. Han Yu is more than satisfied with this formation, but he knows Dalong City is swarming with adventurers. His summons are powerful, sure, but they're nothing compared to the sheer number of humans. He needs help managing the low-level adventurers, and this is the perfect job for the Monster Alliance. Han Yu orders his Locust kin to send the message immediately. Every second they waste puts the Black Dragon in more danger. Han Yu calls the Swordwind Warrior and the Bull Demon Shaman to join him on a trip to the secret forest, where at that very moment, the other monsters are scheming. They're convinced that with the Black Dragon defeated, the Monster Alliance has no reason to exist anymore. One of the wolves even hatches a plan to ambush Han Yu, steal his energy crystals, and split the loot. But before he can finish his sentence, an attack from behind sends him sprawling to the ground, motionless. The monsters around him are absolutely terrified. It's a warning from Han Yu, a bunch of spineless insects daring to plot against him. If he doesn't put them in their place now, they'll betray him later. Han Yu glares at them, his voice low and threatening. Are you really tired of living? But it seems one green-skinned goblin still hasn't learned his lesson. He points right at Han Yu, sneering that he only ever planned to serve the dragon, calling our boy a complete nobody. Big mistake. Han Yu immediately teaches the arrogant little goblin his place. The loudmouth goblin is now writhing on the ground. This isn't an invitation to siege the city, it's an order. The other goblins see this and immediately start bowing, pressing their foreheads to the dirt. My lord, we will obey your command. With his authority established, Han Yu is radiating power. He's ready for a life-or-death battle to save the Black Dragon. Han Yu and his new monster army march towards Dalong City to rescue the Black Dragon from the heroes within. Inside, the Black Dragon is chained hand and foot, lying motionless as a huge crowd gathers to watch. The hero known as the Dragon Slayer sits comfortably on his throne, sipping wine and admiring his work. A messenger arrives to inform him that the Black Dragon's execution ceremony is ready in the public square. The Saintess, Qiangwei, asks the messenger to find out why the Wind Ranger hero didn't return with the Dragon Slayer. It's been over 12 hours, and even the Dragon Slayer doesn't know where he is. He just tells the man that the Wind Ranger is probably just running late, and that he'll go find him personally after the dragon execution is complete. Suddenly, the ground shakes so violently that wine spills from the Dragon Slayer's glass, nearly knocking him over. Han Yu and his monster army have arrived. A horn blows, sounding the alarm. Pay attention here, this is the moment the entire city realizes just how much trouble they're in. The city erupts into chaos. Women and children are rushed into underground shelters, while every adventurer and able-bodied man grabs a weapon to fight back against Han Yu's forces. Goblins, trolls, all the monsters of legend are appearing together at once. And that's not all. A massive swarm of flying monsters darkens the sky. It's Han Yu's Locust horde. As they pour into the city, soldiers yell for their mages to cast spells, but it's too late. A volley of arrows rains down, taking them out. The arrows came from the Locust men. Below, other mages try desperately to fire energy blasts at the flying army, but the Locust men easily dodge every single attack without taking any damage. Spurred on by this, the ground monsters charge forward with even more ferocity. The power of unity is truly terrifying. Han Yu stands at the back, commanding each unit. Little Dry Bone, Bone Restorer, it's your turn. The two monsters launch forward with incredible power, wiping out a squad of soldiers in a flash. The troll monster gets more and more frenzied, repeatedly slamming its colossal hammer down. But no matter how hard it tries, it can't land a single hit on Chang Wei Senlin, leaving the troll completely stunned. The arcane hero, Rose Forest, unleashes her attack. Countless branches looking like octopus tentacles erupt from the ground, swarming the troll and completely blinding it. Elsewhere, a hero named Windslash unleashes waves of fire to block the monsters, halting their advance. Seizing the chance, the Infinite Saint hero commands his troops to form a battle line to wipe them out. The other mages are rallied to launch a combined magic attack. The goblins are no match for the blast and are sent flying. The combined magic of Da Long City grows stronger and stronger, and the monsters have no way to fight back. The Dragon Slayer smugly encourages the adventurers to push back the invaders, saying he'll execute the Black Dragon in the meantime. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, things look bad, but our boy Han Yu has an ace up his sleeve. The time has come for Han Yu to unleash the Bone Controller. Like a god of undeath, the Bone Controller unleashes 100 bones that assemble into a complete skeleton, a dry bone giant. Crackling with high-voltage electricity, the giant stomps towards the wall of fire. It grabs the vine-like trees and effortlessly shatters the combined magic barrier. The monster's strength and fighting spirit are instantly restored. They surge forward like a tide of crazed beasts. Han Yu's power has reached its peak. Elphys, I'm here to save you. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Han Yu's voice awakens Elphys. In a flash, Han Yu is right in front of him. After days of being helplessly captured, the Black Dragon's spirit reignites, asking how he got here. From above, the heroes look down on them with contempt. They think Han Yu is a fool for daring to charge into a place like Da Long City. With that, the Infinite Saint hero leaps down, intending to strike Han Yu. But just as he's about to attack, the Bull Demon Clan leader hits him with a palm strike that knocks him out cold. You dare insult my god, you deserve death. Seeing this, the pink-haired hero attacks, but her thorny vines are stopped dead by the God Hammer's billion-volt electrical field. The vines wither in a sea of flames, leaving her completely shocked. At this point, the Dragon Slayer has finally had enough. With only minutes left, the plan has completely fallen apart. His chance to level up is about to vanish. He launches an attack, unleashing his dragon souls, but the result is nothing. The dragon souls are wiped out the instant they materialize. The advantage is quickly shifting to Han Yu and his army of monsters. The dragon souls and the undead Bone tribe are locked in a brutal fight when suddenly, the Bone Restorer screams that he's starving. And watch this, he leaps onto a dragon soul's back and takes a massive bite, making the dragon howl in agony. I bet in its entire life, that dragon never imagined it'd get chomped on the neck by a hyperactive skeleton. The Dragon Slayer hero below sees his creation being eaten and flies into a rage, demanding justice for his precious child. How dare you eat my dragon's soul? You must have a death wish. But thing is, the undead Bone tribe is already, well, dead. The Dragon Slayer hero slashes down with his sword, sending the skeleton crashing to the ground. A sharp, cracking sound echoes from below. But just a moment later, the undead Bone tribe's limbs snap back into place, and he leaps up again. The Dragon Slayer hero's jaw drops. He thought he'd finished it for sure. But this thing is tougher than a leech. The poor dragon's soul once again gets mercilessly bitten by the Bone Restorer, who can only roar for help. The Dragon Slayer stares, stunned by the scene. What kind of monster are you? He screams. He's probably lived a long life, but has never seen a monster bounce back so fast just for a snack. It's like his powerful attack did absolutely nothing to the undead Bone creature. But the main mission in Dragon City was always to rescue Elphys. So Han Yu orders Greymane Wolf to go and unlock Elphys' cage. Elphys, who was trapped and near death, praises Hanyu as a truly reliable partner. He can't stop complimenting him, calling him the Great Rebel. The Black Dragon even promises to remember Hanyu for all eternity. Hanyu is pretty happy about that, telling the Black Dragon to serve him for another 100 years to repay the kindness. At the same time, he tosses the Black Dragon 2 dark essence stones to help it recover from the injuries it suffered. There's a special bond between them. Though the contract makes the Black Dragon his servant, Hanyu treats him like a true friend. Suddenly, Hanyu senses something is wrong. The Divine Hammer is losing ground and is in serious danger. Vines are about to close in on him. Hanyu immediately orders his Locust swarm to help, but the situation is looking grim. They need to break out of this deadlock as soon as possible, or else failure is the only thing waiting for them. At this rate, Hanyu's entire army will be annihilated. It's just a matter of time. And let's be real, this is a turning point. The Black Dragon, sensing Hanyu's genuine worry, decides to give him a massive gift in return. It shows just how much he trusts Hanyu. Elphys wants to bestow a title upon him. From now on, he too will be a great rebel. With that, Elphys rears up, purple light shooting from his eyes and enveloping Hanyu as he chants an incantation, transferring energy to him. In an instant, Hanyu's power skyrockets. He now possesses 3 abilities at once: Black Dragon Transformation, Dark Mist, and Tyrant Dragon Slash. Hanyu flashes towards the Dragon Slayer hero and strikes with a devastating blow that he can't block in time. The power is so immense that his body can't handle it, and he spits up blood. While the Dragon Slayer hero is still weakened from Hanyu's attack, the undead Bone Tribe rushes up from behind and skewers him straight through the heart, ending his life right there. The undead Bone Tribe performs a summoning ritual, taking the Dragon Slayer hero's soul and upgrading into a mutated hero blood undead. Hanyu doesn't stand still either. On the other side of the battlefield, he's attacking the heroic Saintess. The Saintess refuses to yield. "You dare drop my hero?" Hanyu just scoffs, telling her she's next, and orders the Divine Hammer to make her pay for everything she's done. After dealing with the Saintess, Hanyu rushes to help take down the Icefire Sword hero. He attacks from behind, knocking him off balance. The heroic lifeform, Swiftwind, unleashes a final move, a cross slash, that finishes the Icefire Sword hero for good. The Infinity Saint hero sees the other heroes falling one by one and starts to panic, trying to flee. But all of Dragon City is now surrounded by monsters. The mutated hero Blood Undead suddenly appears before the Infinity Saint, ready for a fight. The Minotaur tribe leaps from above, bringing a massive club down in a final, decisive blow. The heroes have all been eliminated. Hanyu stands above the city and announces to his monsters that they have completely cleared the area. He also keeps his promise to trade essence stones for every piece of loot they collected. Hanyu brings a bag of the stones to the Black Dragon, just as he said he would. "My friend, I hope you return to your peak soon. And this moment right here? This is what it's all about." The Black Dragon looks at Hanyu, moved to tears, and vows to follow him for life. The teacher's screen pops up, congratulating him on completing the mission. His recent achievements have created a miracle never before seen at the academy. The teleportation channel is ready. Hanyu has 3 hours to sort through all the spoils from the battle. Hanyu expresses a wish to the teacher. He wants to establish a stable portal connected to his divine domain. He's willing to give up all the loot he just won to make it happen. The teacher thinks it over. He understands Hanyu's desire to root himself in a new civilization, but it also comes with a lot of potential risks. Setting up a stable portal is simple enough, but what happens if that external civilization launches a counterattack through that very gate into his domain? If he isn't careful, the very core of his divine domain could be compromised, but his mind is made up. Hanyu expresses his firm resolve to his teacher. "Sir, I've thought it through." The teacher agrees to Hanyu's request and offers his help. Within 10 days, he'll stabilize the portal and provide him with an early warning device. If any powerful being from the outside civilization uses the portal to teleport, Hanyu will receive an alert. 10 days pass, and the portal is now stable. Hanyu puts the undead Bone Tribe in charge of Dragon City, leaving the Minotaurs to guard against any counterattacks from adventuring guilds. Hanyu speaks to the undead bone creature like a friend, telling him that Dragon City cannot be saved. He wants the undead Bone Tribe to retreat to the divine domain as soon as possible, advising him not to lose too much over this place. The creature silently nods, understanding. With everything settled, Hanyu orders the portal to open, and just like that, you and I watch him return to his daily school life. Back at school after his otherworldly battles, Hanyu's body has undergone some massive changes, especially his eyes, which are no longer normal. They've turned completely black. Walking through the halls, his eyes immediately catch a teacher's attention. "Hanyu, what happened to your eyes?" Hearing that, he finally realizes the change himself, figuring it's a side effect of his special rebel profession. He pulls up his status window to check his level has now reached Divine Creature, and sure enough, his talent list includes Rebellion. Hanyu tries to see the details of this rebellion talent, but the system says his level is too low. He needs to reach the demigod level just to be qualified to inspect his own talent. The teacher then announces that Hanyu has brilliantly completed and passed the Jingxi Academy's trial. He's officially secured a spot in the Academy's preparatory program, but to actually enroll in Jingxi Academy, he still needs to meet some very specific conditions. To become a preparatory student, you need special skills, meeting at least 2 of the following 4 requirements. First, his core kin must become a naturally born elite lifeform. Second, Hanyu has to cultivate a hero-level lifeform. Third, his own divinity score must be over 4. And finally, he must have a saint under his command. Right now, Hanyu already meets the second condition. He just needs to fulfill 1 more to pass, but this news comes way too late, which could spell trouble for our main character. The teacher finishes, patting him on the back and saying the academy's doors are wide open for him if he just tries. Hanyu turns to the teacher next to him, asking for help to get 1 more divinity point as soon as possible. But the teacher just shakes his head, saying it's too late. If Hanyu had asked a day earlier, he might have saved a point for him, but now they're all gone. The teacher suggests Hanyu join the school's evaluation in 28 days, where the reward is 1 point. Hearing that, he whips his head around, his face screaming disbelief. It's just too perfect, a little too coincidental. Hanyu, lose that suspicious look on your face. I swear on my honor, everything I've said is the absolute truth. With no other options, he knows he has to rely on himself. Hanyu heads to his personal divine domain. Is this going to be an all-or-nothing gamble? Hanyu touches the ground, chanting for a life sacrifice to farm a divinity point, but the system shows 0 points gained. He has no choice but to shelve it and try again tomorrow. The next day, Hanyu is back at it, training to get that divinity point, but today's results are just as bleak. For 7 days straight, Hanyu diligently grinds for a divinity point, but he keeps coming up empty. His terrible luck is almost laughable at this point. He remembers he once had a divinity card in his hand, but he didn't appreciate it and traded it away for 150 million divine power points. It's too late for regrets now. If heaven gave me another chance, I would hold onto that divine card and never, ever sell it. Just then, a system notification pops up a new message from Zhang. Boss, where do today's holy relics come from? Hanyu doesn't answer, instead messaging back to borrow a divinity point, though he figures Zhang, as a true god, probably doesn't have any divinity points. On the other end, Zhang receives the message with a mix of shock and doubt. He thinks to himself, if Hanyu isn't a true god, he must be at least a high-level demigod, right? To just casually ask for a divinity point, but still, this is the master he looks up to, and he can't afford to offend him. So, Zhang immediately sends a divinity point over to Hanyu. He's thrilled to see a gift arrive, but when he opens it, he finds something called the Shenhe Ruins, not at all what he was hoping for. And I know what you're thinking. What the hell is that? Hanyu immediately searches it online, and a flood of information appears. The Shenhe Ruins are an abandoned divine civilization, a project that was deserted during its development. Because of excessive research on this project, the planet's entire mineral structure was altered, and now it carries a certain level of radioactivity. All sorts of life forms exist there. Living in the area has exposed them to radiation, and over 90% of them have mutated into chaotic, gene-scrambled monsters. To survive here, these monsters can only consume more radioactive ore to enhance their mutations, fighting poison with poison. But if they consume too much radioactive ore, mutated crystals will form inside their bodies, capable of absorbing the variant genes that cause the mutation. This type of crystal is called a gene stone, and it has special, almost magical effects for cultivating one's kin. Even though it's the lowest grade gene, it's comparable to a 3rd grade holy relic and worth hundreds of thousands in divine power. It's highly sought after by demigods and even true gods. This gift is actually incredibly valuable. This has to be a divine level item. He wonders just how many divine power points he could sell this ticket for. Then, some hot news pops up. A certain god king went bankrupt after buying inferior radioactive ore, which ruined his artificial variant breeding farm, a project he'd invested hundreds of billions in. Reading that, Hanyu remembers he has a decomposer. Even low-grade radioactive ore can be used to refine radiation crystals. After feeding them to mutated beasts, they can transform and condense even stronger gene stones. Either way, he's got to go check it out for himself. Hanyu makes up his mind and heads out immediately. He arrives at a small town just outside the Shenhe Ruins area, completely covered in clothes and a black mask. When you're stepping into a strange land, personal safety has to be the top priority. Suddenly, a man appears behind Hanyu, offering to show him around the area, which instantly puts Hanyu on high alert. Give me one reason why I should hire you. The man immediately shows off his knowledge of Shenhe, even claiming to know who's trustworthy and who isn't. He rattles on, spewing information that Hanyu couldn't care less about. He cuts him off. Stop. He only asks if the man knows where to buy radioactive ore. The man gives Han Yu a completely baffled look. Lord God, you actually came here for radioactive ore? The blonde man tells Han Yu about the recent low-quality ore incident, smugly saying it's because the buyer didn't go through him. This piques Han Yu's interest. Just then, a bald man appears from behind, walking toward Han Yu with a hand raised in greeting. This gentleman here. The blonde guy sees this and quickly steps in to keep his client, then introduces the bald man to Han Yu. He's known as Mr. He, the biggest mine boss in the entire Shenhe ruins. The bald man proudly introduces himself further. The name's Hazy, the largest dealer of radioactive ore in all of Shenhe. This guy right here supplies over 70% of the radioactive ore in the entire galaxy, and he guarantees every piece is top quality. Han Yu lays out his own request for the ore. He needs samples pure enough to grant 10,000 god power points for testing back in his domain. Hazy happily agrees, no problem at all. The deal is done. 40,000 god power points of ore for 21 radiation crystals, a very cost-effective trade. Not wasting a second, Han Yu gets ready to test it. Now pay attention. His first subject is a common wild wolf, a level 1 mutated beast with genetic defects. He tosses a crystal, and the wolf devours it. Instantly, the ordinary animal sprouts a horn and a powerful mane, looking absolutely fierce. Han Yu is stunned by the ore's insane effect. The wolf just gave it a single lick and already jumped to a level 2 mutation. As the wolf keeps eating, another power-up kicks in, pushing it all the way to a level 3 mutation. Han Yu imagines giving this to his own people, and the possibilities are endless. But then suddenly, the wolf explodes right in front of him, leaving behind a single red crystal. Yep, you and I both know radiation is no joke. If you can't control its power, you'll simply detonate from the inside out. This red stone is a gene stone. It can force genetic mutations and canine-type dependence, but the side effect reduces their lifespan by 3 years. Just then, a voice threatens Han Yu from behind, telling him to hand it over. It's the demigod, Zhang. Han Yu stands his ground, asking back, "And what if I don't?" Zhang just smirks. "Then what's waiting for you is..." He raises one hand, summoning an entire wolf pack to attack Han Yu. But let's be real, you and I both know they're no match for him. In an instant, Han Yu unleashes his black dragon transformation. Massive wings erupt from his back, pulsing with terrifying power that leaves the wolves stunned. Before they can react, he strikes. Zhang orders the rest of his beasts to jump in. A whole swarm of wolves rushes Han Yu, but he just smirks and soars into the sky. "You idiots, I can fly." The demigod Zhang is tired of Han Yu's little games. He casts an anti-air spell, ripping Han Yu from the sky. He has no time to react and crashes right into the middle of the wolf pack. Zhang orders the wolves to tear him apart. Trapped by the anti-air spell, Han Yu's only option right now is to run for his life. Seeing a restricted area sign ahead, Han Yu sprints inside, thinking the wolves won't follow. But he's wrong, they stay right on his tail. Zhang keeps screaming for his wolf riders to chase Han Yu down. The situation is getting desperate, forcing our hero to find a place to hide. Zhang follows him in, furious that he can't catch Han Yu. But he also senses a strange aura in this place and orders his beasts to retreat first. Han Yu waits underwater until the coast is clear. But when he climbs onto the shore, he freezes in horror at the sight of genetically mutated fish. The river he was just hiding in must be full of nuclear waste to warp them like this. His safest bet is to go back. But checking the map, Han Yu realizes this river isn't even on it. That means he's completely lost. Just then, a group of gene-mutated beasts appears, ready to attack. But Han Yu calmly faces them down. He tosses a few gene stones toward the creatures, and in a flash, all the massive monsters explode. He's managed to escape another close call. Night falls, but Han Yu is still wandering this dangerous wild forest. He needs to find shelter. After scanning the area, he spots a building in the distance. This is the Shenhe Wasteland, the abandoned home of the Shenhe civilization. That building is likely a relic from that ancient era. Either way, resting inside a building is definitely safer than staying out in this wild forest. Han Yu uses his black dragon form to fly over to the structure. Getting closer, he sees it looks like a huge abandoned castle. And even though it seems empty, he stays on high alert. There's no telling if wild beasts have made this place their den. Moving deeper inside, he discovers strange scraps of paper scattered on the ground. A sudden glow of light catches his attention. It seems like there's an energy fluctuation coming from that direction. And here's where it gets weird. Pay close attention. A group of people in black, hooded robes are chanting in front of a strange light source. Han Yu has no idea what they're doing. Hiding behind a wall, Han Yu listens in on the mysterious figures. They're discussing a failed investment and how their god king gave them hundreds of millions for today's ceremony. The black-robed figures place blue stones into a circle, which then shoots a powerful beam of light straight into the sky. It turns out the purpose of this ceremony is to break the seal left behind by the Shenhe civilization, and it looks like they've succeeded in touching it. Han Yu suddenly remembers reading about this. The research project on the Shenhe ruins was sealed away because its risk factor was way too high. It seems the God King they mentioned has been secretly studying the ritual to unlock this seal. Luckily, the Shenhe ruins have a restriction. Only life forms with less than 10 life points can enter. An alert pops up the mutation origin of the Shenhe civilization is being unsealed. The real danger is only just beginning. The system notification suddenly turns red. Warning. The one breaking the seal is not a super soldier of the Shenhe civilization. An intruder has been detected, and the unsealing process is paused. The system activates its anti-theft mode and releases mutated beasts. The activation is blocked, forcing the mutation origin out of the seal and into a suppressed state. The black-robed figures clutch their heads, screaming in agony from the psychic backlash. Han Yu stands on the sidelines, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Then, a voice booms out, driving the robed men into a frenzy. It introduces itself as the mutation origin. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and yeah, this just got insane. It wants to find a bridge among the people who just weakened its seal. The mutation origin invites them all to play a little game. The winner gets the honor of becoming its host. One of the black-robed men scoffs, saying he refuses to play this ridiculous game. He even threatens the entity, warning that if he isn't released, the noble clans of the god's domain will flatten this entire place. But he seriously underestimated the mutation origin's power. From the very beginning, they've been unable to contact their god's domain. And then, the first beast appears a level 6 mutant. The moment it appears, it sends everyone flying, striking terror into their hearts. Han Yu just calmly raises his hand, asking to speak. He explains that since he can't contact the god's domain, he can't summon his clan's beasts. The black-robed figures are just stunned, wondering where this kid even came from. The mutation origin promises not to disappoint him, opening a portal that allows him to contact the god's domain. 3 hours later, the black-robed figures sit in despair. Their summoned beasts are either torn or shattered. Only Han Yu is sitting there with a smug grin. In his hands is a secret weapon, a decomposer machine. It can break down about 6,000 radiation crystals. Right now, his pet grasshopper is only a level 3 mutated beast. Han Yu keeps encouraging it to eat as many of the blue stones as it can. After 3 months of non-stop feasting on the blue stones, Grasshopper's mutation level skyrockets from level 3 to level 6, leaving everyone speechless. The mutation origin then summons its own beast, Gamera, to test it out. The monster begins its hunt, swallowing everything it catches whole. The mutation origin laughs triumphantly. Losers don't deserve to live. Gamera then turns its attention to the remaining black-robed figures. In one horrifying gulp, they're all trapped inside its massive mouth. They scream for help, their pleas for mercy echoing through the chamber. Save me, I don't want to die. Finally, it's Han Yu's turn, and the mutation origin looks at him with a challenging glare. Now it's your turn. But Grasshopper's evolution is finally complete. Han Yu now calls him A Kwang. To gain this much power, it devoured all the gene stones, so its mutation is a little overloaded. There's just one tragic downside: A Kwang's lifespan has been shortened to only 1 single day. But that means right now is the time for it to show its true purpose. And trust me, you and I are about to see if it was all worth it as the final showdown begins. The dragon shoots towards Akung like an arrow, but gets immediately smacked back, driving it into a complete frenzy. Refusing to back down, Gamera lunges forward again, snapping Akung's pincer with a triumphant grin. But the pincer instantly regenerates, pushing Gamera even deeper into its rage. Akung has pushed the beast so far it's actually evolving. Even the aberrant origin is impressed. Trust me, you're about to see a fight that goes on for hours with no clear winner. After 18 straight hours, there's still no progress. Gamera keeps attacking Akung relentlessly, never landing a single damaging blow, and only managing to wear itself out. The aberrant origin is absolutely loving the show. What a magnificent battle. Wouldn't you agree, my dear vessel? Han Yu plays along perfectly, acting coy with the green slime creature, whose skin crawls at the display. What do you want with my pure body? The aberrant origin replies. From now on, Han Yu's body will be OUR body. And with that, it casts a spell and merges with Han Yu. The process completes, and a new status window appears. The identity section no longer just says Han Yu, it now lists him alongside the aberrant origin. Han Yu's consciousness is a blur. He doesn't know if he's Han Yu or the aberrant origin. Suddenly, a green flame appears before him, calling his name. It's the aberrant origin, the source of the super mutant gene inside his body. Even though the aberrant origin is basically a parasite in his body, it also gives him the power to surpass the civilization of the god's domain. They are now symbiotic beings, forced to help each other. The green creature rambles on, but Han Yu just wants to know one thing: how to get out of this place. Escaping now is surprisingly easy. The seal has been contained by the aberrant origin, and the only guardian beast, Gamora, is dead. They're finally free. But there's a catch. Once the main seal is broken, it will attract countless demigods and true gods to the ruins. The second it falls, they'll all swarm inside. Hearing this, Han Yu's heart sinks. If that mob rushes in, he won't survive. He's alone and has no powerful treasures to protect him. The only option now is to escape. Han Yu casts a spell and teleports to the bloody arena. A moment later, the seal vanishes, and trust me, this is where things get way more complicated. Just as predicted, the gods and demigods storm the ruins, searching for treasure, but the place is long empty. The only thing left behind is a Kung's corpse, which plants a seed of suspicion in Zhang Gang's mind that Han Yu was here. One of them, a man wearing a crown-like helmet, is furious that his treasure has been stolen. He orders all his clans to send out a signal day and night. They must find the signal seed for him, no matter the cost. Han Yu is now hiding out in the bloody arena. That last teleport cost him a whopping 1 million divine power points. At this rate, returning to the academy is completely out of the question. A notification pops up on his screen. Han Yu has been challenged by the inheritor of the evil dragon divinity. He can either accept or decline, but if he declines 3 times, his status as an inheritor of the bloody arena will be revoked. He's barely arrived, and someone's already looking for a fight. Han Yu immediately accepts the challenge. The battle is about to begin. Han Yu and his opponent face off, trading taunts. For this match, Han Yu summons the Dry Bone clan, which seems to surprise the evil dragon inheritor. The guy is incredibly arrogant. You've really run into a steel wall this time, kid. Han Yu unleashes his swarm of imperial locusts, telling the guy to shut up and fight. Let's get this over with, I've got places to be. The opponent's half-dragons get the signal and charge forward. Right now, it's the imperial locusts fighting his half-dragons, not the Dry Bone clan. This infuriates the red-haired opponent, who thinks Han Yu is looking down on him. Han Yu sits down to enjoy the show, telling him to beat the locusts first, then they'll talk. The half-dragons spew fire into the locust swarm. Han Yu can't sit still anymore. He rapidly issues commands for his sinking locusts and heavenly demon locusts, but the half-dragons keep unleashing more fire, incinerating countless locusts. The evil dragon inheritor taunts him. If Han Yu doesn't play his trump card soon, his entire locust army will be wiped out. Han Yu is getting worried if this continues. His swarm will be sacrificed for nothing. He considers summoning the divine Hammerbull demon, but just as he's about to contact the god's domain, the aberrant origin stops him. The aberrant origin advises him to use the Locust clan to teach these half-dragons some manners. Han Yu argues that the Locusts are no match for the half-dragons. The aberrant origin immediately shuts him down. The Locusts aren't weak at all. They're the same creatures that gnawed through the rank 6 Gamora. The aberrant origin declares that with its power, no race is weak, only those who resign themselves to failure. It demands Han Yu immediately use the directional mutation ability it gave him to crush those arrogant dragon kin. Han Yu agrees, not because he trusts the slime, but because he's curious, and you and I are about to find out just how broken this directional mutation skill really is. As Han Yu begins casting directional mutation on his locusts, the aberrant origin asks him which evolutionary path he wants for his clan. The outcome hangs in the balance. Han Yu thinks for a moment, then decides. He wants to give his sinking locusts better damage resistance, allowing them to tank more hits than the others. The system presents 3 options, with power increasing from 1 to 3, but the cost also gets steeper. At level 1, a sinking locust's lifespan is reduced by 50 days. At level 2, it's 90 days. But at level 3, the highest, they'll only have 24 hours to live. Han Yu's hand is forced. The half-dragon's attacks are brutal, and his locusts are dying by the second. To have any chance, he has to take the risk. Han Yu chooses level 3. The sinking locusts mutate into massive, hulking beasts that charge forward and slam into the half-dragons. His fighting spirit is reignited, and the new sinking locusts don't disappoint. They unleash a relentless assault, giving the half-dragons absolutely no room to fight back. The red-haired guy, who was just mocking Han Yu, can only stare with his jaw on the floor at the sudden reversal. Are they on some kind of stimulant from the Piao Liang nation? Stunned, he starts screaming for a referee, while Han Yu calmly commands his imperial locusts to press the attack. All right, dragon whelps, you better be careful. With that, he raises his bow and fires, sending the half-dragon men scattering across the arena in a panic. Seizing the moment, Han Yu's mutated locusts swarm the remaining dragons. The red-haired guy, now crying his eyes out, begs Han Yu to call it off, screaming that he surrenders. Up in the stands, a spectator who bet 500,000 divine power on the half-dragons can't handle the result and starts yelling in fury. Han Yu thinks he should probably shoot an anti-gambling ad right now. His reward for the challenge flashes: 1 God's Domain fragment and 1 bloody arena emblem. The special Bloody Arena building now belongs to Han Yu's God's domain. Here, his followers can train their abilities, and the victors get a chance to be promoted. There's also an extremely low chance for superpowered beings to ascend directly into heroic-class lifeforms through a special hero simulation. This is a genuine shock. The chances of beating an heir seemed impossibly small, but somehow, he actually managed to succeed. This is way more than just a surprise, but then, the variant Chi Yuan appears from behind, scolding him for being bought off by such petty, short-term gains. Compared to their real value, this is just the tip of the iceberg. And since Han Yu's current power comes directly from this entity, he doesn't dare to argue back. Right, whatever the boss says. Han Yu asks if he should start upgrading, but the creature simply orders him to get on his knees. Han Yu is beyond furious. He quietly promises himself that sooner or later, he's going to absolutely crush this smug green being. They begin a life sacrifice ritual, and a green vortex materializes, spitting out items. First up is a Tier 4 holy artifact, the Storm Battle Suit, giving his clan the power to summon it. He also gets a Tier 3 building that can observe things 10,000 kilometers away, and a crafting book for flesh golem zombies, made of real flesh with powerful biological traits. That last book immediately captures Han Yu's full attention. He chooses the book without hesitation. This is the moment his comeback truly begins. Over half a year later, in his god's domain, Han Yu successfully creates his first flesh golem. It isn't exactly pretty, but its power is on par with a heroic class being. He names it Xiao Qiang, a tribute to the A Chang who sacrificed himself in the battle against Gamora. With all his preparations finally complete, it's time to accept the next set of challenges. And trust me, this is where a whole new chapter begins. Remembering his grandfather's parting words, Han Yu steps through the gates of Jingxi Academy, holding on to his promise to go to Shanghai and bring his parents home. 3 days later, he arrives at the legendary, top-tier Didu Academy and is completely stunned by the sight. The best of the best are here. Even half the people walking by radiate the power of a demigod. A man from behind suddenly calls out to him, "Excuse me, are you the prospective student from Jingxi Academy?" "That's me." This polite-looking man was sent by Jingxi Academy specifically to pick him up. "Please follow me to the aircraft, and I will take you to complete your registration." The aircraft takes Han Yu to a new location, where the man guides him towards the dormitory he'll be staying in for the foreseeable future. But when they step inside, there isn't a single soul in sight. Han Yu asks about the teachers and other students, and the man simply says this place is for him and him alone. Han Yu is absolutely floored. This is way too extravagant. It's just a place to live. Was all this showing off really necessary? His job done, the man leaves, reminding Han Yu to be at class tomorrow. Han Yu wanders around, sensing the immense talent here, and immediately starts absorbing the divine energy in the area. The next day in class, his arrival is met with a storm of whispers and gossip, and the words they're using are harsh. They're calling him trash, someone who used the back door, relying on connections to get ahead. Han Yu ignores them, guessing they're just getting ready to try and knock him down a peg. Lost in thought, he's startled when the teacher appears from behind and calls his name, making him jump. Oh great, it's Lena, the beautiful teacher for the preparatory class Han Yu will be joining. She leads him into the classroom to begin the day's lesson, but as he walks in, he spots a very familiar face. Qin Shuang sees him and instantly shoots up from her seat, her voice filled with excitement. "Han Yu!" That single action makes every head in the room turn. They all start whispering, why would a goddess like Qin Shuang know this guy and seem so close to him? Lena introduces Han Yu and mentions they were old classmates, but is suddenly interrupted by a student who slams his desk with total disrespect. "Miss Lena, I want to know why he was placed in the preparatory class." This student's name is Zhu Tai, and his little outburst has clearly made Miss Lena very unhappy. With an icy expression, she reminds him, "Zhu Tai, I don't know what your previous schools taught you, but in my class, you will raise your hand before you ask a question." Her sharp, cold gaze makes him shrink back into his seat, trembling. "Miss Lena, I'm sorry," he stammers. "I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Please, forgive me." It's obvious these students both fear and respect Miss Lena. After Zhu Tai apologizes, her cheerful smile returns, and she tells the class that if they want to know why Han Yu is here, they can just ask him directly. The teacher's whiplash-inducing mood swing even makes Han Yu break out in a cold sweat, and with that, she leaves the students to deal with each other. But Zhu Tai refuses to let it go. He challenges Han Yu, who bluntly turns him down. Furious at the rejection, Zhu Tai lunges forward, ready to throw hands. Qin Shuang, clearly fed up with the class's antics, slams her own desk and stands up, demanding they stop their pointless actions. Han Yu looks over at Qin Shuang. Sure enough, wherever she goes, a pack of simps is sure to follow, but the peace only lasts for a moment. Another group approaches Han Yu's desk, Before they can even ask anything, Qin Shuang rushes out to block their path, confronting them head-on. What do you think you're doing? If you want to bully him, you'll have to get my permission first. The guy in the lead just yells back, telling her to get lost. He even calls Han Yu the kind of coward who hides behind women, which makes Han Yu's expression darken with annoyance. And you and I both know what happens next. Han Yu slams both hands on the desk and rises, ready to teach these idiots who don't know their place a much-needed lesson. He steps forward to face the troublemakers. He just wanted to study peacefully and couldn't be bothered with them, but they just wouldn't let it go. All right, what do you people want? Just say it. Tu Thiet declares that since Han Yu is a transfer student who got in through connections, he has no right to sit in the same class and demands he leave. This guy's ego is off the charts, pointing right in Han Yu's face and laughing like a total maniac. He's confident that if Han Yu doesn't leave on his own, they'll make his life hell until he does, but Han Yu just looks at these idiots with complete disdain. Threatening him? Bad idea. Han Yu turns to Tan Sang, almost to mock the bullies. Is it embarrassing to be in the same class as these morons, or is it just me? Tan Sang is caught right in the middle, totally awkward. She explains they're not usually this over the top, but for some reason, they're treating Han Yu completely differently than everyone else. So, that means there's no friendship between Tu Thiet's crew and Tan Sang. For Han Yu, that's all the confirmation he needs. If she's not involved, he can go all out. When Tan Sang hears Han Yu is about to fight them, she gets worried, telling him not to underestimate Tu Thiet. His clan's core is the Iron Skin people, an elite life form that's naturally powerful. Even her own lightning breath might not be a match for him. Han Yu just smirks, teasing her. If you're afraid I'll hurt them, just say so. I won't touch your little troublemakers. She instantly denies it. Do whatever you want, okay? Tu Thiet's crew overhears Han Yu's threat and scoffs back, arrogantly claiming his clan will make him question his entire existence. And with that, they all head to the fighting arena to settle the score. Han Yu wears a confident smile, absolutely sure he'll crush that little punk. Tan Sang watches Han Yu walk away, wondering when he became so headstrong. No matter what, she decides she'll help him so he doesn't lose his pride. The system pops up with combat options, and Han Yu has to pick one. There are 6 methods, but one immediately catches his eye: a 10 versus 10 battle. Now you're going to want to see this. He instantly picks this mode to test out his 10 newly upgraded VIP Pro Max Cockroach Brothers. Tu Thiet sneers at Han Yu, calling him a complete moron for choosing a 10-on-10 fight instead of a Legion battle. He starts to say, "You must think your clan is powerful," but the words die in his throat as the scene before him leaves him speechless. Surrounding Han Yu are 10 VIP Pro Max cockroaches, each with an 8-pack, looking absolutely massive. Now Tu Thiet is the one questioning his existence, shocked that a hero-level life form could have such a monstrous aura. Looks like he can't underestimate his opponent. He has to fight seriously, or he'll lose face in front of Tan Sang. Ah, the timeless need to impress a girl. Tu Thiet begins to summon his own clan of iron bodybuilders. He boasts that with his lineup, even a Lord-level expert would have to surrender. The entire match is being broadcast for everyone to see. When Tan Sang sees Han Yu's team, she's completely stunned. Since when did he have summons that looked this impressive? The friend next to her starts analyzing the matchup. She explains that what Han Yu summoned are actually puppets, but they're equivalent to hero-level lifeform puppets. But fighting against Tu Thiet's Iron Skin people? It's a huge gamble. If they get destroyed, it'll be a devastating loss. The friend is certain Tu Thiet will win easily. I can't wait to see that transfer kid cry. The people around them are all buzzing about these lifeform puppets. They cost a fortune to obtain, and in a flash, Han Yu brought out 10 of them. Tan Sang can't figure out how he's so wealthy with no one to back him up. But that's not important right now. She has to wait for the results first, and she can always ask Han Yu about it after the match ends. Inside the arena, the fight begins. Tu Thiet makes the first move, ordering his Iron Skin men to rush forward and overwhelm their opponents. The Iron Skin crew charges towards the Cockroach Brothers, landing punch after punch with earth-shaking sounds. Tu Thiet grins, enjoying his apparent victory, but he's about to get a rude awakening. The Cockroach Brothers take the hits without even flinching. They just stand there, showing no signs of falling or taking any damage at all. Tu Thiet screams, "What is this? What did you do to their bodies?" Now, it's Han Yu's turn. He orders his brothers to counterattack and teach those guys some manners. The cockroaches' attacks are so powerful that the Iron Skin men don't even have a chance to fight back. This leaves the spectators outside completely speechless at their raw power. Even Tan Sang is shocked, wondering when Han Yu got this strong. It wasn't that long ago that he was just a completely normal guy. But now, meeting him again, everything has changed. Han Yu taunts Tu Thiet, triggering him. "Don't you get cocky, Han Yu. I still have my ultimate move. Iron Skin people, combine." Han Yu scoffs, joking that Tu Thiet's been on TikTok for too long, but he stops laughing when he sees the Iron Skin men actually merging together. After the fusion is complete, the Iron Skin giant is 10 times taller. The battle is getting more intense by the second, and Tu Thiet starts bragging about his clan's power again. He's certain that today, he'll show Han Yu the true strength of the real reserve students. Han Yu pretends to be terrified, putting his hands to his chin and saying, "Wow, you're so strong." Tu Thiet actually thinks Han Yu is scared. Lost in his own ego, he rambles that if Han Yu surrenders now and begs for mercy, he'll spare his precious cockroaches. This offer is valid for 10 seconds. He starts counting down from 10, but when he hits 8, Han Yu cuts in, counts straight to 0, and tells him to shut up and save his breath. Tu Thiet freezes on the spot, completely stunned by Han Yu's response, and tries to threaten him again. He says, "Don't blame me for this," but as he's talking, he notices the cockroaches that looked beaten down a moment ago are now standing before him, perfectly healed and smiling ear to ear. They can heal themselves. Han Yu orders his crew to smash that iron shell, and all 10 of them charge forward. One rips out the wiring from inside, another spits a sticky substance all over it, causing the Iron Skin giant to short-circuit and collapse into a pile of scrap metal. Tu Thiet's friends who witnessed the whole battle can only say that the cockroach's fighting style is just too brutal. Tu Thiet can only watch as his precious summons fall. And just like that, everything is gone. Trust me, you and I just witnessed him getting completely and utterly crushed. Back in the academy grounds, Han Yu walks with a newfound confidence that turns heads everywhere he goes. But then, a familiar voice calls out to him, using his old nickname, Grasshopper. The owner of that voice rushes forward, pulling him into a tight hug. It's Menka, the same guy Han Yu once defeated in the bloody arena. But man, he looks completely different. He used to have this scruffy beard that made him look rough, but now he looks decades younger. Turns out, his whole grizzled uncle look was just an act to avoid getting bullied back in the arena. But this is a school, packed with female students, so he couldn't keep up that rough image. Meanwhile, other students flock around Han Yu, apologizing for the past misunderstanding, and he happily welcomes them. Meng Se throws an arm around Han Yu's shoulder, properly introducing himself as Xiang Mang, a freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy. And from now on, he's got Han Yu's back. Mess with Han Yu, and you mess with him. Xiang Mang then introduces Han Yu to his friends Xia Tian and Yi Ling. They greet him with open arms, and after they introduce themselves, Han Yu does the same. He humbly says that beating Xiang Mang before was just a stroke of luck, but Yi Ling smoothly replies that luck is a kind of power too, before getting straight to the point. Alright, you and I are about to watch a simple school exam turn into absolute chaos inside a low-level secret realm called Zhenchang Town. They need Han Yu to retrieve something for them from inside that realm. Han Yu is skeptical, questioning why 3 demigod-level masters would need help from a rookie like him. Yi Ling tells him not to be so modest if he's a rookie. What does that make, Meng Ka? The big guy gets all flustered, letting out a fake cough to get Yi Ling to stop talking about him. She then explains that Zombie Town is a low-level secret realm collected by the Academy. According to the rules, it can only be used for trial simulations for reserve students. Demigods like the 3 of them are completely barred from entry. Meng Ke agrees, flexing his biceps like a total narcissist. He boasts that if he went in, he'd clear the whole place in 2 or 3 hits, making both Yi Ling and Han Yu crack up at his antics. Yi Ling wants Han Yu to get the wisdom fruit. This fruit can enhance the intelligence of non-human-type beings, and they're willing to pay 1 divine point for each fruit. The moment he hears divine points, Han Yu hits the jackpot. Inside, fireworks are going off, but on the outside, he puts on a reluctant face. All right, I'll do it. Yi Ling then hands Han Yu a seed, telling him it will be useful for his next project. A little something extra for his trouble. That night, Han Yu can't sleep, his mind racing about the divine points. He originally planned to perform the demigod ritual once he had 6 divine points, but what Kalina told him today changed everything. It's true that 6 points are enough to become a demigod, but a 6-point demigod can only ever merge with the lowest, level 1 divine function in the future. Students at the Imperial Capital Academy would never waste their potential like that. They continue to accumulate divine points, pushing the limit as high as 10, which allows them to fuse with a top-tier, level 5 divine function. Han Yu is fired up. Kalina clearly put her hopes in him for a reason, so he's going to crush this mission for the senior and earn those divine points. A few days later in class, another student fills Han Yu in on the upcoming exam, confirming everything Meng Ka's crew told him. Just then, Tu Tai approaches their group, challenging Han Yu to another bet. Looks like this guy is still sore about their last fight. Now, I know what you're thinking, this guy again. He wants to bet on their final scores. If his score is better, Han Yu has to stay away from Qin Shuang forever. And if Han Yu's score is better, Tu Ti promises he'll stop pestering the beautiful Qin Shuang. Han Yu just scoffs at him. How did someone with such a low IQ even get into the Imperial Capital Academy? No matter what, Qin Shuang hasn't given Tu Tai the time of day, making his bet completely pointless. But the guy is stubborn. He doesn't care what Han Yu says. He's willing to pay any price just to get him away from Qin Shuang. Just then, Qin Shuang herself appears from behind them, wanting to confirm what Tu Tai just said. Tu Tai, did you just say you'll stop bothering me if Han Yu scores higher than you? Tu Tai looks heartbroken, his face twisting as he asks Qin Shuang why she won't accept him when his feelings are so genuine. Yeah, with an attitude like that, who would? Qin Shuang brushes him off, demanding an answer to her question. He swears on his honor that he'll keep his promise. So, Qin Shuang turns to Han Yu and asks for his help accept the bet, just this once, for her sake. Han Yu agrees, but not without reminding her that everyone here is a genius. If he happens to lose, she better not blame him. But Qin Shuang is unwavering. She has total faith that Han Yu will absolutely demolish this clueless fool, Tu Tai. Just then, Kalina announces that class is starting. The students have now entered Zombie Town, and this place is special. The hospitable zombies here show their welcome by ripping your head off to eat it. And every night, they go into a frenzy. The moment they arrive, two students nearby start complaining about being hungry. But inside here, divine items like spatial rings are completely sealed off and unusable. Han Yu contemplates this. They're divine beings, so going 10 days or even half a month without food shouldn't make them feel hungry. But with their divine items sealed, could this be a survival test? He pulls up his system to check his functions. Seeing that his key skills are still working, he figures the problem won't be too hard to solve. Han Yu asks Qin Shuang to take a walk around the town, and she readily agrees. Qin Shuang brings out her little peacock, since the bird will wait for her to fly across the town. She offers to help Han Yu get to the other side, but he refuses. No need, I can manage on my own. Han Yu transforms into a massive black dragon, soaring into the sky and heading for the other side with Qin Shuang following right behind him. And trust me, you're going to want to see what mysteries they uncover in this zombie town. One after another, they fly deeper, determined to figure out what secrets this place is hiding. Han Yu is marveling at how complete this town is when suddenly, Qin Shuang's stomach lets out a loud growl. It's practically screaming that it's starving. Han Yu can't help but laugh, suggesting they try a nearby restaurant, which makes Qin Shuang blush bright red with embarrassment. You're not allowed to laugh. They arrive at a rather old-looking shop, and as soon as they open the door, the owner greets them with an overly enthusiastic welcome. Han Yu awkwardly has to explain their situation to the owner. They're travelers from another town and have lost every single coin they had on them. The owner's friendly face completely vanishes. He viciously pulls a gun from under the counter, aims it right at them, and starts spitting threats and insults. Get your broke asses out of my shop. Tan Sang flies into a rage, about to teach the old man a lesson, but Han Yu grabs her, telling her to calm down so they can handle this. Right now, their physical condition is no different from an ordinary person's. If that secret gets out, they'll be sent back to their own world immediately. But then Han Yu remembers the seed his senior, Diep Lin, gave him, saying it would be incredibly useful here. He pulls the seed from his pocket, presents it to the restaurant owner, and asks if he might be interested in this little thing. The instant the owner sees that golden seed, his eyes light up like headlights. He looks at it like it's a priceless gem, his entire attitude shifting in a blink. His expression flips back and forth like a pancake. Just a second ago, he was calling Han Yu a poor devil. Now he's addressing him as an honored guest. The owner is desperate to buy the seed. He's willing to buy it for 10 gold coins. Clearly, this seed is incredibly valuable. Han Yu simply suggests that he prepare a meal for him and Tan Sang first. The owner happily agrees to the request. In no time, delicious, stunning dishes are spread across the table, making Han Yu and Tan Sang's mouths water. Han Yu takes the opportunity to ask the owner about the situation here. Thanks to that seed, the owner is more than willing to answer all his questions. And this, my friends, is where we learn how absolutely wild this world is. In this town, humans and zombies actually live together. Humans hunt zombies for money and other resources. In return, the zombies hunt humans and eat their brains to get stronger. Every night, these undead hordes patrol the streets, hunting any living thing in sight, even breaking into people's homes. The weapons humans rely on to survive, besides swords and guns, are a variety of magical plants. The owner is positive that the seed in Han Yu's hand is a rare, Tier 3 plant, which is exactly why he's willing to pay any price for it. A thought suddenly clicks for Han Yu. This whole setup feels a bit familiar, like a game he mastered back in his previous world. A Tier 1 plant here would probably be equal to a common life form familiar, which means a Tier 3 plant has to be at least as strong as a Transcendent Level 1. If they want more of these precious seeds, they can either buy them from the town shop at a higher price or get them by taking down the zombies out there. Han Yu turns and looks at Tan Sang. With just a single glance, They both understand what the other is thinking. The nights here are far too dangerous. They absolutely have to find a stable place to live first. The owner suggests that if they want to settle in town, they can see the mayor to buy a house and become official residents. Or they could find a hotel, but he stresses they should never go out at night. Armed with enough critical information, Han Yu and Tan Sang take their leave. First things first, they need to buy a house. Just as they step outside, a student enters the shop begging the owner for some food. The owner screams at him and even fires his gun, making the kid yell in terror. The sight gives Tan Sang goosebumps. That shop owner wasn't bluffing. She's incredibly lucky Han Yu stopped her earlier, otherwise they would have ended up no better than that student. The two of them head to the mayor's to look at houses. The cheapest property in this town costs 1,200 gold coins. Hearing the price, Tan Sang gets a little anxious. She doesn't have nearly enough money to afford even the cheapest house here. Han Yu cheerfully offers to help pay for her. I've got plenty. Let me cover it. The mayor then suggests they could buy a house together, which would save them a lot of money. And as it happens, he has a very nice property available right now. This one costs 2,350 gold coins. The moment Han Yu and Tan Sang see the house, their jaws drop, completely captivated by what the mayor just showed them. It's beautiful, and it even has a huge swimming pool. Their eyes are sparkling. In unison, they tell the mayor they want to buy this house. We'll take this one. The mayor is happy to make a deal, but he mentions there's a small town regulation about co-owning property. Okay, I know what you're thinking, and believe me, it gets even crazier. To buy a house together, two people must be husband and wife. He asks a question that leaves both of them completely stunned. So, do you two want to get married while you're at it? What are they supposed to do now? Mayor Cho Jeniger just smirks, staring them down. What, you don't want to be husband and wife? Well, then you can't buy a house together. He explains that they're a small, traditional town that doesn't allow casual relationships. Hearing this, Tan Sang starts fidgeting, putting on a pitiful, pouting face. We're not. We. Han Yu sees her expression and gets the signal. He leans in close and whispers, so, maybe we should? Before he even finishes the sentence, Tan Sang quietly agrees. Okay. With that settled, she leans against him, and he wraps an arm around her waist. We agree, Han Yu says. Seeing them agree so enthusiastically, Cho Jeniger gives a big thumbs up and pulls out a form, his voice booming with excitement. That's it. That's the spirit. You two make a perfect couple. After you fill out this form, you'll be legally married. He then brings out a tray. On it are keys and a bag of seeds. Here are your keys, and for a wedding gift, 130 pea shooter seeds and 50 marigold seeds. I wish you both a happy marriage. After filling out the form and collecting their things, the two leave. On the way, Tan Sang speaks with a forced tone. I had no other choice but to say we were. You know, you can't take this seriously. Han Yu just smiles, propping his head on his hand. Got it. I definitely won't take it seriously. His teasing, laid-back attitude makes Tan Sang's cheeks flush with anger. She thinks to herself, I tell you not to take it seriously, and you just don't take it seriously? Since when were you such an obedient little worm? Just then, a notification board appears. For acquiring property and becoming official town residents, Diffin plus 1,000. At the top of the rankings, number 1, Han Yu and Tan Sang plus 1,000. When they arrive, Han Yu's eyes go wide at the huge, luxurious house. This place is massive. Tan Sang just crosses her arms and looks at him with contempt. You really act like someone who's never seen the world. But you and I both know she's secretly thrilled. Qin Shuang trudges upstairs, sighing, I'm dead. I'm taking a shower and getting some sleep. But Han Yu, clutching a bag of seeds, grins. Now the real work begins. 130 pea shooter seeds and 50 coin flowers. Let's see what kind of special skills you can cook up, shall we? Time slips by into the evening, and the whole house is cloaked in darkness. Pockets stuffed in his pants, Han Yu paces the hall, realizing over an hour has passed. Thinking this, he rushes to Qin Shuang's room to check on her. Hey, the pea shooters are, he starts, but the words die in his throat as his face flushes beet red. Turns out, Qin Shuang is in the middle of changing. Snapping back to reality, she screams, get out right now. He quickly tries to explain, I didn't do it on purpose. After the awkward moment passes, Han Yu looks up as a system notification appears before him. It displays the plant's stats. Coin flower, level 1, with the ability to create 1 coin for every unit of absorbed energy. 10 copper coins equal 1 silver, 10 silver equal 1 gold, and 1,000 gold equals 1 diamond, with a lifespan of 1 year. Seeing the pea shooters sprout, he marvels at how fast they're growing. He wonders just how strong they are. Next to them, their detailed information pops up. Plant name, pea shooter. Plant level. Level 1. Ability, pea shot. It can fire 1 pea per second, dealing damage to undead creatures. Plant lifespan, 1 year. Qin Shuang walks up from behind him and asks, "What are you muttering about all by yourself?" Han Yu just shakes his head. "It's nothing," he replies, completely distracted. The moment he realizes she's right beside him, he jumps, blushing bright red. "Ah!" She just gives him a confused look, asking, "Why is your face so red? Are you thinking about—" She starts her expression teasing. Recalling the scene just moments ago, he stammers, "No, of course not." Qin Shuang gets angry, pointing right in his face. "I'm warning you, don't you dare think about it. You didn't see anything." But their argument is cut short by a strange sound, making them both turn. "What was that noise?" Qin Shuang asks, raising her hand as a yellow light begins to glow. She casts her spell, Bright Light Technique. Suddenly, a horde of over 20 zombies charges at them, snarling with murderous looks and sharp, jagged teeth. But Han Yu just crosses his arms with a confident smirk. "All right then, let's see what you've got." The pea shooters open their mouths, firing a barrage of peas at the zombies. The peas hit their targets and do absolutely nothing. Han Yu just raises an eyebrow. "Seriously? That's it? What a truly moving display of combat power." He then forms a sphere of green energy in his hand. Pea shooters, he commands, add dark attribute. His power flows into them, forcing an evolution. A red light flashes, and the pea shooters transform into dark pea shooters. Now, the dark peas they fire tear right through the zombies, dropping them instantly. A system notification pops up. Killed level 1 common zombie. Plus 1 point. Killed level 1 flag-bearing zombie. Dropped a small flag. Plus 1 point. Killed level 1 social zombie. Plus 1 point. Han Yu watches the scene unfold, stroking his chin in thought. Using this dark skill is draining my stamina way too fast. If we keep fighting like this, we'll be overwhelmed soon. What should I do? Suddenly, Qin Shuang remembers something and shouts, "This is bad." Shu Tai must have also bought property. His score is already at 1,300 points. At this rate, we're going to lose. Hearing this, Han Yu looks at his pea shooters and mutters, "No way. I have to figure out how to kill these zombies faster." An idea sparks in his mind. Special plants are still living things. They should have genes, which means they can mutate. Thinking this, Han Yu gathers energy in his hand, a red light shooting towards his plants. He unleashes his skill, shouting, "Directed mutation, activate." And this is where the system menu gets insane. Trust me, you're going to want to see these options. 1. Range mutation. Extending the range costs lifespan. Doubling the range costs 1 month, extendable up to 13 times. The pea shooter's remaining life drops to 12 hours. 2. Firing speed mutation. Increasing the firing speed costs 2 months of life per doubling. You can increase the speed up to 7 times. The pea shooter's lifespan again drops to 12 hours. 3. Multi-head mutation. Adding more barrels for attacks. The cost? Each additional head reduces its lifespan by 3 months up to a maximum of 5 heads. Once again, its life expectancy is just 12 hours. 4. Size mutation, increasing the size of the peas. The cost for doubling the size is 6 months of its life, with a max of a 3-time increase. The pea shooter's lifespan is now only 12 hours. Han Yu just smirks at them. Not bad at all. Let's do all of them, one time. After mutating, the pea shooters now have 2 pairs of menacing eyes, surrounded by a swirling yellow aura. They combine their power, firing peas 10 times their original size like rockets toward the zombies. The zombie horde is blown back by the sheer force of the attack. System notification. Killed level 1 intellectual class zombie. Points plus 1. Killed level 1 punk class zombie. Dropped a bottle of hair dye. Points plus 1. Killed a level 2 common zombie. Points plus 2. Suddenly, a massive, gray zombie foot slams into the ground like a pillar, shaking the earth and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. A new wave of evolved, muscle-bound zombies appears, with a leader carrying a flag. Han Yu immediately recognizes these are on a whole different level. The zombie leader charges forward, getting into position to launch the flag right at the 2 of them. It steps forward, leans in, and hurls the flag with all its might, causing a massive shockwave and another cloud of dust. But the lead zombie is completely confused. Why wasn't anyone hurt? Before it can even process this, the pea shooters bombard it with a volley of red peas. At the same time, the flag it had thrown flies right over their heads. Han Yu easily catches it, noticing small sparks of lightning crackling along the staff. He just smiles. Turns out, this thing is made from hundreds of types of refined steel. What a waste. I'll be taking this. With that, he turns to his coin flowers and gives a new command. I almost forgot about the coin flowers. Your turn to mutate. A system window appears, and you and I both know what this means. Get ready for some seriously overpowered money-making plants. Alright, let's talk about a power-up so broken it literally costs you time to live. Doubling the coin flower's output shaves off 1 month of its lifespan, and you can do it 13 times. For the second mutation, doubling its death energy absorption range costs 2 months of its life each time. Max out either upgrade, and the flower only has 12 hours left. He doesn't hesitate for a second and shouts, "I'll take everything," and boom, coins everywhere. Standing beside him, Qin Shuang sees the leaderboard and her fists clench in excitement. We passed him. His score has officially shot past Shu Tai's. Elsewhere, Shu Tai stares at the rankings in pure shock. What? Han Yu is now number 1 with 1,436 points, while he's in second with 1,313. He clutches a level 4 plant seed, the fire dragon grass, and mutters, "Han Yu, don't even dream of surpassing me, not ever." 2 hours later, the seed erupts into a massive green dragon, glowing with a yellow aura as it lets out a world-shaking roar. The fire dragon grass opens its mouth, blasting a torrent of fire at the zombies ahead. They don't even have time to react before being burned to a crisp. Shu Tai watches his score on the system leaderboard climb like a rocket. First place, Shu Tai, with 1,610 points. Han Yu is knocked down to second. He lets out a smug laugh. "Han Yu, I've looked into you. You're just a nobody, an orphan. What right do you have to fight a descendant of a true god like me? I'm going to crush you." From behind the mountains, a massive, bizarre fireball appears, blinding everything in its light. The zombies try to shield their eyes, but are incinerated anyway. Back with Han Yu, the ground is literally paved with gold coins. Qin Shuang looks at him and asks, "So the first night is over. Good thing your plant's attack power just exploded. How did you manage that?" All around them, coins are glittering on the ground. Han Yu crosses his arms. "I have a directional mutation ability that can affect life forms." As he speaks, Qin Shuang stands up, her eyes glued to the system panel in excitement. That ability is just insane, but we're still way behind on points. She pulls up the board. Shu Tai is first with 2,011, Han Yu second with 128,000, and she's fifth with 23,000. Han Yu just calmly reassures her, "Don't rush. This is just the start. Let's use these to get some better seeds." Time ticks by, and the moon rises high in the sky. Flanking Han Yu are 2 enormous, fierce-looking plants with a whole line of pea shooters ready for action. He's feeling pretty good. With level 2 and 3 plants on his side, this should be a breeze. But up on the roof, Qin Shuang is scouting with binoculars. "We might have a problem," she calls down. "This wave of zombies. They don't look the same." And from the distance, a horde of zombies on horseback slowly advances. Now, just when you think they've got a handle on things, the game throws a massive curveball. She realizes with horror they're level 3 night zombies and a level 4 violent dancing king zombie. Han Yu sees the one in the red suit and nearly chokes. A level 4 dancing king? How are we even supposed to fight that? Qin Shuang is just as lost, asking, "What do we do?" He thinks for a second, then says, "Kill the lights. Zombies are drawn to light. Cut them now, and hope that level 4 doesn't see us." Qin Shuang nods. Got it. The second she cuts the power, they're plunged into pitch-black darkness. Hiding to the side, Qin Shuang whispers, "What's going on? It seems quiet." Han Yu lets out a sigh of relief as he watches the zombies veer towards a faint yellow light in the distance. Thank God. They're heading for Mrs. Salon's place next door. They keep their eyes fixed on the slowly moving dancing king zombie. He smirks. Time to use light art, take out the zombies, and snatch all those points. Qin Shuang immediately agrees. Right. She raises her hands, activating the light art, and a golden orb of light materializes. The orb shoots straight into the zombie horde, catching them completely by surprise. After seeing their allies vaporized, the enraged night zombies turn and charge straight for her. The pea shooters see this and immediately open fire, unleashing a storm of peas at the charging horde. The peas slam into the zombies, knocking them back, but one knight on horseback breaks through and lunges at Qin Shuang. Just as it's about to strike, a massive fist from a level 3 plant smashes it right in the face. Han Yu stands off to the side, arms crossed, glancing at the leaderboard. Shu Ti is still holding first place with 232,000. Han Yu is second with 140,200, but third place is Sun Qingyan with 99,000. Han Yu frowns at the name, Sun Qingyan. How is he climbing the ranks so fast? As if on cue, a voice rings out from behind him. "Ha, transfer student, are you scared of my speed?" He turns to see Sun Qingyan with his hands on Hannah Sal's shoulders, grinning like an idiot. And yeah, you're thinking the same thing Han Yu is. Is this guy just a freeloader? At that moment, a zombie uses a long wooden pole to vault high into the air like an Olympic athlete. Sun Qingyan sees his chance and yells, "Oak archers, attack!" The archers fire volleys of explosive acorns from their snouts. The acorns detonate midair, blasting the vaulting zombie to bits. Qingyan throws his head back and laughs. Ha ha ha, more. Give me more. First place is mine. Han Yu's face twists in annoyance at the guy's arrogance. As if a freeloader wasn't bad enough, Qin Shuang decides to chime in. What's wrong? Impressed? A little jealous? Seeing her teasing smile, Han Yu hits her with a comeback so brutal it shuts her up instantly. If I lose, you'll be the one stuck with that idiot Shu Tai. Meanwhile, the Dancing King zombie clenches its fists, raises its hands to the sky, and unleashes its ultimate move. Summon. Instantly, two more zombies, one old, one young, both with wild yellow hair pop into existence. They're level 2 backup dancers. The three zombies team up and begin their slow, menacing advance into the building. Han Yu watches from a distance with a cold smirk. Hey, the level 4 zombie just smashed through the freeloader's entire defense. As the Dancing King zombie steps forward, it suddenly treads on something green on the floor, letting out a confused grunt. Huh. The green thing immediately springs up, launching it backward. It was a spring bean trap. Han Yu's jaw drops as he watches the powerful Dancing King get sent flying across the room. What the hell? After a moment of disbelief, Han Yu snaps out of it, pointing forward with a fierce command. Pea shooters, concentrate all your fire, finish that Dancing King zombie, now. On his command, they all pivot towards the downed zombie and unleash a relentless barrage of peas. But the Dancing King zombie is completely unfazed. The peas just plink harmlessly off its body as it looks up with a smug, mocking smile. Qin Shuang assesses the situation. Let's fall back into the house. These plants can't stop a level 4 zombie. But Han Yu shakes his head, refusing. No. If we retreat, we lose. And just like that, he transforms, wings erupt from his back. Trust me, he's not going down that easy. He just says, let me handle this. Without another word, Han Yu rockets towards the zombie dance king, fist ready to strike. The creature's smug victory is cut short as a brutal punch slams right into its face. After the thunderous blow, a smoking wound appears on its face, but Han Yu grits his teeth, unimpressed. It's barely scratched. Looks like I have to fight for real. With that, Han Yu gets serious. He crosses his hands over his chest and growls, get a taste of my revered idol armor. He unleashes a flurry of punches into the zombie dance king's gut, shouting, machine cannon fist. The creature can't take the assault, its bony neck snapping as it flies backward. His punch sends it crashing to the ground, dead on impact. The system announces, killed a level 4 zombie dance king. Dropped 1 level 4 seed, 1 pair of crocodile leather shoes, 1 kid's dance illustration book, and 500 points. Han Yu rubs his aching hand, complaining, a level 4 zombie dance king is this tough to kill? My hand's almost dislocated, and all I get is 500 points. Far away, someone is watching his battle through a pair of binoculars. Now pay attention here, because this is where things get interesting. She smiles faintly. This kid is actually pretty fun to watch. I can't see the ranking situation, she says with a hint of regret. Next to her is Hang Meng, who excitedly shouts, let me see, let me see. He grabs the binoculars and watches the fight. He's got a sharp eye this time, and I can't believe he's teamed up with the goddess of the reserve class. This kid's got skills, just like me. Standing nearby, Xia Tian quickly cuts in. Stop overestimating yourself. Do you guys think our junior can find the fruit of wisdom for us? Yiling replies, that depends on how well he explores this zombie town. If he thinks this is just some place to plant vegetables and kill zombies for points, he probably won't find a high-level resource like the fruit of wisdom. She then turns, hands on her hips, with a bright smile. But right now, I really want to know if he can take first place, or maybe I should give this to Miss Lena to watch in exchange for viewing privileges. Haha. Just as she finishes, Lena appears from behind, whispering in her ear. Oh, so Miss Lena is that violent in your eyes? The familiar voice sends a shiver down her spine. Lena stands there, arms crossed, her stunning figure on full display. I'm very curious to know who you're all betting on. Yiling and Hang Meng stammer their reply. It's Han Yu. Lena turns to leave, satisfied. Good. Then I'll grant you viewing rights. Come with me. They all follow Lena into an office as the door closes tightly behind them. Lena raises her hand, and a projection screen appears, showing Han Yu's battle live. She crosses her arms. Now you can watch to your heart's content. On screen, Han Yu is attacking an armored zombie while giving orders. Pea shooters, concentrate your fire and kill it. Following his command, they unleash a constant barrage of shots at the zombie. Seeing this, Han Yu leaps high into the air as the peas relentlessly pummel the armored zombie. Yiling, seeing the intense firepower, remarks, the firepower of Han Yu's pea shooters is already on par with level 2 plants. Old Hang, you really didn't lose to him for nothing. After a pause, she speaks again, confused. What's going on? Why are level 3 zombies attacking his territory? Based on his setup here, It shouldn't be attracting zombies above level 3. Looking at the screen, they see Qingyan standing behind Hannah's salon with a spring bean trap in front. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This is a pretty shameless tactic. Who's sponsoring this reserve student anyway? I can't believe how strong he is. Lena, arms crossed, answers, that reserve student's name is Sun Qingyan, and he has no sponsor. Hangman hears this and refuses to believe it. No way. Then how did he get so strong? Yiling stares at the screen, watching Qingyan and Mrs. Salon acting affectionate, and scoffs in disgust. A freeloader. This batch of reserve students has all sorts of people, abandoning their dignity for points. The system's ranking board appears. First place, Shu Tai with 314,000 points. Second place, Sun Qingyan with 213,000 points. And in third, Han Yu with 198,000 points. Everyone gasps. First place is Shu Tai. Who is that? His score is way higher than Sun Qingyan and Han Yu. Let me see what kind of setup he's got. On screen, a fire dragon grass is spewing flames, incinerating hordes of zombies. Shu Tai just stands off to the side, arms crossed, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha ha, Han Yu, let's see how you plan on beating me now. Yiling recognizes the plant. It seems Shu Tai is sponsored by our sworn rival, Huang Shengun. Hangman clenches his fists, furious. Huang Shengun has ravaged the zombie town before, taking tons of valuable items. He must be trying to use this chance to rip off the reserve students. Lena nods with a cold expression. That's right, Shu Tai and Huang Shengun have a secret agreement. Huang Shengun sponsors Shu Tai, and in return, Shu Tai gives him 70% of all the benefits he gets from the zombie town. Hearing this, Yiling's group erupts in curses. Despicable, shameless. Skum. Just as they finish, the man himself appears, looking down his nose at them. Who are you all cursing? Hang Meng glares back, calling out his name. Huang Shengun. The moment he arrives, he tries to make a bet, acting like he's already won. You three are also here to watch the students you're sponsoring? Interested in a little wager? Let's see whose sponsored student gets a higher rank. But Hang Meng isn't falling for it. He frowns and refuses. Do you think we're stupid? We already know Shu Tai, your sponsored student, is ranked first. Shengun steps closer, flashing a provocative grin. So you don't even have the guts to compete. Ah, truly pathetic. You and I both know that's just asking for a fight. You got into the Imperial Capital Academy, one of the top universities in the God's domain civilization, and you still have to huddle together for support. This little club of yours is a joke. It's embarrassing to be a student alongside you. Hang Meng can't hold back his anger anymore and lunges forward, ready to throw down, but Yiling stops him. He screams, one of us isn't walking away from this today. Yiling tries to calm him down. Relax, he's just trying to provoke you in front of Miss Lena. Holding him back, she turns to their opponent and says, our club helps students from poor families get enough resources. Who are you to point fingers? You want to bet? Then let's bet on which of our sponsored students has the better results. Fang Quan just shrugs and agrees with a smirk. All right, the wager is 10 divinity points. You dare to accept? Deeplin's expression darkens, her lips tightening. Why wouldn't she accept? With that, Fang Quan turns to leave, adding, then Miss Lena will be our witness. Don't even think about backing out when you lose. Only then does Hangman calm down and ask Diep Lin, Lin, are you sure about this? The guy he's sponsoring, Tu Thiet, looks pretty strong. But Deep Lin is fearless. The more people tell me I can't do something, the more determined I am to do it. But our junior, Han Yu, is no slouch either, Lena says confidently. If Han Yu is the first to figure out the truth behind Zombie Town, he can definitely win. Daily check-in. Survive day 2. Total points, 2,000. Han Yu is sprawled on the ground, groaning. Ugh, I can't move. I'm so exhausted I could just pee my pants right now. Next to him is a pile of food and gold coins. Seeing this, Tan Sang speaks up. All right, you worked hard. Just lie there, I'll clean up the battlefield. She thinks to herself, thank goodness Han Yu's powers weren't sealed here, or we would have been wiped out last night. Han Yu grins, winking playfully. Okay, my dear wifey. Hearing him call her that, Tan Sang storms over, kicking him furiously. Who are you calling wifey? She lands kick after kick as he yelps in pain. Hey, isn't that our legal relationship in this place? You gotta at least play the part. After kicking him, she spins around to leave, shouting over her shoulder. I'm done with you, you scoundrel. Kan Nian's mocking voice rings out from behind them. Well, look at you two, still have the energy to flirt around. He stands with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. You broke your arm and you're still only in 3rd place, not like me. Hearing this, Tan Sang pulls up the leaderboard. Kan Nian is in 2nd place with 356,000 points. She's stunned. And here's where your stomach drops. Tu Thiet is leading with a whopping 535,000 points, while Han Yu is third with 302,000. She panics. What do we do? We're behind Tu Thiet by over 200,000 points. But Han Yu isn't worried at all. He casually gets up and cups his hands around his mouth, shouting, "No problem, I've still got a few aces up my sleeve. And that, Tan, whatever his name is, even with a broken arm, I'm doing better than him. Is that other leg of yours about to snap too?" Tan Sang covers her mouth to hide a giggle. "You're disgusting." Realizing he's being mocked, Kan Nian roars in fury. "Han Yu, just you wait. I'll have a spring bean pay your house a visit tonight." Han Yu doesn't even care, just waves him off. "Whatever, man, whatever makes you happy." Suddenly, his eyes catch a red seed on the ground. "Huh?" Han Yu picks it up, speculating. A level 4 seed. The system identifies it as a level 4 enchanting mushroom. Its effect fires a gaseous energy projectile with sleep-inducing properties. Any zombie hit by it has a chance to be controlled by the mushroom, turning it against its own kind. It also has a brainwashing effect on any zombie that eats it. The level 4 corn cannon. Its effect fires explosive corn cobs that can instantly kill a level 3 zombie and deal area of effect damage. The moment he reads Enchanting Mushroom, he sits up, thrilled. An enchanting mushroom is perfect. Isn't this just like finding a battle puppet? You and I both know this is his ticket back into the fight. And the corn cannon is basically a homing bomb, a god-tier item for farming points. Tan Sang, tired of his rambling, starts gathering their loot onto a cart. "Let's go. We're heading to the spoils shop to see if we can buy some better seeds so you won't be so exhausted next time." He gives her a thumbs up, about to call her wifey again, but remembers the kicking and quickly changes it. "You got it, Boss Tan." Tan Sang knows what he wanted to say, blushes and huffs. "Humph, keep up." She thinks, "You almost said it. Would it kill you to just call me that?" An hour later, Tan Sang and Han Yu have sold everything on their cart. Walking down the stairs, he sighs. "I thought this black kit dance illustration scroll for the level 4 zombie dance king was a treasure, but the shop wouldn't even take it." She holds the bag of gold, her eyes sparkling. 243 gold coins for a whole night's work. Not too bad. The owner said the town chief is a collector of melee weapons. Maybe we can trade your flagpole for something good at his place. Hearing her plan, he replies, "The mistress of the Han residence calls the shots." Tan Sang frowns, a faint blush on her cheeks. "Why not the Tan residence?" Han Yu teases back, "No way. If it was the Tan residence, wouldn't I be the one marrying into your family?" "That's it, Han Yu." Tan Sang gets angry and raises her hand to hit him as she gives chase. "You're teasing me again." Han Yu quickly runs away, yelling, "Domestic abuse! Domestic abuse!" At the town chief's house, a sudden voice booms. "What? You want one of my collectible weapons?" The man looks at them with a displeased frown. "Your flagpole is indeed a rare piece of equipment. I'm interested. A trade for a weapon is possible. Go ahead and pick one." Hearing this, Han Yu stays silent and the atmosphere becomes awkward. Suddenly, he breaks the silence, sensing an aura from one of the swords. "Huh. I think. That sword is calling to me." Han Yu walks over and picks it up. A red gold energy radiates from the blade. His voice is firm. "It's definitely resonating with the black dragon bloodline in my body." He turns around. "Town chief, I want this one." The chief nods generously but adds a condition. "Done. But your flagpole isn't enough. Do you have anything else to trade?" Han Yu immediately pulls out more items. The Grekit dances scroll and a level 3 seed. "This is all the valuable stuff I have." The town chief shakes his head and makes a counteroffer. "The dance scroll is useless to me. I want 2 level 3 seeds." Han Yu figures it's not a bad deal and agrees. "It's a deal." The chief smiles, offering a friendly tip. "That dance scroll may be useless to me, but the town's former dance queen, your neighbor Mrs. Salin, would probably be very interested." Han Yu slings the new sword across his back and turns to leave. "Come on," he says with anticipation. "Let's go pay a visit to Tan Khan's demonic sponsor." But just as they step outside, they run straight into Tu Thiet, who's approaching with his fire dragon grass. Han Yu can't help but exclaim, "Whoa, now that's what you call a grand entrance." Tu Thiet walks up, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Han Yu, the gap between us is only getting wider. You've already dropped to 3rd place. Surrender now, and maybe I'll be merciful and allow you and Tan Sang to be in the same classroom later." He ignores the guy completely, hands in his pockets, walking away without breaking stride. Then he glances back, playing dumb as he asks Qin Shuang, "Wife, is this idiot your friend?" She looks over, then shakes her head, "Don't know him." Hearing Han Yu call Qin Shuang his wife, Shu Tai absolutely snaps, grinding his teeth. "What did you call her? How dare you?" "I'll show you what it means to be crushed." But Han Yu just ignores his rage, casually taking Qin Shuang's hand to leave. "Don't mind him," he says coolly. "Let's go have some fun." Watching them walk away hand in hand, Shu Tai sees with resentment. hissing through clenched teeth. I won't just defeat you, I'm going to cut off your hands. Han Yu and Qin Shuang arrive at a small house and knock, calling out, "Is Mrs. Salon home?" The ones who emerge are Hannah Salon and Kan Nian, who puts on a fake smile. "Well, if it isn't our friend, Han Yu." Mrs. Salon assumes he's here for compensation and immediately shuts him down. "You must be the new next-door neighbor. My darling told me all about last night. If you've come to my house demanding compensation for what happened, you can just leave right now. I, Hannah Salon, will absolutely not pay a single cent for your incompetence." Kan Nian smugly chimes in, "Han Yu, don't come looking for trouble." But Han Yu just shakes his head. "Mrs. Salon, you've misunderstood. I came to admire your legendary style. The town chief told me you were once the dance queen of this town, and I can see your aura is extraordinary. I happen to come across an item that I think only you are worthy of possessing. But Hannah Salon, blinded by love, isn't listening. Don't think your flattery will make me change the plant layout in my yard. Don't even try." Hearing this, he pulls a book from his pouch. "Mrs. Salon, would this perhaps change your mind? Now, this is where it gets interesting. Watch what happens next." "Han Yu, are you that desperate?" But something clicks in her memory, and her eyes light up like she struck gold. "This is the lost dance of the Dance King. Name your price. Even if it costs me my entire fortune, I don't care." Hearing her sheer excitement, Kan Nian's jaw drops. He quickly starts calculating. If Han Yu asks Mrs. Salon to kick me out, wouldn't I be completely screwed? With that thought, his attitude does a complete 180. He turns to Han Yu with a cheerful smile. "Han Yu, we're classmates. After all, what do you think?" Han Yu ignores his bootlicking expression and hands the book to Hannah Salon. "Mrs. Salon, please, don't be modest. Take care of this dance. If I find any related diagrams later, I'll be sure to send them your way." She happily accepts it, full of remorse. "Han, thank you so much. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. From now on, you can call me Hannah. I'd be delighted to be your close neighbor." With their business done, Han Yu and Qin Shuang wave goodbye. Hannah Salon happily waves back, not forgetting to add, "Come visit whenever you're free." The system panel flashes. Friendly relationship with town's dance queen, Hannah Salon, established. Friendliness 99, personal shop for Hannah Salon unlocked, plus 30,000 points. Han Yu's jaw drops. 30,000? How many zombies is that even worth? Could this be the key reward you get after killing the zombies? Qin Shuang, seeing his expression, asks curiously, "What's wrong? What did you just do?" "I just got a notification that I've established a friendly relationship with the dance queen, unlocked her personal shop, and gained an extra 10,000 points." Han Yu doesn't answer, just crosses his arms and smirks at Qin Shuang, thinking, "It seems because we have a husband and wife relationship in this town, Qin Shuang gets points too. This is just way too profitable." Thinking this, his old habits kick in as he teases her. This is just what a husband should do. No need to be so polite. But this time, he doesn't get hit. Qin Shuang just blushes and walks away. "You're so shameless. I'm not talking to you anymore." As she leaves, he opens the system panel to check out what's so interesting about Mrs. Salon's shop. The system announces, Mrs. Salon's shop contains Level 3, Clover Seeds for 10 friendliness points, a dance course for 20 points, Divine Power Dance costume for 35, and a Fruit of Wisdom for 90 friendliness points. He says happily, "A Fruit of Wisdom. Looks like I can complete my senior's request, but it needs 90 friendliness points. I'll buy it after the test ends." The scene shifts back to their house. Han Yu stands with his hands on his hips, satisfied. Both level 4 seeds have undergone directional mutation. I can really farm some serious points tonight. At that moment, a massive horde of zombies begins their assault. Unfazed, he commands his corn cannon to fire a rocket. It creates a golden orb of energy. The orb shoots straight down, causing a huge explosion that sends the zombies flying. Han Yu wonders aloud, why aren't there any other high-level zombies today? These little ones aren't great for raising my score." Suddenly, his eyes catch something in the distance and he frowns. It's Mrs. Hannah Salon, standing at her gate and waving. "Ah, I see." She shouts cheerfully, "Han, I'm taking out the pea shooters for you as a small token of my gratitude." He closes his eyes and sighs. "Looks like there's no chance to show off my skills tonight. Might as well go check out the streets." Then, he transforms, sprouting wings and launching himself into the sky. He surveys the situation from above, slowly approaching a horde of zombies, realizing he's about to hit the jackpot. These aren't zombies, they're just walking points. With that, he draws his sword and charges in. With a single swing, he unleashes his skill Tyrant Dragon Slash. His blade slashes across a zombie's face, and golden coins appear on it. Afterward, Han Yu turns and flies away. The zombies below give chase, but he tells himself, time to find a level 4 beast. These small fries aren't worth my energy. 4 hours later, Han Yu is perched on the rooftop of a tower. He pulls up the ranking board. In first place is Sun Kan Nian with 831,000 points. Second is Shu Tai with 757,000. Han Yu is in third with 723,000 points. He smirks. Good, the point gap has narrowed, but I need to keep pushing. Daily check-in. Survival Day 3, plus 3,000 points. When Han Yu returns, he finds a man standing in front of his house. He asks suspiciously, and you are? The young man turns and introduces himself. Hello, I'm Eric Green, a resident of this town and the captain of the town's guard. I saw you bravely fighting the zombies last night, so I came here today to personally invite you to join the town's guard. Han Yu puts a hand on his hip. I've only heard of the Galaxy Guard. What does the town guard do? And here's where we see the bigger picture. Eric Green replies, we protect the town, of course. We guard the town's entrances, preventing any zombies level 5 or higher from getting in. Without the protection of the town guard, this town would have been overrun by the powerful zombie army a long, long time ago. The moment he heard that, his heart leaped. Level 5 zombies? Oh, this was a high-level fight. Killing those things would send his score through the roof. Without hesitation, he says, Captain Eric, let me join your team. Eric happily claps him on the shoulder. The town guard needs driven young men like you. Welcome aboard. The second he finished, the system chimed in. By establishing a friendly relationship with Captain Eric Green, you've unlocked Eric Green's personal shop and received 60,000 points. By joining the town guard, you've unlocked the team's achievement shop plus another 50,000 points. The ranking board immediately pops up, showing a massive shift. In first place is now our main character, with 836,000 points. Sun Qingyan is second with 834,000, and Shu Ti is third with 761,000. He's stunned, stammering to himself. He's number one. With his new recruits secured, Eric Green turns to leave, waving goodbye. See you tonight. Don't be late. The moment Han steps inside, an ecstatic Qin Shuang rushes over for a hug, shouting, Wow, you're number one. That's amazing. Tell me how you did it. What huge event happened last night? As she's hugging him, he starts to explain, When a noise at the door makes him glance over. Annoyed, he opens it and asks, Who is it this early in the morning? Okay, I know what you're thinking, but this next part? Absolutely wild. A blonde girl with a seductive look touches her lips and purrs, Han, you were so powerful last night. Han racks his brain but comes up blank. He doesn't know this woman. You are? But she just leans in closer, teasing him. Seeing you in action last night, I was so excited. From behind, Qin Shuang's eyes narrow, staring daggers at him. Han Yu, what exactly were you up to last night? She came all the way to our door. Hearing Qin Shuang's tone, a cold sweat breaks out on his back. The blonde girl notices Qin Shuang and interrupts. Oh, this is? Qin Shuang puffs out her chest, introducing herself despite the awkwardness. I'm Han Yu's wife. And you are? She completely ignores Qin Shuang's claim, getting even closer to him. Han, you're already married at such a young age, don't you feel? Constrained. I'm Jessica. If you're willing, Han, I could be your lover. After dropping that bomb, Jessica quickly leaves, but not without a final word. Han, see you tonight at the town guard's post. Seeing Han still waving goodbye to her, Qin Shuang's face darkens with jealousy. Look at you. Can't bear to see her go. When he doesn't respond, she furiously pinches his ear. You scumbag. Were you out causing trouble with other girls last night? Is that how your points shot up so fast? Are you pulling a Sun Qingyan and just leeching off someone else? Han yelps in pain, trying to defend himself. No, I didn't. You've got it all wrong. Lady, you've got a wild imagination. Last night, I was out on the streets fighting monsters for points. Then the captain of the town guard took a liking to me and invited me to join. The points I got were the reward for joining the team. Hearing his explanation, Qin Shuang finally understands and lets go, looking a little guilty. Well, you didn't say so. Someone shows up praising how strong you are and how excited she was, so I... Freed. He rubs his ear and exclaims, Ah, so you were jealous? I was working my butt off to catch up to Shu Ti's score to help you win our bet. Qin Shuang quickly denies it. Who's jealous? What you do has nothing to do with me. Han pulls out a bag of seeds and hands it to her. Tonight, I'm going to the guard post to kill high-level zombies. The home base is in your hands. These are all high-grade seeds. Qin Shuang takes them and says, Then you have to be careful tonight. Protect yourself well and don't get. But before she can finish, he turns back with a cheerful smile, cutting her off. Relax. I tested the dark sword last night. It can one-shot a level 4 zombie. I'll be fine. As he walks away, Qin Shuang realizes he misunderstood and yells after him. I meant, don't get seduced by some vixen out there. That evening, a quiet atmosphere settles over the town. Han strolls up to the meeting point, where Jessica and her crew are waiting. Han, you're here, she calls out. The moment he gets close, Jessica rushes over, grabbing his arm affectionately. Han, it's been a few hours. Did you miss me? A muscular guy with two large axes on his back crosses his arms. Hey Jessica, there you go again. Han is a married man. He then introduces himself. Han, I'm Giant Axe Johnson. David, standing nearby with a sword, asks, Brother Han, what's your combat specialty? Hearing this, Han doesn't waste words. He transforms, unleashing his immense power. Then, he turns, launches into the air, and looks back to answer, I have a two-stage transformation. Seeing his transformation, Jessica's eyes turn into literal hearts. So cool. He's exactly my type. Captain, how about you let me guide him? I love working with handsome guys. Eric Green agrees. All right, Jessica will be in charge of Han tonight. He then looks up at Han and adds, this fight against the zombies is dangerous. You have to follow Jessica's arrangements. And just like that, you and I are about to witness their real power. Jessica drops her playful act, pulling out two pistols, one of fire, one of ice backed by her level 5 plants, and yells, prepare for battle. Han is shocked. He's thinking, 2 level 5 plants? A flame shooter and a frost shooter at that. Johnson also transforms, his muscles bulging, fusing with his level 5 giant walnut partner. The moment he speaks, his arms swell with muscle, and the muscles on his back ripple and expand. He transforms into a muscular giant with dark skin. Meanwhile, David holds a golden sword and a green spear, summoning 2 high-level plants. Sword Orchid, Swordsman, Tower Guard, Fusion. He shouts. Eric Green transforms too, his legs glowing with a green aura as his entire body radiates a jade-colored energy. They're here, he announces, and with a grimace, he launches straight into the sky. Jessica fires her twin guns relentlessly, taunting the enemy. Come on, come get a taste of this. 3 ferocious zombies are stopped in their tracks by her barrage. Johnson rushes in from behind, weapon raised. Leave them to me. The axe in his hand smashes directly into a zombie's head, but suddenly, his eyes widen in pure shock at the scene before him. The zombie's head is completely unharmed. Instead, tentacles erupt from it, lashing out. The tentacles surge forward to attack, and he's too stunned to even react. Eric Green screams from the side, Johnson, move, then unleashes a blast of green energy at the zombie, roaring, die. David thrusts his spear at another zombie, shouting, I've got this one over here. All the while, Han hovers in the air, calmly observing the battle below. So this is the highest level hum. Impressive? I can't fall behind. With that, he dives from the sky, aiming a punch straight at a zombie's core. Time to show them who he is, the god-slaying Han Yu. Han Yu draws his sword, lets out a fierce cry with a single slash. This is how he'll escape death. But just then, a warning comes from behind. It's Jessica. Watch out! He glances back, confused, only to see her sprinting right at him. She tackles him to the ground and raises her gun to fire, leaving him pinned and gasping, Ugh, I can't breathe. What's going on? She opens fire on the zombie behind him, the bullet tearing into its arm. While observing the situation, Jessica quickly explains, a level 5 zombie's endurance is way higher than a level 4's. Even though you wounded it, it won't lose any of its attack power. It's only then that Han Yu snaps out of it, smiling. Thanks for saving me. She glances back. Don't push yourself. Just provide support for now, and stick close to me. With that, Jessica, guns in both hands, charges into the zombie horde, firing non-stop. He gets up and joins the fight, his contribution points skyrocketing +3,000, even scoring a level 4 Radiant Sunflower Seed. 3 hours later, Han Yu's body is aching with fatigue. He wipes the sweat from his brow and groans, I'm dead tired. But over on the other side, the town's guard team is still fighting non-stop. He can't help but wonder, are these guys on some kind of stimulants? Jessica notices his exhausted expression and teases him, Hey there, pretty boy. The battle's just getting started and you're already tired? Physically, you're not exactly qualified to be my boyfriend. Hearing this, he thinks to himself, if I still had the physique of a divine being, there's no way I'd be this exhausted. I could fight until morning with no problem. But then pay attention here, because everything's about to change. A voice suddenly whispers in his ear, Representative, guess who I am? He's pulled into a white space, a blue orb floating beside him. He says, Mutation Origin, you finally have time to visit me. It replies, I think I smell the stench of a scorned woman. I heard someone say your stamina wasn't up to par. It speaks with a mocking tone. You're my representative, the agent of the Mutation Origin. How can you let a woman say you can't perform? And now, I've decided to grant you a special authority, one that lets you stand before any female creature with, well, large assets. As he speaks, iron chains and a lock materialize out of thin air, as the source of his power explains. This authority is called the jealousy lock. All right, let's get you seated. It's time to head into battle. And with those words, stick with me here, the chains shatter and the lock springs open. Hanyu feels a surge of power coursing through his body as a golden light erupts all around him. Golden light shoots from his eyes as he shouts in excitement. This feels amazing, like an endless well of vitality. The entity explains, when the gene lock is open, you can induce a temporary mutation in your body by consuming any powerful biological cells. Hanyu glances at the sunflower seed in his hand. The combination of himself and plants is powerful and resilient. If it's possible, I'll give it a try. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanyu swallows the sunflower seed. His body absorbs the seed as a golden radiance explodes outwards. He launches into the air, overflowing with the power of the sunflower. Hanyu then spreads his arms, creating a golden orb that envelops his body. Blinding light from the sunflower shines down on the zombies, incinerating them as they scream in agony. And you can just feel the awe from down below. Jessica shields her eyes from the blinding light and cries out. That light is pouring out from him. Someone next to her, unable to see clearly, exclaims, "Is that an angel?" The town's guard team seizes the opportunity and charges forward. Eric Green leaps into the fray, yelling, "Push the attack," as he carves a path, tearing through the zombie horde. Suddenly, a zombie makes a desperate charge, its hand reaching out to crush Hanyu. Seeing the danger, Eric Green screams, "Protect Han, stop it." Johnson rushes forward but gets swatted away by the ferocious zombie's arm, getting sent flying with a pained grunt. Seeing the dire situation, Eric Green shouts, "This is bad. The defense of a level 6 zombie is too strong. Han, get out of there." But Hanyu just stands there, unflinching, watching the zombie's fist close in. His eyes blaze like the sun as he smiles, a taunt on his lips. Bring it on. The zombie's fist connects, and a massive wave of light erupts. The light incinerates a huge chunk of the zombie's body, causing it to shriek in pain. After the burn, the golden aura around Hanyu slowly fades. Johnson's jaw is on the floor, his eyes wide with disbelief. He won. Han, you're freaking incredible. Hanyu is hailed as a hero. The system pops up notifications, friendly relations established with the town residents, the town guard Jessica Smith, and her personal shop is now open. Plus 50,000 points. Friendly relations established with resident Dark Johnson. Another member of the town guard, Dark Johnson's personal shop is now unlocked, and he gets another 50,000 points. Friendly relations established with David Ham, another member of the guard and a resident of the town. David Ham's personal shop is opened, another 50,000 points awarded, and for killing the level 6 zombie, he gains 23,000 contribution points. Seeing his joy, the mutation origin chimes in. "Representative, how did it feel to unlock your genes? Pretty awesome, right?" He answers excitedly. But before he can celebrate for too long, it appears before him with a grave expression. "Well then, it's time I gave you some bad news." "Bad news?" Hanyu asks, curious. "What else do you want from me?" "I have nothing left to give you. My divinity wasn't easy to." But it cuts him off with a cold snort. "Who wants that pathetic thing? You're so petty." The bad news is, the gene lock has a side effect. Hearing that, Hanyu breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, so it's not some extortion scheme, just a side effect. But then a sudden thought hits him, and Hanyu's eyes go wide as he glares at the entity. "Are you kidding me? There are side effects? Why didn't you mention this earlier? What's going to happen to me? What's wrong?" The mutation origin laughs, trying to calm him down. "You are the bearer of my supreme, ultimate power. Why are you such a coward? The side effect won't threaten your body." He shrugs. "It's just that you can't use the gene lock again right away. In your words, it's called a cooldown." He frowns and says, "You seem to know a lot, huh? If the side effect is just a cooldown, then that's fine. But how long is the cooldown and what are the consequences if I don't follow it? Trust me, this is the part you're going to want to remember." It explains, "With your current pathetic physical condition, you won't be able to use your gene lock ability for 10 days. Model. Use it too often and you risk genetic disorders and mutations, turning temporary changes into permanent ones. So, you're such a brave representative. Want to give it a shot?" Hanyu hears this and immediately waves his hands, shaking his head frantically. "No way, no way. I don't want to become a giant, round light bulb for the rest of my life." Eric Green walks up from behind, concerned. "Han, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere right now?" He turns with a bright smile and replies, "I'm still doing just fine." But Jessica decides it's her turn to start flirting. Her finger lifts his chin as she speaks softly. "Handsome boy, your performance just now completely conquered me. You are now qualified to be my lover. How about spending a wonderful night with me?" He blushes and yelps. "Ah." Seeing he's about to be pounced on, Johnson steps in. "Jessica, please stop teasing Han. Are you trying to drain him dry?" Han, if you're tired, just go rest. I can easily handle the remaining level 5 zombies by myself. He doesn't refuse their kindness, smiling as he says, I am feeling a little tired, so I'll have to rely on you all for the rest of the battle. I'm going to rest in the back for a bit. With that, Han Yu leaves, observing his surroundings as he thinks, for the next 10 days, I can't use the gene lock, so I absolutely must increase my base combat power. That's right, aren't there rewards here for the guard team members? Let's see what I can buy. He stops, opens the system shop, and says happily, just call me the little pay-to-win overlord. Half an hour later, after browsing, he looks around and selects the plant fusion technique. He smiles. Hey, this plant fusion technique can perfectly cover for my gene lock's cooldown time. The mutant Chi Yuan standing beside him squints its eyes and chuckles. Haha, this pile of junk is enough to satisfy you? This so-called plant fusion is just a superficial trick for grafting life forms together. Han Yu frowns, glaring at it. This cost me and David a full 70 friendship points. Are you only calling it useless because your gene lock has such a long cooldown? Hearing this, it grins widely. Isn't it because your tiny body is just too weak? Believe it or not, with just a few tweaks, I can take this plant fusion technique to a whole new level. I'll only charge you 2 divinity points. How about it? He raises an eyebrow and refuses. No money, forget it. If you're not giving it away, then let's not see each other again. Seeing he won't pay up, it starts to pout. Look at you. You're so cheap. Fine then. 1 divinity point. It can't possibly get any easier than that. Inwardly, he scoffs. What? Trying to bargain with me? The bargain king of the Huanbei small goods market. You're just an alien from some barbaric land. You've still got a long way to go. But on the outside, he agrees to its demand, pretending to take the loss. All right, deal. Hearing his agreement, it snaps its fingers. Han Yu's head suddenly splits in two as paper fireworks shoot out, leaving him completely baffled by what just happened. Looking at the system panel, he wants to curse. Holy crap, the improved plant fusion technique can merge from 1 to 3 plants and even has a threshold for level 6 seeds. Absolutely insane. The creature beside him gives a small reminder. Remember, you owe me 1 divinity point. He nods slightly. You'll get your share. Han Yu happily inserts the attribute card. My attribute is darkness, so the first card slot is for the level 5 carnivorous flower. Daily check-in, 4th day of survival, 4,000 points added. He crosses his arms, looking at the leaderboard with a satisfied grin. Ha! The score has gone up, and Qin Shuang is here too. Looks like I can beat Shu Tai in less than 2 days. On the leaderboard, first is Han Yu with 1.4 million points, second is Sun Qinian with 1.2 million, third is Shu Tai with 986,000, and fourth is Qin Shuang with 736,000. Alright, battle prep done. Now let's switch scenes back to their house. Han Yu walks in and sees Qin Shuang looking a bit busy, so he asks, Yo, you busy? She's sitting on the floor with 2 huge bags, looking up at him sarcastically. In a pretty good mood, aren't we? Your fun time with the hot girl must have been nice. He starts getting defensive with a nervous smile. It wasn't like that at all. Qin Shuang, who was dividing up items to sell, spots his loot and tosses it over to him. This is yours. Take it and sell it yourself. Han Yu picks up the sword and approaches with a grin. I don't need these things right now. You can have them. Besides, why are we acting like strangers when we're husband and wife? Hearing this makes her face flush with anger. She lunges forward and punches him straight in the head, shouting, Sooner or later, I'm going to rip that mouth of yours apart. I said we split it evenly, so we split it evenly. I, Qin Shuang, am not a girl who takes advantage of others, and I certainly don't need your pity. Han Yu, hit by the painful blow, cries out in surrender. All right. Hearing him finally agree, she lets it go and turns to leave. Okay, I'm going to dance class with Mrs. Sha now. You can just rest here by yourself. He holds his aching head and calls out, Be back soon, okay? A thought crosses his mind. Qin Shuang is actually a really smart girl, knowing how to score points by befriending the town's residents. She's got that true ambitious spirit. 9 days later, the town scene is peaceful under the warm sun. Han Yu appears with a cheerful greeting. Hey everyone, I'm here. Jessica sees him and waves casually. Hey there, handsome boy. As he gets closer, he notices everyone's expressions are off. What's wrong with everyone? Why does everyone look so worried? Jessica explains, Handsome, don't you know? Tonight is the monthly lunar eclipse. The zombie invasion is going to be even more ferocious. During last month's lunar eclipse, Sister Jasmine, a member of our guard team, left us forever. Eric Green crosses his arms with a self-reproachful look, his voice low. Jasmine's death is my responsibility. I, Eric Green, promise that as long as I'm alive tonight, I will never let you die in front of me. Captain Eric, Johnson and David say in unison. Jessica steps forward, grabbing his hand worriedly. I might not be able to protect you tonight, so promise me, if you're in danger, you'll run away immediately, okay? Hearing her words, he falls into a deep thought. I'm currently the weakest member of the town guard. If danger strikes, I would most likely be the first one to die. So, she's actually worried about me? He then gives her a radiant smile. I'm a man. I should be the one protecting you. That smile leaves Jessica mesmerized as she smiles back. Remember to take good care of yourself. Hanyu opens his system panel, thinking that in a dangerous time like this, he needs to hit the merit shop and get better equipped. And there you have it, folks. On screen is a shop with countless items, and his current balance is 95,000. After a shopping spree, that balance is right back at 0. He raises his hand and consumes the golden dragon grass. The moment he does, a black mark begins to spread across his face. Hanyu realizes the golden dragon grass, a part of the giant dragon's genes, is starting to attract the black dragon blood within him. Instantly, his body mutates and his power doubles. Eric sees the sky turning dark and his face grows grim. The time has come. Just as he says that, he looks up at the sky, which now looks like it's being devoured, leaving nothing but pure darkness. Seeing the sun completely blotted out, the zombies below start to go wild, and here's where things get insane. They begin to mutate, transforming from bony husks into ripped, six-pack monsters. Eric Grimm hovers in the air, surveying the chaos below. The zombies have mutated, he announces. Their power levels have all risen. Everyone, prepare for the fight of your lives. Jessica grips her gun, her eyes filled with determination. Roger that, Captain. Jo-sun simultaneously transforms into his own muscular form and nods. Understood. Captain David, clad in full armor, raises his spear, ready for the assault. Hanyu, floating in midair, answers seriously. Yes, Captain. The newly mutated zombies roar and charge forward like a tidal wave. Eric Grimm creates a ball of blue energy and fires it straight into the horde, shouting, block them. Meanwhile, Jessica unloads her guns into the zombies, but her bullets have absolutely no effect. She keeps firing with her dual pistols, trying to suppress the horde, growling, watch this. But the giant zombie remains completely unharmed. Jo-sun grabs its arm, holding it in place as he shouts to his team, Captain, Jessica, focus your ranged attacks. We'll hold them off. Hanyu rockets in from a distance, thinking to himself that he can't afford to be left behind. He draws his sword and with a single powerful swing, unleashes his protecting dragon slash, slicing across the giant zombie's body. The smaller zombies on the ground see him and swarm forward. Without a shred of hesitation, Hanyu uses his ultimate skill, the flash kick, planting his foot directly in the face of the zombie in front. From behind him, Eric Grimm shouts his praise, Han, nice work. An hour later, the ground is littered with the corpses of the zombies he's slain. But seeing that the zombies just keep on coming, the captain orders Jessica to find the town mayor, Jeniger, and get him to send reinforcements. Following his order, she takes off, shouting over her shoulder, everyone, hang in there. Wait for me. On the other side of the battlefield, David gets hit, his shoulder gushing blood. He cries out in pain. Seeing this, Jo-sun rushes in to fight the zombie hand-to-hand, but David yells anxiously, Jo-sun, forget about me. Realizing the two are in deep trouble, Eric Grimm charges in to help, firing his gun at the zombie. I'm here. Hang on. Johnson calls out to him as Captain Eric Grimm powers up a punch and slams it straight into the zombie's face. Okay. Just when things look hopeless, a system notification pops up. The 10-day cooldown is over. A smile spreads across Hanyu's face. Perfect timing. He steps in front of the other three and says, Captain Eric, let me buy you all some time. Worried, his captain warns him, Han, don't be reckless. If it gets bad, just run. Hanyu just turns his head and gives him a reassuring smile. I'm a member of this town's guard team. Of course, I'll protect its people. With that, he opens his system and presses down on the skill icon. His entire body erupts in a pale blue energy after unlocking the ability. Hanyu unleashes an unbelievable amount of power, which manifests as countless spears that pierce straight through the zombie horde. Even Eric Grimm's jaw drops at the sight of this power. So strong. A moment later, with all the zombies collapsed on the ground, Hanyu finally lets out a breath. Phew! But before he can even celebrate, another zombie appears out of nowhere and lunges at him, making him cry out in shock. How is there still one left? From the distance, Jessica runs back, shouting, Han, hang on. A whole group of people follows close behind her. She yells, We're here. The mayor, Jeniger, charges forward, roaring, Press the attack, while Jessica rushes forward with all her might. But suddenly, Eric warns them from above. Everyone, stop. There's a problem up ahead. The mayor immediately pulls out his binoculars to assess the situation. He scans the area and notices the fog has gotten incredibly thick. Looking at it with concern, this fog isn't right. Eric Green quickly flies down to him. Mayor Schwarzenegger, the fog is rising. We can see through the dark, but we can't see through this. If you have any suitable plants, you need to use them now. Hearing this, the mayor immediately pulls a strange seed from his pocket. It's a level 4 wind-blowing 4-leaf clover seed. He quickly places it in a flower pot and begins to cultivate it. Just 1 second later, the seed bursts from the soil and a full-grown 4-leaf clover appears right before their eyes. Han Yu is stunned by the sight, thinking, "That thing grows way too fast." The wind-blowing clover immediately transforms into a gigantic fan, blasting a continuous gust of wind at the zombies. Han Yu quickly activates his scout's eye. The flower pot itself begins to emit a strange light. A system notification pops up. Ceramic flower pot can accelerate the growth rate of any seeds planted inside by 100 times. Seeing this, he gasps in utter shock. Whoa, this thing is a divine artifact. The mayor, Jenniger, turns back to him with a gentle smile and explains, Han, if you like the flower pot, I can give you a few later. I just heard from Eric that you did an amazing job tonight. When the eclipse is over, I will reward you on behalf of the town. Han Yu is overjoyed and replies, "Thank you, Mayor." Right after that, a system notification appears that leaves him stunned. You have formed a friendly relationship with Mayor Anch Weiseninger, unlocking his personal shop and gaining 100,000 accumulation points. Han Yu opens his system interface, his eyes wide with excitement as he stares at the screen. The mayor's shop must be filled with treasures. This plant is incredible, a total biological weapon. Got it. And this right here? You and I both know this is what hitting the jackpot looks like. The first thing that catches his eye is a mushroom called the black spore mushroom, capable of releasing tens of millions of spores at once. These spores will be nourished by the zombie's aura, rapidly growing into new black spore mushrooms. Without a second thought, Han Yu throws the mushroom towards the wind-blowing clover. Tens of millions of fungal spores are blasted towards the zombies, causing them to scream in absolute agony. Just a little more, he says with a grin, and I can try out a new move. Getting psyched up, Han Yu immediately assesses the enemy's situation below. The dark purple mushrooms have spread quite a bit. It's now or never. He stands high above, spreading his massive wings as his body emits a strange golden light. Dark purple mushrooms, you are part of my life force, Han Yu declares. Begin the life sacrifice. Instantly, a golden light envelops the swarming zombie horde below. A flash of golden light instantly vaporizes the horde of incoming zombies. A new notification pops up and trust me, this choice is a game changer. Option 1. A level 9 wisdom tree seed that stabilizes his divine domain and extends the Spring clan's lifespan. Once it matures, it yields wisdom fruit, but that takes 1,000 years to grow, with a 100,000-year cycle. The second option is a golden flower pot. Any special plant seed sown inside it will achieve immortality. The third choice is a level 4 building, a plant museum built on his divine domain that produces a random seed every 24 hours. It creates a special plant seed with a 50% chance for Tier 1, 40 for Tier 2, 9 for Tier 3, 0.9 for Tier 4, and a tiny 0.009% for Tier 9. Seeing the odds, he's speechless, cursing the system. Damn it, how is anyone supposed to choose? With a heavy sigh, he selects the golden flower pot. I guess it has to be you. With my directional mutation ability and this pot, I can make any plant immortal, opening up infinite possibilities. A Tier 9 seed will show up eventually. Just then, the zombies lurch back to life, and a panicked Eric Green shouts a warning to everyone. This is bad. The zombies are rising again. Immediately, the mayor orders Jenniger, Jessica, and David into defensive positions. Han Yu watches, thinking to himself, the Black Death Mushroom's power is just too weak. I need to buy some time to evolve it. He looks at the golden pot and declares, activate directional mutation. Without hesitation, he plants the Black Death Mushroom right inside the pot. The system announces the mutation is viable, promising a huge increase in spore volume, heightened spore activity, and accelerated spore growth. Han Yu walks up to the mushroom with a wicked grin, raising his hand to command. Initiate all 3 qualitative mutations at once. The plant instantly grows to a massive size, and he grabs onto its stem, yelling. Tens of millions of fungal spores blast towards the zombies. Seeing this, Eric Green happily reports, the horde is slowing down. Hearing that, the people below erupt in cheers. Awesome. It's working. Yes. But Mayor Jenniger looks to the sky and issues a grave warning. The lunar eclipse is entering its final stage. Now pay attention, because the zombies' counterattack is about to get brutal. Everyone, be careful. Suddenly, Han Yu feels that something is terribly wrong. As the eclipse peaks, horns instantly sprout from the zombies' heads. They were strong before, but now, they're on a completely different level. Seeing this, Mayor Jenniger signals behind him. Everyone fall back. Concentrate on the entrance. The citizens panic and scatter, their fearful whispers filling the air. Are we going to die? I'm so scared. Hanyu watches them, thinking, their morale is completely shattered. We can't win this fight. I have to rally them. In the next moment, he soars high into the air to reignite their fighting spirit. Zombies are nothing. We will absolutely win this. With that, Hanyu carves through a pack of low-level zombies, wiping them all out. The faces of the crowd below light up with hope. They start roaring. Yeah, what a move. That was amazing. Hanyu turns back, smiling at the people below. But suddenly, a strange green tentacle whips toward him. It instantly coils tightly around Hanyu, leaving him completely baffled. He has no idea what's happening and lets out a cry of shock. Jessica sees Hanyu in danger and immediately rushes forward, yelling his name. But Eric Green grabs her arm, stopping her. Going in like that is a suicide mission. We have to concentrate our power into one attack before we advance. He steps forward, his voice firm. Han, hang on. We will definitely rescue you. Furious, Hanyu shreds the disgusting tongue with his wings, yelling, "Get this disgusting thing off me." He beats his wings and soars upward, leaving the zombies behind. Hanyu glances in another direction, trying to calculate the situation. If I just fly in the direction it pulled me from, I should get back to town soon, right? Half an hour later, he's still flying, still observing. What is going on? Why is every direction wrong? Where in the world is this thing? Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the silence. Hey, you still don't get it? You're trapped. And yeah, I'm just as confused as he is. He turns to the origin of mutation to ask, do you have a way to get out of here? It pauses for a moment before replying, I am the first super gene of the Shenhe civilization. How could a small trap like this possibly hold me? One point of divinity will get you out safely. Hearing this, Hanyu's voice turns to ice. Want a point of divinity or want to die? You choose. The origin of mutation just chuckles, a clear threat in its tone. In that case, you better start praying. As your super gene, I can give you some sincere, free advice. Don't even think about waiting until dawn to escape, because the moment you stepped into this fog, your time came to a complete stop. He looks around, thinking to himself, if what it says is true, then I'm in some real danger here. But if east, south, west, and north are all wrong, does that mean I have to go straight up or down? Suddenly, a thought flashes through his mind. Of course. With that, Hanyu changes course and flies straight into the sky, muttering, I refuse to believe this fog doesn't have a source. A minute later, he's startled by something unusual up ahead. Is that a shield? Hanyu freezes, staring at the massive, thick barrier before him. He swings his sword towards it and yells, You really think you can cage me? But the impact only creates a tiny crack on the shield's surface. Hanyu is shocked. He immediately unleashes a storm of slashes against the barrier, yelling, This thing is that tough? Let's just see how long you can possibly last. The shield immediately cracks a little more. Then the fractures spread like a web, and it shatters into pieces. Hanyu stares at the scene beyond, wondering, what is this? What meets his eyes is an unbelievably vast, great tree. The origin of mutation's voice welcomes him. Welcome, Outworlder, to my domain. Hanyu tightens his grip on his sword, on high alert. Could this ancient tree be the cause of all this? And how does it know I'm an Outworlder? Wasn't revealing my identity in the Outworld survival simulation supposed to take care of that requirement? Seeing his defensive posture, it cuts him off reassuringly. Outsider, do not worry, I am not going to kill you. Hearing this, he asks, Then why did you bring me here? It sighs in response, and trust me, this is a bombshell, because I need your help with one thing. Saving this world. Hearing a voice, Hanyu pauses in surprise, lowering his sword. You want me to take care of all these zombies, right? He asks gently. No. The great tree's voice booms back. I want you to drive every resident out of this town. Hanyu immediately sits before it, realizing there's a serious misunderstanding here. Calmly, he asks, Can you explain what's going on? The great tree hears his request and slowly begins to tell its ancient story. I am the Tree of Wisdom, a guardian of this secret realm. I have existed here for tens of thousands of peaceful years, until an outsider found this place and claimed it for himself. He sent a massive legion here to collect the special seeds that I had cultivated. He turned them into a resource for his own special trade. I watched my own children become mere commodities. How could I possibly stand for that? The tree hesitates for a moment, the pain still fresh, but then continues its tale. But we had known peace for 10,000 years. We had absolutely no fighting power against his army. So, I could only seek out the god who governs death, praying for the power of revenge at the cost of eternal servitude. It lets out a long sigh. From that day forward, I gained the ability to turn corpses into zombies. An image of the zombie army appears as the tree continues its sad story. And so, the war between humanity and zombies began, a brutal conflict that has dragged on for thousands of years. The number of zombies kept growing, and humans were gradually overwhelmed. So, 30 years ago, I led an all-out assault. I thought we finally had a chance to win, with humanity pushed back to this one last town. But at the critical moment, a powerhouse arrived like a comet. It recalls the scene of hundreds of its zombies being driven back by some unknown method. That man had somehow cultivated a fourth-tier plant with immense power, the fire dragon grass. Relying on the devastating damage of that fire dragon grass, he kept us at bay for a long, long time. Seeing Hanyu listening intently, the tree finds the strength to finish its story. Years later, I realized that mysterious man was likely an outsider, because he possessed abilities unlike anyone from the small town. And today, as I launched another all-out attack, I noticed you. You have methods that are remarkably similar to his. Hearing this, Hanyu asks in surprise, "So you want me to betray the town and help you, is that it?" The tree lays out its offer. "If you are willing to help me, I will give you 10 fruits of wisdom." Hanyu is thrown into deep thought. 10 fruits of wisdom? That's equivalent to 10 points of divinity. Seeing his hesitation, the tree immediately sweetens the deal. In addition, I will also gift you 3 god-tier corpses. Though they have been dead for thousands of years, their bodies are perfectly preserved. Now here's where you and I have to ask, what would we do? Hanyu's resolve is clearly wavering. He swallows hard, thinking this offer is just way too generous. 2 conflicting thoughts race through his mind. First, there's the question of whether he can even push back all the humans. But more importantly, this zombie-filled town is a treasure of the Imperial Capital Academy, and the god behind it is very likely a high-ranking leader there. Helping this tree would mean betraying that god, a huge mistake. Hanyu immediately turns away, his voice cold. "I'm sorry, but I can't do it." But as he walks away, the tree plays its final, most tempting card. "If you are willing to help me, I can introduce you to the Great Hall of the Death God." Hanyu stops dead, turning back in shock. "The Hall of the Death God?" he repeats. The gears are turning in his head. Isn't that a chance to obtain the powerful 5th-rank divine position of death? If he could get that, he would become a god revered by thousands. Seeing his reaction, the tree's voice fills with a hint of joy. "That's right. So, are you willing to agree now?" Hanyu hesitates, then turns away again, stammering an explanation. I'll give it a try, but I have one condition. I need to contact my god's domain and bring my own clan. I can't possibly do this alone." The tree considers this. "That's not impossible, but I need you to swear an oath before the Hall of the Death God. If you dare break your vow, your entire clan will be tormented by a curse until every last one of them is wiped out." And just when you think the stakes can't get any higher, Hanyu realizes the tree fears he'll be just like the last outsider, here to seize the realm. But it has seriously underestimated the allure of a 5th-rank divine position. He raises his hand, making the gesture of an oath, and lets out a laugh. "I am willing to swear to the Hall of the Death God." A sigil immediately appears on the back of his hand. Hanyu stares at his hand in confusion, shouting, "Hey, is this some kind of permanent stamp or what?" At that moment, the tree weaves its branches into a small circle. 100 scout eyes are launched out from it. He closes his eyes, joyfully basking in the familiar light. "Ah, the beloved aura of the god's domain. I should have already reached the level of a life-form lord by now." The tree speaks softly. "All right, outsider. I hope you will quickly fulfill our agreement." With that, it shoves him back down to the mortal world. "Now, go." Thrown downwards, he yelps in panic. "Whoa, you son of a..." Hanyu lands successfully among the zombies. He looks up at the sky and starts cursing angrily. "That old tree is so damn rude. Didn't even offer me a cup of coffee." He sighs. "Now, how am I supposed to get the residents to leave town? First things first, I'll fly back and figure it out." With that, Hanyu soars back to his original location to regroup with everyone. Eric Green spots him and shouts, "It's Han." Han's back. Jessica hears him and immediately whips around to look. A moment later, Hanyu lands perfectly in front of the group. Jessica rushes forward, throwing her arms around him. "Han, it's so good to see you're okay." While he's still blushing, Johnson and Eric Green run over, overjoyed. "Han, man, you were incredible." The mayor, Jenniger, claps him on the shoulder, laughing. "Han, to recognize your contribution, I'm awarding you the Town Citizen Award." Hanyu just chuckles sheepishly, saying, "Oh, it was nothing. You're all too kind, really." Seeing the zombies finally dissolving in the light, the townspeople erupt in cheers. The blood moon is passing. We've won. Meanwhile, a system notification pops up. First place, Hanyu with 12 million points. Second place, Qin Shuang with 8,720,000. Third, Sun Qinyan with 7,920,000 points. Fourth, Shu Tai with 7,890,000. Shu Tai sees this and grits his teeth, seething. What the hell did he even do? How could I still lose to him? And right then, you and I can see it happening. A truly vicious plan begins to form in his mind. If I can't beat you head on, then don't blame me for stabbing you in the back. A moment later, Shutai emerges from his house with a large sack. 20 minutes pass, and he slams that bag down on a table. Shutai glares at the man before him and snarls, "You're the most lethal assassin in this town, aren't you? Here are 8,000 gold coins. I want you to kill Hanyu for me." The assassin gives a curt nod, his voice dripping with confidence. "Consider it done. Wait for the good news." The second Shutai steps out of the shop, he's instantly tagged by a recon eye. Back at the villa, Hanyu watches the whole thing unfold, crossing his arms with a smirk. "Can't play fair, so you're resorting to backstabbing? If that's how you want to play it, then don't come crying to me when you end up dead." Without another thought, he issues a command to his swarm outside. "Locust swarm kin, go and have your fill." Instantly, the swarm descends, tearing through all the flowers in the area. But they don't stop there, they move on to the trees. With their razor-sharp teeth, all the plant life is systematically destroyed. Qin Shuang runs up to Hanyu in a panic and asks, "These locusts are your kin, right? Why are you letting them tear this place apart?" Now, here's where it gets interesting, so pay close attention. "What are you trying to do?" Hanyu just looks at her and replies, "That's a secret, and if I told you, I'm afraid I'd have to kill you." Hearing that, Qin Shuang immediately grabs his ear and twists, scolding him angrily. "Oh yeah, you dare kill me? Are you going to talk or not?" Hanyu cries out in pain, "Ow, ow, that actually hurts." Suddenly, a commotion outside startles them both. "Hanyu, get out here." Shutai storms into the house, pointing a finger straight at him. "Don't you dare tell me this has nothing to do with you." Hanyu just laughs it off. Well, if it isn't the great young Master Shu. To what do I owe this pleasure? In the next second, the locust swarm kin dive towards Shutai. He immediately ducks, pulling his coat over his head in fear while still shouting curses. "Hanyu, you're absolutely shameless. You don't have any special plants like me, so you sent your locust to destroy mine? You think you can beat me with a cheap trick like this?" Hanyu just smiles at him and calmly explains, "Stop talking nonsense. How could my kin possibly have gotten in here? If you're going to sling mud, at least make it logical. Besides, I'm not great at math, but 12 million seems quite a bit higher than 7 million, don't you think? How exactly do you plan to catch up?" Then he strikes a pose as if revving a motorcycle, taunting him, "Gonna do it on that precious bike of yours?" Seeing this, Shutai clenches his jaw, staring daggers as he spits out curses. Shutai's entire body trembles with fury as he glares at him, vowing to himself, "Hanyu, I swear you won't live to see another sunrise." Meanwhile, the residents are swarming the local shop, furiously telling the owner, "I need pesticide." "Me too. I need to buy some too." The shopkeeper just smiles apologetically. "Everyone, the shop is completely sold out of pesticide. We promise to make more as soon as possible. Please come back tomorrow." Hearing this, an old man looks utterly defeated. "What are we going to do? The pesticide is gone. My crops don't stand a chance." A young man beside him adds, "Tell me about it. My level 4 man-eating flower was sucked dry. There's no way it's surviving the night." Just then, Mayor Jenniger appears and makes an announcement. "To all residents of the town, we have initiated an emergency evacuation plan. Tonight, the town's church will be open for everyone to take shelter. Please rest there for one night." Hanyu watches the mayor's celebratory mood and silently calculates his next move. While the townspeople are fleeing their homes, I'll have the locust quickly devour all the remaining special plants. This way, every special plant will be wiped out, leaving the residents defenseless against the zombies. At that point, they'll have no choice but to pack up and move somewhere else. Cutting to another area in town, Eric Greaves is surprised to see Hanyu approach. "Han, you're here? Today's mission is pretty easy. The zombie army took heavy losses last night, so feel free to take it easy and relax today." Jessica happily runs over and links her arm with his, saying, "If you ever want to come hang out, you know you're always welcome." Hanyu just points behind him and says, "Right, well, I'm just gonna go wander around and scavenge for some items." At that moment, a recon eye flies in with a report. Shutai and the assassin are preparing to make their move. Hearing that, Hanyu immediately heads off. "In that case, I'll find a deserted place and wait for them. And here's the moment we've been waiting for." Hanyu calmly sits, watching two figures rapidly approaching him. "Well, you two finally decided to show up." He looks up at them. "You certainly took your sweet time." Shutai spins around to face the assassin, demanding, "Did you tell him?" The assassin responds with an icy stare. "You can insult my character, but you will not insult my professionalism." Shutai gives up and turns back to Hanyu, screaming, "Forget it. It doesn't matter. What matters is that today, Hanyu, you die right here." Hanyu looks at him with a calm expression. "Are you sure you have the guts to kill me? The university will have a record of this. How are you going to explain my death to the school? Shutai grits his teeth. The one killing you is a town assassin. It has nothing to do with me. The assassin beside him chimes in, why are you wasting so much time talking to a dead man? Let's just get this over with. He instantly takes a stance, unleashing his ghost shadow vine whip technique. A thorny vine materializes and shoots directly towards his target as he rushes forward. He lunges at Han Yu, thrusting a dagger at his handsome face while shouting ghost shadow flash. A blinding light reflects off the dagger, but the assassin suddenly gasps in shock. What the? Han Yu activates his golden dragon transformation, and the tip of the dagger shatters on impact. He just smirks. Is this all 8,000 gold coins gets you? You and I just witnessed a massive miscalculation, because the assassin immediately turns on Shu Tai, screaming, you son of a bitch, did you set me up? Shu Tai, completely bewildered, just shouts in rage, Han Yu, how in the hell did you know? Han Yu smirks at the two clueless guys, and you and I both know what's coming next. He summons his familiars, declaring, all right, it's my turn now. He then commands them, my children, entertain our guests. Seeing this, Toothiet shouts in absolute panic. Impossible. How can you summon familiars? Not wasting any time, he points at the town's assassin and orders, kill him for me. At his command, the entire swarm of familiars rushes the man, who panics in pure despair. Han Yu slowly steps towards Toothiet, sword in hand, growling, as for you, I'll handle you personally. Seeing him approach, the guy screams, trying to threaten him out of sheer terror. You can't kill me. The Academy will definitely record this. If you do, how will you explain yourself to them? Han Yu stops, feigning shock. Then, a smug grin spreads across his face. Ah, that's a good point. In that case, I'll just throw you to the zombies while you're barely breathing. Once the zombies finish you off, this will have nothing to do with me, Han Yu. Realizing how bad this is, Toothiet immediately bolts, screaming as he runs, stay away, don't you come near me. Somebody help. A second later, Han Yu flies over, snatches him by the collar, and with one swift move, slams him face first into the ground. Toothiet's face is now swollen and bruised as he begs for his life. Don't hit me anymore. My family won't spare you. You just wait for the true god's revenge. Han Yu calmly lifts him up and just smiles. Fine, let's see who shows. And with that, he hurls him towards the horde of zombies lurking just outside. Elsewhere, Han Yu sits planning his next move, giving orders to his subordinate. Cruelty, go see what's left. Not bad, save some of the good stuff for me. Right after, he spreads his wings and flies off, calling back, you guys get some rest, I'll take over the shift. Now pay attention, because the scene is about to shift dramatically as the crimson sun sets over the town. We cut to a meeting filled with panicked, overlapping voices. It's over. My crops are completely gone. There's nothing left. How are we supposed to survive now? In the meeting, Mayor Cho Jeniger sits dejectedly, listening to the citizens' complaints. Mayor, I can't live like this anymore. That's right, the church isn't big enough for everyone. The mayor, losing his patience, finally replies. I know the current situation is difficult, but... Before he can finish, Han Yu cuts in. I have another way. Surprised, the mayor asks, Han, what is it? Tell us. Han Yu smiles and presents his idea. We will go to another world. The townspeople stare in shock, turning to the mayor. Can we really go to another world? I couldn't stand living here anymore anyway. Exactly. With these constant zombie attacks, I haven't had a decent night's sleep in ages. Mayor Cho Jeniger is also completely stunned by what he's just heard. He asks anxiously, Han, it's not that we don't want to go, but the portal was destroyed fighting the zombies. Besides, we don't even know where we could possibly go. Han Yu places a hand on his chest, smiling with absolute certainty. He makes a vow, my only fear was that you wouldn't agree to move. Since you have, here's the plan. Dalong City is a perfect fit for all of you. I have a way to build a new portal to another world. Everyone, just give me a little time. Hearing this, the mayor's face lights up as he exclaims, excellent. Han, whatever you need, just say the word. I will give you my full support. The scene shifts to a vast open space, and this moment right here is a huge turning point. Han Yu stands before a great tree, explaining, that's the situation. The townspeople have agreed to leave. If you can restore the portal, I can find them a new home. At this, the tree laughs loudly, its voice booming. Excellent. I have finally waited for this day to come. Thank you, Outworlder. I will absolutely fulfill my promise to you. Tonight is a full moon. Just bring them to the entrance of the secret forest. Night falls, and the scene moves to the entrance of that secret forest. As Mayor Cho Jeniger and his people arrive, he asks in amazement, will the portal really appear during the full moon? Jessica looks up at the great tree and gasps, everyone, look, is that the tree of wisdom? They all follow her gaze to a tree with a massive canopy, perfectly backlit by the full moon, which casts a strange and wondrous light over everything. It really is the Tree of Wisdom. Just then, the portal activates. The crowd erupts in cheers. The portal has appeared. Once everyone has stepped through, he waves them goodbye. Everyone, may we meet again. The townspeople, deeply moved, wave back at him. The mayor, crying with emotion, shouts, "Thank you, Han, you are truly our savior." Jessica uses the chance to plant a quick kiss on his cheek, making him yelp in surprise. Uh-oh. She quickly covers her mouth, turns away blushing, and says, "Han, see you again. Please remember me." A moment later, the portal slowly closes before his eyes. Hanyu sighs, it's finally over. That evaluation was way too long. In a flash, Miss Lena looks seriously at the group and announces, "Dear students, the evaluation of the zombie secret town is now complete." And just like that, they're all back in the classroom. She scans the room and says in a stern voice, "First of all, congratulations to all the students who successfully returned from this survival evaluation. 2 students died in the secret realm. I hope they will have greater strength to face the evaluation in their next lives." Hanyu hears this and thinks to himself, so it's true. Die in the secret realm, and you die in the real world. This kind of test is just too cruel. Well, Tu Theat, don't blame me. He then flinches, suddenly noticing Tu Theat glaring at him, his eyes burning with pure, unadulterated rage. He's shocked. This guy is still alive. How did he survive? Miss Lena just smiles and announces the results. "Please take your seats. We will now read the class rankings." In first place is Han Yu, with 16 million points. Second is Qin Shuang, with 12,030,000 points. And in third is Sun Qingyan with 10 million points. At that moment, Tu Theat stands up and shouts for everyone to hear, "Miss, I accuse Han Yu of cheating." Han Yu glances at the guys beside him and sees their nasty, triumphant smirks. Miss Lena asks, surprised, "Student Tu Theat, do you have any proof?" Tu Theat locks eyes with him and slowly lays out his accusation. "We saw Han use Locust familiars in the zombie town. Plus, I also saw him summon a puppet, and with his 2 buddies backing him up, you just know this isn't going to end well." "That's right, I agree," she says, her voice calm and gentle. "Stick with me here, the lecture was on survival simulation, and it never once mentioned that summoning familiars was forbidden. Student Han Yu used his own skills to summon his familiar into the secret realm, sure. There was some luck involved, but most of it was pure strength." Hearing this, Shu Tai grits his teeth in rage, snapping, "Ma'am, you're clearly covering for Han Yu. I'll report this to the higher-ups." Instantly, Teacher Lena's entire aura shifts as she glares at him. "And who, exactly, will you report this to?" "That is your right. However, as your instructor, it's my right to punish you for disrespecting a teacher." He's completely thrown by this. Where did this crushing pressure suddenly come from? She shoves him towards the time portal, announcing, "As punishment, I'm sending you to the Black Prison for 1 year of hard labor." Shuti hears this and screams in absolute despair. "What? No, I don't want to." The teacher then turns to his 2 cronies with a smile that sends shivers down their spines. "Does anyone else want to join Shu Tai?" One of them stammers in fear. Teacher Lena is right. The other one just scratches his head and forces a friendly smile. How could anyone disrespect their teacher? He totally deserves it. Pleased, she continues her announcement. "And now, for the awards. Han Yu will receive a jade flower vase, and for Qin Shuang." The award ceremony ends. After class, as he walks down the hall, a voice calls out to him. "Junior brother Han Yu, over here." He sees 3 people smiling and walking towards him and says in surprise, "Seniors, I didn't fail you. I brought back the fruit of wisdom." Hangman grins at the news. "You got it? So how many did you get?" 1, 2. Han Yu thinks to himself. Before the assessment ended, he exchanged all his friendship points for wisdom fruits, including the ones from the wisdom tree. That gave him a total of 12, and he already used 9 of them for God points. Outwardly, he holds out his hand sheepishly. "Sorry, this was the best I could do." But 9 God points isn't a small number. Before he can finish, Xia Tian gives a thumbs up. "You got 9 of them? Junior brother, you're an absolute beast." Yi Ling also chimes in, looking delighted. "Thanks to you taking first place, we managed to win 10 God points from Huang Shenjun. So just keep those 9 God points for yourself. Now come on, let's go grab something spicy to eat." Suddenly, a voice rings out from behind him. "Going out to eat, are we? Living the good life, I see." And just when things were going great, trouble walks right up to them. Huang Shenjun approaches, his eyes fixed on Han Yu. "You must be Han Yu, the one who made me lose 10 God points." Hang Mang immediately jumps in front of Han Yu, shielding him. "Huang Shenjun, what do you think you're doing?" Han Yu, still confused, asks Hang Mang, "What's going on?" Yi Ling explains with a smirk, "Someone's just a sore loser." Xia Tian steps forward to clarify. "His name is Huang Shenjun. We've never gotten along with him. Before the assessment, he came to provoke us, so we made a bet with him on whose sponsored student would take first place. Little brother, you worked hard and helped us win 10 God points. Hanyu looks at the guy in front of him and asks, Senior, I have to ask, who did you sponsor? Sha Tian answers with a grin, that kid who uses the fire dragon grass. Hearing that, Hanyu lets out a sarcastic laugh. Shu Tai, Senior Huang, you must be truly blind. Huang Shenjun's face twists with anger as he shouts, Say that again if you dare. At that moment, Hang Meng and the other two rush forward, laughing defiantly. So what if he says it 10 more times? What are you going to do about it? Seeing he's outnumbered, Huang Shenjun decides a tactical retreat is his best option. As he runs, he turns back to yell a threat. You better watch yourself. The next joint training class is a battle against seniors. You've crossed me, so I'll show you what hell really looks like. Hang Meng turns to Han Yu. Junior brother, we're sorry about this. Our bet ended up getting you into trouble with Huang Shenjun. We won't be able to protect you during the joint class. Han Yu just places a hand on his shoulder and shrugs it off. It's fine, Senior Meng. I've been threatened plenty these past few months. And haven't I grown up healthy and strong? This last course was a big success for me. I'm going to head back and focus on improving myself. Yiling adds, Junior brother Han Yu, if you need anything, just come find us. Jia Tian nods, we'll definitely support you. The scene then shifts to another, much grander location, where a voice announces, Your Majesty, the God King. A demigod requests an audience. A powerful voice replies, ordering them to be brought in. The God King sits upon his throne and asks the demigod, What matter brings you before me? The man immediately kneels. Greetings, great God King. My name is Zhang Gang. I've come to report a clue regarding the ruins of the God River. I have a suspect. Hearing this, the God King instantly stands up. Speak. If your information is true, you will be handsomely rewarded. Zhang Gang immediately stands and opens a box. Inside is one of Han Yu's locusts. He reports, Great God King, I discovered the corpse of this locust within the ruins of the God River. As it happens, I know a God's domain player who uses locusts. His name is Han Yu. I believe this matter is related to him. The God King is surprised. Han Yu, what else do you know about him? Zhang Gang quickly recounts everything. He's a high school student, an orphan, now a preparatory student at the Imperial Capital Academy. His current level is Divine Creature. Upon hearing this, the God King erupts in a furious rage. You think a mere divine-level student could enter the God River ruins and defeat the 6 demigods I sent there? Seeing the God King's fury, the man immediately prostrates himself, begging for forgiveness. He says fearfully, Your Majesty, please calm your anger. At first, I didn't believe Han Yu could have reached the ruins either. But I took a photo of Han Yu and investigated the site myself. I found definitive proof that Han Yu was indeed at the God River ruins. He stands and recounts all the details. My investigation revealed that Han Yu bought a batch of radioactive ore from the ore shop. There are divine power payment records, and the inn's domain registry has a log too. The God King glares down at him, his voice laced with a threat. Demigod, you had better not be feeding me false information, or I will show you no mercy. A moment later, he tosses a chest in front of the man. Very well, take your reward and be gone. Zhang Gang sees the chest and erupts in joy, shouting, Thank you, great God King. And with that, the king issues his final order. Trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. Take the signal device, he commands his subordinate, and investigate this Han Yu for me. I need to confirm if he stole my treasure. A cold, sharp glint flashes in his eyes. If he did, I will grind him into dust. Meanwhile, Han Yu lets out a massive sneeze. He wipes his nose with a sigh. Man, it's getting chilly. I have to level up before my next class. Han Yu glances at the pot with a grin. This thing Kalina gave me is seriously top tier. Its function is to bind a special plant seed to the jade flower pot, and each growth cycle will yield another special seed. The cycle is linked to the plant's rank. The higher the rank, the longer the cycle. After using it, he smiles, satisfied. This rank 6 demon shadow vine combined with his plant fusion technique can unleash the powerful demon shadow entanglement ability, so he'll bind the jade flower pot to the rank 6 demon shadow vine seed. From now on, he'll have a continuous, unending supply of demon shadow vine seeds. He then glances at the 3 corpses before him. A god's corpse can be refined into divine flesh and blood, perfect for creating a locust lord. And if he gives that locust lord a fruit of wisdom, its combat power will absolutely soar. Suddenly, a call from Selena makes him jump. Han Yu immediately answers, confused. Selena, she gets right to the point. Han Yu, I have some bad news. Hearing this, he's surprised and asks, Is it about the zombie town in the secret realm? She quickly replies, The zombie town was a gift to the academy from one of the 3 god-level masters of the Imperial Capital Academy, Master Shu Heikwan. Now that the coordinates have been destroyed, the town is lost. Master Shu has investigated and found out you were responsible. He's furious. Han Yu points to himself, stammering with worry. So, am I going to be expelled? Now pay attention here, because you and I both know it's never that simple. Selena just smiles and shakes her head. Of course not. You didn't break any school rules. It's just that Master Shu is personally upset, so he wants to duel you tomorrow. I'll be the referee. Hearing this, Han Yu lets out a huge sigh of relief. With you there, Teacher Selena, I'm not worried about getting beaten to death. She clears her throat, hands on her hips. You brat, just do your best. Master Shu won't make it too hard on you. Don't worry. After hanging up, Han Yu lies on his bed and sighs. Well, what's coming is coming. Can't avoid it anyway. Might as well get a good night's sleep and fight for my life tomorrow. The scene shifts to the next morning at the martial arts arena. As Han Yu steps onto the stage, his 3 seniors cheer him on like their lives depend on it, yelling, just do your best. If you can't win, just give up quickly. Selena steps forward, pointing to a strange man and introducing them. Han Yu, come and greet Master Shu. So that's the god-level Master Shu Hai. Han Yu speaks up. Greetings, Master Shu. Shu Hai seriously lays out the terms. Han Yu, since I'm dueling you, I won't use any divine abilities. I will only use 1 million of my kin to fight you. Win or lose, the matter of you destroying my secret realm will be dropped. Do you have any objections? Han Yu smiles back at him, answering confidently, this student wouldn't dare. I will definitely fight with all my strength and not disappoint you, Master. Selena looks at the system and announces, all right, the duel begins. The location is the mausoleum. Both of you may summon your kin. The atmosphere crackles with energy. A fierce battle is about to break out. Shu Hai reaches a hand behind him, and a swirling blue vortex immediately spins into existence. He commands, come forth. A group of identical-looking people emerges from behind him, and in an instant, Han Yu is facing down a massive army of Homo sapiens with a terrifying presence. On the empty battlefield, Shu Hai's army stands in perfect formation. Hangman can't keep his cool looking at their overwhelming aura. His jaw drops at the incredible sight as he yells, what kind of monsters are these? How can their aura be so powerful? Sha Tian sits with her arms crossed, enjoying his clueless expression with a smirk. That's the Homo sapiens, a subspecies of human, and an extremely rare one at that. The level of a Homo sapien is naturally extraordinary, with incredibly high intelligence and potential. After maturing, with just a little effort, they can be promoted to a hero-level lifeform. Yiling sits with her legs crossed, looking at the fierce army and can't help but sigh in admiration. Even though there are no hero-level lifeforms here, the power they're radiating is no less than any heroes. This junior, Han Yu, is in for it. Hearing this, Hangman panics and screams at Han Yu with all his might. Junior, surrender. Surrendering is only half a loss. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. As long as there's life, there's hope, right? Before he can finish, Shu Hai roars, silence. He stands at the head of his Homo sapiens, facing Han Yu's lonely figure. Seeing him still not making a move makes Hangman's heart ache, as he thinks Han Yu must be scared, stiff. Master Shu looks at him intensely and asks, Han Yu, are you not going to summon your kin? And here's the part you've been waiting for. Han Yu finally makes his move, flicking his hand behind him as an army of self-destructing locusts appears. He grins, full of excitement. Let's play. What's there to be afraid of? Before the blue portal, the Homo sapiens stand rigid, unfazed by the countless exploding locusts swarming over their heads. Shu Hai, who was initially a little disappointed in him, is now witnessing a horrifying spectacle. His mind is blown as if struck by lightning. Are those transcendent life forms? And that number? It's terrifying. But it doesn't end there. His eyes widen once more at the next incredible sight. What? What is that? Before him, a powerful figure emerges, standing out among the forest of locusts, and Shu Hai recognizes it with a start, a lord-level lifeform. His gaze shifts again toward the back of the massive locust swarm. Red-skinned beings with unconcealable ferocity on their faces deliver another shock. Behind the locusts are those red dwarves, and their leader is a lord-level lifeform too. Everything Han Yu summons is an absolute monster. Even a single locust from the Minotaur clan is incredibly powerful, enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Wait, there's a Minotaur clan too. Why is it also a lord-level lifeform? Following right behind them, the next majestic legion is the blade-slaying sword-style clan. Their leader appears at his summons, delivering such a shock that Shu Hai exclaims, a lord level from the sword-style clan. What other kin do you have? I'm about to run out of words. From another portal, a legion of skeletal soldiers march in perfect step behind a skeleton commander. Their aura is nothing to scoff at. Shu Hai's mind is completely reeling from Han Yu's armies, asking himself, there's a skeleton clan too? He stares at Hanyu's powerful units, his mouth hanging open and his brow furrowed in disbelief. 5 types of Lord-level lifeforms. And a bone controller, who has the strongest fighting power among all hero-level lifeforms. Let that sink in for a second. Even demigods can't assemble an army of this caliber. Is this kid really just a divine-level being? Hangman, who was just enjoying the show, is utterly stunned by Hanyu's powerful summons. He can't stop chattering excitedly to Shatian. Damn it, one of his friends says, I thought I'd get wrecked in the blood arena, but now I realize I don't even stand a chance. And you know, Shatian, who loves the drama, chimes in to cheer him up. Have some faith, man. Who knows? Maybe not many of us first years could even pull off a formation like Hanyu's. Unlike those 2 clowns, Yi Ling watches him fight with pure admiration on her face. Her thoughts are filled with nothing but praise for him. If he can officially get into the Imperial Capital Academy, his future is set. The 3 of them might have their own takes, but they're all cheering him on. Go, little brother Hanyu. Show them what you've really got. Fueled by his friend's support, Hanyu's fighting spirit burns even brighter. With a single command from him, they obey. Self-destructing Locust army attack. Receiving their master's order, the Locust swarm speeds toward the motionless Homo sapiens. Sword dance, assault. But on the other side, the Homo sapiens army remains perfectly still, merely raising their hands and chanting in unison. From those hushed words, a defensive barrier materializes, ready to block the incoming attack. And just like that, the swarm's assault becomes completely useless against the shield. And you've got to watch this moment. Hanyu's face drops as he sees his attack totally nullified. What the? After blocking the Locust swarm's attack, the Homo sapiens army immediately begins its counteroffensive. A volley of fireballs erupts, targeting the hovering insects. Instantly, the attacks decimate Hanyu's forces, sending a jolt of panic through him. He can't let his side take this much damage. This is bad. Self-destructing locusts, pull back. Lava locusts, move up and provide cover. In an instant, another swarm appears, this one bigger and stronger than the last. They follow their master's command without hesitation, but Shuhai just scoffs. He can see that no matter how many bugs Hanyu throws at him, his own army has barely taken a scratch. He shouts out, his voice booming with arrogance. This level of defense is nowhere near enough to stop my Homo sapiens. Under the orange sky and across the desolate battlefield, his army looks absolutely terrifying. With a single word from him, all the Homo sapiens raise their hands in unison to attack. Ha! From a distance, Hanyu and his tens of thousands of lava locusts are stunned to see the energy gathering. He can't help but yell in disbelief. What the hell is that? Is that a spirit bomb? Has this guy been watching Dragon Ball or something? Shuhai then raises his hand, and from his palm, a wave of power shoots forward with his command. As soon as they got the order, his army unleashed a devastating annihilation wave. Hanyu instantly recognizes his disadvantage and quickly summons a powerful individual, Shen Chui. I can't let this continue. We have to find a way to break through the Homo sapiens turtle shell defense. Shen Chui, to battle. Receiving the order, Shen Chui appears, hoisting a massive hammer for a powerful strike down on the Homo sapiens. His massive silhouette hangs in the air, a striking red figure against the sky as he prepares to swing. With a ferocious look on his face, Shen Chui brings the hammer down, creating a blindingly powerful shockwave. Now this is the moment we've been waiting for. Against the barrier created by the Homo sapiens, that hammer creates a perfect, massive crack. The second the shield fractures, Hanyu roars his command. Success! Lava locusts, attack now. Hearing the order, the locusts swarm, surrounding the towering humanoid figures. The 3 watching this unfold can't help but celebrate. They cheer him on. Little brother Hanyu might actually pull this off. Seeing his defensive lines shattered, Shuhai doesn't show a hint of worry. He calmly watches Hanyu and his massive army, murmuring to himself, the game is only just beginning. Against the vast sky, massive black clouds formed by the Locust army surround the towering Homo sapiens. Hanyu analyzes the situation, his heart wavering. Even though there are a ton of locusts, their combat power is just too low. But if I can take out even a few Homo sapiens, I still have a chance. Because his eyes are already glancing behind him. The valiant Drybone Lord stands there, his mind racing. That is my escape plan. He gives a hand signal. Go, Drybone Lord. Hanyu's attention then snaps back to the chaotic scene of the Homo sapiens fighting his Locust army. The sight makes him sigh again and again. The Homo sapiens are too strong. Their autonomous combat skills are maxed out. He's stunned as he realizes the advantage is shifting back to them. His face freezes in deep thought. This is bad. Too few of them are going down. I have to increase the Locust attack power. Source of mutation. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his ear, making him jump, completely surprised by the words. This opponent's level is too high. To avoid being detected, I've temporarily sealed the directional mutation. We'll meet again. Hearing this from the mutation source, Han Yu explodes with rage. Hey, are you kidding me? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Get your damn flowery spirit back here. He curses for a while, but there's no reply. Feeling like he's about to lose his mind, he can only sigh in frustration. Looks like I can't count on directional mutation anymore. Little skeleton, it's all up to you. The dry bone lord takes down one enemy after another. Han Yu watches intently, filled with expectation. I'm counting on you, buddy. As he says it, the skeletons are suddenly bathed in a brilliant, magical light. Hang Mang is overjoyed seeing Han Yu seemingly gaining the upper hand, his heart pounding with admiration. Here it comes, here it comes. The ultimate move is here. Everything seems to be going according to plan, but then, the Drybone Lord does something mysterious behind the other skeletal soldiers. And just when we thought he had it in the bag, a massive explosion erupts before everyone's eyes. Han Yu is in absolute shock. Staring in horror at the devastating scene, he screams, "What's happening?" High above, Shu Hai smirks, his words hitting Han Yu like a physical blow. Little brother Han Yu, the advantage of the Wind Spirit race is truly immense. Tens of thousands of years ago, their strategy of fueling war with war was a living nightmare that made every civilization tremble. And now, looking down on the small boy below, the old man wore the smug look of a fisherman who'd already won. But that was ancient history. Through the research of countless high-level players, there are now endless ways to counter the undead. Almost everyone has an ace up their sleeve that isn't affected by them. If you think that move is your trump card, your future is going to be pretty rough. Hearing this, Han Yu had to pause and rethink everything. It seemed like his side was about to collapse at any moment. The Locust assault wasn't working, dealing no significant damage. The skeletons couldn't even be summoned. The little skeleton and the corpse controller were completely suppressed. And his army of minotaurs and dwarves wasn't even an appetizer for the Homo sapiens legions. Was this really a loss? Right at this moment, Zhang Jianfeng and the Minotaur shaman were fighting tooth and nail against the Homo sapiens. The sounds of slaughter filled the air as body parts were sent flying under Zhang Jianfeng's razor-sharp blade. The massive Minotaur shaman grabbed enemies and slammed them into the ground. It might look like these two were on the verge of victory, but in Han Yu's eyes, they were fighting a losing battle against thousands. This is bad, Han Yu muttered anxiously. Zhang Jianfeng and the Minotaur shaman seem to have the upper hand, but they're completely surrounded. At this rate, they'll just die from exhaustion. Seeing the tide turning against him, Han Yu unleashed his most powerful unit. The Blight Emperor took to the skies, knocking an arrow on his master's command. Blight Emperor, attack! A single arrow, pulsing with immense power, shot from its bow. It flew straight towards the heavens, streaking past the brilliant suns and drawing the attention of every Homo sapiens. And then, that one arrow multiplied into thousands, changing direction and raining down upon the enemy. Shadow Arrow Rain. The black arrows carried two properties, dark corrosion and paralysis. Any of the intelligent army hit by the attack would be corroded and frozen in place. Han Yu couldn't help but marvel at its overwhelming power. The fruit of wisdom really was on another level. The Blight Emperor evolved this much from just one bite. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhang Jianfeng and the Minotaur shaman charged headfirst into the Homo sapiens to shatter their formation. The smaller bodies of the Homo sapiens were sent flying, utterly crushed by the assault. But even after taking a world-shattering beating, they recovered shockingly fast and regrouped. Han Yu watched their numbers swell again, his anxiety growing. These things recover way too fast. But then, something caught his eye, making him gasp in surprise. The black dragon Amphius did a magnificent somersault right above his head. It looked down at him with an excited grin. My trusted partner, the great black dragon is here to help you. With its massive body, Amphius just had to swing its tail, and a whole squad of powerful clones appeared. The 10 little roaches had arrived. This summon immediately drew the attention of the 3 spectators. Yi Ling frantically grabbed Xia Tian and started pointing. Xia Tian, look, it's a black dragon, a pure-blooded dragon. I can't believe Junior Han Yu was hiding a treasure like this. Shang Meng yelled out in shock. Oh my god, that's a pure-blooded dragon. In the future, it could ascend to a monarch-level life form. Hearing this, Xia Tian couldn't resist a little jab. Shang Meng, no wonder you lost so badly. That comment sent Xiang Meng into a spiral of despair, squatting on the ground, drawing circles and cursing Han Yu's name. But looking at the black dragon Amphius, Shu Hai couldn't help but feel impressed. This was a rare talent. To have this much power as a mere trainee, the future of Xiandu is truly bright. With that thought, he began to speak. Listen here, Han Yu. But his gaze shifted to the 10 little roaches that Amphius had summoned, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Huh? What kind of monsters are these? All these new species appearing before him were eye-opening, but he knew this fight couldn't go on forever. After all, Han Yu was a student, so he hesitated. His combat power was immense, and his recovery ability was even more terrifying. At this rate, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Finally, he decided to offer a truce. Han Yu, how about we stop this fight? Han Yu looked up as Anpheus swooped in to attack Shu Hai and asked with confusion, "A truce?" Hearing that, the black dragon Anpheus roared in fury. "No, Anpheus does not agree." Shang Meng saw this and couldn't stay quiet. "Did I hear that right? Lord Shu Hai is asking for a truce." Xia Tian quickly added, "Could it be that even Lord Shu Hai is afraid of Junior Han Yu?" Beside them, Yi Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh my gosh, if word of this gets out, doesn't that mean Junior Han Yu will?" A familiar voice cut in. "Will what?" Lena looked at the gossiping students and spoke sharply. "You kids don't know anything. If Teacher Shu went all out, Han Yu wouldn't stand a chance. Teacher Shu simply values talent." Ye Ling looked surprised and stammered, Miss Lena." Lena continued with absolute confidence. "The power Han Yu has shown in this battle has been acknowledged by Teacher Shu. He would never let such a promising seed go. Your junior Han Yu is about to hit the jackpot." Just then, Shu Hai walked closer. "Han Yu, my anger has cooled. Continuing this fight will only lead to meaningless sacrifices. Furthermore, I intend to gift you the remainder of my Homo sapiens army." The black dragon Amphius didn't hesitate to show its anger. "No stopping, let's keep fighting." Seeing this, Han Yu turned to the dragon and hissed, "Shh, don't cause trouble." Then he put on a bright smile and asked, "Teacher Shu Hai, are you serious?" Teacher Shu Hai clasped his hands behind his back and said sternly, "I'll give you the Homo sapiens kin, but I have one condition. When you officially enroll in the Imperial Capital Academy, you must join my faction." Han Yu was stunned, pointing at himself in disbelief. "Huh? Join your faction?" Before he could even react, Karina pulled him by the shoulder, urging him on. "What are you waiting for? Thank Teacher Shu." She quickly emphasized her point. Teacher Shu Hai is one of the 3 most famous mentors at the Imperial Capital Academy. Not only is he powerful, but his teaching skills are second to none. The line of students wanting to study under him is 500 meters long. Han Yu glanced at Lena with disdain and muttered, "Only 500 meters. If you fit 2 people per meter, that's just 1,000 people." But hearing his words, she held her head high with pride. "Exactly. Every year, the Imperial Capital Academy only recruits no more than 2,500 people." Now Han Yu was convinced, and you and I just watched him bow a full 90 degrees. "Teacher, I agree to be your student. If needed, I can perform the ceremony right now." Teacher Shu Han's face turns serious as he declares, "My dear student, I'll take it that you've accepted my conditions. Take the remaining 820,000 loyal people into your divine domain. Consider it a small gift, but your formal apprenticeship will have to wait until you join the Imperial Capital Academy." He holds his head high with pride, adding, "I don't care about the others, but if you want to be my student, you must hold yourself to the absolute highest standards." "All right, let's jump right in." Han Yu was told, "Before you can officially join the Imperial Capital Academy, you must ascend to the rank of a perfect demigod. Understand?" Still bowed, Han Yu cautiously replies, "Yes, sir. Understood." That means his divinity has to hit the max for a divine creature, a perfect 10 points. Then, Teacher Shu Hai's voice turns dead serious. "On top of that, you must get a clue about the death godhead from the god of death himself. This is another trial. Complete these 2 tasks, and you can officially become my student." Right after, a group of powerful students rushes over shouting, "Junior Han Yu, congratulations." But before they can celebrate, Teacher Shu Hai shuts it down with a stern look. "Have you seen enough? Not a single word of what you saw today gets out. Especially not to your own teachers." "Got it." Xia Tian just grins widely and replies, "Teacher Su, you know our master's personality. If he asks, how could we dare to stay silent?" As if he gets the hint, Teacher Shu Hai scoffs and tosses 3 gold cards into their hands. Seeing this, the 3 of them share a sly, happy grin. Xia Tian chuckles fawningly, Hey, understood, sir. We wouldn't talk even if you beat us to death." Lena, watching this unfold, can't help but chime in. "You 3 have some serious guts, daring to take advantage of a main god. Now, pay attention, because the scene flips to a building the next morning. Qin Shuang fidgets with her dress, shyly asking, "Han Yu, can you help me with something?" She looks worried. "My family wants a marriage alliance with the Shu family, and I'm the poor sacrifice." Han Yu hears this and snaps back, annoyed. "What era are we in? Are they still pulling these kinds of tricks? Did your parents agree to this?" At this, Qin Shuang looks dejected and explains, "My parents only just became demigods. They can't change my great-grandfather's decision. My great-grandfather is the family's only true god. His decision is like a divine command for everyone." Han Yu asks curiously, "Who's the marriage partner? Shu Tai?" Qin Shuang keeps her head down, not daring to look up. Originally, the marriage was with Shu Tai, but after he failed in class, the partner was changed to Shu Tai's older brother, Shu Gang. Hearing this, Han Yu immediately understands the situation. It seems the Shu family is dead set on marrying you. How do you need me to help? If I can do it, I'll give it my all. Hearing him say this, Qin Shuang's heart must have felt a little lighter. She says, moved, Han Yu, thank you. He turns to her with a teasing smirk on his face. Thank me for what? After all, we were husband and wife for a while. Hearing these words, Qin Shuang completely loses her cool. She lands a solid slap across his face and yells, shut your mouth. Caught off guard, Han Yu cries out as tears well in his eyes. Ow! Surprisingly, he immediately turns back to her with a red cheek and says, see, now that's more like you. So stop being so timid. If you don't want this, I'll go back with you to cancel the engagement. It seems his words finally reached her heart. Qin Shuang closes her eyes and lets out a soft, The scene changes to 3 days later at the massive Qin family estate. Amidst towering buildings, 2 bickering voices can be heard. You aren't exactly a princess, you know? The other person calmly replies, the Qin estate might not be the imperial capital, but it's still a major city with 10 million people. Just then, a servant walks in and speaks respectfully. Young miss, the master and madam has specifically ordered this old servant to come and get you. They are waiting in the main house. Seeing Uncle Zhang, Qin Shuang politely replies, thank you for your hard work. Oh, Uncle Zhang, this is my friend, Han Yu. Hearing the introduction, he looks stunned. Oh, so you are the young Mrs. classmate. Then you must be one of the young geniuses from the Imperial Capital Academy's preparatory class. My sincerest apologies. Seeing his respectful attitude, Han Yu also responds politely, Uncle Zhang, you're too kind. Without wasting time, they hurry along. Let's get in the car and go. In the car, Qin Shuang sits in complete silence, a flicker of deep sadness in her eyes. Seeing her state, Han Yu pats her back comfortingly. It's okay. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. Hearing this, Qin Shuang gradually starts to relax. Though she can't smile, she manages to eke out a single word. A little while later, they both look out the window. Qin Shuang says nervously, we're here. The car stops before a towering iron gate. Deep inside, a brightly lit mansion is visible, and a loud voice booms from within. Last year when the family divided its profits, my wife and I got nothing. Now, you want a marriage alliance, so you push my daughter forward? Absolutely not. Whoever wants this marriage can do it themselves. My daughter is not going. Sixth brother, you can't say that. Shuanger enjoyed the family's resources her whole life to get where she is today. She should contribute for the family's sake. Standing behind the huge doors, the two of them can hear every word of the argument. Third brother, which one of your children hasn't enjoyed the family's resources since birth? So why haven't I seen you sacrifice anything? Your own daughter wasted resources pulling strings just to get into a second-rate university's prep class. I think she's a much better candidate for this marriage. Marrying her off would even save the family resources. Another voice cuts in sharply. Sixth brother, watch your mouth. Speak to your third brother with respect. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Han, you can't help but say it out loud. This family is a complete disaster. They treat their own children like products. Unable to take it anymore, Qin Shuang bursts through the doors, shouting, I refuse to marry into that wretched Shu family. Inside, guards stand at attention. A man in red, the third uncle of the Qin family, sits arrogantly and snaps, how absurd. The adults are speaking. How dare a junior like you interrupt? Guards! Miss Shuang is tired. Escort her to her room to rest. Sensing the escalating tension, a man in glasses tries to play peacemaker. Little Shuang, as a family member, you should contribute. The Shu family are true god descendants with immense wealth. Once you marry over, you certainly won't lack for resources. At the third uncle's order, a group of guards moves toward Qin Shuang, but luckily, her father dashes in front of her, shielding her and roaring, I'm right here. Let's see who dares lay a single finger on my daughter. The third uncle stands up, a cigarette in his hand. Sixth brother, spoiling your child like this is only hurting her. But Qin Shuang's father isn't backing down, shouting back, she's my daughter. I'll spoil her if I want to. My daughter is a preparatory student at the Imperial Capital Academy. She has a real chance to become a true god in the future. I will never allow you to destroy her future. Hearing this, the first uncle of the Qin family points right in his face and screams, treason! This is treason! Sixth brother, do you need the true god ancestor to personally come beg you to agree? Veins bulge on his face as he bellows, your daughter is outstanding. But right now, the girl isn't even a demigod. Becoming a true god is a matter of decades, maybe even centuries from now. The Qin family has only one true god right now, and we must protect this god, no matter what it costs us. And here's where the plot really kicks into high gear. If the Qin family loses their only true god, what do you think happens? You and I both know those other families, circling like vultures, won't show any mercy. Outside, Hanyu overhears everything and asks with confusion, Uncle Zhang, what does Qin Shuang's marriage have to do with their only true god? Uncle Zhang lets out a heavy sigh. It turns out the Qin family's only true god got into some trouble while traveling in an outer world civilization and is now imprisoned, awaiting execution. And get this, in that civilization, only another true god has the right to intervene. After a desperate search, only the Shu family's true god agreed to step in. As Han Yu hears the answer, he strokes his chin, putting the pieces together. Qin Shuang has the potential to become a true god in the future. The Shu family is using this crisis to pull her to their side with a sinister plan. But wait a second. A true god. Isn't that slacker Yuan Zhang a true god? With that thought, he immediately pulls out his phone to call Yuan Zhang. On the other end, Yuan Zhang is sipping milk tea. What? You need more divinity again. Hanyu just shakes his head. No. This time I need you to do me a favor. You have to go to an outer world civilization and rescue a true god player who's been captured by their god. But before Hanyu can even give him the location, Yuan Zhang cuts him off. Oh, I've heard about that outer world civilization. I know their true god is supposed to be powerful. Just, a little bit weaker than me. Hanyu's face instantly lights up. So does that mean you'll do it? But the guy on the other end doesn't give a straight answer. Instead, he asks, first, tell me my fee. If it's too low, I'm not going. Hanyu walks away, lost in thought. The price for hiring a true god? Well, that wasn't going to be cheap. Let's be real, if the Qin family paid this fee themselves, they'd be in huge trouble and take it all out on Qin Shuang. So of course, our hero decides to handle this properly. Thinking fast, he makes his offer. The payment will be in holy relic essence. So, how much would you need for an appearance fee? Hearing this, Yuan Zhang smirks and names his price. Simple. Repairing my divine weapon cost me 30,000 holy relic essences, so let's make the fee an even 30,000. Done. 30,000 holy relic essences to rescue a true god. I'll send you the coordinates to sign the contract. Meanwhile, back in the living room, the third elder is still fuming, yelling right in Qin Shuang's face. Xiao Shuang, you can't be this selfish. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the argument, grabbing everyone's attention. Wait. Hanyu strides in and the third elder immediately snaps. Who the hell is this kid? Why is he in the main house of the Qin family? Guards, throw him out now. Sensing he's in danger, Qin Shuang shields him and declares, he's my classmate. He's here to help me. Hearing her words, the man with glasses scoffs with unconcealed disdain. A classmate helping you? Looks more like your little boyfriend from school. Is this why you refuse to marry into the Z family? She fires back without missing a beat. Uncle, that's a lie. The eldest elder chimes in with a patronizing tone. Xiao Shuang, you are the descendant of a true god. You should be looking for a man of equal standing. Kid, I'm asking you, does your family have a true god? Before another argument could start, Hanyu calmly replies, my family is just me. No true gods, not even a demigod. I do have a few bottles of 6-god Florida water, though. Hearing this, Qin Shuang can't help but let out a gasp. The elders immediately jump on this, mocking him. A family without a single true god? What would you possibly use to support her? If she married you, you'd both be eating dirt. This divine power storage card has 500 million. It's enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Take it, and stay away from Xiao Shuang. Now pay attention, because here's where the tables turn. Seeing the card, Hanyu smiles politely. All right, in that case, I'll use this 500 million as the capital to hire a true god to rescue the Qin family's patriarch. Seeing this act, the eldest turns to Qin Shuang and says, Xiao Shuang, 500 million divine power is enough to see a man's true colors. Did you hear that? He says he wants to use it to hire a true god. Using 500 million to hire a true god. Over on the side, the man with glasses can't contain his derision. 500 million divine power to hire a true god? Is that a joke? You think true gods are like cabbage you can just pick up? I think this kid is just trying to delay our rescue mission. Even Qin Shuang's father looks doubtful. While I appreciate you standing up for Shuanger, don't say such absurd things. Shuanger, tell your friend, but before he can finish his sentence, Qin Shuang cuts him off. If Hanyu says he can use 500 million to hire a true god, then he absolutely can. I trust him. Seeing his niece's stubbornness, the eldest elder's temper flares as he issues a challenge. Kid, if you say you can do it, then do it. Let's see how you use 500 million to hire a true god from somewhere. Feeling the contempt from everyone, Hanyu retorts with absolute confidence. Who said I wanted to hire a true god from somewhere? Are you telling me there are no other true gods available? The elder loses his cool and roars at him. I think you're just here to make trouble. Take the divine power and get lost. If I wasn't being considerate of you being Xiao Shuang's classmate, but suddenly, the third elder senses a bizarre change in the air and cuts him off. Big brother, wait. The eldest is stunned as he recognizes the aura of a true god. And trust me, you can feel the shock in the room as Han Yu speaks up. The person I invited is another powerful true god. It seems he's arrived. The third elder refuses to believe it. That's it. It must be. The Qin family has stood for ages. With our patriarch in danger, how could other true gods not come to help? The man in glasses next to him eagerly agrees, adding, Kid, once the true god arrives, your little lie will be completely exposed. Losing his patience, Han Yu just scoffs back. Right. You're all correct, okay? Just wait until he gets here and you can ask him yourselves. At that moment, Yuan Zhang had already been standing from a distance, silently observing everything. The true god floated high above, quietly taking in the entire situation. The moment he lands, the family rushes toward him. The eldest of the Qin family scrambles forward, saying, Welcome, true god. You must have heard our ancestor was in peril and came to offer your aid, right? Yuan Zhang looks at him with zero respect. A demigod? Not even worth mentioning. Hearing these words, the elder turns away, flustered and stammering. Han Yu stands to one side, covering his mouth to hide a smirk. Without wasting time, Yuan Zhang asks, Who is Han Yu? Looking at the three of them from a distance, Qin Shuang's father is bewildered, thinking, could it be that this esteemed true god was truly invited by Xuaner's classmate? Over on the other side, the third and fifth elders ask in unison, this kid actually has the ability to summon a true god. Hearing his name called, Han Yu steps forward with a look of feigned concern. That's me. Yuan Zhang appears surprised. Oh, is that so? He points a finger at him, thinking, this is the kid? He's a demigod who hasn't even reached the divine creature stage. How could I call him brother? He then asks aloud, Are you really the Han Yu I've been talking with? Han Yu feigns a gasp of surprise, and to verify his identity, he pulls out an item and says with a grin, Who else could I be? Old Yuan, surely you recognize this holy relic essence, right? With his identity confirmed, Yuan Zhang places a hand on his shoulder and says, I never expected you to be so young. Han Yu happily replies, Hey, you look pretty young yourself. Stepping into the living room and looking at the people before him, Yuan Zhang asks, Are all these people your family? Han Yu's eyes drift over to the eldest Qin elder. Nope, I have no relationship with them whatsoever. And let me tell you, that elder caught his drift instantly. He thought to himself, crap, this kid holds a grudge. In a flash, with no regard for his own pride, he turns to Qin Shuang's father, sixth brother, that kid. Han Yu, your daughter brought him here. You have to convince him to help the Qin family. The third elder also chimes in, That's right, sixth brother, we are all members of the Qin family. We share the glory and we share the burdens. This is no time to let petty issues cause trouble for our family. The Qin family's fifth elder tries to persuade him. Sixth brother, think about it. If this true god makes a move, your daughter won't have to marry into the two family. Isn't that exactly what you want? Unsure what to say, he glances at his daughter, who looks back at the three of them, equally confused. Qin Shuang's father walks over to her. My daughter, I never knew you had such a great eye for people. The man you found is even more capable than anyone in our family. You absolutely have to seize this chance. If your grandfather can be rescued, you'll be the greatest hero in our entire household. Then we'll see who dares to use your marriage as a bargaining chip again. Hearing this, Qin Shuang blushes and looks down shyly. Dad, what are you talking about? We're not in that kind of relationship. Seeing his daughter's face turn crimson, he laughs. It's only a matter of time. I know your personality better than anyone. If you weren't interested in that kid, why would you bring him here? Besides, he's not bad to look at. Go on, go talk to him. Looking over at Han Yu, Qin Shuang starts to speak, Han Yu. But before she can finish, Han Yu calls out, Qin Shuang, come over here. He's already agreed to help you rescue the Qin family's true god. Go tell your family to bring any information and related artifacts, and he'll set off immediately. Qin Shuang is shocked. That fast? What about the offering? Is it really 500 million divine power points? Before she could say more, Han Yu covers her mouth. Don't worry about the offering. Just do as I say. She wonders to herself, how could 500 million divine power points be enough? Han Yu must have paid the difference. He's so good to me. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhang turns to the Qin family head. Don't forget what you promised me. The old man quickly replies, Oh, I won't forget, I won't. A moment later, Yuan Zhang leaves. Han Yu waves his hand and shouts, Don't worry, Elder Yuan. On the other side, the three Qin family members are beaming. The family head says, Young Han Yu, thank you for your hard work. Are you hungry? The third elder adds cheerfully, Brother Han Yu, since you're visiting the Qin family, let me give you a grand tour. Hearing this, Han Yu pulls Qin Shuang closer. If Qin Shuang hadn't asked me, I wouldn't be here. So she's the one who worked hard. You should be thanking her. From a distance, Qin Shuang's father watches Han Yu with pride. Good, very good. This kid is really something. And with that, we jump forward 2 days, back at the Imperial Capital Academy. In the hallway, 2T blocks some other students. Have you guys seen Han Yu and Qin Shuang? The student on the left says, they're not at the sports field, while the one on the right adds with a terrified look. And they're not in the cafeteria either. He explodes with anger. Damn it. It's been 2 days, why haven't they shown up? They must have gone to the Qin family together. I won't let them get away with this. Now here's where things are about to escalate. Big time. At the two-family fortress, an angry voice rings out. Grandma, I'm sure of it. Qin Shuang definitely took that brat Han Yu back to her family. By doing this, they're completely disrespecting our two family. The two family's ancestor and his 2 sons are burning with rage. My son's future wife is running around with another man. If word of this gets out, what will happen to our reputation? 2T, 2 gang, you two will come with me to the Qin family. They both grit their teeth and reply, yes, father. 2 Tai thinks to himself, Han Yu, this time, you're dead for sure. Meanwhile, Han Yu and Qin Shuang are sitting quietly, cultivating. Han Yu glances at Qin Shuang, thinking, 500 million divine power points for a total of 103,000 holy source crystals. Yuan Zhang kept 30,000, and the remaining 73,000 will upgrade my gluttony law to level 4. Looks like I'll have a legion of hero-tier Locusts soon. Noticing his strange expression, Qin Shuang looks over. Han Yu is grinning ear to ear, even letting out a small laugh. Ha ha ha, Qin Shuang asks, confused. What are you thinking about that's making you drool all over the place? Suddenly, Uncle Zhang rushes towards them in a panic, yelling, trouble, we're in big trouble. Seeing his frantic expression, Qin Shuang asks worriedly, Uncle Zhang, what happened? Uncle Zhang blurts out, the two families' true god is here with 2 gang and 2 Tai. The 6th master sent me to warn you two to run away now. Inside the house, a man's voice is heard. According to the formation's warning, they'll be here in less than 10 minutes. The two families' true god showing up unannounced. It's most likely about the marriage alliance. Qin Shuang's father, now that a true god is on the way to rescue our ancestor, we don't have to honor this marriage anymore. The family head sighs and explains slowly, 6th brother, you're thinking too simply. The two families' true god is not to be trifled with. Okay, you and I both know what's coming next. If he finds out the real situation, he'll use the excuse of being disrespected to turn our entire Qin family upside down. Hearing this, Qin Shuang's father gets furious and turns to him. Then we won't tell them the real situation. We'll just keep stalling. Stall until the ancestor returns. The 3rd elder just looks at him. You make it sound so simple. Do you think the two families' true god is an idiot? He's coming here personally, which means he's already planned everything. The 5th elder sighs, speaking slowly. Right now, our family has no true god to protect us. If the two families' true god really wants this marriage, our best bet is to agree. Otherwise, if a true god gets angry, all 10 million people in the Qin family village will face disaster. Qin Shuang's father places a hand on his chest and declares, nonsense. If we agree, how will I explain it to my son-in-law? Don't you forget, the true god friend my son-in-law invited is the one rescuing our ancestor. He is the true savior of our Qin family. The 3rd elder snaps back at him. That was just a desperate measure. 6th brother, do you want your daughter to drag the entire Qin family village down with her? He immediately points a finger right back in his face, shouting, 3rd brother, I've had enough of you. What do you mean my daughter will drag us down? Explain yourself. The family head scolds them both. You two are fathers yourselves. Can't you act like adults for once? And what's the grand solution they cook up? Trust me, you're not going to believe this. We can't afford to offend either side. So, we'll hold a martial arts tournament to choose a husband. Whoever wins gets Qin Shuang. The 3 brothers are stunned. Her father roars, are you treating Xiao Shuang like a piece of property? But the 5th elder gives a thumbs up. I think Big Brother's idea is brilliant. This way, the Qin family offends no one. The 3rd elder chimes in, 6th brother, don't hesitate. This is the only way to protect the Qin family right now. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes, stunning the entire crowd. Descendants of the Qin family, why has no one come out to welcome this true god? The family elder leads the group out to greet him. Ancestor Shu, your grand arrival brings light to our humble home. But Ancestor Shu just barks an order. Cut the nonsense. This time, I have come to arrange the wedding for my grandson before I depart to save your family's true god. Now, go and bring that girl Qin Shuang out here. The elder steps forward. Ancestor Shu, her friend has already invited a true god to save our ancestor. I beg you, show mercy and give the girl a way out. Hearing this, the old man's face contorts with rage as he roars in fury. A mere demigod dares to defy me? You think this true god won't get angry? A blinding light erupts, pulsing with absolutely terrifying power. Seeing his rage, the elder and his family drop to their knees, begging, Ancestor Shu, please withdraw your divine power. But just then, Qin Shuang runs in shouting, Stop, don't you dare destroy my home. Shu Tai immediately points towards the approaching Han Yu and says, Brother, that's him, that's Han Yu. Shu Gang nods grimly. Good, he won't be leaving here alive today. Ancestor Shu then slowly steps in front of Qin Shuang, his voice dripping with menace. Little girl, if you want me to spare the Qin family, you will obediently marry my grandson. This true god will not treat his family poorly, but she just scoffs right back at him. Who would want to marry your grandson? In your dreams. The third elder rushes to stop her, then turns. Sixth brother, talk to your daughter. Don't provoke. Ancestor Shu. The family elder also chimes in timidly. Ancestor Shu, please don't be angry. The girl is young and foolish. When our ancestor returns, he will discipline her. Silence. Ancestor Shu glares at Han Yu. Is this the savior you all spoke of? Kid, are you the one trying to ruin the union between our families? Give me a good explanation today, or you won't be walking out of here alive. Han Yu calmly explains, I'm only here to help a classmate. I don't need to explain myself to the Shu family. Or does the divine civilization have a rule forbidding others from helping the Qin family? Immediately, Shu Ti lashes out at him. Han Yu, you've got a lot of nerve, disrespecting my grandfather like that. Han Yu just laughs. Speaking the truth is disrespectful to your grandfather? Is the true god of the Shu family really that petty? Shu Gang's eyes burn with fury as he stares Han Yu down. Han Yu, is that it? If you're smart, you'll walk away now, and the Shu family will pretend this never happened. But if you stay, I'll consider it a direct challenge to us. Han Yu just smiles, looking him dead in the eye, completely unfazed. So what if I challenge the Shu family? I'm not going anywhere. The guy instantly raises 2 fingers, preparing to unleash his power. Brave words. Then you'll just have to die here today. Just then, Qin Shuang's father leaps forward to intervene. Wait, you too. But Ancestor Shu blocks his path. This is a battle for my grandson to defend the honor of the Shu family. The Qin family had better think very carefully. Now pay attention here, because Shu Gang explodes towards Han Yu, activating his divine power with shocking speed. His next move? Opening a portal right in front of Han Yu and laughing mockingly. Your divine domain is still an untamed wasteland? How primitive. Hundreds of soulless armored figures instantly appear right before Han Yu. Qin Steel Armored Soldier. Rank? Qin. Type? Transcendent Being. Talent? Steel Armor, Divine Power. Ability? Material Magic, Steel. Can freely alter its own form with iron armor. Han Yu sees this and begins to calculate his next move. The steel-armored soldiers have thick, sturdy armor and can change their shape at will. They're a perfect mix of offense and defense, way stronger than Shu Ti's iron-skinned men. Shu Gang spreads his arms and roars out a command. Steel-armored soldiers, crush every single outsider you see for me. In response, Han Yu summons his imperial locusts and issues a challenge. Bring it. The 2 armies crash into each other in a brutal clash. An imperial locust darts forward, attacking a steel-armored soldier. It draws its sword and charges, but the soldier nimbly dodges to the side, narrowly avoiding the blade. Another locust seizes the opening, leaping up and stomping down hard on a different soldier. Shu Gang grits his teeth in fury. I underestimated you. But no matter how strong you are, you'll be limited by this dimension. He raises his hand and roars, Steel-Armored Divine Soldier. Mobilize. A colossal arm materializes from the portal. In the next moment, Shu Gang smirks at Han Yu. He has summoned the Steel-Armored Divine Soldier. The eyes of this giant burn with ferocity as it raises its massive sword and charges the locust swarm. The sight alone is enough to cause a moment of panic. With a single swing, the Divine Soldier cleaves off one of the Imperial Locust's arms. Han Yu's jaw drops, his eyes wide with disbelief. That was a high-tier Locust Lord, one that ate the fruit of wisdom. It had limitless potential. Seeing his reaction, Shu Gang laughs smugly. It's clearly a Lord-tier life form, yet it couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Locust kin truly are garbage. In response, Han Yu just gives a mysterious smile. The Locusts are weak, you say? All right then, I'll show you the true terror of the swarm. Activate. Directional mutation? I know what you're thinking. Looks bad, right? Well, watch this. The Imperial Locusts suddenly morph into a new, terrifying form. Shu Gang can only stare in shock. What? Han Yu points forward, ordering his massive mutant locusts to attack. He points and roars, Mutant Locusts, charge! Hearing his command, they immediately surge forward. Seeing the tables turn, Gang quickly shouts a new order. Recall weapons and attack. Form the steel armor defense. The divine soldier retracts its sword, which morphs into a giant shield. The great sword disassembles and reforms into a defensive wall. Hanyu just smirks. This is only the beginning of his counterattack. He speaks softly, and thanks to the origin of mutation, the Locusts activate their next stage. Directional mutation, Imperial Locusts. The creatures then slash down hard on the divine soldier, forcing a shocked cry from Gang. How can they break through the divine soldier's defense? Now it's Hanyu's turn to laugh. Tell me, nice and loud, are the Locusts still weak? Gang is silent. Hanyu presses on. No answer? Then let me show you what they can really do. You and I both know this is far from over. He tosses a core to the one-armed Imperial Locust man and gives the order, here's 1,000 poison cores for you. Now, go get your revenge. Immediately, a green aura envelops the creature, its chi transformation. In a flash, the Locust man's arm is completely restored. It stares in disbelief as a system window confirms its powerful new ability, potent corrosive poison. Its arm fully regenerated, the Imperial Locust man wastes no time, launching itself straight at the steel-armored divine soldiers for some sweet payback. It unleashes a torrent of power, smashing into the divine soldier's protective shield. But this time, the barrier starts to crack and dissolve under the relentless assault. Seeing this, Gang completely loses it, screaming, "What the hell is that monster? Retreat, fall back to the divine domain." Hanyu just smirks. My territory isn't a place you can just come and go as you please. His calm demeanor is terrifying. What are you planning to do? Gang's eyes then land on the figures behind Hanyu, and he panics even more. Four great lords. Gang collapses to the ground, scrambling backward while stammering, how can a monster like this even exist? Just then, the portal to the divine domain ripples. The black dragon, Amphitheus, materializes before him, causing Gang to tremble and repeat his horrified question. How can a monster like this exist? Elsewhere, the Minotaur Lord Satman is on an absolute rampage, with the other lords unleashing hell right alongside him. The Dry Bone Lord calmly stands there, summoning a terrifying Skull Knight. Overwhelmed, Gang clutches his head, screaming, I'm not fighting anymore. I give up. I'll leave your domain. Just stop the attack. Hanyu glares at him, his voice dripping with contempt. So your little invasion is over, is it? In that case, it's my turn. All my kin invade Gang's divine domain. Gang's face drains of color as he thinks, this is bad, I can't afford to wait. Now watch this. This is a pure desperation play. He thinks, if I can't stop his kin, my entire domain will be overrun. Gritting his teeth, he makes a snap decision and yells, close the transfer gate. And just like that, the massive portal begins to shrink, slowly sealing itself shut. Amidst the chaos, some of Hanyu's locusts slip through into Gang's domain completely undetected. As his own soldiers retreat, Gang breathes a sigh of relief only to watch in horror as the gate reopens right in front of him. What? Hanyu calmly walks forward to explain, I have some low-level locusts. They're not powerful, but they can build a bridge linking divine domains. As long as they're in your world, you can't sever the connection. So just sit back and wait while I devour your entire divine domain. At those words, Gang collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. End this fight, I've lost. Take your kin and leave my domain. But Hanyu just looks down at him coldly. You invaded my domain first. It's only fair that I return the favor. The legions of intelligent humans are already pouring into Gang's territory. Hearing this, Gang's fear turns to rage. Hanyu, I demand you withdraw your kin. I'm already humbling myself for you. Don't you forget my grandfather is waiting outside. He is a true god. You might be a genius, but do you really think you can challenge a true god? Hanyu just scoffs back at the empty threat. Do you take me for a fool? The second I sever the connection, your grandfather will just use his divine power to obliterate me, won't he? You are my bargaining chip. As long as you're in my hands, your grandfather won't dare touch me. Gang's bravado completely shatters, and he starts begging, spare me. I swear. I'll make sure my grandfather doesn't kill you. I mean, can you even blame Hanyu for not buying it? He just puts a finger to his lips. Shesh. Don't say that. My locusts are currently searching for your divine domain's core. Then, a smug smile spreads across Hanyu's face. Ah, there it is. An hour passes. Outside, old ancestor Shu paces nervously. Why is it taking so long? Could something have gone wrong? His anxiety peaking, he finally decides to check the situation on the virtual screen. The third brother of the Qin family turns to the eldest. Big brother, let's watch too. A moment later, all of their eyes go wide in absolute shock. On the screen, Gang is floating helplessly while the Imperial Locusts drag away his steel-armored divine soldiers one by one. The third brother says with delight, what in the world is going on? The eldest explains grimly, the core of Shu Gang's divine domain. It's in Little Han's possession. The imperial locust man has one foot propped on Shu Gang's domain core. An illusion of old ancestor Shu appears, roaring with fury. You little brat, Han, release my grandson's divine domain core this instant. Han Yu turns, feigning surprise. Are you trying to threaten me? Because I'm not enjoying this one bit. Then he calls out, all my kin. He looks at his forces and gives the order, increase the speed. Annihilate the steel-armored divine soldiers. The old ancestor roars, what will it take for you to spare Shu Gang? Han Yu just holds up his hands and smiles at the old man. True God, Shu, I believe you are mistaken. The discussion we should be having now is what it will take for you to spare my life. Old ancestor Shu grits his teeth, seething internally. Fine, you little whelp. The moment Shu Gang is free, I will torture you for 3 days and 3 nights before I finally kill you. But suddenly, Han Yu feels the presence of another true god descending. A grin spreads across Han Yu's face. Our reinforcements have arrived, another true god. It seems old ancestor Qin is back. Watching the screen, the members of the Qin family erupt in cheers. The old ancestor has returned. The head of the Qin family bows respectfully. Old ancestor Shu, today is a joyous day celebrating our ancestor's return. Why don't you stay for a few drinks? Reluctantly, old ancestor Shu grumbles. There's no need for that. Back inside the divine domain, the old ancestor's projection grows impatient. You brat, Han Yu, the true god you were waiting for has arrived, so why haven't you released my grandson's domain core yet? Han Yu just laughs. I'll wait until my friends are right beside me before I let go. After all, who knows if someone might play dirty and use their divine might to kill me the moment my guard is down. Just then, his reinforcement appears before him, declaring, I have returned. No one will touch you while I am here. Han Yu thinks to himself, surprise, so he's finally back. Han Yu now understands the full picture outside. The Qin family's true god has indeed returned. He smiles at old ancestor Shu and gives his final command. Poison Emperor, tell all kin to withdraw from the domain core. We're pulling out. And trust me, you and I just watched him turn the tables completely. Shu Gang storms forward, his voice filled with venom. Han Yu, I'll remember this. Next time we meet, only one of us is walking away. But hearing that, Han Yu just laughs. You should probably focus on rebuilding your iron-armored soldiers first. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to fight me. The Shu patriarch, seeing his grandson still running his mouth, slaps him hard across the face. Idiot, isn't the humiliation enough for one day? Let's go. Watching them retreat, the Qin patriarch roars in fury. You old coward, how dare you bully the younger generation of my Qin family while I'm vulnerable? Consider the line between us drawn. The marriage alliance between Shuanger and the Shu family is never to be mentioned again, and just like that, the Qin family members watch as the 3 generations of the Shu family flee in disgrace. The Qin patriarch then hands something to Han Yu with a smile. Young friend Han Yu, we owe you for this, for getting the Grand Minister to intervene. Take these resources as a token of our gratitude. Han Yu stares at the object in his hand. It's a primordial stone, capable of helping any life form revert its bloodline back to its ancient ancestral state. He frowns, a worried thought crossing his mind. If he uses this on his locusts, could it transform them into the most ferocious version of themselves in history? That would be terrifying. 3 days later, a voice calls out, Junior Han Yu, we're here with the intel you wanted. Sha Tian and the others wave excitedly at Han Yu. Over here, over here. Smiling, Han Yu walks over to the trio to see what's up. Senior Shang Meng, Senior Sha Tian, Senior Ye Ling, what's the good news? Shang Meng grins and starts explaining. The next course is about to begin, and Huang Shengjun will definitely be targeting you. So here, this is a detailed intel handbook on him that we prepared for you. Sha Tian chimes in. I hate to admit it, but he's truly the top dog among us first years. You have to be careful. Han Yu glances at the book, his mind flashing back to the goblins as he speaks, a bit bewildered. His main race is just ordinary goblins, yet he's led them to this level of achievement. He really is a super genius. Yi Ling just smiles supportively. Junior Han Yu, you led an even weaker locust race to where you are now. Doesn't that make you even better? Don't be afraid of him. Hearing that, Sha Tian nods enthusiastically. Exactly. He's only got a few hundred Lord tier life forms, 3 Monarch tier 1s, and 3 high-level divine functions. Nothing to be scared of. Han Yu stares back, completely stunned. And that's not supposed to be scary to you people. The other 3 can only play dumb, pretending they said nothing. The scene shifts to a large, cozy space, Han Yu's home. He sits cross-legged, deep in his training, thinking to himself that Huang Shengjun will definitely target his 3 Locust Lords for annihilation. He can't afford to lose a single one. He recalls the super regeneration ability, created from a massive amount of radiation essence when he first made the cockroaches. But that will only protect the Locust Lords. It's not nearly enough to withstand a full-on assault from Huang Shengjun. He then glances over at the mushroom pot he's been cultivating. The Black 2 mushroom was a huge help against the zombie army. If he can boost its area of effect damage, he'll be much safer. He immediately opens the system to search, and after a moment, his face lights up with joy. Found it! Moments later, the item is in his hand, the system announcing a successful order. He begins to fuse the new purchase with his Black 2 mushroom. The scene then cuts to a hall in the Imperial Capital Academy. Teacher Lena happily points to the board as she explains to the class, "Everyone, this course will test your anti-invasion capabilities. The senior first years will be your examiners, but they can only use the strength they possessed 1 year ago to deal with you. Those who successfully defend their divine domain from the senior's invasion will be rewarded. As for those who fail, a grim journey through the dark prison awaits you. So be ready. The senior's invasion is about to begin." Just then, a massive pillar of light appears right in front of Han Yu. He slowly steps into the strange portal, and inside, someone is already waiting for him. It's Huang Shengjun, a smug smile plastered on his face. "I told you, Han Yu. In this course, I'm going to show you what hell really looks like." Before Han Yu can even react, he unleashes his command, "Kill." Han Yu's eyes widen, taking it all in. Damn, this formation is on another level. He immediately recognizes the goblin elites in front of him, the close-range combat unit. He glances to another side. Rows and rows of goblins are lined up, wicked smiles on their faces. The long-range physical combat unit. Then Han Yu spots the red goblin elites, a supernatural life form, the blazing flame goblin phalanx. Next to them, the fierce-looking blue goblin elites, another supernatural life form, the frostbone goblin phalanx. 2 goblin leaders charge forward, sitting comfortably atop 2 massive wolves. Han Yu instantly assesses them as Lord-tier life forms. Han Yu rushes towards the goblin horde and roars, "If that's how it's going to be, then it's time for my Locust Legion to form up." Standing his ground, he throws his arms wide and gives the order for the Locust Legion to arrange themselves by unit type, and then they appear. Squads of normal locusts, heavenly demon bugs, sunken bugs, dark curse bugs, primordial locusts, and finally, emerging at the very end, the Locust Lords. Huang Shengjun is a bit shaken by the sight, thinking to himself that for Han Yu to level up a trash race this far, he must have some serious skill. He knows he has to take this seriously. He can't afford a humiliating defeat. He quickly turns and issues his command to the Frostbone and Blazing Flame Goblin formations. The moment he shouts the attack order, thousands of magic projectiles launch through the air, crashing down on Han Yu's forces. The Locusts are immediately hit by the barrage. Han Yu sees this and thinks grimly, "Trying to overwhelm me with sheer force right from the start? Not so fast." He immediately issues a counter-command. Sunken bugs, defensive formation. Heavenly demon bugs and dark curse bugs circle around the goblins' front line and hit their ranged units in the rear. Instantly, his forces move into position as ordered. The goblin elites at the front fire their crossbows at the Locusts. Seeing the tables turning, Huang Shengjun shouts a new command. "First squad, melee units, fall back and defend." A confident smile spreads across Han Yu's face. "Dream on. Primordial locusts, attack." With that, his locusts swarm forward, tearing into the goblin elites. Han Yu dashes forward, yelling his command, "Heavenly demon bugs, dark curse bugs, wipe out their ranged units now." His opponent's face turns to stone, a venomous glare fixed right on him. "All right, stick with me here. We're about to see some insane arrogance get put in its place." You think I'm on the same level as Meng Hao and Xia Tian? Let me show you what real power looks like." Huang Shengjun points forward and unleashes hell. 3-4 formation, altered fire magic concentrated barrage. A storm of energy blasts hurtles straight toward Han Yu. Cracks spread across his defensive barrier. Han Yu thinks, "This is bad, my defense is about to be smashed to pieces." But Shengjun doesn't let up, ordering another brutal assault. A massive explosion rips through the ground as he screams, 3-4 formation, continue the barrage. The locusts outside the shield are obliterated by the attack. Shengjun throws his arms wide, a smug grin on his face. "Now I'll show Han Yu the price for ever disrespecting me." Elf Lords, deploy. At his command, 2 hulking Elf Lords appear, swinging their blades into Han Yu's swarm as he orders them. Destroy the enemy's Locust Lord. Han Yu calmly takes in the situation, analyzing a new battle plan. His opponent's formation now has 2 Lord-tier elves holding the line, meaning his own hero-tier Locusts can't even scratch them. Sending them in now would be a complete waste. So, he gives a new order. "Locust Lord, draw the Elf Lords away." Hearing Han Yu's command, the Locust Lord instantly turns and darts away at high speed. Right on its tail are the 2 pursuing Elf Lords. Seeing his bait was taken, Han Yu seizes the opportunity and launches his real counterattack. And pay attention, because this is where things get crazy. Locust army, carry the Black Death mushroom spores and infect the entire elf formation. Countless spores rain down, silently clinging to the enemy troops. A moment later, a black mushroom sprouts right from an elf lord's head. Shengjun's eyes go wide, his jaw hitting the floor. "What is that?" he yells. Han Yu just smirks as the elf instinctively rips the mushroom off its own head, and our guy thinks to himself, the time is right. Now the real show can begin. Less than a second later, a huge explosion erupts from within the elf ranks. Shengjun screams in a panic, "What kind of attack is this?" The other elves just stare blankly as the smoke clears. Seeing that his forces seem completely unharmed, Shengjun bursts out laughing. "Haha, is this your ultimate move? This pathetic little pop? Were you trying to scratch an itch for my elves?" But Hanyu just stands there calmly, about to drop some serious knowledge on him. "This is called the continuous rebirth cannon," he explains. "And it's going to keep exploding. On top of that, each explosion will be a little bit stronger than the last. So, how many rounds do you think your precious elves can take?" As soon as the words leave his mouth, another, louder explosion rocks the battlefield. One by one, the elves begin to fall, clutching their arms and screaming in agony. Realizing he's been played, Shengjun roars in fury, "You bastard!" He shoves his hand forward, channeling green energy toward his troops while yelling, "Divine Wood." The energy he released envelops the elves to heal them, its blessing of restoration, an area of effect recovery spell. Hanyu sees his own Locust getting a free heal and laughs out loud. "Aha, Senior Huang Shengjun, I had no idea you were my ally." Shengjun just scowls. "Are you scared, stupid? For every one you blow up, I'll heal another. Let's see who gives in first." Before he even finishes his sentence, another explosion rips through the elf formation. He stands there, completely stunned, looking at the bodies of his elves littering the ground. The losses are devastating, he simply can't believe his eyes. Shengjun is in pure shock. "This is impossible. You said the power only increases a little bit each time." Han Yu just scratches his head with a grin. "Well, that was true at first, but your amazing divine healing art seems to have helped my bombs grow." Hearing that, Shengjun grinds his teeth in pure rage. "What?" He then sees one of his elves with a gigantic black mushroom growing on its head, and he yells in terror. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Hanyu sits cross-legged on the ground, chin in hand, feigning concern. "This doesn't look good. At its current growth rate, the next explosion will probably wipe out your entire army, Senior Huang." Shengjun is sweating, thinking this exhibition class was supposed to be his time to shine. If he fails here, how could he ever hold his head high again? He decides he can't lose, even if it means using every last one of his trump cards. So, Shengjun finds his confidence again. "Junior Hanyu, I have to admit you're strong, but compared to me, you're still not enough." Hanyu raises an eyebrow. "Oh, you still have more tricks?" Suddenly, from the ground, the power of the Battle Will Legion Divine Art emerges, improving combat will, physical ability, and reducing pain perception. Shengjun holds up 2 fingers as a purple light glows around them. He chants, "War God's Divine Art." The elves' eyes flare with power, fangs bared, as they gain a new ability to absorb 25% of all damage they deal and convert it into self-healing. Any excess healing is then converted into an amplified state, increasing their body's movement speed. He continues, thrusting his 2 fingers forward again and yelling, "Great Earth Divine Art." At his command, a barrier of light surrounds each elf, providing a shield that absorbs damage while drawing power from the earth to constantly heal their wounds. Seeing this, Shengjun takes a deep breath and wipes the sweat from his brow. "All right, now it's my turn." The poison mushroom on the elf's head just withers and falls off. Hanyu's eyes widen in disbelief. His ultimate move was just broken. A sword of light appears in each elf's hand. They raise them high and let out a war cry. "The elf god has blessed us. Brothers, follow me and exterminate these locusts. Kill them. For the glory of our god," they shout, charging forward as one. On the other side, Hanyu gestures forward, ordering his locust to counterattack. "Locust army, fight for your lives." Now let's switch scenes, because elsewhere, Lena and the other teachers are watching this entire insane battle on a monitor. She asks, "Teachers, do you have any thoughts on how to score these reserve students?" The bald teacher speaks up, showing his support for Qin Shuang. The Lord-tier life form, the golden-crowned thunder sparrow, raised by student Qin Shuang, shows great potential for training. She absolutely has the qualifications to enter the Imperial Capital Academy. In contrast, the female teacher with glasses shrugs, backing Shutai instead. Shutai's iron golem is also fantastic. I heard he has an older brother who owns an even rarer armored soldier clan. We might be able to convince Shutai to get his brother to enroll at the Imperial Academy too. The teacher in the brown coat strokes his chin. Sun Qinyan's Fox Kin clan might have average combat power, but their intelligence is off the charts. I heard he plans to enter the logistics department. He's a truly promising candidate. Then, Lena changes the subject. What does everyone think about student Han Yu? All right, let's jump right in. Every teacher is glued to the screen, watching the intense battle between Hong Fang Quan and Han Yu. A teacher with glasses declares, "This is a classic loss." Han Yu's ability just isn't there yet, but a bald teacher shakes his head, saying, "I wouldn't be so sure." Hong Fang Quan is the top first-year student, and he's being pushed to his absolute limit within the rules. That alone proves Han Yu's skill. Lena states, crossing her arms. She narrows her eyes, reminding them, don't forget, Han Yu still has 5 powerful clans he hasn't even summoned yet. He's fighting like this, using only his main Locust clan. Even in defeat, it's a glorious performance. Give him a good grade. The moment she finishes, the room erupts in agreement. Agreed. I'm in. I approve as well. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Hong Fang Quan furiously points at Han Yu and screams, "Goblin army! Take out their lord!" Suddenly, thunder cracks across the sky, signaling the end of the match. Both fighters look up, confused. "It's over?" Instructor Lena's voice echoes, leaving them both stunned. This assessment is now concluded. Hearing this, Fang Quan grinds his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I was just one step away. I brought 100 million goblins, and now only 50 million are left. He lost several hero-class goblins, and even one of his lords. But that kid's lords are all still standing. This was a massive loss for him. Back in the classroom, Lena stands before her students. She smiles, announcing that any student who failed this assessment will be expelled from the academy. I will now announce your results. The students with outstanding performance will get a chance to participate in the off-world war. She taps the board. The top students are Tan Sung, Tu Hiet, Tong Hanian, Team Lele, and En Yu Feng. Han Yu sits there, devastated. He's sure his score is terrible. Is he actually going to be expelled? After all, he lost so badly. Beside him, Tu Hiet scoffs, hands in his pockets. Han Yu, is that really all you've got? Tan Sang tries to comfort him. It's okay. Everyone saw your potential. Besides, your opponent was the top senior, Hoang Feng Quan. Tu Hiet crosses his arms with a smug grin. A loss is a loss. What's there to talk about? But then Lena's next words make his jaw drop, and Han Yu's too. Everyone, let's congratulate the 6 students who received an excellent grade. Hearing this, Tu Hiet's face looks like he just got punched. He can't believe it. Unable to accept it, he raises his hand. Ma'am, I have a question. Lena raises an eyebrow. Yes, Tu Hiet. What is it? Tu Hiet leans over towards Han Yu. I'd like to ask about the grading criteria for this course. How can someone who was defeated by a senior still receive an excellent grade? Lena smiles and explains, all of your grades were determined by me and several official instructors from the Imperial Capital Academy. Although Han Yu lost his battle, his performance earned the praise of every single teacher. For that reason, the instructors unanimously agreed to give Han Yu an excellent score. Then, her eyes turned sharp, staring daggers at him. Are you satisfied with that answer, Tu Hiet? The hair on his neck stands up as he quickly shakes his head. I have no further objections, ma'am. Lena nods, satisfied, then slams her hand on the desk. If that's settled, then the results are final. The 6 of you with excellent ratings have 1 day to prepare. In 1 day, the Imperial Capital Academy will take you to an off-world plane to participate in a real war. With that, she turns and leaves, slamming the door shut. The desk she hit shatters into pieces. Tu Hiet breaks into a cold sweat. And let's be real, can you blame him? That desk was made from a 10,000-year-old tree. The student next to him shivers. No wonder they call her the goddess of invasion. Tu Hiet shoots up from his seat and storms out, sneering, Han Yu, don't celebrate too soon. We'll see about this. Tan Kan Nian rushes over with a grin. Hey buddy, little rumor for you. It seems Tu Hiet and senior Hong Fang Quan are plotting together. They're figuring out how to deal with you, so you better watch your back. He turns and waves. Anyway, I gotta go find my sugar mommy patron. Good luck. Tan Sang clears her throat next to him. Feeling jealous? Then you should go too. Han Yu just pouts. I have no respect for guys like that who can't rely on themselves. Tan Sang leans on her hand, rolling her eyes. Just then, Hangman peeks his head through the door, waving. Junior Han Yu, time for a break. Elsewhere, in a temple, a voice speaks. Among the extraterrestrial civilizations the Academy is invading, there are 3 suitable for reserve students to participate in. Sha Tian explains, they're the runic civilization, the totem civilization, and the biochemical civilization. There are some things we can't tell you, but we do have this for you. Yi Ling hands Han Yu a silk pouch, instructing him, these 3 pouches contain information on the 3 civilizations, along with some helpful items, but you can only open them once you're inside. Han Yu takes the 3 pouches, thinking to himself, If I want to officially become a disciple of Lord God Shu Hai, reaching the perfect demigod rank is the first requirement. During this off-world war trial, I have to perform my best and level up my power. Yi Ling and the others hold up glitter bombs and cheer. Go, Junior Han Yu, you can do it. A day later, Lena gives 2 bracelets to Han Yu and Yi Ling. These are divine domain login devices. They allow reserved students who are still just divine creatures to connect to the divine domain. The others are already waiting on the rooftop. Let's get going. Soon after, the group boards a spaceship. Just like that, the vessel flies off into the cosmos, heading through a wormhole. The spaceship travels at incredible speeds. As Han Yu looks out from inside the cabin, the system suddenly announces, the off-world war has officially begun. The ship lands in a desolate area. Han Yu stands on a rock, observing his surroundings. He then takes out the pouches, muttering, let's see what my seniors gave me. Suddenly, 2 of the pouches in his hand turn to dust and blow away. His eyes go wide in disbelief. What? They vanished? There's only 1 left? Curious, Han Yu opens the remaining red pouch. Let's see what's inside this thing. He opens it to find a scroll and a few runic talismans. Taking out the paper, he reads what's written. This plane is in a region under the control of the runic civilization. Runes are the source of all power on this plane. The runic civilization's records state that there are a total of 26 basic runes in the world. These runes can be arranged into combinations with billions of possibilities. Among them, the combinations that produce stable effects are known as the rune language, and you and I both know that's the key to everything. All right, let's dive in. The language of runes, it's powerful enough to literally reshape the world. Reading this, Han Yu pulls out the very runes he's holding. The text explains that the energy within these 10 cards is something called planar essence, a power source that can strengthen the will of an entire dimension. The more planar essence you have, the more powerful the life forms that spawn during the outer domain wars. It's also the currency you spend to contact the divine realm. And the most common way to get it? Hunt the creatures on this plane and literally squeeze the essence from them. After a moment's thought, Han Yu tosses out a rune. It's time for the 5 roaches to take the stage. Han Yu's eyes turn cold as the slaughter begins. But an hour later, he's collected a measly 0.5 units. Seriously, what kind of progress is that? Looks like it's time to up the numbers. Seeing his remaining rune cards, he unleashes them all 5 more cards, each summoning 50 primordial locusts. He spots his target at the base of the cliff and gives the order, my children, let's go. At his command, the locust swarm descends, overrunning the encampment. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Shu Tai holds a box, smiling. Senior Huang Shengjian really has some incredible stuff. The energy from this iron puppet demon is already beyond a Lord-class lifeform. It'll be more than enough to obliterate Han Yu. He pulls a small plastic bag from his pocket. Inside, there's a single strand of black hair. According to Senior Huang, all he has to do is put Han Yu's hair inside, and the iron puppet demon can lock onto its target and eliminate him. Shu Tai immediately drops the hair into the box. Now pay attention, this is where it gets insane. The second he does, a purple light envelops the box, stunning him. He hands it to his subordinate. Go on. Smash that jar. The underling smashes the jar on the ground, and it shatters, releasing a thick purple smoke. From within the smoke, a massive creature emerges. The demon is born. The demon sees the henchman standing before it and just tears him in half with its bare hands. Shu Ti grins maniacally. So brutal. Han Yu, your apocalypse has arrived. Ignoring Shu Tai's rambling, the demon turns and speeds away, roaring that it needs blood to wash away the shame of being imprisoned for 1,000 years. Elsewhere, Han Yu has finished his battle with the wolf pack, now holding 10 units of their essence. He closes his eyes, thinking it's time for an upgrade. Unlocking his black dragonization, he uses another 5 units to summon the other 5 roaches. The roster is now complete. The 10 roaches take the field. Just then, a pair of giant wolf legs slams into the ground, followed by a massive red-eyed wolf with a strange mark on its forehead. Han Yu orders, 10 roaches, attack. A terrifying roar echoes through the forest. Inside the Wolf King's lair, he discovers a scroll, a fang, and 4 stones marked with strange symbols. He sees the items and stops. Wait, this is. Han Yu picks them up, and his jaw drops. He can't believe it, it's the language of runes. Han Yu sits down and arranges the stones he just collected, laying out each of the rune characters. Then, the system announces a new message. Rune language, low level ferocity. When applied to the body, it increases strength by 10%, defense by 20%, and wound recovery speed by 20%. Applied to a bladed weapon, it has a 20% chance to cause a bleed effect, boosts attack speed by 15%, and grants 10% lifesteal. After reading it, Han Yu immediately rips his shirt off. He can feel the power coursing through him. Ferocity itself is being woven into his muscles. He tries circulating his energy, and his body feels on a whole different level. Primordial Locusts, too. Okay. I know what you're thinking. Power-up's done, right? Nope. A sudden noise outside makes Hanyu frown. He instantly dragon transforms and bursts out of the cave, calling his summons. A cat appears from nowhere, leaping directly onto one of the roaches and letting out a cry, meow. Using its razor-sharp claws, it slices Hanyu's summon in half with a technique called the Great Dismemberment. Hanyu frowns. A cat demon, a lord-level lifeform. He orders his other minions to charge and kill it. The cat demon, completely unafraid, leaps in, tearing the roaches to shreds with a limb-severing cross-slash. Even Hanyu gets hit, but to the demon's shock, his leg regenerates almost instantly. The cat demon grits its teeth, glaring, as Hanyu's aura suddenly explodes. He just growls. Perfect timing. The cat demon moves at its absolute fastest, swinging its claws straight for Hanyu and letting out a scream. Meow. Hanyu clenches his fists as his eyes begin to glow. A crimson aura erupts around him as he activates the skill, Black Dragon Transformation. Before its claws can even connect, he slams a fist right into its face. The punch sends the demon flying, killing it instantly. The system chimes in, Lord-level lifeforms slain. You have received 2 units of planar essence. Hearing the system notification, he cracks a smile. Excellent. With this, I can summon the skeleton army. With enough power, he thinks, I might even ascend to demigod status in the outer domain. 3 days later, a locust buzzes by his ear, reporting a fire crystal mine up ahead. He stands before his forces and gives the order. The army moves out. Our target is the cave, and with that, he's off. As he arrives before the cave, a purple gas flows out from within. Hanyu stops. Something's wrong. He can sense a human presence inside. Could someone else have found this place first? He cautiously observes for a moment before heading inside. Suddenly, a wave of heat blasts him, catching him completely off guard. He yells out, so hot. Before the heat wave even fades, a fire Qilin lion appears. Hanyu's eyes widen in shock. This is bad. He immediately transforms, his body radiating a red aura as he roars, come on, lion. Over here, the fire Qilin lion charges only to suddenly skid to a halt, leaving Hanyu completely baffled. It turns out there's a girl standing behind it, yanking its tail and making it sweat nervously. She gives it another painful tug and yells, where do you think you're going? The beast howls, terrified and trying to escape, but it can't. Hanyu recognizes the girl and asks with suspicion, are you Niu Fang? Niu Fang completely ignores him, refusing to let go of the lion's tail even as it starts to cry. This is my territory, she snaps. Get the hell out. He isn't intimidated in the slightest. In fact, he provokes her. Let's forget for a moment if this is your territory. Even if it is, if I want it, I'll take it. Are you qualified to say no? That does it. Niu Fang is enraged. She lets go of the lion and charges straight for Hanyu, screaming, I've been too nice to you, haven't I? If you won't leave, then you can die here. But Hanyu just stands his ground as a green aura flares to life around him. You and I are about to witness something new. Death's Great Weeping, Plant Fusion, Ghost Shadow Vine. Hanyu's body starts sprouting vines and Niu Fang's eyes go wide. What kind of technique is this? He draws his sword and replies, the one that's going to end you. Niu Fang grits her teeth and throws a punch, aiming right where he's standing. But Hanyu is already gone. Using his ghostly shadow flash, her fist slams into the empty ground. Niu Fang is stunned, completely shocked he dodged her attack. In a flash, Hanyu is standing right behind her. Next time, he says, I'll aim right for you. Hearing this, she freezes, a cold sweat breaking out on her face. After a long silence, Niu Fang turns her head and admits defeat. You win. I'm no match for you. The fire lion in this cave is yours. Hanyu sheathes his black sword. What would I need that fire lion for? It's just a lord-level life form. Killing it won't give me much planar essence. I want the entire fire crystal mine. She thinks for a moment, then stands up and nods. Fine. The fire lion is mine then. We can cooperate in the future. Hanyu turns to leave, waving his hand. Bonekin, get in here and start mining. But suddenly, the sky darkens with demonic energy as a black aura shoots out from the cave entrance. Niu Fang frowns and asks, is this another one of your kin? He replies, you're still in the mood for jokes? I'm about to pee my pants over here. A pair of red feet with sharp claws appears. It's the TXU demon, and it's holding a skull. It doesn't waste a single second. The moment it sees Hanyu, it lunges forward with a TXU palm strike, roaring, the stench of an enemy, I will wash this shame away with your blood. Hanyu instantly grows in size, activating his golden dragon grass plant fusion technique. 2 massive dragons lunge forward, knocking the TXU demon back. Seeing its attack blocked, the TXU demon just laughs coldly. Ha! Golden dragon break? Supermass TXU attack. As it powers up, the pants it's wearing rip to shreds. Hanyu refuses to back down, activating his ghostly shadow flash. Yu Fang clasps her hands together, unleashing a massive fireball. Hanyu's mind race's fire attribute can restrain this demon. With that thought, he summons the furnace dwarf, Shenchui, using a talisman and a primal card. Hanyu points forward and commands, Shenchui, smash this demon into a pulp. Shenchui's eyes are cold as ice, as you command, Lord God. With that, he raises his weapon, which starts glowing with a menacing purple energy, ready to strike. The TXU demon scoffs, launching diamond-shaped projectiles at Shenchui. Die, you little lackey. But multiple snakes erupt from Shenchui's back, intercepting the attack with open jaws. Before the TXU demon can react, the snakes are on it, tearing away half of its body. Now it finally knows fear. No, no, stop hitting me. Shenchui ignores its pleas, raising his massive hammer. He and the snakes bring it down as one. The impact creates a massive dust cloud, hiding the brutal scene within. Hanyu cheers from the sidelines. Don't let it live, hit it again. Hearing his master's encouragement, Shenchui slams the hammer down one more time. Hanyu covers his eyes. Yikes, mama, that's savage. The TXU demon is completely flattened, watching the hammer descend for the final blow. Hanyu signals for him to stop, walking forward. He looks down coldly at the demon's trembling soul. The grasshopper beside him observes, the demon's soul is still intact. Hanyu nods. This thing is tough to kill. If I let it go, it'll probably come back for revenge someday. In that case, let the bone controller devour its soul. The demon immediately starts begging for its life. It hastily pleads, I surrender. I'm willing to be your slave. I only beg the great god to spare my soul. Hanyu squats down, pointing at its shattered body, but Hanyu's next words make the TXU demon break out in a cold sweat. I don't trust you. Not unless you sign a contract with me. It stammers. I will. Seeing it agree, Hanyu immediately opens his system menu. Then let's draw up the contract now. Slave contract. Contractor. Hanyu. Slave. TXU demon. Yu Fang watches in awe. Incredible. You're even more ruthless than the most fearsome merchant. He points at the demon, and a stream of blue light flows into it, sealing the deal. Hanyu stares it down. All right, what are your abilities? The demon, terrified, answers without a moment's delay. My lord, I am a demon with rust blood. I can transform into rust, and I can also cause metal items and living beings to rust. Hanyu turns away, unimpressed. Sounds okay, I guess. But many players in the god's domain have fire abilities. Fire completely counters you, so your weakness is too obvious. Seeing him about to leave, the demon quickly adds, if my master doesn't mind, I can become your weapon. I have rust blood, remember? I can rust any weapon I come into contact with. Hanyu stops, deep in thought. He looks pleased. That's more like it. Do as you say. The demon breathes a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Hanyu takes out his sword and plunges it into the soul, which is immediately absorbed into the blade. Hanyu slings the sword over his shoulder, grinning. It looks like his combat power has just multiplied. His chances of ascending to a perfect demigod are better than ever. Next up, slaughter as many as possible to increase his planar essence and expand his army. Fast forward a few days. In a vast forest, a man in a green cloak spies from the shadows, his mind completely blown. My god, is that an army of the undead? Looking at the sheer number of them, he's in awe. An undead army of this size, there must be 500,000 of them. I have to report this to the city lord immediately. With that, the green-cloaked man rushes back to the city. The lord of Langding City listens to the report, then slams his fist on his throne. What did you just say? An undead army of 500,000 troops? The subordinate is trembling, sweat pouring down his face, but he doesn't dare lie. He bows his head low. Yes, Lord City Master. The undead army has appeared in an area just a few dozen miles from us. Hearing his subordinate's certainty, the lord falls into a grim silence. The guards in his city number less than 50,000. Even if he adds in all the mercenaries, he can only gather about 100,000 troops. If that 500,000-strong undead army attacks his city, it's a guaranteed disaster. His face turns pale as he barks an order. Someone get in here. Immediately send out requests for aid to all the surrounding cities. The subordinate takes his leave. Yes, Lord City Master. A day later, on the city wall, another subordinate runs in with a report. My lord, reinforcements from the cities have arrived. We have 300,000 guards and mercenaries. On top of that, the church sent 50,000 clerics. The city lord stands on the wall, roaring with joy. Excellent. With clerics to suppress the undead, how can they possibly survive this time? All right, listen up. Guards, mercenaries, and clergy of the church, we are about to face a battle for our very survival to stop the undead legion. Below, the soldiers roar in unison, chanting to protect their homeland and repel the enemy. Their leader, clad in full armor on horseback, raises his hand and charges forward with heroic zeal. The Grand Army marches out to annihilate the undead legion. Meanwhile, Han Yu and Niu Fang are sitting under a tree when a scout reports, "Report. A human army of 350,000 is approaching us." Han Yu hears this and gets visibly excited, shouting, "Aha! So they want to pick a fight with me?" Niu Fang snaps her head around. "What's wrong?" He stands up, cracking his knuckles with a grin. "My scout says a massive human army is coming to surround and kill us. So, you want to go big? Earn a whole lot more planar essence?" Niu Fang scowls. "You want to use me as a tool? You think I'm that stupid?" Han Yu just ignores her and heads toward the human army alone. He lies flat on the ground to observe them. Hearing a rustle, he looks over, surprised to see Niu Fang copying his exact pose. "Huh? I thought you didn't want to get involved?" She just raises an eyebrow. "I felt like it, so I came. No other reason. My hands were just getting itchy. It's not like I wanted to help you." Han Yu bursts out laughing, patting her head like she's a pet. "I love this feisty side of you." She angrily shoves his hand away. "Don't you dare touch me. They're almost here." In the distance, a massive cloud of dust signals the approaching cavalry. They move in perfect formation, an impressive sight. Now pay attention, because Han Yu senses the moment is perfect, jumps to his feet, and roars. "Skeleton Legion, ambush!" A soldier spots the trap and screams in chaos. "Defense! Form a defense!" The other soldiers, faces white with terror, start crying out that they've been ambushed. "Oh God, I want to go home." From every direction, sharp-clawed skulls and hands charge in. The Skeleton Legion crashes right into the soldiers. Controlled by the Bone Master, the skeletons slash wildly through the ranks. The general of Lingdong City sees the tide turning and yells, "Clerics, purify them." At his command, the clerics unleash waves of green energy, a holy light that completely engulfs the Skeleton Legion. The skeletons are literally being eaten away by this power. Realizing the danger, Han Yu yells, "This is bad. The clerics are suppressing my skeletons. We have to take them out first." Niu Fang shoots forward from behind, blazing past Han Yu at blinding speed. He sees this and transforms, his voice filled with excitement. "Oh, I'm not about to lose to you." She crashes right into the clerics, channeling the green energy, instantly knocking them off their feet. Han Yu follows up with a massive slash, cutting them in two. Standing back to back, he roars the command, "All troops, attack." The Skeleton Legion obeys, launching a total assault on the human army. A soldier, completely out of breath, stumbles in to report to the city lord, barely able to speak. My lord, we've been crushed. The Undead Legion has, and yeah, you and I both know this was inevitable." The lord rushes to the city wall, sees his men being slaughtered, and screams, "It's over. We're finished. Everyone, retreat." A few hours later, Han Yu wears a tired expression. Traded 350,000 skeleton soldiers for a few thousand planar essence. What a ripoff. But Niu Fang is holding her cheeks, ecstatic. "I'm rich. This time, I'm seriously rich." Han Yu immediately kills her mood. "This is as good as it gets for you. We got some runes from the loot, let's split them." Opening the system panel, he reviews the stats. Low-grade giant strength. Body effect. Increases muscle power by 40%. Applies to mace-type weapons. Bonus effect. Shattering. Low. Grade raging fire. Body effect. Learn a fire-type magic. Fire attribute resistance increases by 20%. Fire attribute affinity increases 15%. Staff effect. Grants the raging fireball skill. Fire magic power increases 20%. Armor effect. Grants the raging fire shield skill. Damage from fire magic is reduced by 30%. Mid-grade Aegis. Applies to armor-type equipment. Bonus skill. Aegis Light. Armor durability increases by 50%. Han Yu rubs his chin, thinking, "I still have 4 empty slots for runes. These ranks are too low for me, I'll save them for my subordinates." Standing beside him, Niu Fang looks through the options and picks Raging Fire. "I want this one." After she selects it, Niu Fang's body is covered in a brilliant red light. She says happily, "I'm one step closer to becoming a monarch-class life form." "Han Yu, thank you." Han Yu just gives her a happy wink. No big deal. Niu Fang puts her hands on her hips, smiling to herself. This kid. No wonder Qin Shuang likes him. In a distant castle, a voice echoes in disbelief. "Are you telling the truth?" The king, sitting on his throne, grips the armrest tightly, his face covered in sweat. "The Undead Legion attacked Lingdong City?" The soldier below nods firmly. The information is accurate, and not just Lingdong City, the 4 surrounding cities have also been wiped out. The number of undead has already reached nearly 10 million. Hearing this, the king leaps to his feet and roars, summon the archbishop and the rulers of the elf, minotaur, and werewolf kingdoms. In the war council, the king meets with his allies to plan their next move. They're all in shock. Is the undead legion really that rampant? The werewolf king speaks up. We must unite against this common enemy. My werewolf army is ready for battle. The elf queen nods in agreement. As is my elven army. The king's brow furrows. Then the allied forces of our 4 nations, along with the church's holy legion, will join forces to exterminate these undead. Meanwhile, in the princess's room, she and Sun Qinyan are tangled together. The princess sits on top of him, whispering, my father plans to form an alliance with the clerics, the elves, the minotaurs, and the werewolves to crush the skeleton army. Qinyan opens his eyes, his lips against her chest as he asks, is that so? His mind is already racing, planning how to defeat Han Yu, an invader who controls skeletons. Who else could it be but Han Yu? And here's the kicker. You and I both know what this means. Han Yu, you've only been here a few days, and you're already a force so great that 4 kingdoms must unite just to fight you. You truly are worthy of being the rival I acknowledge. Qinyan stares off into the distance, his eyes lowered in deep, calculating thought. After spending so much time with the princess, he's finally found a clue on how to ascend to demigod status. In the divine realm, divinity is all you need. But out here, you have to meet the current civilization's requirements too. And let's be real, he's always wanted to become a demigod just to crush Hanwu. To do that here, he needs a special grade rune spell. But here's the catch that's been bugging him. This rune spell is so rare that even the royal family has never truly possessed it. Kan Nin thinks to himself, Hanwu, I was about to propose a partnership. I'd provide the intel, and you'd supply the army. Together, we could have gotten that special rune spell. You can't die on me now. I need to keep you safe in the coalition's hands. The princess, noticing he's zoned out, pouts. I'm talking to you. What are you spacing out for? That elf queen is meeting my father tomorrow. Her voice pulls him back to reality. He flashes a charming smile. A queen? I bet she's not as beautiful as you. Kan Nin's hand wanders over the princess's waist as he thinks. Perfect. The elf queen. We're saved. There's no woman I can't handle. He immediately turns and pushes the princess down. You're teasing me, you naughty boy. Meanwhile, cutting back to Hanwu, the messenger dragonfly leaves him speechless. What? A joint attack from 4 nations in a society? Yu Fang claps him on the shoulder. What's there to be scared of? You've got a massive skeleton army. But he knows better, shaking his head. Numbers mean nothing. Their power is too low against a highly trained allied army. They'll be annihilated. Hanwu rubs his chin. This is a huge problem. And right on cue, the mutation source appears with a grin. See? At the critical moment, it's always me who has to solve your problems. Now pay attention, because Hanwu is in a seriously tight spot and he's all out of ideas. The creature sees its chance to cash in, demanding payment up front 1 point of divinity. Hanwu wants to curse it out for demanding a reward before even giving the solution. Is asking me for divinity points all you know how to do, he thinks, before saying out loud, you have to tell me your method first. How else will I know if it's worth a divinity point? The creature just chuckles. Actually, I've heard a thing or two about this rune civilization. Knowing a rune spell could trigger a massive mutation, Hanwu presses. What kind of spell? Spit it out, quick. Convinced the plan might work, he hands over the divinity point. It happily accepts the point as Hanwu seethes. Thanks for your support. After taking payment, it leans in and whispers the plan into Hanwu's ear. After listening, Hanwu crosses his arms and smirks. Interesting. Let's give it a try. He figures that divinity point might not have been a waste after all. Niu Fang sees his constant mood shifts and asks, why does your expression keep changing? Did you figure out a solution? Hanwu turns to her with a dark grin. Just you wait and see. Over with the human army, they see the horde of skeletons, and in the sky, a swarm of locusts. The commander gives the order, take them out. They assume the locusts and skeletons are on the same side, both listening to Hanwu. With that, the soldiers charge, swords piercing the locusts. Seeing how easily they're wiped out, the soldiers cheer. They're finished. That was easy. But as the locust bodies are torn apart, their blood spatters onto the soldiers, carrying the spores of the Black Death mushroom. The soldiers watch in horror as black smoke rises and dark mushrooms begin sprouting from their skin. What in the world is happening? And let me tell you, what happens next is absolutely brutal. One curious soldier yanks a mushroom off, and his entire body erupts in a red-black aura, turning his face pale with fear. All the while, the skeleton core just stares, their blood-red eyes watching the chaos unfold. The soldiers are completely terrified. A moment later, they're all lying dead on the ground. Hanwu and Niu Fang walk through the aftermath, with him remarking how effortless it was. The spores from that Black Death mushroom are terrifyingly effective. Wiping them out didn't take any effort at all. Hanwu smiles. Totally worth the tens of thousands of divine power points I spent. The mutation source smugly explains that the spores can transform into a virus, which when combined with a rune spell, accelerates and prolongs the plague. After using the rune language, he created an intermediate level plague. He holds a mushroom, mutters something, and applies it to his own body, effectively becoming a host for the plague himself. Every cell in his body now carries the virus. With one problem solved, Hanwoo coldly gives the order to attack. At his command, the skeleton army charges, arrows raining down on the enemy soldiers who die helplessly. Backed by the plague rune, Hanwoo defeats the allied forces in just 3 days, conquering 10 surrounding cities. On top of that, 5 special hero-level undead have emerged in his skeleton army. The enemy king grits his teeth in fury. Does anyone have a plan? If this continues, my kingdom will be completely destroyed. He declares they have no choice but to call for a truce and negotiate. The werewolf general sighs, agreeing that negotiation is their only path. But the king wonders, negotiate with who? They've been fighting the skeleton army for days, but they've never even seen its leader. Suddenly, a commotion is heard outside. The doors swing open, and in walks Kan Neen, the princess, and the elf queen. Kan Neen speaks up immediately. Your Majesty, how about you entrust these negotiations to me? The werewolf general looks at Kan Neen doubtfully. This kid has never even set foot on a battlefield, yet he wants to negotiate with the mastermind behind this undead army? The king scoffs at his pale appearance. Just a pretty boy. You have no business here. But Kan Neen doesn't get angry. Instead, he just smiles confidently. The princess steps forward. Father, I believe he is more than capable of handling this. Seeing the princess on his side, he confidently asks, Your Majesty, surely you trust your own daughter? The elf queen adds with complete trust in her voice, I can attest that he is smarter than anyone else present here. Both myself and the human princess agree to let him try. The king finally relents. Since we have no other options, we might as well let him have a go. And you and I both know what this means. The ultimate schemer is about to face the ultimate destroyer, and it's going to be one epic showdown. All right, let's dive right into this. Qingyan arrives alone in the skeleton army's territory and spots Hanyu nearby. Sensing a gaze on him, Hanyu turns and shouts, It really is you. He jumps down, throwing an arm around his friend's shoulder. What are you doing in the outer world? Qingyan just laughs. It's a long story for another time. For now, I'm representing the Four Nations One Church Alliance. I'm here to negotiate a ceasefire. Hanyu raises an eyebrow. You're mixed up with them now? A ceasefire is possible, Hanyu says, but it depends on the price they're willing to pay. Qingyan nods. Of course. Name your price. Hanyu winks. Gold and jewels are a given. He also wants rune words, not the common kind, but the absolute rarest. And on top of that, a 5-figure sum of rune stones to start. Qingyan rubs his fingers together, ready to negotiate. All right, the human king will compensate you with 20 rune words, including 1 high-level 1 and 200,000 rune stones. He thinks to himself, the princess has been with me for so long and gave me crucial intel. I have to show her some respect. But then, Qingyan's expression turns cold. The elf tribe's prices doubled. The werewolves, the fishmen, and the church all doubled. And get this, he's playing both sides, sleeping with the princess and the elf queen. He figures after sharing the queen's bed, he can't let her get a bad deal. He'll just split it all later. Hanyu happily claps him on the shoulder. All right, thanks for making the trip. I'll make sure you're not left out. Qingyan smiles. Don't mention it. I came to the human world looking for clues on how to become a demigod in this rune civilization. I've finally found a lead. He leans in and whispers right into Hanyu's ear. We just need to find the ancient divine ruins. Hanyu nods, liking the sound of this plan. Okay, let's work together. With the negotiations settled, Qingyan prepares to leave. I'll go back and inform them of your conditions. Once that's settled, we'll meet again. Hanyu nods, deal. And tell them, if they refuse to pay, I have no problem leading my army to crush their city and turn them all into undead souls. Back at the king's castle, the Minotaur leader hears the terms and protests. We don't have that many high-level rune words. How are we supposed to pay that? Qingyan just smirks. If you don't have the rune words, you can trade information about the ancient divine ruins. Or, if that's not possible, divinity will also work. The elf queen sitting beside him drapes an arm over his shoulder. The elves' compensation exceeds my expectations. Why do the humans have to pay so little? Qingyan explains, because so many humans have already been turned into monsters. I'm sure the queen wouldn't want the same for her people. On his other side, the princess leans in close. My father says he has no objections. He'll follow your lead completely. She then asks seductively, did the talks go smoothly? I didn't let you down, did I? Doesn't the princess have a reward for me? She blushes. Of course. But before she can finish, the door bursts open. It's the God King. And trust me, he's furious. This is robbery, and you all just agreed to it? The righteous church will never bow to the undead. Hearing this, Qingyan just shrugs nonchalantly. Suit yourself. The Minotaur and werewolf leaders have the same idea. Let the church fight one more battle. If they win, none of us have to pay. If they lose, we can pay up then. Below the city walls of Bright Harbor, the skeleton legions stand ready, poised to attack. The God King stands on the ramparts, frowning. In their previous joint battles, they sent many holy clerics, but never touched the church's core forces. Now, I've summoned all our elite holy clerics for a holy war, along with my 3 elite legions. Their captains have near demigod-level power and have never known defeat. The two sides had clashed before, but this will be the church's main battle. The outcome is still anyone's guess. Meanwhile, Hanyu surveys the enemy city. Buildings made of light crystal stones are everywhere, bathing the area in the power of light, highly effective against the undead. Dressed in a black cloak, he observes the human soldiers, thinking to himself, the Pope really did provide intel on their elite legions ahead of schedule. Hanyu clicks his tongue. Their combat power is truly astonishing. He strokes his chin. Right now, Bright Harbor is a solid block of steel. Good thing I only surrounded the city instead of launching a reckless attack. To breach it, I need to find a crack first. So, how to deal with Bright Harbor? Watch this insane idea. He pulls a purple crystal from his pocket. That's it. Without hesitation, Hanyu swallows the crystal. Green stems erupt from the ground, a new ability unlocked. He closes his eyes, and a massive demon shadow vine appears before him, a tangle of shadowy roots. He grips it tightly. Let's give this a try. Hanyu swings the demon shadow vine behind him, then opens his palm to look at it, satisfied. Excellent. The demon shadow vine is better than I expected. Hanyu leaps forward, brandishing the thorny vine. Time to play with those holy clerics. Noticing the movement, the clerics turn. Who's there? Halt! Hanyu raises his sword to the sky, the demon shadow vine writhing behind him. Without a word, he swings both at the clerics. The two men, caught off guard, can only stand there, ready for the hit. One of them gets his wrist pierced by the vine. Ah! A stream of black energy flows out from the wound. Seeing his comrade injured, the other cleric shouts, "Quick, purify it." The wounded man clutches his arm, shaking his head in terror. It's useless. The commotion draws other soldiers over. Seeing the injured cleric, they roar, "Get him!" One fearless soldier leaps high into the air, bringing his spear down on Hanyu with incredible force. "Let's see you run now." The axe head of the spear slices through the air. Hanyu stands perfectly still, making no move to block. But just as the weapon hits, he vanishes, and it smashes into the ground, shattering the earth. The soldier is confused. He was sure he landed the hit, but before he can even react, Hanyu appears right beside him, slashing his sword across the man's stomach. The soldier clutches the deep wound, then leaps backward while throwing his spear at Hanyu, cursing through gritted teeth. Once again, the axe-headed spear flies straight for Hanyu. Hanyu stands perfectly still, just side-eyeing the soldier. Then, in a flash, he's gone from in front of the man, reappearing directly behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanyu swings his sword, landing a fatal strike on the man's back. The soldier crumples, hands still clutching his gut, as our hero turns away. Hanyu faces the last soldier with a grin. "Only you left." But the soldier stands his ground, unafraid, as a golden aura begins to envelop his entire body. The instant he sees that golden glow, Hanyu knows it's holy light, and his gut screams that this is bad. This guy's holy power can suppress undead energy. Seeing Hanyu distracted, two clerics in the back raise their hands to form an energy barrier. Now's our chance. Get him! Hanyu pivots and charges straight for the two clerics. No hesitation. He swings his sword and sends both of their heads flying. If I can't take him down, I can sure as hell take care of you. But before he can leave, the soldier glowing with holy power charges, backed by two more clerics. An unknown amount of time passes. A purple aura now rises from a nearby building, and the ground below is littered with the bodies of countless clerics. Hanyu stands satisfied on a ghost shadow vine, thinking it's time, and gives the order for his skeleton army to attack the city. The undead legion advances. The skeleton army charges, spreading a purple mist. But a blast of blue light cuts through their ranks, incinerating them where they stand. Then another is consumed from the inside out by that same purple energy. By the end of the Battle of Bright Harbor, over 2 million clerics are dead and 3 elite legions are crippled, but the skeleton army's numbers have also been decimated. 15 million skeleton soldiers, gone for good. Seeing his forces suffer such devastating losses, the Pope is crushed. How could this happen? The damage is too severe. He blames himself, wondering, was I wrong? If I had just agreed to the compensation, would the church have avoided this disaster? What do I do now? The Pope's eyes snap open, sweat beading on his brow. Keep fighting, or surrender. Just then, A voice calls from the doorway. Your Holiness, I can help you repel the skeleton army. The Pope spins around, shocked. Who's there? The visitor is none other than Shu Tai, Han Yu's #1 rival. Back on the battlefield, everything is a wasteland of smoldering ruins. Clerics are desperately trying to heal each other. Suddenly, a squad of skeleton giants launches a surprise attack, and soldiers scream out a warning. The skeletons are back. Han Yu's face darkens as he growls a single command. Attack! The skeleton giants obey instantly, swarming forward in an overwhelming tide of bone. The two armies clash, and the royal forces are completely outmatched, sent to the afterlife by a single sweep of the skeleton's arms. And this is where it gets crazy. The Pope's spiritual projection suddenly appears in the sky. You lowly undead, he roars, his voice boosting his soldiers' morale while issuing a chilling warning to Han Yu. Halt your filthy advance. Retreat from Bright Harbor now, and you might just live. If not, the gods will deliver their final judgment. The skeletons suddenly freeze, a strange feeling of dread washing over them. A moment later, ethereal motes of power begin to rain down from the sky. From within those orbs of light, Iron Men emerge. They march forward with menacing purpose, each step making the very ground tremble. This mighty holy army will crush these pathetic undead with fists of justice. Han Yu is speechless, his jaw on the floor. Iron Men. He grinds his teeth, looking around in utter disbelief. Since when did Shu Tai team up with the Pope? From a hidden corner, the Pope watches the chaos unfold in silence. The Iron Men charge with savage speed, using their brute force to snap the skeletons' necks. The clerics, their morale restored, begin summoning their power, roaring for blood. Kill them, crush these disgusting undead. Avenge our fallen brothers. The justice of the gods is at hand. Long live our god. Han Yu's face is a thundercloud. He grimly holds up a stone slate in his hand and gives a cold command. Skeleton giants, mobilize. Instantly, shards of purple energy fall from the sky, coalescing into a colossal giant radiating a thick, murderous aura. At that exact moment, something streaks across the battlefield from the other side, a hazy, ethereal blur that slowly comes into focus. Wherever it passes, the Iron Men shatter into pieces. The giant Iron Man reacts in a flash, lunging forward to strike first. It lands a massive punch right in the giant's chest. The Pope watches the fight with intense focus and issues another command. Shu Tai, keep releasing the Iron Men. No matter how much dimensional essence you need, the Church will provide. He keeps a close eye on the battle through a communication orb. Shu Tai is overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear as he eagerly agrees. Deal. The second the word leaves his mouth, another entire legion of Iron Men materializes in the sky. Let's rewind a few minutes. Inside the Pope's office, Shu Tai confidently introduces himself and proposes a partnership. My Iron Men can neutralize his army, but I'll require dimensional essence in exchange. The Pope narrows his eyes. And on what grounds should I trust you? Shu Tai gives a sly, cunning smirk. I can give you a free trial first. You decide. Han Yu will definitely lead his army back here tomorrow. The decision will be yours. Back in the present, the Pope's forces have gained a clear advantage thanks to the Iron Men. His clerics are now on the offensive, hunting down the last of the skeletons. Han Yu knows the situation is dire. Continuing this fight is a losing battle. He needs to retreat for now and plan his assault on the Church for another day. With that, he yells the order, and the skeleton army successfully withdraws into the forest. Niu Fang comes up from behind, curious about his next move. Bright Harbor is completely sealed by those Iron Men now. What are you going to do? Han Yu grinds his teeth, filled with fury and regret. Shu Tai, I should have dealt with him a long time ago. She frowns, bringing him back to the urgent reality of their situation. Forget about him for now. With the Church having the upper hand, the merfolk and werewolves are already kissing up to the Pope. They've even declared they'll join his side to crush us. Han Yu shakes his head, his voice icy, as if he expected nothing less. Let the rats scurry to the winning side. It's not a problem. We'll just exterminate them all at once later. Just then, a skeleton scout approaches. The human king sent an envoy. He requests an audience. Han Yu's expression darkens. He gives a nod. Let him in. But his mind is already racing, wary of their intentions. Are the humans here to take advantage of the chaos? The young man strides in casually and gets straight to the point. The king asked me to tell you something. And trust me, you are going to want to hear what comes next. Model. He accepted all the previous compensations, begging Han Yu to just stop waging war on human territory. Han Yu just laughs, satisfied. He's smarter than he looks. As he wishes, Qin Yan casually throws an arm over his shoulder, asking, So, what's the plan for the Holy See? Now, stick with me here, because Han Yu just gives him this chilling, calculated smile. First, we let the Pope get comfortable for a few days. I'll deal with his underlings. Qin Yan's lips curl into a grin, eager to jump in and handle some personal business. I'm with you. I found a divine relic. Once this is over, they'll head there together. In the days that followed, the skeleton army was always battle-ready. Han Yu, leading his replenished forces, launched relentless attacks across the werewolf kingdom. Those brainless wolves were obviously no match for him and were quickly overwhelmed. The battle raged for 5 days and 5 nights, but the werewolves had no answer for the black fungus of death and its constant resurrections, leading to a crushing defeat. And in the end, a staggering 12 million elite werewolf soldiers all became part of his undead legion. Under Han Yu's final, all-out assault, a small nation was simply wiped off the map. The werewolf kingdom was extinct. Witnessing this utter devastation, the Minotaur kingdom was so terrified they abandoned the Holy See and immediately surrendered. Han Yu stands there, hands in his pockets, radiating pure dominance as he scoffs, scared now? Too late. Unless you agree to double the compensation you promised before, I'll flatten your Minotaur kingdom next. The Minotaur leader drops to his knees obediently, nodding frantically without a single protest. I agree to everything, just please spare our lives. Inside, he's seething with regret for ever siding with the werewolves and the Holy See. The werewolves were annihilated, and the Holy See just stood by and watched. Pathetic. Alright, with those side quests cleared, Han Yu gets back to the main event. And trust me, you're going to want to pay close attention to this part. He knows these 10 high-level runes are all priceless, but his body has its limits. He has to choose only the most useful among them. After carefully weighing his options, he makes his choice, pointing towards a few specific runes. He holds out his hand, feeling a warm, immense power begin to flow into his body. The high-level Emperor rune grants him the Emperor's Aura skill, boosting the power of all his abilities by 100%. The high-level Battle Frenzy rune gives him a passive skill the more creatures he kills, the stronger his body becomes, with a maximum limit of 1000%. The Blood Essence rune boosts all his stats up to 500% whenever he sees the color red. And finally, the Nature rune grants him the voice of all things, allowing him to communicate with any living creature. His body is lifted into the air, completely surrounded by this new, endless energy. Han Yu just savors the exhilarating, intoxicating feeling of this massive power-up. Top-tier quality really is on another level. I feel like my entire body is overflowing with strength. He smirks, then shoots upward, giving a sharp command. We're taking back Port Bright, time to wash away the shame. The entire skeleton legion, already assembled and bristling with energy, is ready for the order. Han Yu's eyes narrow, promising himself, Shu Ti, this time I absolutely will not let you get away. A short while later, they arrive at Port Bright. Han Yu leads the charge, but senses something is terribly wrong and yells out, halt. Qingyan, right beside him, is stunned. Impossible. Not a single survivor? Who could be so cruel? And yeah, I know what you're thinking, but the reality is even crazier. Han Yu moves forward, examining the wounds on a dead priest not far away. Looking at these fist marks, it's like he was beaten to death with bare hands. Their minds instantly connect the dots. They exchange a look, both arriving at the same answer, iron golems. Just then, a weak, broken voice calls out. The voice startles Han Yu's skeleton soldiers. He follows the sound, and is shocked to find the Pope, barely breathing, lying in a pool of his own blood. Han Yu rushes to his side, demanding, where is Shu Tai? Remembering the horrific betrayal and the massacre at Port Bright, the Pope trembles and says, he's gone. With his dying breath, he snarls. He drained the very origin of our plane and left the iron golems to slaughter every last priest. I want revenge. Qingyan just glares at the Pope in disgust, mocking him. Isn't this the wolf you invited into your own home? But the Pope no longer has the strength to argue. A moment later, his eyes go white and with a final spurt of blood, he's gone. Han Yu sighs, finally understanding. No wonder the Holy See never reacted when I attacked the werewolves. Shu Tai had already wiped them out. Qingyan couldn't care less. He casually crosses his arms and urges him on. All right, forget about them. Let's go find that divine relic. This place is a total ruin now. Han Yu laughs, agreeing to leave soon. But I have to take these light crystal ores with me. It'd be a shame to leave them behind. After collecting their spoils of war, they quickly head deep into the forest. The vegetation here is majestic and incredibly dense. Han Yu warns him, who knows how many traps an ancient relic like this has? We need to scout ahead first. Before long, they successfully find the entrance, marked by a strange, hazy purple aura hanging in the air. Qingyan nods. I had the foxkin mark the problem areas. If you see a sign, just go around it. The directional arrows all point them deeper into the increasingly gloomy forest. As they follow the final arrow, a cold chill washes over them, and then, out of nowhere, a colossal monster appears, catching both of them completely off guard. Careful, the tension is insane, and you and I are about to watch Han Yu and Qingyan face off against this absolutely hideous creature. Without a word, it immediately swings a heavy iron arm in a devastating attack. Luckily, Han Yu's reflexes are lightning fast, and he dodges just in time. Han Yu instantly counters with a new technique. Rune language, high-level Emperor. This unleashes his Emperor's aura, boosting the power of all his skills by 100%. The moment that energy erupts, it takes effect. The monster's life force seems to drain away, and it respectfully kneels at Han Yu's feet. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yu grabs his friend to make a run for it. But Qing Yin is absolutely thrilled, looking back at the kneeling monster and praising him loudly. That Emperor's aura is insane. The rune's fusion with you is perfect. Han Yu is speechless. Stop talking nonsense, we need to go now. A moment later, they arrive at a path with stairs leading deep underground. Here, they encounter several other giant monsters, all of them immediately on guard and ready to attack. Han Yu watches them, annoyed. Here we go again. He's forced to activate a charm, the high-grade, natural rune language. This power affects his own body, allowing him to learn passive skills and communicate telepathically with all living things. He closes his eyes and begins to connect with their minds. We're only here for a trial and won't cause any destruction, so let us pass. But the monsters just roar back in defiance. With no other choice, Han Yu leaps into action, shouting, "You want to do this the hard way? Huh. Fine. Then none of you are leaving." Han Yu aims a devastating punch straight for the creature's core. Caught off guard, the monster is instantly knocked flat on its back. Han Yu's body expands as he glares down and roars a warning. Who else wants some? The words barely leave his mouth before Han Yu moves at blinding speed, delivering a second knockout blow to another monster's chest. Seeing two of their own taken down so easily, the remaining monsters let out a furious growl and advanced together, ready to tear him apart. Hearing their piercing shrieks and seeing the thrilled look on Han Yu's face, Kan Nian sighs in exasperation. All right, that's enough. Han Yu hasn't had his fill of fun, but for the bigger picture, he waves his hand. Skeleton soldiers erupt from the ground, awaiting his command, and watch this. Kan Nian joins the party, snapping his fingers to summon a legion of fox people. Wasting no time, the skeleton soldiers and fox people charge forward in a combined assault, intercepting the monsters and holding them back. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yu and Kan Nian quickly make their way down. Kan Nian glances back at the fierce battle, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. Damn, lucky I dragged him along, or I would have been a goner back there. Down below, they enter a vast stone cave filled with countless swirling vortexes of light floating over stalagmites. The moment Kan Nian sees it, he shouts in excitement. This is it, the trial zone. Passing the challenges here not only makes you a demigod, but also grants you special secret runes. But just then, they hear the sound of a violent clash echoing from behind them, getting closer and closer. The monsters were right on their tail. Han Yu looks around, thinking, there's no turning back now, might as well risk it. But Kan Nian has already bolted toward one of the portals. He leaps into a blue rune. This one suits me pretty well. Before vanishing inside, he kindly reminds Han Yu, you be careful too. Watching him disappear in a flash, Han Yu's face falls. That guy sure is fast. He looks around for a moment, then chooses a vortex for himself. I'll take this one. The moment he steps through, he's greeted by the desolate, barren landscape of a wasteland, nothing but wind and towering mountains. The system kindly informs Han Yu. Famine zone. You must constantly eat to survive. Right on cue, his stomach starts to rumble. I know what you're thinking, and yep, Han Yu deadpans. No wonder it's called the famine zone. I'm already starving. Good thing my connection to the godly domain gives me endless food. But the system offers no new mission, and the signal grows weaker. He frowns in confusion. Why is there nothing? Don't tell me, my link to the godly domain has been cut off? In the midst of his confusion, Han Yu senses something appearing. A few uninvited guests. He snaps to high alert. What is that? He turns his head and realizes with a shock what the bizarre, skeletal monsters are starving corpses. Undead creatures that were once humans who starved to death. The trial taker must fend off the attacks from the starving corpses while ensuring they themselves do not starve. Han Yu grits his teeth, his face tense. No way. So these things are both the enemy and the food? Do I have to become a cannibal to survive this? The starving corpses growl as they begin to encircle Han Yu for an attack. One of the corpses suddenly lunges forward, but Han Yu saw it coming a mile away. He summons a skeleton soldier to block the attack, then takes down the creature in a single, fluid motion. In the heat of the battle, Han Yu pulls out a seed and plants it in the barren soil. In a short time, a small sapling sprouts. Seconds later, it bursts from the ground, growing into a colossal plant, a death lily, a dragon grass, and a ghost vine all in one. Han Yu sits at the center, protected by its sprawling branches. He frowns, calculating his next move. I can kill them, but I will absolutely not eat human flesh. First, I'll use these 3 plants to absorb nutrients from the ground to keep myself alive. Then, I'll have my skeleton soldiers defend me from the starving corpses. He watches as the horde of starving corpses grows larger and larger, their bodies swaying as they groan, wanting to tear him apart and eat him alive. He sighs and slowly closes his eyes. Time for my last resort. I'll have to put my body into a state of hibernation. By minimizing my energy consumption, I just need to survive for 30 days to win. At that same moment, the royal city is in ruins. Thick smoke billows up from all directions. An army of iron soldiers has brutally conquered the capital. Inside the palace, it's no better. Everything is destroyed, and bodies are strewn across the floor. Toothiad stands on the throne, shouting with arrogant triumph, "The human royal city will be mine. From the church to the human kingdom, and even the land of the oxfolk, all have been raised by my iron soldiers." Thinking of the elf queen's kingdom, still desperately holding on with a magical barrier, he lets out a mocking laugh. The elf kingdom can hold out for a little while with their magic circle, but they won't last long. A moment later, one of Toothiad's iron soldiers drags Ngu Fuang before him. Toothiad descends from the throne, smiling cruelly. He reaches out to touch her face and delivers a chilling threat. What an unexpected prize. I can't believe you ran to the Oxfolk nation, trying to become their queen. But look where that got you. You've fallen right into my hands. Ngu Fuang angrily cuts him off with a shout. I despise you. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts when Han Yu gets back. Toothiad strokes her cheek and replies with a cold, confident smirk. He's not coming back. Don't think I don't know. Kan Nien led him to ancient divine ruins, a place where you either die or you come out half dead. He couldn't even defeat my iron golem, and he expects to get out of there alive. And trust me, you are not ready for what that means. Dream on. Toothiad turns away and commands his golem. Throw her in the dungeon. Ngu Fuang struggles, screaming and cursing him. You will not have a good ending. A moment later, another iron soldier enters to give a report. As per his instructions, Qian Lily has cornered Qin Shuang in a valley. Remembering Qian Lily's arrogant attitude, CT lets out a satisfied laugh. Well done. Even though Qian Lily is greedy, once she's paid, she gets the job done right. He pictures Qin Shuang's graceful figure, smugly muttering to himself, Qin Shuang, this time there's no escaping my grasp. The scene shifts to a peaceful forest, suddenly rocked by a massive explosion. Getting closer, they see the Iron Beast demon army clashing with Qian Lily's forces. Qin Shuang is stunned by the scene, completely baffled. Aren't those Sai Tai's iron men? Why are they here? And fighting Qian Lily? After a moment of thought, she nods with a glimmer of hope. This is good. Best case scenario, both he and Qian Lily suffer heavy losses, and I can slip away. A second later, another huge explosion rips through the battlefield. The sounds of battle rage on, but just for a moment. Then, an eerie silence falls over everything. Not even a breath can be heard. She panics. Why is it so quiet? Confused about the situation, Qin Shuang suddenly hears someone call her name. Classmate Qin Shuang, so you really are here. The newcomer is Sai Tai. Faking kindness, he approaches with a smile. I heard a rumor that Qian Lily wanted to harm you, so I rushed over. I'm so glad you're okay. I've already chased her off. Out of simple courtesy, she gives a brief reply. Thank you. Si Tai steps closer, his words dripping with fake intimacy. Classmate Qin Shuang, you're being too formal. It was nothing. Sensing his bad intentions, Qin Shuang quickly dodges, moving towards her giant bird and giving the order. Let's go. Si Tai's brow furrows and he immediately asks with curiosity, Classmate Qin Shuang, you're leaving already? He closes the distance between them, offering a gentle smile and a proposal. Why don't you stay and cooperate with me? We can fight the native forces of this runic civilization together and split the rewards 50-50. But here's the thing. In his mind, CT is laughing coldly. He spent a fortune to stage this perfect play with Qian Lily. How could he just let her walk away? She had loudly demanded her payment. I did what you asked and forced Qin Shuang into the valley. Now pay me the rest of the money. Si Tai praised her but added one more condition. Excellent work, but you still have to help me finish one last act before you get the final payment. She raised a skeptical eyebrow. What act? He answered bluntly. Get defeated by my army of iron men. Qian Lily pointed a finger at him, protesting furiously. Are you kidding me? I summoned a 2 million strong army of stone giants. It cost me a fortune in dimensional essence. You can't just order me to be defeated. Sai Tai coolly used his own forces to threaten her. Perhaps I could bring my 30 million iron men here to persuade you. Annoyed, Qian Lily had no choice but to compromise. Fine, but leave me with at least 500,000 stone giants, and you have to double the final payment. Inside, she was running the numbers. She couldn't afford to make an enemy of him. Her stone giants were strong, but his iron men had the advantage in pure numbers. If their relationship soured, she wouldn't get her money, and her entire army of stone giants would be wiped out. The deal was struck, and he smiled, satisfied. Done. No problem. Back in the present, Qin Shuang firmly rejects his offer. Classmate Sai, I appreciate the kind thought, but I have my own business to attend to. Let's part ways here. The moment she turns to leave, CT's voice rings out. The business you have, isn't it looking for Han Yu? Well, let me tell you, Han Yu is dead, and my Iron Beast demons are the ones who killed him. Qin Shuang isn't easily fooled and retorts, Han Yu's abilities are powerful. Your Iron Beast demons are hardly his match, not to mention he has his skeleton army for protection. Before she can finish her sentence, Sitai impatiently cuts her off. That pathetic skeleton army, it couldn't withstand a single blow from my legion of iron men. Fed up, Qin Shuang refuses to argue further, shouting, I'm done talking to you. Goodbye. The words barely leave her mouth when she hears a loud crash. Qin Shuang spins around, shocked to see the Iron Beast demons restraining her giant bird. Furious, Qin Shuang turns back to confront him. Sitai, what is the meaning of this? And there it is, he's done pretending. A cruel smirk plays on his lips as he lays down his ultimatum. The meaning? It means you're staying here with me. Let me be clear, I'm the strongest one here now. You will do as I say. Otherwise, you won't even make it out of this valley alive. Sitai grabs Qin Shuang by the throat, lifting her clean off the ground with one hand, taunting. Let's see you run now. Terrified, she cries out his name, Han Yu, save me, save me. Hearing her voice, he calls out her name in a panic. Qin Shuang. Han Yu jolts awake, breathing a sigh of relief to find it was just a nightmare. So it was a dream. I've been in seclusion for so long. I wonder how Qin Shuang is doing. Then, he looks down at his own emaciated hands, his eyes widening in complete and utter shock. Han Yu can't believe it. He looks himself over again and again, wondering in confusion, how did I get this skinny? As he grumbles, he's distracted by the sounds of his hungry corpses fighting his skeleton soldiers. Han Yu pushes himself up, and his slow movement causes both the corpses and the skeletons to freeze in surprise. Seeing the heavy losses on both sides, Han Yu smirks. 30 days goes by fast. After 30 days of hardship, he has successfully obtained the special-grade runic language of hunger, a powerful rune that allows its host to control the digestive abilities of living beings. Han Yu holds the rune in his hand with a look of deep satisfaction. Without a moment's hesitation, he decides to absorb the special-grade runic language of hunger. In his spiritual consciousness, the rune begins to fully integrate, forming a small vortex. A few seconds later, a rich source of energy floods his body, returning him to his normal state. Han Yu is thrilled, asking himself, have I reached the demigod realm? And look, the path leading outside has opened up. He glances over and sees the exit. Worried sick about Qin Shuang, he makes an instant decision: get out first, figure out the rest later. Han Yu leads the way, his skeleton army following close behind. The moment he steps out, the runic mystic realm seals itself shut. Han Yu takes a deep breath, eager to test out his new power. Let's see what kind of breakthrough this upgrade gave me. At Han Yu's command, the system quickly responds. Name, mutation origin Han Yu. Rank, demigod, tier, 3 super gene warrior. Talents, God's chosen, the soul rebel. Godly abilities, directional mutation, life sacrifice, the soul gene lock, and hunger. Let's check the stats. Overlord strike, shadow haunt, tyrant dragon slash, black dragon transformation, blink strike, plant fusion is an emperor's aura at 9.5 divinity, with more being absorbed. Once it hits 10 points, he can ascend to a perfect demigod in the divine realm. His divine power is at 39.7 million, with a self-generation of over 322 million, and his faith power is at 49 million. Core level 10. He's got the level 4 sealed Gluttony Law artifact, a level 2 petrification stone, a level 2 shadow pin, and a level 1 poison thread artifact from the fairy troop. Han Yu just scratches his head, annoyed. All that effort to become a demigod for just one new ability? So stingy. At least the origin of mutation leveled up, giving him the jealousy lock skill. Shaking off his disappointment, he sighs. Whatever, he still managed to ascend to demigod status in the outer realms. Once he gets back and absorbs all the divinity, he'll become a perfect demigod. Now that'll be something. But just as he finishes that thought, a portal rips open right above his head. Before Han Yu can even figure out what's happening, Qing Nian tumbles out, perfectly timing his fall to land right on top of him. Han Yu stares, speechless, at the dazed and delirious guy who's drunkenly slurring, I did it. I finally became a demigod. Being the good friend he is, Han Yu just tosses Qing Nian back through the portal. Seriously, you're this weak? Fine, go sleep it off. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from the exit nearby. Startled, Han Yu leaps to his feet, eyes fixed on the source of the sound. He cautiously approaches, thinking another battle is raging outside, only to realize it's Qianlilei's soldiers fighting the gate-guarding monsters. He follows the noise and is stunned to see her there. Han Yu calls out, "What are you doing here?" Knowing his connection to Qin Shuang, Qianlili immediately flashes a business-like smile. "You and Qin Shuang are close, right? I have some news about her. It's a matter of life and death. You interested? It'll cost you 100,000 origin essences." Hearing this, Han Yu doesn't hesitate for a second. He instantly pulls out 10,000 origin essences and transfers them to her, urging, "Talk, now." Qianlili sees how fast he moved and silently kicks herself. Damn, this kid paid up so quickly. She totally should have asked for more, but a deal's a deal, so she reveals the truth. Qin Shuang is trapped in a valley by Shu Tai. I don't think she can get out. Han Yu's world shatters. What? Panic setting in, he immediately summons his wings. In just a few short seconds, he transforms into his beastman form, ready to fly to Qin Shuang's rescue. Han Yu rockets towards the valley, screaming her name over and over. Qin Shuang! Qin Shuang! It doesn't take long for him to arrive, slowly landing on a mountain peak. He scans the area and decides to use his divine power to search for her aura. First, I'll find her presence, he thinks to himself, but after a long search, nothing. Furious, Han Yu grits his teeth. Damn it, I can't detect her aura. Just as his frustration boils over, something flashes past behind him, putting him instantly on high alert. Han Yu whips around and immediately recognizes the golden-winged Thunder Rock. To his horror, he sees its feathers flying everywhere as it's being pinned down and captured by Shu Tai's iron puppets. Without a second thought, Han Yu spreads his wings and dives down, preparing a seal. A runic symbol glows on his abdomen, the high-level runic language of the Emperor's influence. The sheer force from his wings creates a hurricane, nearly knocking the iron puppets off their feet. And now for the moment we've all been waiting for, he's about to test his brand new divine ability. His new power, Famine, unleashes a wave of overwhelming pressure that completely suppresses the Iron Men, forcing them to their knees. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Rock rips its wings free. But the rock's celebration lasts less than 3 seconds. It suddenly feels a massive power surging up from below, and whips its head around in alarm. It's Han Yu. He leaps up and grabs onto its tail, shouting urgent orders. "Stop looking around and take me to Qin Shuang. We're running out of time." The Thunder Rock understands. It lowers itself so Han Yu can climb onto its back, and then with a powerful flap of its wings, they soar into the sky. Meanwhile, deep in a vast forest, hidden inside a small cave, Shu Tai had lost his patience. With a vicious tug, he rips the outer layer of her clothes. Qin Shuang struggles, screaming, "Let me go." Shu Tai just smirks, his hands moving lower as he taunts her. "Let's see who comes to save you now." Exhausted and helpless, she can no longer fight back. But just in the nick of time, Han Yu appears at the cave entrance. Gritting his teeth, he kicks a massive rock straight at Shu Tai's head. The rock smacks him square, interrupting his vile act. Shu Tai clutches his head in rage, roaring, "What the hell was that? Who dares to ambush me?" When he sees Han Yu standing there, perfectly fine, his eyes go wide with disbelief. "How is it you? You're not dead?" Han Yu ignores his words, his blood boiling at the scene before him. Rage explodes. He lunges forward, slamming a fist into Shu Tai's face and growling, "Even if you die, I won't." Shu Tai reels from the punch, wiping blood from his mouth as he glares daggers at Han Yu. "Han Yu, today is the day you die." Han Yu just raises an eyebrow, a confident, mocking smile on his face. "Is that so?" As he speaks, Han Yu secretly activates his new divine ability again, Famine. A seal appears right above Shu Tai's head. A second later, Shu Tai feels something terribly wrong. He clutches his stomach, trembling. "So hungry, I'm so hungry. Why am I this hungry?" He glares at Han Yu, demanding, "Was this your doing?" Han Yu isn't in the mood for chatter. He just delivers another powerful blow right to Shu Tai's gut. The intense pain is too much. Shu Tai collapses, vomiting uncontrollably. When he finally regains his senses, he asks in terror, You've become a demigod?" Han Yu coldly summons a red sword, casually informing him, "Your iron beast demon couldn't kill me. Instead, it became my slave." As he speaks, he unleashes a killing blow. The razor-sharp blade flashes towards a terrified Shu Tai. Now you get to feel the pain of being corroded by iron. A spray of blood fills the air. With Shu Tai dealt with, Han Yu rushes to help the weakened Qin Shuang. "Qin Shuang, I'm here." She gives a weak, bitter smile, trying to reassure him. I'm okay." Han Yu helps fix her clothes before sweeping her up princess style and carrying her out of the cave. Outside, the Thunder Rock is waiting by the entrance, while Shu Tai's iron puppets are running around in chaos. Han Yu looks down on them with pure disgust. and you and I both know it's his real cleanup has just begun. With Tuti dead, his clan can no longer feel his presence, and they're running wild without a master. With the job done, Hanyu wastes no time, leaping onto the Thunder Rock's back. As they fly, Hanyu holds Qin Shuang close, worriedly asking if she feels any better. She nods weakly, much better. Did you really become a demigod? Hearing that, he just flashes a thumbs up with a teasing smile, telling her to go for it. Tan Shuang cheers, that's great. Hanyu then strokes her hair, his eyes full of affection. I know the location of an ancient relic. We'll gather some more, plain origin essence. Once you have enough kin, you can level up too. Tan Shuang agrees, but she's worried with Shu Tai having destroyed the 4 nations and 1 sect, where can they even find any more essence? But for Hanyu, that's the easy part. He smirks confidently, telling her they can just take a stroll through the untamed wilderness and try their luck. A moment later, the Thunder Sparrow carries them over a mountain range covered in purple rock. The second he sees it, his eyes light up. It's an iron ore deposit. We can use the decomposer to extract the crystal essence. Suddenly, a huge roar from below grabs their attention. Tan Shuang points nervously at the foot of the mountain as a massive bear, roaring and blasting them with sonic waves. Now, pay attention, because instead of fear, Hanyu gets even more excited. He snaps his fingers. Looks like we found our plain origin essence. He's about to dive down, telling her to wait, but she quickly stops him. Don't go risking your life alone. With a smile, Tan Shuang snaps her fingers. Instantly, birds from all around flock towards them. The majestic Thunder Sparrow leads the charge, bravely diving down first as the others follow suit. It nimbly dodges the bear's attacks, slashing its face and forcing it onto the defensive. From the misty forest nearby, countless pairs of eyes begin to glow. And then they emerge a massive swarm of skeleton soldiers, completely overwhelming the bear. One of them infects it with a poisonous fungus, and a second later, its eyes turn stark white as it lets out a horrifying roar. The infected bear staggers, its body covered in wounds, as it stumbles towards another of its kind. Without warning, it sinks its teeth into the other bear's shoulder, sparking total chaos as it goes on a biting rampage. The system dings, 0.003 units of plain origin essence absorbed. Success. Hanyu and Tan Shuang high-five, celebrating their flawless teamwork. The Thunder Sparrow lands, and they step onto the ground, their skeleton army standing guard behind them. He gently bumps his forehead against hers. Let's rest here for a while and gather more essence. Tan Shuang blushes and nods, and just like that, 10 days fly by, with a team of dwarves working hard to mine the iron ore. Tan Shuang nervously pushes away the spoon of porridge Hanyu is feeding her. It's been 10 days. We have plenty of essence now. I want to go to the ancient relic, but he just smiles, trying to feed her again. No rush. Your wounds have just healed. You need to recover properly. And just then I know what you're thinking. Perfect timing. Qing Nian suddenly leaps out of a portal, startling them both. Man, that was a great nap, he yells, stretching. Tan Shuang greets him awkwardly. Student son, long time no see. But Qing Nian completely ignores her, his head whipping around as he sizes them up. Where the hell am I? And how did you two meet up? Hanyu just stares back, stone-faced, thinking to himself what terrible timing this guy has. Hanyu's face twists into a scowl as he drops a bombshell. You really have time to worry about us right now. Your Jade Princess was killed by Shu Tai, and the Elf Queen is on the verge of death. Hearing this, Qing Yan freezes, completely stunned. What did you just say? Hanyu sighs and gives him the short version of recent events. Qing Nian absolutely explodes with rage, cursing furiously. That bastard Shu Tai. I was only asleep for a few days, and he destroyed everything. My poor princess. The other two just watch his dramatic breakdown, completely speechless. After his rant, he spins around, ready to leave. The princess can't be saved, so I have to go get the Elf Queen. After all, we did sleep together. Later. And with that, he leaps away, vanishing in an instant. Tan Shuang is amazed. I never knew Qing Nian was so loyal. But Hanyu just cuts her off. I think he just flirts with everyone. Forget him, you need to rest a few more days. Just then, Tan Shuang remembers something, her expression turning serious. You killed Shu Tai. When we get back to school, his family will definitely come after you. Hanyu already figured as much, but he doesn't care. Do you think the Shu family would have spared me if I didn't kill him? The pressure from his family is nothing. I'm just worried the academy will discipline me. Speak of the devil, Lena suddenly appears, her voice sharp and commanding. Hanyu, Tan Shuang, return to the academy at once. There's an important matter. Tan Shuang quickly glances at him reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm here. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Shu Tai's father slams his fist on a table. He points a trembling finger at Lena, roaring, I want that kid named Han to pay for my son's life. His mother just sits on the couch, sobbing her heart out. Oh, Shu Tai. Back with Hanyu, he pats Tan Shuang's shoulder comfortingly. Your wounds just healed. Now's not the time to train. Don't push yourself for my sake. I'm not afraid of the Shu family. Tan Shuang just smiles confidently. Who said this was for you? Reaching demigod status before officially becoming a student has always been my dream. Hanyu looks at her radiant face, the words of refusal dying in his throat. Seeing this, Tan Shuang playfully places a finger on his lips, silencing him. Don't worry, you've already given me all the maps and intel for the relic. I'll definitely clear it. Defeated, Hanyu finally gives in. All right, I'll wait for you. Tan Shuang runs to the spatial entrance, calling back. Then we'll return to the academy together. Once she's gone, Hanyu, with a mix of helplessness and concern, orders his skeleton soldiers to protect her. They obey immediately, rushing into the time-space gate. A month passes. He's still there, waiting patiently, but his heart feels like it's on fire. A whole month has passed, and you and I both know that's not a good sign. Hanyu quickly analyzes the situation. There's been no news from the soldiers he sent in either. He fears she's in danger, and the time limit is long past. Without a second thought, he steps through the gate. He's immediately faced with countless massive monsters, but he doesn't even flinch. Hanyu instantly transforms into his demon form, his voice ice cold. Get out of my way! A gigantic dragon materializes behind him, its overwhelming power crashing down and forcing every monster to its knees in terror. With that, he rockets into the sky, searching for Qin Shuang. Just then, Hanyu spots a floating sphere in the air. He reaches out, touching it, and realizes the trial's gate is sealed from the outside. His thought is simple. If it won't open, I'll break it. So he resorts to brute force, slamming into the sphere. A second later, he's flung backward. Now, here's the thing you have to know, he mutters, wondering if someone who's already passed can't ever go back in. Time for the ultimate move, a combined attack using all three of his seal talismans. He unleashes them all at once. High-level Emperor, high-level War, Freak, and high-level Scarlet. Hanyu fires all three attacks into the sphere, and it can't take the pressure. A small crack begins to form. He finally breaks through and gets inside. But now Hanyu faces a new problem, countless gates, all different colors. He's totally lost. Which one did Qin Shuang go through? Realizing he's getting worked up, Hanyu takes a deep breath to calm down. He tells himself to focus and find which trial mirror holds the strongest trace of Qin Shuang's aura. Just as he's about to use his divine sense to scan, a gate high above flashes with light, and sliding right out of it is Qin Shuang. Overjoyed to see her safe, Hanyu can't help but call out her name. He rushes forward, catching her as she falls. Qin Shuang snaps back to reality, right in his arms. He happily asks her, Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? But unfortunately, Hanyu trips on a rock. He loses his balance, and both of them go tumbling down. And when they land, let's just say this scene is pure fan service. Hanyu is still holding her protectively, but now their lips are pressed together. Embarrassed and flustered, she quickly pushes him off. Let me go. Hanyu, face bright red, just scratches his head. Then, she excitedly summons her new seal talisman to show off. Look, I finally leveled up. It's a special grade lightning seal, which has a powerful effect on the human body. All of her lightning skills now have a 500% power boost, and you've comprehended the lightning domain. Hanyu praises her, adding, Your energy feels like you're about to break through from the Lord level all the way to the Monarch level. Suddenly, a call comes in from Lina. Her voice is serious. Hanyu, the school requires your immediate return. That's all she gets out before the signal cuts. Qin Shuang stands up, worriedly taking his hand. I'm coming with you, she says, her voice firm. Meanwhile, back at the academy, three very unfriendly-looking people are waiting by the teleportation gate. The moment it activates, the headmaster barks out an order. Arrest Hanyu on sight. Hanyu and Qin Shuang step out of the portal, their expressions serious and their auras blazing. Qin Shuang immediately steps in front of Hanyu. Headmaster, she explains, Shu Ti tried to force himself on me. Hanyu was only protecting me, but Shu Tai's father isn't buying it, roaring, nonsense. His mother angrily chimes in, and why are you so quick to defend this punk? Qin Shuang walks right up to the headmaster. You can read my memory, she insists. You'll see I'm not lying about any of this. The headmaster agrees and immediately uses his power to see for himself. The memories play out like a film clear as day. Shu Ti restraining Qin Shuang, Hanyu's sudden appearance, and the brutal beatdown that followed. Still, Shu Ti's parents refuse to believe it. Impossible. This can't be. The headmaster has seen enough. He waves the guards away, dismissing them for now. Leave us. He turns to Hanyu, his voice stern. While you were saving someone, your methods were too severe. Your punishment is suspension until the college entrance exams. Hanyu's reaction? You and I both know this is wild. That's it. Qin Shuang, however, is panicking. Suspension is a serious punishment. But Han Yu just laughs it off. It's fine. I was planning to take a break anyway to focus on absorbing divinity. This way I can ascend to demigod in the divine domain civilization. 15 days later, before leaving the academy, he stands before an ancient statue. He bows his head and reports, "Student Han Yu, divinity absorption complete. My personal divinity has reached a full 10 points. I pray for a perfect ascension to demigod in the divine domain." The moment the words leave his lips, the statue explodes in a brilliant golden light. A diamond-shaped beam of gold shoots from the statue's third eye, radiating an aura of pure, immense power. The crystal flies forward and merges with his body, enveloping him in strength. Han Yu is ecstatic. "It's divine light, my prayer." It was answered. This divine light contains the power to reshape the world itself. It can temper his body, nourish his divine domain, and unlock its greater potential. He stands up, wondering, is this it? Have I ascended? Han Yu tests his new power, a smile spreading across his face. With this new aura, he won't even need his black dragon transformation to reach the power of a monarch. Suddenly, another dark light flashes, putting him on high alert. What's this? A new stat window appears. Name, Aberrant Origin Han Yu. Rank, Demigod. Class, Second, Rank Super Gene Warrior. Divine Talents, God's Chosen One and Soul Rebellious One. Abilities, Divine Directional Mutation, Life Sacrifice, Soul Gene Lock, Desolate Life, Four Blessings, and Soul Fusion. Skills, Giant Force Slash, Explosive Dragon Slash, and Black Dragon Transformation. Also, Plant Fusion, Emperor's Aura, and a Level 5 Rebellious Divine Sense. His newly awakened divine art is the Soul-Devouring Pupil, and Life's Four Blessings can now bestow life blessings on his summons, using divine power to extend their lifespan. The Soul Fusion ability allows him to consume divine power to fuse anything with a suitable compatibility rating. It seems, after ascending to demigod, he's gained a new rebellious divine sense and awakened the soul-devouring pupil. What I'm seeing now is the free-floating soul energy in this space. He thinks to himself, pondering the fusion ability. So, this is my new divine power? He decides to test it out, activating all of his powers at once: dark matter, black dragon, transformation, plant fusion, and even the Emperor's aura. The distinct auras of each power swirl around Han Yu, slowly converging until they merge into one single, new power. He takes on a new form, complete with black horns, wings, and a tail. He gives his arm a test swing, unleashing a terrifying blast of energy that screams through the air. A second later, a huge chunk of the far wall is completely obliterated. Han Yu looks on, satisfied. The power of this fusion is incredible. He calls this new move Black Dragon Metamorphosis. Reverting to his normal form, he summons a sculpted insect emperor for a test. My skills can be fused, he thinks. But what about my summons? You and I both know we have to see this. A black aura envelops the monster, and with a flash of light, it begins to transform. Han Yu stares at the giant monster before him, absolutely impressed. Incredible. It's already reached the heroic life form tier. It could instantly obliterate a hero-level life form of the bull demon tribe. He's satisfied a definite improvement. He grins at the resulting energy as a few fire crystals materialize in his hand. The crystals condense into a brilliant red gem. Han Yu does the math. One crystal sells for 1.6 million divine power. Fusing one a day for a year would earn him hundreds of millions, enough for a point of divinity. He bursts out laughing, absolutely thrilled. You and I both know what this means, a brand new, high-powered money grind. A few days later, security at the academy gate is stopping someone. No students or teachers, no entry. The person being blocked is Hu Hai. He's not happy, muttering, "Hey, I'm a true god." But reconsiders. This is the Imperial Capital Academy, home to true gods, god lords, even god kings. Throwing his weight around here would be stupid. He thinks to himself that the signal's response is getting faster, meaning he's getting closer to the thief who stole the god king's treasure. Hu Hai wonders, could this student, Han Yu, really be the person the god king is searching for? He has to find a way inside. Just as he's stuck, Zitai's enraged father storms out of the academy, screaming curses about the school protecting a murderer, his wife weeping behind him. That bastard Han Yu, I'll never forgive you. Suddenly, an idea strikes Hu Hai. He approaches them with a mysterious smile. "Excuse me, could you two help me with something? I'll pay generously." My target is also Han Yu. A short while later, in the reception room, they've somehow managed to get back inside. Zitai's parents are back to making a scene. He even killed his own classmate. Isn't he afraid of karma? But Lena cuts them off bluntly. The cause of Zitai's death has been thoroughly investigated. Your relentless harassment won't change anything. Standing in a corner, Hu Hai silently activates a device, pointing it at Han Yu. Strong waves of energy pulse back from him. A satisfied smirk spreads across Hu Hai's face just as he expected. And there it is, confirmation. We now know he's the one who stole the God King's treasure. If he brings him in, the God King will surely reward him handsomely. But how to get him out of here? ZT's father is still screaming, Hanyu, you won't die a peaceful death, while his mother shrieks, Bastard. Lena's patience wears thin. This school is not a place for you to cause trouble. Please leave immediately. Suddenly, Hu Hai steps in, easily pulling the couple back. All right, let's go. But the second the door closes, Zitai's father asks, Lord True God, we got you in. Are we really just going to let Hanyu off the hook? Hu Hai answers with complete confidence, Leave Hanyu to me. I will give you a satisfying result, but you must not interfere. Knowing they can't force it, the couple leaves in a bitter huff. Hu Hai, however, stays behind, secretly listening in. Inside, Lena is encouraging Hanyu. Don't pay any attention to what they said. She smiles reassuringly. Zitai's death was his own fault for overestimating himself. You did nothing wrong. Of course, Hanyu isn't bothered, but he nods to put her at ease. Don't worry, Teacher Lena, their words don't affect me. If anything, they just motivate me to get even stronger. Lena laughs, pleased. That's my student. You're already a perfect demigod. Next, focus on attaining divine sense, and don't forget the Academy's assessment. If you don't pass, you'll be expelled. She suddenly materializes a golden seal and hands it to him, explaining, I have a ticket to the outer domain ancient battlefield. You can go there to test your luck. Getting used to the competitive demigod environment early on will benefit you greatly in the future. Hanyu takes it gratefully, his eyes burning with determination. I won't disappoint you. Outside, Hu Hai has heard everything. A sly smile plays on his lips. The outer domain ancient battlefield? Oh, you know this is about to get interesting. He watches Hanyu leave the room and thinks to himself, well then, I'll see you in there. On his way back, Hanyu has a realization. Wait, this ticket is for 2 people. It'd be a waste to go alone. He makes a call, and after a few rings, Tianwen's face appears on the screen. His old teacher smiles warmly. Hanyu, how's life at the academy? Hanyu excitedly shares his news. Tianwen, I've advanced to a perfect demigod. He gets right to the point. I was hoping to team up with you to explore the outer domain ancient battlefield. Are you familiar with it? Tianwen is both shocked and thrilled. The demigod's ancient battlefield? You've gotten that strong already? Of course. I'll go. Hanyu nods, setting the time and place. Let's meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. at the Imperial Capital's teleportation station. A bit later, back at his place, Hanyu is getting his gear ready. Gotta head out tomorrow, so I need to pick some useful holy artifacts. In the end, he settles on a few key items. A level 4 Tyrannical Law Seal, a level 2 Petrification Touch, a level 4 Doppelganger Codex, and a level 4 Thunderfire Explosive Pill. His face is set with determination. This time, I have to succeed. Suddenly, he thinks of Qin Shuang with a complicated feeling. This trip might take months, and she's about to go into seclusion to absorb her divinity. That evening, there's a knock on Qin Shuang's door. She rushes to open it and freezes when she sees who it is. What are you doing here? Come in, quickly. But Hanyu declines, no need. I'm leaving for the outer domain ancient battlefield tomorrow to train. I came to say goodbye. I was worried you'd already be in seclusion. She looks surprised and a little sad. So soon? He scratches his head, unable to meet her gaze. By the time I get back, you'll probably have leveled up. I'll see you then. I should go. But just as he turns to leave, Qin Shuang grabs his hand. Walk with me. And so, a little later, the two of them are walking side by side beneath the streetlights near her home. Qin Shuang smiles. It's a good thing I start my seclusion tomorrow, otherwise I would have missed you. Hanyu jokes. Is this what they call a psychic connection? She doesn't answer, instead asking with concern. The ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Are you fully prepared? Still worried, Qin Shuang summons a holy artifact and offers it to him. This netherworld seal has its limitations, but it could be useful to you. Take it. What she's holding is a level 4 holy artifact, the netherworld seal itself. The text explains that loading into this central divine domain allows a core clan to become a soul form before death, but it only works for core clans below the hero-level life form. A spark ignites in Hanyu's eyes as an idea forms. The netherworld seal. His rebellious divine sense needs to devour souls through the backlash of the divine eye to level up. The more soul energy he absorbs, the faster he'll get stronger. This item is an absolute game changer. Hanyu smiles, accepting it gratefully. Thank you. At his words, Qin Shuang is suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, hugging him tightly one more time. I can't go with you this time, she says regretfully. You have to be careful. This time, Hanyu takes the lead, gently holding her by the shoulders. He leans in and gives her a sudden, passionate kiss. This is different from before. This time, Qin Shuang doesn't resist. In fact, she leans in, deepening the kiss. Han Yu's heart absolutely explodes with joy. She's not rejecting him. After that kiss, their relationship is sealed without a single word. His heart is soaring. He gives her one last, lingering hug. Han Yu, blushing, stares deeply into Qin Shuang's eyes. Wait for me to come back. She's bright red but doesn't forget to remind him. You have to be careful. The next morning, Han Yu arrives at the meeting point with old Tian. Tianwen, you're here early. The old man laughs politely. I was too excited to sleep, so I came to wait for you. Let's get going. Then, they both bite their fingers, smearing a drop of blood onto the golden talisman to summon the portal. Go! The moment blood touches it, the talisman erupts in light. A stream of crimson spiritual power swirls around it, then expands rapidly. It forms a swirling vortex, the gateway. Now pay attention, because as they step through this portal, Han Yu and Tian Wen are teleported to the ancient battlefield. The second they arrive, a guard is already there to greet them. You two, this is your temporary residence. He gives a quick, lazy explanation and then turns to leave. If you need anything later, just find us. We'll do our best to assist you. Han Yu takes one look at the tattered tent and is ready to flip a table. The living conditions here are way too harsh. You expect me to stay in a raggedy old tent? While he's fuming, the guard just gives a knowing smile and walks away, pretending not to hear a thing. Han Yu tries calling after him, hey, give us a different one. But unlike him, Tian Wen seems much calmer. He puts a hand on Han Yu's shoulder. Don't be so rash. Let's check inside the tent first. So, the two of them nervously pull back the flap, only to be met with a shockingly vast, fully furnished space inside. Han Yu is completely floored by the sight. He just nods, reluctantly accepting it. Inside, it's a completely different world. I guess we'll make do with this for now. Suddenly, he spots a guidebook sitting right in the middle of the room. They walk over to check it out, and what they read leaves Han Yu absolutely speechless. Holy crap, this tent can actually block the scanning abilities of the ancient battlefield's will. The arena here allows clan summoning, but the tournament severely limits the number you can call. Han Yu slams the book back down in frustration, a disgusted look on his face. Who are they trying to screw over with this? And yeah, I know what you're thinking. His whole strategy relies on overwhelming numbers. If that's restricted, how is he supposed to win? But Tianwen suddenly has a thought. He smiles, reminding Han Yu, hold on, don't be hasty. Doesn't the guide say we can link to the tent's operating system? Let's take a look before we decide anything. Hearing this, Han Yu immediately pulls up the system to check. And sure enough, several options appear before him. He can summon 500,000 elite lifeform locusts, or 50,000 hero lifeform locusts, or 5 locust lords, 3 million skeleton soldiers, or 3,000 elite soldiers, or 3,000 knights, or 3 skeleton lords, 1 sword wind clan lord, or 1 robo clan lord. After carefully weighing his options, he finally decides to go with the largest quantity. Tian Wen has also made his choice. He snaps his fingers and a swarm of spirit rabbits appears. The system then displays a notification. Only core clans can be summoned inside the tent, and they can't be reinforced in battle. It also notes that the battlefield produces divine sense fragments, the rarer, the more valuable. Identical divine sense fragments can be combined into a complete divine sense, which can be exchanged for other fragments or materials to upgrade the tent. After getting the gist of it, Han Yu is fired up. He's ready to get to work. If he gathers enough divine sense, he can upgrade this tent. Let's go! We'll head to the battlefield and find some divine sense fragments. The two quickly leave the tent. As they walk, Tian Wen explains a bit about these fragments. Before coming here, he'd researched the divine sense fragments of the ancient battlefield. They're generated by spirits wandering the field, and you have to defeat them to claim the pieces. The spirits are also divided into different types, distinguished by the color of the halo at their feet. The lowest level is a white halo, which only produces level 1 fragments. A blue one means level 2. The last piece of intel he offers is crucial. The strongest spirits are the ones standing on red halos. They can produce level 5 divine sense fragments. Just as he finishes speaking, Han Yu flinches, hearing a noise. He signals for Tian to be quiet, and they both duck behind a large rock. A smile spreads across Han Yu's face as he looks in one direction. Teacher, look over there. The old man looks up just in time to see a flash of light. Unexpectedly, right in front of them is a spirit standing on a white halo, a completely different vibe from the red one Tian Wen just mentioned. Tian Wen is thrilled to have found an ancient spirit so soon. He sizes it up carefully. Even though it's a white halo, based on its brightness, it's probably a pretty strong one among the low-level spirits. Han Yu is eager to fight. He summons the spirit beast he chose in the tent. Dark Emperor, go test its strength. At his command, a giant insectoid creature appears. Following his order, it spreads its wings and shoots forward, launching a powerful attack on the spirit ahead. It moves so fast it's just a blur of black energy. But the warrior spirit seems to sense the sneak attack. Just as the black energy closes in, it seizes the moment, dodging with lightning-fast precision and launching a counter-strike. After the blow, the Dark Emperor's claws sliced clean off. It goes absolutely berserk, flailing wildly and unleashing a furious attack of its own. Trust me, you and I are about to see one hell of a fight. Shockingly, the dark energy he unleashed seemed to have a mind of its own, swarming to attack the armored warrior. A fragment of the power hit the ground, instantly taking root and sprouting into shadowy vines to bind him. But by the time the warrior noticed what was happening, it was already too late. Black vines, like living tentacles, erupt and pin the armored knight, freezing him in place. The Shadow Emperor seizes the moment, lunging forward with a devastating slash that punches a hole right through the knight's chest, completely destroying his spirit core. The knight's face twists in agony as his body begins to change, dissolving from that gaping wound into glowing, level 1 divine sparks that float in midair. Tianwen can't contain his excitement and leaps up from his hiding spot, shouting in awe. Amazing! Quick, gather the divine fragments. And just like that, you and I are watching them hit the jackpot. Even though they're only level 1 fragments, there are 8 of them, not a bad haul at all. Han Yu walks over, picking one up to get a closer look. He wonders with fascination. So this is the divine function they housed? 8 level 1 fragments from a single enemy is a pretty decent start. Tianwen is absolutely beaming, thrilled with their success on the very first hunt, and starts giving a lecture out of pure joy. He explains that while the courageous divine function is only level 1, its abilities are extremely useful, making its fragments more valuable than others. They could probably be traded for level 2 resources, double the usual rate. Seeing his teacher's deep knowledge, Han Yu grins like he struck gold. Tianwen, teaming up with you was the right call. With you here, our profits are going to be way bigger. Just then, a swarm of Shadow Emperors flies back. They quickly report in, and a smile spreads across Han Yu's face as he identifies their next unlucky target. The Locusts have found new prey. In front of them, a whole herd of divine spirit beasts is being cornered by his familiars. But the minerals these beasts drop? Han Yu isn't impressed in the slightest. They're all low-grade materials. The loot they'd get would be nothing compared to the last divine spirit. All right, let's go, he says. But before he can finish, Tianwen stops him flat. No, it's still a kill. We don't leave anything behind. Han Yu considers his point and finds it reasonable. He grins and calls on his Shadow Emperors once more. In that case, let's just wipe them all out. Tianwen also summons his rabbit spirits to join the fight. The Shadow Emperors, buzzing with energy to serve their master, let out a piercing sonic scream. After a fiery clash, the air is filled with the sound of explosions and impacts. Han Yu and Tianwen finally succeed in annihilating the entire herd of spirit beasts. Divine sparks fill the air, but the actual payoff is pretty disappointing. Tianwen looks over the haul and estimates that from over 10 divine spirits, they only got 30 fragments. Even with a few 2-star fragments, it's not much. Han Yu is a little discouraged. At this rate, how long would it take to collect enough high-level fragments? Suddenly, a Shadow Emperor flies over, landing on his shoulder to report something. Tianwen asks curiously, "Another discovery?" Han Yu shakes his head, his expression turning serious as he scans the surroundings. He gives his teacher a quick, tense report. 30 degrees to your right, behind you. 2 people are staring at us. They're probably after our divine fragments. What should we do? Han Yu's face sharpens, and a cold, challenging smile appears. If anyone dares to try and rob us, I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Unaware of the danger they're in, the stalkers behind them continue to follow, feeling smug. Boss, those 2 have so few familiars. They're obviously newbies, easy pickings for sure. But the heavier of the 2 stops him. Hold on. Right now, they've only killed a dozen low-level spirits. Their haul isn't that big. Let's keep following them, he says. We'll let them fatten up a bit before we make our move. The skinny guy praises his partner's cunning. Boss, you're a genius. Great idea. But back with our duo, Tianwen is getting nervous. He doesn't want to get tangled up with desperate robbers and suggests, Han Yu, maybe we should head back to camp first and process the fragments we have. But Han Yu just smiles calmly, completely unfazed, and puts an arm around his teacher's shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry, Tianwen. Everything is under control. Just trust me, he continues. My Shadow Emperors will keep me updated on their every move. Seeing Han Yu's confidence, Tianwen feels a bit more at ease and nods. All right, then. He can't help but think to himself he's the teacher, yet he's the one being comforted by his student. Before he can even process that thought, Han Yu has already sent his Shadow Emperors out to scout for more information. After a period of quiet, they continue their trek through the desert. Soon, a Shadow Emperor returns with some very interesting news. The moment Han Yu hears the report, his spirits lift. he excitedly turns to Tianwen. They've found a divine spirit standing on a purple halo. Hearing this, Tianwen can't hide his excitement either. Purple? That means we could get at least level 3 divine fragments. The two of them immediately set off. If we work together, we have a high chance of winning. Let's go. But when they arrive, the scene is shrouded in dust and smoke. On the ground lies a heavily injured person. Impossible to tell if they're alive or dead. And there, the purple halo divine spirit stands tall, arrogant and unharmed. Han Yu and Tianwen take cover, assessing the situation and trying to figure out a plan. Now, pay close attention here. This thing just finished a brutal fight. Our heroes can't help but be amazed by its raw power. The familiars it defeated were all at the Lord-level life form rank. This thing is clearly a master of the wind element. My rabbit people should be able to hold it down, Tianwen says. He and Han Yu seriously begin to strategize. We can wear it down. You can use your familiars' cloning and explosive lightning fire abilities. I'll have my familiars constantly launch carrot missiles to exhaust it to death. But in contrast to his teacher's caution, Han Yu is radiating confidence. He scoffs internally. Just this thing? It's not worth wasting that much time on. Tianwen, worried, asks again. So, do you have a plan? Before he can even finish his question, Han Yu transforms, sprouting demonic wings and soaring into the sky. He charges straight toward the knight, shouting confidently. A direct assault? The knight spots the incoming enemy, raising its fan defensively as powerful spiritual energy from the air converges into the weapon in its hand. Han Yu is completely unfazed. He flies right up to the knight and unleashes a technique to cripple its fighting ability. Burn for me. The knight freezes, stunned, unable to comprehend what's happening as it's sealed in place. A swirling vortex appears in front of its body. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yu summons his divine sword and unleashes a massive wave of power, sending it hurtling toward the knight. Instantly, the knight feels an immense pressure crushing its body. It can't withstand the blow, and it shatters, releasing a massive shower of divine fragments. The two stalkers watching from a distance manage to snatch a few small fragments that fly their way. They're ecstatic. Level 3 divine fragments. Meanwhile, Han Yu has already collected the rest of the loot. The skinny guy watches Han Yu and Tianwen talking. And here's where it gets dangerous. Even though they got a small prize, greed takes over. He sees the 8 fragments they have, but his smarter partner tries to stop him. Model? Forget it, you saw him fight. We are no match for that guy, the fat one says, knowing when to quit. We got a level 3 divine fragment. That's good enough. Let's get out of here. But before they can leave, a dark shadow falls over them. When did Han Yu get there? He's appeared right above them, his expression grim. He blocks their path, his eyes radiating pure, killing intent. You've got a lot of nerve, he says, his voice ice cold. Trying to steal my things? The henchman fires back. Who stole your stuff? This is an ancient battlefield. Divine fragments on the ground belong to whoever finds them. What proof do you have that this level 3 fragment is yours? Han Yu just scoffs, calling them reckless fools. He doesn't waste time arguing, unleashing his giant dragon slash right where the man is standing. Their defenses completely shatter against Han Yu's overwhelming power. The attack moves at lightning speed, and the two thugs are frozen in place, unable to even dodge. In the next second, they're not just knocked out, they're sliced to pieces by that single, devastating blow. From their bodies, divine fragments begin to fall out. He pulls them all towards him with a flick of his wrist. Han Yu catches them with a look of utter contempt. You dared to steal my prize with this little power? Just then, Tianwen approaches. He begins the process of fusing the divine fragments. Once it's done, Tianwen turns to Han Yu, beaming, if we sell these to the garrison, we can upgrade our tent. The scene shifts to the military encampment, where a swirling space-time vortex opens up in midair. Luo Tian steps out, his voice dripping with flattery. Brother Zhang, you're incredible. You even managed to get a rare resource like a ticket to the ancient battlefield. Zhang gives a slight, humble-looking smile. A ticket to the ancient battlefield is a small thing, not even worth mentioning. But inwardly, he's ecstatic, enjoying the flood of resources he's received as a reward since reporting to the God King. Suddenly, they both stop, sensing something. Not far away, Han Yu and Tianwen are chatting happily. These divine fragments can upgrade the tent to a 2-kilometer radius. Let's go find more fragments, we'll upgrade to an even bigger one. And you know that feeling when things are going just a little too well. As they turn, they come face to face with Luo Tian and Zhang. Tianwen is the first to recover, offering a polite smile and a greeting. Brother Zhang, Teacher Lu, I didn't expect to see you two here. Luo Tian doesn't look happy at all, letting out a cold, annoyed grunt. But Zhang beside him puts on a warm smile, returning the greeting. Tianwen, it's my good fortune to run into you and your student here. As he speaks, his eyes shift to Han Yu with a hidden warning. Mr. Han Yu, Since we parted at the Shenhe ruins, I've had a very hard time finding you. Han Yu gives a half smile, deciding to play dumb until the end. I'm not sure what Mr. Zhang is talking about. Han Yu frowns, wondering to himself, how did he find out I was at the Shenhe ruins? I was wearing the mask Tianwen gave me. I was so careful. But he probably doesn't have any concrete proof. Seeing him lost in thought, Zhang Gang continues with a smile. Is that so? Then I must have mistaken you for someone else. But Han Yu's progress is truly spectacular. I remember you're the same age as my son, but you've already reached the rank of demigod. In his heart, though, he's grinding his teeth, feeling nothing but pity and rage for his own foolish son whose divine domain was shattered, dooming him to a life of mediocrity. After a few more superficial pleasantries, Tianwen politely cuts in. Mr. Zhang, Teacher Liu, Han Yu, and I have things to do, so we can't talk for long. We'll say our goodbyes here. He secretly glances at them, worried. Let's go. Any more talking and a fight is going to break out. Seeing no objections, Tianwen quickly pulls Han Yu away. Once they're out of earshot, Luo Tian speaks up, his voice full of frustration. Brother Zhang, are you just going to let that kid walk away like that? He's the main culprit who crippled your son. Zhang Gang just gives a calm, disdainful snort. In a rush? For what? As long as he doesn't leave this ancient battlefield, we'll meet again. After saying that, he lazily turns and walks away. Only Luo Tian looks back at Han Yu's retreating figure with a smug smile. And you and I both know what he's thinking. He's right. Once our 10 is upgraded, we'll crush them with our clan's power. A newly promoted demigod? How strong can he really be? Meanwhile, as soon as they get back to their tent, Tianwen warns Han Yu, Zhang Gang, and Luo Tian are here on the battlefield too. They're definitely going to cause trouble for us. You've only just become a demigod and don't have any divine techniques yet. You can't beat Zhang Gang. We should avoid them and leave early. Han Yu's brow furrows in clear annoyance. Tianwen, why are you hyping them up and putting us down? We got here earlier than them, so we should have the advantage. I don't think he's that strong. Tianwen sighs, his voice low as he explains. That's because you know too little about Zhang Gang. Before I came here, I heard that Zhang Gang recently received backing from a major figure and has even trained a monarch-level life form. He puts a hand on his student's shoulder. You have the Imperial Academy's assessment coming up. Preserving your strength is your most important mission right now. But Han Yu firmly refuses, unwilling to give up this rare chance. Tianwen, you know better than I do how rare this opportunity to enter the ancient battlefield is. I won't give it up just because of one Zhang Gang. I hope you understand. Tianwen is so angry he could flip a table, shouting, Why is this kid so stubborn? I'm doing this for your own good. Han Yu retorts confidently while playfully turning to run. That's why getting stronger, and getting stronger fast, is the only thing that matters. It seems he already has a plan to deal with Zhang Gang. Trust me, this is where the real power-up begins. In just a few short days, Han Yu uses his soul-devouring pupil to enhance his rebellion divine function. He's now taking on a new form. After 6 consecutive operations, the experience bar for Han Yu's rebellion divine function finally fills up and it levels up. A look of satisfaction crosses his face. He's awakened a powerful new rebellion divine technique. And now, he has 2 choices. Option 1, the rebellion divine technique, Sword of Rebellion. This technique summons a powerful weapon that can convert physical damage into magic damage. It can also convert magic damage back into physical damage and can even be fused with other rare weapons. The effect is permanent. Option 2, the Rebellion Divine Technique, Twin Guns of Rebellion. This technique summons a powerful weapon, capable of converting ranged physical damage to ranged magic damage, and vice versa. It can be fused with gun-type weapons, and its effects are also permanent. Han Yu stands there, sword in hand, completely stumped. Wait, why pick just one? Now, every main character faces this choice, right? Should he become a warrior or a gunslinger? After a moment's thought, a determined smile spreads across his face. He's made his choice. Raising the blade high, he decides to test out the Sword of Rebellion. He thinks, I've got so many sword skills, and great swords are my favorite weapon. Of course, the Sword of Rebellion is the perfect fit for me. Besides, this isn't just any ordinary sword. It's designed to amplify close combat skills and can even change its form. He runs his fingers along the blade, testing it with pure fascination. So that's how it works. The more souls of my familiars I absorb, the more the sword's form will evolve. With his decision made, he pushes aside the tent flap. Han Yu strides out confidently, his powerful new weapon resting on his shoulder. Excited, he channels energy into the sword for a basic test swing. A single, sharp slash sends a tree in front of him crashing to the ground. Han Yu stares at the result, completely baffled. He steps closer to inspect it. I didn't use any elemental attributes with that slash, so why did this happen? He decides to test it again. Han Yu's sword emits a blinding energy, then swiftly slices through another nearby tree. The trunk is cut cleanly, effortlessly. He's shocked, totally confused. I used a corrosion effect on that strike, so why was it useless? This makes him frown, determined to figure out the reason. This time, Han Yu strikes the ground. The spot where the blade hits immediately shatters, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. He's stunned to realize the shatter effect of a heavy weapon just appeared on his sword of rebellion. Han Yu raises the sword, inspecting it. It's clearly imbued with the dark attribute, but it doesn't act normally. And that's when it clicks. You and I are watching a sword that literally rebels against its own power. Suddenly, he grins, a brilliant idea striking him. If I use this for deception, it'll work every single time. Just then, Tianwen approaches from behind, happily announcing, Han Yu, I sold those godhoods. We can upgrade our tent. He walks closer and stops, shocked by the destruction. Worried, he asks, Han, what on earth are you doing? Han Yu just smiles. I've evolved a really interesting divine art. It's a perfect fit for me. Then, he quietly explains how it doesn't work like it's supposed to. Hearing this, Tianwen's jaw drops in disbelief. It can do that? Han Yu confidently rests the sword on his shoulder. If Zhang dares to mess with me again, I'll take him down. Tianwen, still worried, gently reminds him to be careful, but Han Yu isn't concerned at all. Let's go, Tianwen, he urges excitedly. Let's see our upgraded tent. The old man just looks on with a look of fatherly exasperation. A little later, at their new campsite, a notification appears. Congratulations, tent upgraded. The combat area has expanded to 4 square kilometers. Han Yu steps inside, admiring the new setup. Han Yu says with delight, 4 square kilometers, this is great. Now I can summon even more familiars. The old man nods. Let's make the most of our time. After that, both of them enter a deep state of training. Han Yu focuses all his energy on mastering the rebellious sword's true power. After a few days of practice, Han Yu's experience with his rebellious godhood skyrockets. As for Tianwen, he acquired a new lord-level life form with incredible combat strength. They're both thrilled, but pay attention here, they have no idea who's been watching from the shadows. Hu Hai has already shown up, secretly stalking Han Yu and plotting his next move. So this Han Yu really is the one who stole the God King's treasure, he thinks. This time, I will personally drag him before the God King. Behind him, a spatial gate opens. Someone is arriving, it's Shu Tai's parents. The moment they appear, they anxiously ask, True God, do you really have a way to kill that brat Han Yu? Hu Hai answers with a slight frown. I was able to bring you here. Of course, I can help you get revenge for Shu Tai. Hearing his firm confirmation, the man calms down. Good. But then, unexpectedly, another spatial gate opens. The next to arrive are none other than Zhang and Luo Tian. Upon seeing him, Luo Tian greets him happily. True God, you finally come. He eagerly asks, We've been watching that kid Han Yu for a long time. When do we make our move? Hu Hai replies calmly, No rush. Let's get used to the environment first. Inwardly, he's sneering. A true god like me, plus 4 demigods, all to deal with some newly promoted brat, what a waste of my time. However, it's an order from the God King, so he has no choice. The more he thinks about it, the more certain of victory he becomes, and a smug grin appears. Han Yu, this time you're dead for sure. In the days that followed, Han Yu and Tianwen continued to hunt gods, cornering one with the Dark Emperor. On command, the evolved Dark Emperor with its red wings and Tianwen's rabbit spirits charged the god from opposite sides. In just a moment, the god can't withstand the assault. Its divine image shatters into dust, its body dissipates, reforming into a floating wisp of spiritual energy, which Han Yu then draws into his palm. Han Yu smiles, satisfied with the spiritual flame now resting in his hand. After the tent upgrade, I can summon more familiars, their combat power is stronger, and leveling up my rebellious godhood is much easier too. Tianwen closes his hand, absorbing the spirit energy into his body and praising Han Yu. That energy form you upgraded yesterday is working wonders. He clenches his fist, thrilled. Seriously, in just a few short days, you've already mastered 3 divine arts. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blows, revealing 2 figures behind them. Han Yu squints, then smirks. So the 2 of you have arrived. The moment Shu Tai's parents see him, their faces twist with hatred, eyes burning with rage. Without a single word, Han Yu seizes the opportunity, leaping forward with his sword. He thinks, they're definitely here for revenge. No need to talk. Strike first, gain the advantage. Shu Tai's father presses his lips into a thin line, instantly taking a defensive stance. He summons a glowing green sword from thin air, gripping the hilt tight to block the attack. They're locked in a fierce struggle, but the father's blade is already failing. It can't withstand the rebellious sword's destructive power, and yep, you can already see the cracks forming. Shu Tai's father scowls, roaring in fury. You little brat, you killed my son and destroyed my artifact. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Hanyu just scoffs back, "I'll send you both to meet him." Then he leaps, transforming in mid-air dark purple skin, sharp wings erupting from his back as his sovereign life and energy bodies power up. Shu Tai's parents grit their teeth in fear, but the same thought flashes through both their minds. This kid is young, barely a demigod, and he's already touched the power of a sovereign life form. He has to die now, or he'll become an unstoppable threat later. The father screams an order, summoning an entire legion of iron men that immediately charges toward Hanyu. "Kill him!" But Hanyu just smirks, twisting his body to dodge as he casually waves a hand, preparing his counter. Tianwen bites her lip, worried, and quickly summons a swarm of spirit rabbits, ordering them to help. At the same time, Shu Ti's parents activate their seals, and a dark green magic orb fuses hundreds of Iron Men into one massive giant. Han Yu's lips curl into a smirk as he gestures, summoning a single Dark Emperor insect. Following his command, the Dark Emperor charges the Iron Giant, but the giant just swings its sword once, shattering the creature's armor. The insectoid body is ripped to shreds, riddled with holes. Shu Ti's parents laugh, a cruel and triumphant sound. This arrogant kid was all talk. But I know what you're thinking, and yeah, Hanyu just narrows his eyes and grins. This was all part of the plan. Suddenly, from the sky above, countless more Dark Emperors descend. Before the Iron Giant can even react, it's swarmed and overwhelmed. Its body freezes, trembles, and then disintegrates into nothing. Enraged, Shu Ti's parents lunge straight at Hanyu for a direct attack. Die. But he just smirks, his body flickering as he effortlessly sidesteps their assault. And in the blink of an eye, Hanyu is already behind them. He brings his hand down hard on the back of Shu Ti's father's neck. A loud crack echoes and the man is down. The mother's eyes blaze with fury as she charges him like a madwoman. But Tianwen emerges silently from behind, blocking her attack and sinking a blade into her back. "Hanyu, be careful." Shu Ti's mother loses consciousness and collapses. Hanyu flies over, smiling gratefully. "Tianwen, thank you so much." But just as they relax, you can see the look on Tianwen's face. He senses something terrible. He tells Hanyu they have to leave now, but it's too late. In the distance, Zhang Gang and Luo Tian appear on their beasts. Trying to run? You think you can escape? Tianwen frowns, his guard is up. What do these guys want now? Luo Tian glances at the scorched bodies littered around them, a cold smirk on his face as his expression darkens. "Tianwen, Hanyu, it seems your strength has grown quite a bit. You even killed 2 demigods without a scratch." Shu Tai's parents' bodies lie still warm on the ground. Hanyu purses his lips, eyes narrowing in thought. Their spring race numbers are huge, and their energy is high, but my own forces and Tianwen's have already taken losses. A fight right now isn't in our favor. Seeing Hanyu lost in thought, the teacher's mind races. He has to get at least one of them out of here. He turns to Hanyu with his serious plan. "They're strong, and we're weak. I'll risk everything to use my clan's power and create an opening. You just need to break through and fly high. They won't be able to touch you then." Hanyu's brow furrows, deeply moved. His teacher is willing to sacrifice himself just to protect him. Tianwen's voice is firm. "Don't talk nonsense. I only have one shot. You have to take it." Hanyu puts a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "Tianwen, it hasn't come to the point where you need to die for me. I can handle this situation. Trust me. Just be careful." Luo Tian's smirk widens into a grin, his tone dripping with mockery. "You can handle it? What exactly can you handle? Our 40 million powerful spring race warriors against your battered remnants? This is going to be easy." Zhang Gang puts on a righteous act, speaking with smug confidence. "Tianwen, our goal here is to capture Hanyu. If you don't get involved, I won't make things difficult for you. Now check this out." Tianwen's response is epic. As a teacher, he declares with unshakable resolve, "I could never watch my student die in front of me. That is my principle as an educator." Luo Tian's eyes narrow, his gaze turning venomous. "Tianwen, do you think you're some kind of noble hero? Let's see if you're still talking about principles after I wipe out your entire clan." Zhang Gang scoffs, his words deliberate. "Tianwen, we could have been friends, but if you don't cherish this chance, don't blame me for what happens next." At his command, the wolf pack steps forward, bearing their sharp fangs. The wolf cavalry charges. Tianwen summons his own spirit rabbits, ordering them to attack with bombs. The rabbits instantly spin into action, becoming furry, unstoppable cyclones. But the ferocious wolves just roar, swiping with their claws. The rabbits are torn to shreds, vanishing into nothing. Tianwen clenches his jaw, unable to watch. "They're such cute rabbits," he says, heartbroken. "How could you kill them?" Hanyu frowns, pulling out a magical leaf and putting it in his mouth. The sword in his hand begins to transform. The sharp tip contorts and twists, now enveloped in a dark green smoke. At the same time, a massive tree trunk erupts from the ground behind him. Rebellious sword transformation, the lone soul scythe. "Come on, he roars. With a cold, emotionless face, Hanyu unleashes a flurry of sharp, decisive strikes at the wolf pack. Countless beasts are hit, crying out in pain before vanishing completely. From the bodies of the fallen wolves, vines begin to sprout. Meanwhile, the giant thorny tree blocks the next wave of pouncing wolves. Zhang grits his teeth in disgust. He has to admit, this kid has a lot of tricks. He orders his largest blue-furred wolf to attack. With blood-red eyes, it tears through the vines. The wolf cavalry king. Hanyu suddenly shoots up from behind it. You fell for it, he thinks. Red blood sprays from a massive vine. Hanyu grabs his scythe and soars into the air, ready to strike. A smug grin spreads across his face as he looks down at his opponents. And you are going to want to see this next move. Hanyu raises his weapon and dives straight for Zhang and Luo Tian. Time to die. Zhang snarls, pulling out a fan-shaped jade artifact. The scythe crashes down at the same moment, creating a massive explosion that shakes the very ground. Looking at the aftershock of that killer blow, the stone in Zhang hand dissolves. He gasps for air, sighing in relief. Thank goodness the Divine King gave him a protective treasure. But just as he lets his guard down, a spray of red blood suddenly erupts into the sky. Zhang stares in shock as Luo Tian's head flies from his shoulders. He collapses, dead before he could even close his eyes. What just happened? Hanyu's arm suddenly trembles, startling him. He whips around, a dreadful realization dawning on him. The time limit on his ghostly vine chain is up. From the side, Tianwen urgently shouts for him to run. You killed so many of my wolf cavalry, Zhang bellows with rage. You're not going anywhere. The Wolf King, massive as a mountain, stalks forward, radiating pure killing intent. Fenli Air, stop them for me, he orders coldly. The massive wolf swipes its claws, sending both of them flying. At that exact moment, the vines on Hanyu's body fade into thin air. Hanyu's eyes squeeze shut as he falls. Pain, unbelievable pain. It's over. The skill's time limit is up, and he can't use it again for 10 days. Dark circles form under his eyes as his whole body trembles. He forces himself to crawl up. Teacher, Tianwen, how are you? But all he sees is Tianwen lying motionless on the ground. The giant wolf snatches them both up and drops them in front of Zhang. The man glares at Hanyu, his eyes filled with hatred. If I don't kill him now, I might never get another chance. But just as the situation hits its breaking point, Hu Hai suddenly appears in the sky. Zhang, what do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you to capture him alive? Zhang breaks out in a cold sweat, rushing to explain. True God, you've misunderstood. I was just about to bring him to you. Hu Hai scoffs, grabbing Hanyu. Go to the Divine King later and collect your reward, he tells him. Hearing this, Zhang mood instantly brightens. Thank you, true God, for the opportunity. He turns his head to look at Tianwen, a cruel smile forming as a new plan hatches in his mind. Killing this demigod would also bring him plenty of benefits. Shaking, Hanyu uses every last bit of strength to create a sharp point and press it against his own neck. If you kill my teacher, I'll self-destruct immediately. Zhang scoffs in utter contempt. In your pathetic state, you think you have the power to self-destruct. Hanyu grits his teeth and stares straight at Hu Hai. If I die, you can't complete your mission, can you? As he speaks, his body sways, and a strange green energy begins to radiate from him, the divine art of self-sacrifice. Hu Hai is stunned and immediately barks an order. Trust me, what he says next changes everything. Don't you dare touch him. You're coming with me. Now. Zhang clenches his fists, turning away with a bitter feeling. I'm not killing you, but whether you live or die now, that's up to fate. Hu Hai grabs Hanyu's wrist, dragging him into the space portal, ready to report back to the God King. Zhang points at Hanyu being dragged across the ground and asks with a smirk, Lord True God, teleporting back will take days. Are you planning to carry this kid the whole way? Hu Hai scoffs. Kid, I've sealed all your power, so stop struggling. And you're not going to believe what he does next. He just throws Hanyu into the dark purple space gate. As he's sucked in, the vortex closes behind him and vanishes. Not long after, in a strange, unknown space, the purple portal rips open in the sky. It drops Hanyu onto the ground and disappears, as Hu Hai's voice echoes, Just stay put in my divine realm. My kinsfolk will take care of you. A towering, tiger-headed beast appears before Hanyu's pained eyes. Startled, Hanyu instinctively tries to cast magic, but his body freezes. He feels nothing. His face turns pale with despair. All his skills have been sealed. He can't use a single shred of his power. No wonder Hu Hai dared to lock him in his personal realm. He's no threat at all. Suddenly, a bowl of water is offered to him, and Hanyu stares in shock. The tigerkin holds out the bowl. Hanyu shakes his head, his mind racing. So his kinsfolk are tigers. I need to be careful. What do I do now? He refuses, I'm not drinking." Without a word, the tiger violently grabs him by the collar. It forces the water down Han Yu's throat as he struggles helplessly against its grip. "I said, I'm not drinking." Hu Hai's figure appears in the sky above, reminding him, "The Hu Ren can neither hear nor speak, and I'm not going to harm you, so just behave." Annoyed, Han Yu wipes his mouth. "So, they're deaf and mute, how cautious." Then, out of nowhere, the aberrant chi source appears above his head. And trust me, this is where everything starts to change. "Host, need some help?" Han Yu's eyes widen in disbelief and joy. "You mean, you weren't sealed?" The entity giggles. "Host, let me absorb your stored divinity. After I upgrade, I can restore your power and get you out of here." Han Yu smirks, a plan forming in his mind. That's right, he still has divinity left. Time to bet it all on one last gamble. The source eagerly asks, "So, shall I begin absorbing?" Han Yu mentally urges it on, careful not to speak aloud. Hurry up. He remembers Zhang Gang's words, "Lord True God, in 3 days, we'll meet the God King. What kind of reward do you think he'll give us?" Han Yu grits his teeth in anger. "Damn it, I only have 3 days. Can you do it?" The aberrant chi source begins to change color, surging inside him. Sitting on the sand of the divine realm, Han Yu wonders what will happen next. The source cheerfully reports, "Host, I've successfully evolved you. You are now a level 3 gene warrior of the Shenna civilization." He doesn't celebrate just yet, asking, "What are the benefits?" The source explains everything. The new ability from this evolution is gene combination. It can combine different types of genes to alter a target's structure without affecting their original genetic makeup. The flood of information leaves Han Yu wondering how to even use this power. Just then, a beastly hand offers him a steamed bun. Startled, Han Yu forces a smile at the tiger, showing he's being fed. Then, an idea hits him, and he grabs its hand tight. "I know what you're thinking, and yes, it's about to get wild." Han Yu examines the tiger's hand from every angle, ignoring its slight resistance. A wicked grin spreads across his face. "My physique has definitely gotten stronger. Even with the seal, my power is on par with a hero-level life form." Suddenly, the tiger lets out a loud roar, alerting its kin. A white-striped tiger and its lackeys approach menacingly, warning him, "Behave yourself." Han Yu seizes the opportunity, grabbing the new tiger's fist to size it up. A transcendent life form, perfect for a test run. He yells, "Activate gene combination." Something on the orange tiger's head begins to shift. Under the influence of his power, 2 bumps sprout from its head. The orange tiger now has a complete set of ears, while the white-striped one has lost his. Confused, it touches its head. "Where are my ears?" Meanwhile, the orange tiger starts hearing sounds. "Is this an illusion? I think I can hear something." Han Yu smiles, explaining, "Thank you for the water and the bun. Consider these ears a token of my gratitude." Suddenly, the orange tiger drops to its knees before him, showing its devotion. This act sparks another idea in Han Yu's mind. Other people's kinsfolk can become my believers too. Does that mean I can convert more followers, lead them to attack the center of this realm, and escape? But the earless white-striped tiger is absolutely furious. "Give them back!" Han Yu sees it coming a mile away. He spins and kicks the tiger in the stomach, then glares at the others who are ready to pounce. He orders the orange tiger, "Come here." Confused but obedient, it holds out its hand. Han Yu grabs it, beginning a power transfer while fending off the others. The orange tiger is reforged into a transcendent life form. An elder green tiger roars in fury, pointing at Han Yu and shouting an order. He is an evil god, an enemy of the divine. Seize him. Han Yu just scoffs, but the orange tiger bravely steps in front of him, roaring, "Who dares harm my god? You die!" Without hesitation, it unleashes its power on the other tigers. They are clearly no match for its newfound strength. After wiping the floor with them, the orange tiger kneels and begs, "My god, please accept me." Han Yu places a hand on its shoulder, giving his condition. "Fine, but you must help me escape this place. First, I want to know where the center of the divine realm is." The tiger agrees, but with a warning. "I can help you find it, but the center is guarded by a master." Han Yu isn't worried. Let's find it first. Suddenly, a gust of wind brings sharp swords and a boastful voice. Well, these two are interesting. A burly, muscular tiger steps forward, ordering his crew, "Get them." The thugs rush forward to take care of Han Yu and the orange tiger, but the two have already split up and are on the move. Weapon after weapon is chipped and neutralized as bodies hit the sand. Terrified, one of the thugs drops to his knees, begging, "My lord, spare me. You and I are watching a prisoner build an army." He warns them all, "As my followers, you will obey me. Otherwise, I won't be responsible for what comes next." With a deafening roar, they all pledge their absolute loyalty. Han Yu just shrugs, thinking, "Fine, I'm short on recruits, so this will have to do for now." From there, Han Yu expands his forces, beefing them up with genetic mods and digging into every corner of the Hu-Hai divine domain. And finally, he gets a lead on the domain's core. Hu-Cam reports back, "My lord, we've located the divine core. It's in the Forbidden Zone, just outside the Tiger Folk Royal City. And with that, our heist mission officially begins. It's guarded by dozens of Monarch-level beings and over 100 at the Lord level. No one gets close. If you're spotted, you're dead on sight." Han Yu frowns, realizing, okay, this just got complicated. With that many high-level guards, a direct infiltration would be pure suicide. They'd be spotted in a second unless— "Quick," he orders, "bring me some birds and groundhogs. Time for a little genetic recombination." We cut to the Tiger Folk Royal City, where Han Yu arrives with his newly upgraded winged tiger squad. Han Yu quietly gives his tiger folk the genes of groundhogs and birds, letting them burrow and fly to stay hidden. As Hu-Cam gets him into position, he reports, "My lord, the divine core is right below us. Atop a tower, 3 tiger folk surround a glowing blue stone. Han Yu sizes them up. All 3 are at least monarch level. Now, I know what you're thinking. How is he possibly getting past them?" Hu-Cam chimes in with an idea. "My lord, tomorrow is the annual life celebration in the royal city. The Tiger King will make an offering, and the Forbidden Zone's guards will most likely attend. Since Han Yu hasn't recovered his full power, he has no choice but to agree." "Good, we improvise tomorrow." The next day arrives fast. Han Yu stands watch from a nearby ledge, his eye glowing as he activates his divine sight to get a better look. One guard still remains on duty. But hey, taking out 2 opponents from the equation is a massive advantage. Han Yu points, giving the order to his tiger squad. "Go. Aim for the core and shatter it." He then leaps onto Hu-Cam's back, heading straight for the objective. But with so many of them flying in broad daylight, the guard spots their shadows on the ground below. He looks up and roars, "Intruders in the Forbidden Grounds will die." Beams of light blast from the guard's eyes, slicing right through his troops' wings. To avoid more casualties, Han Yu yells, "Dodge to the left," as Hu-Cam carries him directly over the stone. Han Yu gives his orders, "Keep him busy, I'm going for the core." And just like that, they split up. Hu-Cam stays behind to face the fearsome guardian. Han Yu feels power gathering in his hands with a sly grin. It's time for these groundhog gene-spliced hands to finally do what they were made for. The guardian roars in fury, "Stop right there." But Han Yu ignores him completely. He presses his hands to the ground near the stone, searching. So where is the real core? Meanwhile, Hu-Cam is locked in a fierce battle, buying him time. Han Yu's getting anxious. "Gotta hurry, I don't think my guys can hold out much longer." The tendrils from his power probe even deeper into the earth. And then, a jolt. A flash of realization hits him. Found it. With a sharp pull, Han Yu yanks his hand back and clenches his fist. "Go!" The energy in his hand solidifies into a massive, pitch-black claw. He stands tall, raises his arm high, and brings the claw down with immense force. The power slams deep into the earth, striking the divine core's nucleus. But only a few small cracks appear on the blue stone's surface. Han Yu's face tenses up. "I fuse my genes with the sharpest tiger claw. Why didn't that work?" Suddenly, the entire royal city begins to shake violently. Hu-Hai feels the disturbance and instantly tears open a portal, screaming, "What do you think you're doing now?" His face is a mask of pure shock. How did he even find this place? No wonder he felt the divine core vibrating. Something clicks in Han Yu's head. He freezes for a second, then bursts out laughing like a maniac. And let's be real, you and I are just as confused as Hu-Hai is right now. Staring at the blue stone still being hit by that black energy, Han Yu's laughter doesn't stop. "I never would have guessed. You actually came here to help me?" It dawns on Hu-Hai what's happening, and he is furious. "This can't be. He's using my own power against me." As the stone finally explodes, Han Yu is already planning his next move. "Okay, the core is shattered. I can escape. But if I leave now, I'll be teleported right into Hu-Hai's clutches. I'm still sealed. I can't handle him and Zhang gang. I need to find somewhere safe first." He turns, hopping on Hu-Cam's back. "You did good. You bought me the time I needed." Then he remembers something important. "Wait a minute. Isn't today the day the tiger folk make an offering of a divine artifact? I'll just steal it first. Besides, escaping will be a lot easier with a divine artifact in hand." Cut to the Tiger King presenting a pair of boots, the wind-stepping treads, a 4-star divine artifact. First effect, wind-stepping, letting the user walk on air as if it were solid ground. Second effect, swift travel, boosting movement speed while lowering stamina drain. It also comes with a divine skill, wind travel technique, letting you summon and ride a gale. And another skill, summon Gale Eagle. This summons a Gale Eagle that obeys your every command. Its power depends entirely on how much divine energy you pour into it. The second the king is distracted, Han Yu swoops in and snatches the boots, The king absolutely loses it. You audacious thief! How dare you steal an offering to the gods? Take those off now, and I might grant you an intact corpse. Han Yu just gives them a look of pure contempt. You and what army? A single drop of his blood falls onto the boots, binding them to him. He slips them on, and a golden aura explodes from his feet. Now hovering in mid-air, Han Yu turns to make his escape. Hu Hai sees this and prepares to give chase. Let's see just how far you can run. Han Yu's face is tense, his teeth gritted. I can't fight him. Forget it, I have no choice. Suddenly, the sky rips open and lightning strikes down, revealing the blood crystal arena. Han Yu just grins smugly. The permanent coordinates of the arena really are something else. I can teleport back from anywhere. A system window pops up. Dear successor, you have received a challenge from another demigod successor, Huo Feng. Do you wish to accept? Refuse 3 times or lose a challenge, and his status as successor will be revoked. He instantly refuses. I'm still sealed. I can't access my domain or use any of my skills. What is he supposed to do now? The system chimes in again. Dear successor, you have received a challenge from another demigod successor. Bai Bing, do you wish to accept? Annoyed, he yells out, decline. But then, one final message appears. Dear successor, you have received a challenge from another demigod successor, and Yi. Do you wish to accept? Han Yu's face drains of all color. Are you kidding me? That was the 3rd one, and trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Damn it, isn't this just forcing me to my death? He grits his teeth, telling himself there's only one option left, risk it all. On the battle stage, a dark red aura slowly materializes. A girl with a spunky look steps forward and introduces herself. I am An Yi. What's your title? Looking at her, he feels a bit dismissive, just some snot-nosed kid challenging him, but he still answers properly, Huang Ta. After hearing his name, she puts on an innocent face and releases a few red bats. Huang Ta, go die. This whole scene actually piques Han Yu's interest. Holy crap, it's the first time he's seen someone just like him, a summoner type. And Yi giggles, scared, aren't you? This is my true power. If you don't want your clan sucked dry by my bats, you should withdraw now. Don't waste my time. Sensing the distance is just right, he smirks and activates his wind-treading skill. In an instant, Han Yu appears right behind Enye. A cheap trick, the one leaving this match is you. He circles behind her, but Enye spins and lands a powerful kick. Han Yu slams into the wall, creating a huge crater. She boasts, little old me specializes in this. Trying to fight me up close? You're just asking for it. He thinks fast, a sneak attack won't work. That means his only choice is to target the bats on her. The swarm dives in, biting him. Man, this is going to be tricky. Now, pay attention, because this is where everything gets insane. Han Yu activates his gene combination ability and without a second thought, bites the transformed bat right back. Enye's face goes pale. Is he crazy? Immediately, Han Yu's strength begins to return. It's only then that she realizes with a jolt of panic. This is bad, he's absorbing the bat's power. She chants, and a blood-red aura engulfs the area. A silver-haired man appears, a summoned eternal blood kin. A sovereign life form, he opens his crimson eyes, revealing sharp fangs. The vampire seizes Han Yu, beginning to drain the blood from his body. Han Yu can't break free. This thing is sucking his blood, so he bares his own sharp fangs and sinks them right into the vampire's neck. If he can drain me, what's stopping me from draining him right back? At the same time, he unleashes his gene combination power. The vampire collapses, its body shattering into pieces. Han Yu turns to An Ye with a triumphant look. What are you going to use against me next? She orders the swarm of bats to attack him. Drain him dry. Each bat transforms into a blood demon like the last one, all rushing him at once. And Yi smiles sinisterly. Let's see you run now. The blazing red aura around Han Yu flickers violently, shrinking until it's completely gone. But then, a totally different power begins to radiate from him. He flashes a victorious smile down at her, and Yu's face turns deathly pale with fear. She immediately surrenders. I give up. Han Yu says nothing and rushes forward, stopping just inches from her face. Guess you know your place. And Yi is bewildered. Are you even a high school student? Han Yu replies matter-of-factly, high school student? Oh right. The college entrance exams should be over by now, right? And Yi nods. Yeah, it's been 10 days. And just like that, a wave of panic hits him. He's totally screwed. He was so focused on the ancient battlefield and Hu Hai that he missed the exams, and even worse, he skipped the final assessment for the Imperial Capital Academy's prep class. He hastily teleports away. I'm definitely getting expelled for this. The Imperial Capital Academy has probably already kicked me out. An Yi yells after him, next time, I'll definitely beat you. Back at the Imperial Capital Academy, Han Yu is stopped at the gate. Halt, who are you? He anxiously explains. I'm a prep student from the academy. I'm here to find Kalina. The guard doesn't buy it. Where would a new semester prep student come from? Don't think you can get in just by knowing Kalina's name. Suddenly, someone calls his name from behind. Qing Nian runs out of breath. Han Yu, where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea? We've been looking for you like crazy. Han Yu doesn't have time to explain. I urgently need to see Kalina, but I can't get in. Qing Nian opens a portal. That's simple enough. I'll take you straight to Kalina's office. Han Yu is grateful. Thanks. Qing Nian doesn't forget to add, right, I should let Qin Shuang know you're back. In the office, Han Yu recounts his story to Kalina. On the ancient battlefield, Hu Hai and Zhang gang captured me. I barely managed to escape, but the seal on my body still hasn't been removed. Kalina slams her hand on the table, furious. How dare they bully a student from our academy? Don't you worry about this anymore. The school will get justice for you. She adds, as for the seal on you, it was placed by a true god. Even though I'm also a true god, I can't remove it. We'll need teacher Su Hai's help. Han Yu listens obediently. Yes, thank you, teacher. Kalina immediately contacts Shu Hai. Teacher Shu Hai, your student Han Yu needs your help. A portal appears in midair. Shu Hai steps through the portal, materializing before them. He begins, my boy, you've suffered. Shu Hai reassures Han Yu, returning safely while your God's domain player authority was completely sealed is nothing short of a miracle. I will personally go to the principal to discuss your situation. We will absolutely get justice for you. Kalina chimes in. That's right. Because of this, he missed the academy's final assessment. We have to find a way for him to return to his studies here. Shu Hai speaks seriously. The academy must also follow certain regulations. We have to do our best to maintain fairness and impartiality. With your strength and potential, you're definitely not inferior to any official student here. But you're the only one who didn't take the college entrance exam or a final assessment. Procedurally, it's impossible. But don't worry, you're the student I value most. I will definitely do everything in my power to help you. Han Yu's face lights up. Thank you, teacher. He pats Han Yu's back. We're family, no need for formalities. Let me restore your God's domain player authority first. As for what to do next, we'll have to wait for an announcement. Han Yu is stunned. I can feel it. I can connect to my God's domain again. Kalina explains with a smile. That one touch just cost teacher Su Hai 300 million divine power points. He just chuckles, hurry back to your domain and check on things. You haven't been back in days. I'm sure there are many things waiting for you to handle. Han Yu thanks them both and leaves. And trust me, what he finds in his domain is an absolute disaster. Han Yu stares at the scene before him, utterly confused. Wait, why are these guys all fighting each other? He looks around, puzzled. Where is his Locust clan? Behind him, thousands of locusts fly over, every single one looking incredibly weak. Han Yu can't believe his eyes. No way. Why are there more and more of them, but they're all getting weaker? They don't even look like heroic life forms anymore. He gets to work immediately, sacrificing the useless ones and keeping only those with potential. After the purge, only a handful remain, and he's still not convinced they're reliable. These are the only transcendent level ones I have left. All right, stick with me here. The moment he arrives, the monsters stop fighting and immediately kneel, welcoming the return of their god. And the system instantly offers him a choice of epic rewards. Option 1, the Ice Emperor, a supreme being with the first tier freezing divine ability. Option 2, 50 divinity points, or Option 3, the 5th tier divine ability, Destruction. Han Yu doesn't even hesitate. He's desperate for a new divine ability, so he snags the third option immediately. He looks at his new prize, totally satisfied. His plan? Once he maxes out his rebellion ability, he can absorb the power of destruction. He even has a token for the death ability, which he'll hunt down next. But suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the palace that houses his god's domain core. Han Yu is stunned. What was that? Who dares to damage his core? He instantly teleports to intervene. That core cannot be destroyed. As his black dragon lets out a threatening roar, he spots the intruder. A skeleton lord, a monarch-level being, standing right before it. Han Yu frowns and yells out, I have treated you well. Why would you betray me and try to destroy my core? The skeleton lord's eyes glow with a sinister light. I must destroy the core, it rasps. The great god only needs me. There is no need for other races. Just look at that absolutely insane expression. I mean, what is going on here? Han Yu freezes for a split second, then rips open a portal and hurls the creature right through it. Whatever your reason, you can no longer stay in my domain, he declares. I won't kill you. Go to Duo Long City. And just like that, the skeleton lord vanishes as the portal seals shut. Han Yu then turns back, staring at his domain's core, deep in thought. He closes his eyes, channeling the green energy flickering in his hand. He realizes he put too much trust in his retainers, and that's how this disaster almost happened. I have to increase my domain's security. A moment later, that same energy flows out from his hand, enveloping the faintly glowing core. The energy expands, covering the entire massive city in a protective shield. The instant his other retainers see him, they drop to their knees, shouting, "We swear to die for you, Lord God. We will never be disloyal." Suddenly, the gentle face of Tian Wen flashes through his mind, and Han Yu's expression immediately grows tense. The god's domain is handled for now, he thinks, but Tian Wen and his people are still stuck on the ancient battlefield. I can't just abandon them. As if reading his thoughts, the sword inside his sea of consciousness erupts with a fierce power, as if it's calling out to its master. Back at the academy, Han Yu teleports in and immediately calls out, "Miss Lina, I have a situation," but he stops mid-sentence, completely stunned. It turns out Qin Shuang is also in the room. Hearing his voice, she spins around, ecstatic. "You're finally back," she cries, throwing herself into his arms for a desperate hug. "Qing Nian told me you returned, so I ran here immediately. Miss Lina told me everything. You have no idea how worried I was." Han Yu just chuckles, quickly reassuring her. All right, it's okay. I'm back now, aren't I?" Seeing the two students having such an intense reunion, Lina can't help but let out a few pointed coughs. They both blush bright red and quickly pull apart. That's when Qin Shuang remembers something. "Oh, right. I heard that teacher Luo Tian is gone, and that he was the culprit." Han Yu isn't surprised. He just pretends to rub his head and changes the subject. "Right, do you still have a ticket to the ancient battlefield? I need to go get Tian Wen." Hearing this, Qin Shuang grabs his shirt, her face filled with worry. "This time, I am absolutely going with you." Faced with that determined gaze, he agrees, and they head to the battlefield together. Arriving at a tent, Han Yu immediately pulls back the flap and calls out, "Tian Wen," but when no one answers, he quickly steps inside to investigate. Looks like Tian Wen never made it back here. This battlefield has nothing but divine fragments, no supplies, and it blocks divine power. No one can survive here for long. Without a second thought, Han Yu summons a swarm of locusts, ordering them to spread out and find any trace of his teacher. Now watch this. At that very moment, a massive pillar of light erupts into the sky. Han Yu feels it instantly and exclaims, "That's the resonance from my Zhan Ti Jian Feng sword. Let's go check it out." Qin Shuang immediately points in the direction. The signal feels like it's coming from underground. They waste no time and rush toward the source. Han Yu anxiously orders his locusts to scout ahead. On his command, the entire swarm pours into a dark hole in the ground. Only then do Han Yu and Qin Shuang carefully approach the abyss. After confirming it's clear, they venture inside, soon discovering a brilliantly glowing golden door. He steps up and tries to push, but it won't budge an inch. "The spatial power is immense," he says. "My sword and my other retainers, they must be trapped behind this door." The moment the words leave his mouth, an incredibly intense wave of golden energy bursts forth from the doorway. Seeing the danger, Qin Shuang rushes forward. "Be careful, let me handle this," she yells, activating her own ability as her eyes flash with an eerie light. A beam of light shoots from her eyes, colliding with the golden aura from the door and completely shattering it. With the threat gone, she carefully places her hand on the door and gives it a gentle push. In an instant, it swings open before them. They both step inside, completely failing to notice the massive door silently swinging shut behind them. Within seconds, it's completely sealed. From the darkness, a giant claw appears, then a sharp, whipping tail. In a flash, a horde of monsters rushes out, surrounding them as they both cry out in alarm. "Watch out!" They unleash a volley of powerful attacks, wiping out the first wave of monsters, which drop fragments of divine abilities as they fall. But immediately after, more monsters begin crawling up from the ground. Qin Shuang whispers nervously, "Something is seriously wrong here." Han Yu stands protectively in front of her, his expression grim. It's like they're deliberately sacrificing themselves. That's when she finally notices the sealed door and panics. The gate is completely gone. We don't even have a way to get back out. His eyes widen as he clenches his fist in anger. "It's a trap to drain our stamina. We can't access our domains for supplies in here. We'll eventually starve to death." Qin Shuang immediately summons a thunder sparrow. "Let's get a look at our surroundings." Without another word, they both leap onto its back, leaving the horde of confused monsters staring up from below. After flying for what feels like an eternity over a vast, desolate wasteland, Han Yu mutters grimly, "There's nothing but desert out here. Are you and I really about to watch them get trapped here forever?" Just when they were stuck, a sudden aura washed over him. "Trust me," he recognized that familiar feeling instantly and spoke up. "It's the resonance of the severing steel sword wind. It's close." In no time, Lei Kuei flew them to a spot where a strange, dark figure was waiting. And not far from there, his own clan members poised for battle. Without hesitation, Han Yu leaped down, unleashing a palm strike and yelling, "Let me help you take that hit head-on." The figure shattered instantly, leaving only fragments of spiritual consciousness in his hand. The severing steel sword wind cried out, "True God, my lord, you've returned." Han Yu immediately cut to the chase. "Have you seen Tian Wenwen?" Kneeling, the spirit began its report. "We were always moving together. We took down many gods, but 3 days ago, a colossal sand god appeared. It took Tian Wenwen. We couldn't save him in time." An image of the sand gods flashed in Han Yu's mind, but he stayed calm. "It's all right. Do you remember which way they took him? Lead me to him, we're getting him back." The severing steel sword wind stood up and pointed, reporting with deadly seriousness. They followed his direction. Before long, they arrived at a massive city made entirely of sand. The two of them immediately jumped off Lei Kuei. They quickly took cover behind a large rock, silently assessing the situation. So many sand giants. Tian Wenwen had to be here. And here's where it gets wild. A cactus suddenly burst from the sand, sprouted eyes and a mouth, and grew to a monstrous size, lunging right at them. With no time to think, it fired off a storm of sharp spines. Han Yu reacted instantly, pulling Qin Shuang behind him and throwing up a magic barrier to block the attack. "Be careful," she warned, panicked as more and more of them appeared. But Han Yu, he wasn't scared. He just smirked, trying to outnumber me. With a wave of his hand, Han Yu summoned a swarm of locusts to attack the cacti. Needles tore through wings, but the locusts punched holes right back. With the cacti dealt with, he ordered the locust swarm to scout ahead inside the city. Meanwhile, Han Yu activated his shared vision ability, allowing him to see everything the locusts saw. He saw a giant wolf, a werewolf-like creature that everything else seemed to fear. And then, he spotted him the familiar figure of Tian Wen, chained to a stone pillar. Han Yu's face darkened, his voice low and urgent. "This is bad." Seeing his strange reaction, Qin Shuang quickly asked, "What is it?" He explained grimly, "It looks like they're planning to use Tian Wenwen as a sacrifice. There's no time. I'm going in to save him now. You provide support." She was too stunned to react, just watching wide-eyed as he left. Han Yu gritted his teeth, thinking, too many unknowns in that city. I can't risk taking Qin Shuang with me. Decisively, Han Yu commanded the Locusts, "Level this city." They immediately swarmed around the city, wreaking havoc. But just seconds later, a massive flock of birds appeared. Without hesitation, they dove straight for the Locusts, devouring them. Seeing the Locust's perfect counter, the color drained from his face. Just when all hope seemed lost, Lei Kuei suddenly swooped in, attacking the birds. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. He left her behind? Not a chance. There she was, riding on Lei Kuei's back. I'm not that easy to leave behind, you know. Qin Shuang landed and poked Han Yu in the chest. Then she waggled a finger at him accusingly. I told you we'd save Tian Wenwen together. Why'd you break your promise? He took her hand, placed it on his chest, and leaned in close, his voice deep and warm. All right, then we go together. High above, Lei Kuei was tearing into one of the birds with its sharp talons. Down below, Han Yu's locust had taken one out. But on another front, a sand giant was attacking his swarm, and they couldn't fight back. Luckily, it wasn't long before the severing steel sword wind struck it down from behind with a single slash. The sand giant quickly crumbled into a normal pile of sand. Surveying the battlefield, Han Yu noticed the wolf packs were growing larger and larger. Fewer wolves at the altar meant a better chance of rescuing Tian Wenwen. Han Yu tossed a green seed into his mouth, then activated his gene lock. His body began to glow. Now, Han Yu was an ultimate monarch lifeform. Black Dragon King Transformation. Blood-sucking domain. Transformation complete, he immediately shot forward. Tian Wenwen, I'm here to save you. With that, Han Yu leaped right into the middle of the wolf pack. Thorn vines exploded outwards, forming a defensive shield against the monster's attacks. But he didn't stop there. He used Ghost Shadow Slash to control the vines, turning them on the wolves. In no time, they were completely annihilated. With the wolves dealt with, Han Yu landed on the ground, slowly retracting the vines. He walked over to Tian Wenwen and, with a decisive swipe, shattered his chains. Freed from his bonds, the teacher couldn't believe his eyes. Am I dreaming? Han Yu gently wrapped his tail around Tian Wen reassuringly. Teacher, you were just having a nightmare, and I came to wake you up. He then flew straight to Qin Shuang, holding out his hand for her to grab. We've got him. Let's get out of here. Qin Shuang took his hand, and he grabbed them both, using the wings on his back to escape from the incredibly dangerous city. Once they were safe, Han Yu immediately began using his healing powers on him. She walked over worriedly. Tian Wenwen, how are you? Tian Wen smiled weakly. Don't worry, I've recovered a lot. You've both ascended to demigod. That's wonderful. Hearing this, Qin Shuang happily added, I only made it to demigod thanks to Han Yu. But we still need to figure out how to escape this cursed place. He grew serious, continuing, "While I was captured, I overheard the gods. Trust me, you're going to want to hear this. Their king has a space-traversing mirror that can help gods leave this secret realm. I think it's our only way out." Behind them, Han Yu's brow furrowed. Those gods were standing on the highest-grade red aura. Just how powerful is their king? Anxiety flickered in Qin Shuang's eyes. "If we stay here, the clan we worked so hard to build will be wiped out." Tianwen didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out a pouch, his voice low. "My clan, they were all killed. I can no longer help you. Here are the divinity and fragments I've gathered over the years. Maybe they'll help you." Han Yu takes the bag, then summons countless fragments of his own, laughing. "We've collected a few as well. Teacher, we need to find a way to get out of here," she says, gently placing a hand on his shoulder as a quiet reminder. "We have so many fragments, but we can't even form one complete divinity. Plus, we're stuck in this secret realm, so we can't sell them, and our mythical nature can't absorb much more." Han Yu just smiles and suggests using his fusion ability to see what happens, and without another word, he gets right to it. The divinity fragments slowly converge in the center, creating a stunning scene that makes even Qin Shuang's eyes go wide with amazement. In no time at all, a level 5 divinity materializes in Han Yu's palm. Seeing this, Tianwen gasps in shock. "A level 5 divinity. I can't believe you actually made one. That's incredible." He just chuckles, confidently suggesting, "I'll fuse some divinities that suit us as fast as I can, then we'll go find that mirror. Now, stick with me here, because this is where things get interesting." 2 days later, the trio returns to that city, Bang Cat, with their clan members trailing right behind them. Before they can even make a move, the giant named Cat charges out, trying to intimidate them with its massive body. But Qin Shuang isn't scared at all, leaping into the air with a bright look on her face. Time to test out the power of this new divinity. Qin Shuang quickly draws a scepter. New divinity Spear of Lightning. 3 fiery phoenixes soar overhead while a colossal pillar of black smoke begins to form a human shape. Han Yu warns her, "Don't be so quick to throw the Spear of Lightning. That giant god possesses a powerful regeneration ability. Throwing all those spears at it at once won't do a thing." Qin Shuang's face gets serious. "So what's the plan?" "You go in first and handle it head-on. I'll use my Rebellion Divine Art to add a little something extra." Han Yu commands his skill. "All right, throw it now." The spears wiggle as they fly, punching a huge hole right through the smoke creature. The water below suddenly erupts, spraying fine sand everywhere. The smoke man vanishes as his magic fades. But next up is a pack of gray wolves, their eyes glowing red, baring their fangs in a clear threat. Several of them lunge at the group at once. Tianwen steps forward to fight for his teacher. He summons sharp thorns that shoot up from the ground, impaling the wolves and lifting them high into the air. Qin Shuang seizes the moment to launch a surprise attack. Myriad thunders strike. Lightning immediately crashes down, striking the impaled wolves. Red sparks flicker and then fade out. She turns to the others, overjoyed. "Thanks to the new divinity you made, we won't have to fear them anymore." Suddenly, a strange sound pulls their attention. A fierce vortex of sand and black smoke swirls, slowly forming a humanoid creature. And yeah, you're not going to believe who shows up. It's none other than Emperor Ma Hyatt. Qin Shuang is terrified, but also a little curious. What in the world is that? From his high vantage point, Emperor Ma Hyatt spots the 3 tiny figures in the sand. Suddenly, swarms of birds and winged insects start dropping rocks on them. Han Yu immediately transforms to protect his teacher and classmate. "Get behind me! Now!" He pulls out his weapons, ready for the fight ahead. Energy Body, Rebellion, Divine Art, Blade of Rebellion, Scythe of Soul Reaping. Emperor Ma Hyatt says nothing, simply hurling his own weapon toward Han Yu. He grimaces as he takes the hit. Both weapons are equally powerful. Great Dragon Slash. Seeing the danger, Qin Shuang cries out in worry. Han Yu stands his ground, bravely deflecting every chunk of sand flying his way. The Emperor flashes a cunning smile. "No human has ever blocked my attack." But then Emperor Ma Hyatt attacks with his tail. Han Yu grits his teeth, trying to hold on as a swarm of bees and a barrage of rocks close in around him. He scans his surroundings for an opening, then instantly unleashes the demonic shadow laceration. The Emperor is stunned by Han Yu's skill, shocked that he managed to dodge. In the next instant, Han Yu and Emperor Ma Hyatt strike at the same time. But this time, the power erupting from our hero is clearly stronger. The Emperor breaks into a cold sweat, unable to react before he's sliced in two. Even without its head, the body continues to flail wildly, one of its legs nearly striking Qin Shuang. The 3 of them shout reminders to each other. It has no eyes, it can't see. Everyone, charge! All 3 of their attacks launch at once: Tianwen's thorns, Han Yu's blade, and Qin Shuang's lightning. Seeing this combined assault, Emperor Ma Hyatt is terrified, his remaining body parts finally dissolving into nothing. Han Yu and Qin Shuang celebrate with a cheer. It's over. But looking into the distance, Han Yu notices a few wolves are still lurking. Careful, there are still more of them. Seeing they've been spotted, the two remaining wolves turn and flee for their lives. Tianwen turns to him. Should we chase them? Han Yu shakes his head. Forget them. There are too many. We'd never catch up. Suddenly, he collapses to one knee in agony. Qin Shuang rushes to his side. Han, what's wrong? Han Yu forces a smile to reassure her. I'm fine. I just used up too much divine power earlier. I'm just a little tired. You and the teacher go check those divinity fragments. See if there's anything useful. Qin Shuang immediately summons the fragments to examine them. Level 5 Divinity, Golden Spear. Level 5 Divinity, Emperor. Level 5 Divinity, Starfall. Level 5 Divinity, Demon Lord. She gasps and calls out, Han Yu, we hit the jackpot. You have to see this. He asks Qin Shuang if she really likes spears. She eagerly nods her head, so Han Yu generously offers it to her. It's a good fit. A spear will help you bring out the full potential of your lightning attribute. Then it's yours. Qin Shuang is both surprised and overjoyed. Really? For me, it's a divine weapon, a holy relic, and a divinity all in one. If you choose to fuse with it, your strength will skyrocket for sure. Han Yu just smiles confidently. I have my Blade of Rebellion. By absorbing the souls of other clans, I can still unlock plenty of other weapons. He then approaches Tianwen respectfully, offering him another divinity. Teacher, this Starfall divinity should be a good match for you. His teacher's face lights up as he accepts it. Thank you. The three of them head towards the ancient city before them, planning to find the mirror at the altar. When they arrive, the place is completely deserted. Han Yu begins to channel his internal energy. He strikes the very center of the altar's courtyard, creating a massive hole. Everyone prepares to enter. They find an ancient mirror, and Han Yu immediately orders his insect followers to scout ahead. They all watch as his butterfly passes right through the mirror's surface. Qin Shuang gasps. There's something wrong with this mirror. Han Yu reassures her. It's not a big deal. The thread of faith is still connected, so we're safe. He steps onto the mirror's surface, and the three of them jump through together. Time to go back to the main world. Just as they'd hoped, they reappear back at their school. We're finally back. But then a cold voice cuts through the air. Han Yu, I can sense your presence. Report to my office immediately. There's something I need to discuss with you. And trust me, you are not going to want to miss what happens next. Miss Lena's getting impatient, the teacher reminds his student. You should hurry on over. I'm heading home to rest myself. All right, let's jump right back in. We cut to Han Yu in Lena's room, where she's briefing him about his kidnapping by the true god, Hu Hai, which the Academy has now fully investigated. The true martial god king backing Hu Hai has sent a verbal apology, along with a gift to make amends. The moment he hears gift from a god king, Han Yu is all ears. Who wouldn't be excited for that? Han Yu takes a closer look at the two golden cards. Wait a second, isn't this from the god king who went bankrupt after investing 100 billion divine power points into a mutant beast farm and lost everything? He's absolutely thrilled. What a generous move, gifting him an entire godly domain. But when he examines the other card, his expression changes. Tan Shuang, beside him, asks worriedly, "What's wrong?" That card shows the image of an unconscious man with a fragment of purple divine aura floating just above him. Lena squints slightly at Han Yu. It's Hu Hai. The God King said he had to be severely punished for imprisoning you on his own. Han Yu scowls, remarking, Hu Hai's entire life was truly worthless. He spent half his life slaving away for that God King, only to end up as part of an apology gift. The irony is just staggering. He studies the cards in his hands. Could this godly domain be Hu Hai's old territory? Lena warns him sternly. A complete true god's corpse is incredibly precious. You absolutely cannot afford to waste it. Han Yu nods. Yes, teacher. I was just thinking out loud. Tan Shuang nudges him gently. This complete true god's corpse. Can you even refine it? Han Yu turns to his teacher, Miss Lena. Could you give me some advice? How do I use this without wasting such a valuable body? Lena playfully taps his forehead. You little brat, trying to play these games with your teacher? Now listen up, because this is where things get really interesting. I'll show you one way. Refine this complete true god's body into a clone that has the same level as you. And if you're willing to invest resources in it, the clone will level up too. Han Yu is ecstatic. Willing? Absolutely. Thank you, Miss Lena. She then materializes a magic scroll. The true martial god king's apology means your kidnapping case is closed. However, the Academy's leadership still hasn't decided if you'll be allowed to enroll. Some of the teachers are quite upset that you caused such a huge mess before you were even an official student. Han Yu reaches out and takes the magic scroll. He clutches it tightly, a wide grin spreading across his face. Miss Lena, I'll use my own strength to prove to everyone who's unhappy with me that they were dead wrong. Just wait and see what I can do. Lena twirls a lock of her hair, her eyes smiling. I have faith in you. Now go, refine that clone. I'll be waiting for your good news. Han Yu and Tan Shuang arrive at a large, desolate building. She asks him worriedly, are you really going to live here? Han Yu answers optimistically, the academy hasn't accepted me, so of course I can't stay in the dorms. But don't worry, once I create this clone, everything will be solved. Tan Shuang pats his head. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Han Yu promises she won't have to wait long. The magic scroll unfurls and his soul is pulled into the space within. He reaches out and touches a stream of magic. An exact copy of himself stands before him, eyes shut. Han Yu extends his finger and begins the refinement process. When it's finished, the figure bows respectfully, acknowledging its new master. A satisfied Han Yu gives him a name. From now on, your name is Han Wen. Together, we'll be one martial, one literary. First, show me a little of your strength. And oh boy, you're going to want to see these stats. Level, True God, Divine Talent, Wind, Forest, Fire, Mountain. His physical stats will double with every single level up. Divine abilities include Windwalk for speed, Forest Guard summons wooden armor, Fire Assault launches flame attacks, and Mountain Collapse unleashes crushing power. He has 42 divinity points and his divine function is martial arts, summoning Tigermen fighting experts. He's got skills like Flash Kick, Roundhouse Kick, and Mountain Breaker Strike with 187 expandable skills. Divine Might development is at 40%. Han Yu is beside himself, a true god with 42 divinity points, and this many skills is just insane. He forms a technique and sends it to Han Wen. Let me help you merge some of those skills and functions. After receiving the energy, Han Wen's body tenses up. The skills have merged into 2 new tiers, starting with the Divine Martial Kick, a kick that can shatter all things, and the Divine Martial Shield, a defense based on the idea that in all of martial arts, only speed cannot be broken. Summon Divine Wood has merged into Summon Chaos Saint, Emissary Luo Dai. 2 saints flicker into view. They are Chaos Saints from the Elemental Giant race. Their life form is Emperor level, their chaos power fusing 4 elements, wind, forest, fire, and earth. They have level 5 Cyclone, Sea of Trees, and Raging Flame skills, level 5 Earthquake, and a level 6 Chaos Strike. His divine arts have also been fused. Tiger Martial True God transforms a target into the Tiger Martial state, dramatically improving their body, giving them permanent control enhancement, and teaching them at least 1 martial arts skill. Han Yu grins, fascinated. He quickly orders, go ahead, use the Tiger Martial True God characteristic on me. Expressionless, the clone begins to cast the ability. A wicked smile spreads across Han Yu's face. The ability successfully activates and he instantly learns 3 new skills, Crushing Claw and Piercing Claw. Excited, he commands, attack me now. Han Wen transforms into a massive monster, and the 2 charge, attacking each other. Han Yu unleashes a move without hesitation, then stops and gives Han Wen an order. All right, stand down. The clone immediately ceases all action and begins to heal. Han Yu thinks smugly, if I use this skill on myself, I can easily deal with Emperor-level lifeforms without even needing to activate my Black Dragon King transformation. He holds up a glittering card. The clone is done. Now for this godly domain fragment, but he already destroyed its core, so it's not very useful. He strokes his chin, thinking, but there are quite a few fox people inside. They could still provide a decent amount of faith power. Han Yu holds out a blue card and commands, immediately transform into Hu Hai, enter the godly domain, and gather followers. The clone instantly takes on Hu Hai's appearance. As ordered, Han Wen's landing makes the ground tremble and crack apart. As the disguised clone stands amid black smoke, Han Yu's illusion appears, asking, are you okay? The clone stands up, answering bluntly, I'm fine. Just then, a fox spirit with 2 followers approaches. Who goes there? Han Wen shoots them an ice-cold glance. The fox spirit observes in silence, thinking the true god has returned, and trust me, he's not happy. I worked so hard to build faith with the other fox people. I can't let him ruin everything for me. All right, let's dive in. The fox spirit shrieks an order. He's an evil god, seize him, and his 2 minions instantly lunge at Han Wen. But Han Yu's furious voice stops them dead in their tracks. You dare attack him? He is your true god. The fox spirit just roars back. Evil gods are masters of deception. Don't believe a single word. Regaining their courage, the 2 minions resume their attack. Han Yu quickly warns him, don't bother with them, summon the Chaos Saint. Han Wen doesn't hesitate and follows his command. He summons the colossal Kor Fong Shu Shuet, a monster so huge its shadow swallows the sky. The fox spirit knows this is bad news as the creature's sheer pressure causes the very ground to crack open. The two minions immediately throw themselves to the ground. True God, forgive our sins. Han Yu glares down at them. Find the thieving Tigerman King who stole my faith. I will punish him. As the great beast advances on the royal city, the fox spirit frantically orders its underlings to stop it. Han Wen floats before Kor Fong Shui Shut, an aura of pure majesty radiating from him. His two attackers are frozen to the spot, trembling uncontrollably. The fox spirit roars as a magic circle erupts, but Kor Fong Shui Shuat counters instantly with its imperial pressure. It opens its massive jaw, a vortex of dark energy forming, and unleashes a blast that completely obliterates a nearby castle. Still, the fox spirit continues to roar, flexing its power. If I can just kill him, I'll become the god of this entire land. Now pay attention here. Han Yu gives the order from behind. Finish him. Han Wen shoots toward the fox, unleashing his skill, level 6, Martial God's Flash Strike. The blow lands true, and the creature can only grimace in agony. With a deafening crash, the fox spirit is slammed straight through the castle wall, utterly broken by that single, devastating hit. The surviving minions scramble to their knees, begging for their lives. We swear eternal loyalty to you, O Divine One. Han Yu appears and issues a new command. Now, bring them into my god's domain. I need their faith to increase my power. Han Wen obeys, creating a brilliant blue orb that pulses with blinding light. The minions' jaws drop in awe. This is the aura of a true god. A moment later, they are all sucked into the blue dimension. After the chaos subsides, peace returns to the sky, but a brown fox flying high above witnessed everything, and it's completely stunned. How can he possess the aura of a true god? Han Wen spots the brown fox and gives a faint smile. As it lands beside him, he simply points to the blue portal. Go, and meet your god. When the brown fox steps through the gate, it finds Han Yu, who is shocked to see it. He rushes over, overjoyed. You're alive? That's amazing. But suddenly, a voice cuts through the air. Han Yu, report to my office immediately. This is important. Inside the office, Lena delivers the news. The school has reviewed your circumstances and decided to offer you leniency. You may enroll, but only if you can pass a special trial. Han Yu claps his hands together, clearly eager for the challenge. Just tell me what it is. No matter the trial, I can handle it. Lena turns away, looking thoughtful. You will be dispatched to an outer world civilization in uncharted territory with an unknown danger level to gather intelligence. If you can retrieve high-value intel within 1 year, the school will officially grant you admission as a full-time student. Hearing this, Han Yu is taken aback. An unknown place? Are you using me as a guinea pig? She pats his shoulder, her expression worried. The difficulty of this trial is impossible to predict. Furthermore, during the trial, all your god's domain player privileges will be sealed. I know what you're thinking. Of course, there's a catch. The choice to accept is entirely yours. Han Yu just smiles confidently. No matter how dangerous the trial is, if it means I can get into the Imperial Capital Academy, I accept. He thinks to himself, besides being a player, I'm also a Tier 3 Super Gene Warrior, a demigod. My own power should be more than enough. But Lena is still trying to dissuade him. With the resources you have now, even if you just trained in seclusion for a year, your growth wouldn't lag behind the other students. So why risk this? You could just wait until next year and enroll as a returning student. Han Yu blushes slightly, because someone is waiting for me. Lena understands immediately, thinking of Qin Shuang. Very well. Follow your heart. I wish you success. Pack your things. You leave tomorrow. Han Yu gives her his solemn promise. Ma'am, I will definitely complete this mission. In a dark and desolate land, a massive boulder crashes to the earth. Glowing cracks spiderweb across its surface. Han Yu emerges from the shattered rock. A pack of wolves is already there, circling their new prey. So this is the uncharted outer world civilization. Huh. They're just common life forms. The sound of my landing must have drawn them here. In a flash, Han Yu dispatches the entire pack. From the bodies lying on the ground, glowing essences begin to rise, floating toward Han Yu and merging into his body. Suddenly, a system panel appears right in front of him, making him jump. What the? The panel displays new information. Level 10. Title: Wolf Slayer, Black Iron Rank, acquired by killing 10 wolf-type creatures. Effect: 10% damage increase against wolf-type creatures. Initial disposition of wolf-type creatures, hostile. Equip: Han Yu frowns, wondering, is this the core power system of this civilization? The question equip flashes again, and he selects yes. Instantly, streams of blue energy flow into his body. Han Yu wrinkles his nose. Why does it have a scent? Does this mean any wolf I meet will be able to smell this on me and know I've killed their kind? A new notification pops up. The Black Iron title is upgradable. Upgrade method. Slay one bronze, rank wolf-type creature. Hanyu grins and snaps his fingers. Simple as that. Let's get to it. 3 hours later, Hanyu sits on the ground, surrounded by a mountain of corpses. I've killed over 300 gray wolves, but I still haven't seen a single bronze rank 1. A bronze wolf is just an upgraded version of these guys, so what if? He spots more wolves approaching and decides to test out an idea. The wolves are suddenly ensnared by Hanyu's skill, gene fusion. They're lifted into the air, howling in pain, as one massive wolf breaks free and lunges straight for him. He kicks it back with a single blow, annoyed. You dare to rebel? The wolf crashes to the ground, and the system dings again. Level 16. Title: Bronze Wolf Slayer. Damage to wolf-type creatures increased to 20%. Disposition: Enemy. Hanyu strokes his chin, somewhat pleased with the result. Not bad. As dawn breaks, he leaps into a massive tree, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding below. He sees countless monsters all heading toward a massive gate. He can also sense the auras of many humanoid beings being teleported inside that very same gate. A theory begins to form in his mind. Could this whole place be some kind of hunting ground? Are humanoids sent here specifically to hunt these gray wolves? And trust me, you and I are about to see just how deep this rabbit hole goes. So, titles and ranks, leveling them up boosts your power, but what's the point of raising your personal level then? I killed wolves all night and hit level 16, but my actual strength hasn't gone up one bit, so what gives? Hanyu jumps down from a tree and heads for the gate, figuring he'll just grab someone and ask. But as he passes a man with long hair, Hanyu suddenly stops. The guy's giving him a weird look, a silent signal, and Hanyu knows something is off. He whips around, startled, and sees two guys closing in on him. They lunge at the same time, but Hanyu manages to dodge their attack in the nick of time. The brown-haired guy sees his chance, trying to run, but Hanyu isn't scared. He silently activates his black dragon form, vanishing on the spot in a flash. Then he reappears in mid-air, transformed into a black dragon, and unleashes a counterattack on the thugs. Seeing the tables turn, they panic and try to flee. Run! Hanyu scoffs silently. A bunch of cowards. But this works out. Down the road, the three thugs are at it again, robbing another victim. Quick, take his gear. Hanyu hides behind a rock, watching them. The thugs start moving. Let's go. So, that's their game. They're just player killers, murdering people for loot. Looks like this whole place is just a slaughterhouse for leveling up. He flies down to the victim's body, reverting to his human form. Hanyu finds an ID plate on the body and makes a decision. Following these guys might get him some intel. He trails the thugs and finally arrives at a massive cave. And you can guess what's coming next. He enters the dark cave, wondering what they're doing here. Suddenly, glowing red eyes light up the darkness, and three giant spiders lunge at him, one spitting a web. He dodges just in time. What the hell? Are these things related to the wolves? Can they smell me too? Hanyu immediately fights back. Just one spider? Don't be reckless. The force from his punch completely obliterates the creature on impact. After the victory, he's pleased to see a new system title, Black Iron, Spider's Bane. Hanyu smiles. Now this is useful, but a horrifying scream suddenly echoes, making him whip his head around. It's coming from the three thugs. He calculates his options. He can't let them die yet, not until he finds some new meat shields. Hanyu decides to test his new power. He unleashes his flame on the spiders, and instantly the system pops up. The Spider's Bane title has leveled up to bronze. Hey, not bad at all. But just as quickly, the flame in his hand sputters out. The system explains that after using the skill, there's a 1-minute cooldown. He scoffs in annoyance. Seriously, that's way too long. A giant spider bares its fangs for a sneak attack, but Hanyu quickly ends it with a single punch. After the kill, the system announces another upgrade. Spider's Bane is now silver rank, with a new function, Summon Wolf Spider. Hanyu is finally satisfied. Okay, now that's more like it. He looks up at the cocoons hanging from the ceiling. He knows he has to save them, but can't let them see his face. It's too risky. So, he uses his fire to burn the webs, and the cocoons drop to the ground. The three thugs wake up and break free. The dwarf notices a werewolf nearby is about to wake up and, without hesitating, he moves in for the kill. This guy's got a ton of gear. If we kill him, it's all ours. The brown-haired guy points to the distance, urging his friends on. There's a lot more over here. Hanyu can't help but feel disgusted. So ruthless. Looks like I'll have to teach you all a lesson. The white-haired guy is shocked to see Hanyu suddenly appear. Is that you? You actually. But Hanyu cuts him off with a single command. Shut up. A fireball flies straight at the white-haired man. Seeing this, the brown-haired man and the dwarf immediately split up and run. But when the dwarf glances back, he sees his friend get killed in one hit, and pure terror takes over. Just then, Hanyu appears right in front of him. Behave, he warns, or I guarantee you'll die a much uglier death than those two. The dwarf trembles uncontrollably. I'll do anything. Hanyu gets straight to the point. What is this place? Not daring to lie, the dwarf explains this is the title civilization domain. Anything you do here can earn you a title. Titles can be upgraded from the lowest ranks of black, iron, and bronze to the higher tiers of silver, gold, and then platinum and diamond at the very top. This whole area is for upgrading those titles. Hanyu presses him, his voice low. And what are the rules for leveling up? The dwarf explains that creatures here, like the wolf spiders, grant title experience when killed. After reaching level 100, you can ascend. Hanyu frowns, thinking. If he could get a diamond-level title, he could finally report back with results, but his progress is way too slow. The dwarf suddenly adds a crucial detail. Actually, the titles you get from killing monsters are nothing special. The real way to get high-level titles is a secret held by the great families. Normal people don't know the method. Hanyu is stunned. Seriously, it doesn't matter where you go. There are always elites running the show. His attention shifts to the card on the dwarf's chest. What's that iron plate on you? The dwarf explains, it's an ID card. Everyone who comes here to level up has one. Mine is just black iron, but the great families or powerful people have better ones, which let them come and go freely. Hanyu understands now. So if he could get his hands on other people's cards, he could get access to a lot more places, couldn't he? Seeing him distracted, the dwarf makes a run for it. But he doesn't get far before he's instantly killed by the system. Hanyu is annoyed. I told you to behave. You brought that on yourself. He casually picks up the card from the white-haired guy's body. As Hanyu approaches the gate, a string of red text suddenly appears. Giant figures descend from the sky, their voices booming. Kid, where did you get that stolen card? He immediately turns and runs. Can't fight here, he thinks. Too many people. I have to hide my true power. The muscular giants give chase, closing in from behind. Hanyu uses his power to knock them all down. He walks calmly towards the gate, leaving the giants' burning bodies behind him. Looks like getting out won't be that simple. I can't waste too much time here. I need to find useful intel, fast. A look of determination flashes in Hanyu's eyes. To get into the Imperial Capital Academy, where she's waiting for him. And you know what that means? A wicked idea comes to mind. If he can't leave the normal way, then it's time to cause some trouble. He'll escape during the chaos. Standing before the pile of dead monsters, Hanyu unleashes his power, using his gene combination ability to piece them back together. Finally, a wolf-headed spider monster emerges. Go over there, Hanyu commands, and show them what you can do. The creature smashes a hole through the wall, and Hanyu leaps through, seizing his chance to escape. A system notification flashes breakthrough achieved. He's hit bronze rank, and now he must choose his next leveling zone. Tapping into the map, Hanyu's a bit stunned. Already? That was fast. But stick with me here, because he immediately confirms his choice. Hanyu's body dissolves as he teleports, materializing in a world of trees. Welcome to the Bronze Tier Greenland Forest. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks, Newbie. All alone, Hanyu whips around, on guard. A blonde-haired guy appeared from nowhere. Perfect. We've got a warrior, an archer, and an assassin. We just need a healer. You're it. A hand reaches out as a tangent-skinned guy tries to recruit Hanyu for his team, but he is shut down instantly. Not interested. Hanyu thinks to himself, in a strange new land? No way I'm being a meat shield for them. Then, his eyes land on a street vendor selling decomposition gloves, which come with the Decomposer title, allowing him to easily break down corpses for materials. Hanyu is hyped. Without a storage ring, this would be super convenient. I'll take these. The vendor smiles and names a price of 2,000 gold coins, which leaves Hanyu completely floored. What? So expensive. He only has a little over 1,000 gold coins from that last trio. So he counters, I'll just take one glove. How about that? The vendor stares, baffled. Huh? I've never sold them like that. But Hanyu starts his mind games. Think about it. If a pair of gloves can decompose, then a single glove can too. That way, you can sell it twice. 1,000 gold each, you won't lose a thing. The vendor starts to nod along. That actually makes a lot of sense. Hanyu quickly snags the glove. Deal. Back in the Greenland forest, he scans his surroundings cautiously. What was that noise? That's when he spots a pack of monsters creeping up. Goblins. Hanyu just smirks as they all charge at him. He unleashes his lord-level life force aura. Mere goblins dare to defy me? The terrified monsters instantly freeze in their tracks. Hanyu decides to test a new skill he got from the wolf spider, a summon he's eager to try out. He summons the wolf spider. And trust me, you're going to want to see this. The terrifying monster appears and its spiders make quick work of the enemy. The system announces he's killed over 10 goblins and earned the Black Iron Goblin Slayer title. Equip. Function 1. Summon a wooden club as a weapon. Function 2. Goblin's initial affinity is now hostile. The Goblin Slayer title appears above his head. Wait, why didn't I get a card? He basically has to complain before the system announces Black Iron card is now in place. He slips on the glove, figuring he might as well use whatever he can get. Hanyu then gets to work, decomposing the goblin corpses. Satisfied, he prepares to move on just as the remaining goblins charge forward. He decides to test the new skill, summoning the wooden club. But what appears is just a short stick with a yellow pattern. He can't hide his disappointment. Is this it? As a monster tries a sneak attack from behind, Hanyu casually swings the club, and the goblin's head is instantly blown clean off. He's finally satisfied. Not bad at all. The remaining goblins are terrified, frozen in place. Soon, the forest echoes with their screams. Once they're all dealt with, Hanyu calmly begins decomposing the monsters. Just then a voice calls out, "Not a bad haul, kid." And yeah, you and I both know what this means. A group of 4 people suddenly appears. Hanyu silently sizes them up. The warrior is silver ranked, the other 3 are bronze. The silver guy points his blade at Hanyu's face, threatening him. "Leave the loot and scram, or I'll kill you." Hanyu's brow furrows. These guys aren't weak, but he isn't the least bit scared. In fact, he asks a question of his own. "Do you have a storage ring?" The silver-ranked guy brags without a second thought. "I'm a silver-ranked expert. Of course I have one." "See this? A 10 cubic meter space. Bet you've never seen one before." "Huh. 10 cubic meters is a little small," Hanyu thinks, "but it's better than nothing." And while the guy is distracted, he leaps forward to attack. The silver-ranked guy roars and quickly counters. "You little punk." The entire group rushes in to gank him. A mere black iron runt dares to be so bold. Die. Hanyu's wooden club clashes directly with the sharp blade. As Hanyu brings his club down, it smashes head-on against Huolin's sword. The sword is instantly sent flying from the man's grasp, sailing through the air and piercing the forehead of one of his own teammates, who screams out in pain. Seeing Hanyu's unbelievable power, Huolin and the other 2 are in total shock. He thinks to himself, just the force of the rebound was that strong? Damn it, is this really a black iron-ranked newbie? Huolin snaps out of it and screams at his remaining men. "What are you 2 just standing there for?" Get him. Hearing the order, the last 2 charge. One with a sword, one with fire magic, both yelling, "Kill!" Hanyu reacts in a flash. He leaps up, dodging a fireball from the man in white, then swings his club, piercing straight through the other man's chest, making him cry out in agony. The man collapses backward, a gaping hole in his chest. Huolin is utterly stunned. How is that possible? He breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing even he might not have dodged that fireball. Could this kid be a wandering disciple from some major clan? Meanwhile, after dealing with one, Hanyu launches an attack at the man in the white robe. He too is taken down in a single blow. Huolin just stands there, frozen to the spot, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He glances back and Hanyu is already standing right behind him. Instantly, Huolin drops to his knees. He starts slapping his own face, begging, "This lowly one was blind. I beg you, great master, show mercy and spare my life." Hanyu crosses his arms, a smirk on his face as he looks down at him. "Hand over the storage ring and anything else of value." Hearing this, Huolin is heartbroken but can only hand them over with tears in his eyes. The second he does, he turns and runs for his life. Hanyu doesn't bother chasing, just chuckles to himself. This kid had some pretty good stuff. Then he notices a scroll glowing with a golden light and unrolls it. Hanyu reads it quickly, a grin spreading across his face. This looks extremely valuable. The scroll says that collecting 10 types of gold-rank monster materials grants a special title. This title can even be upgraded by absorbing more materials from gold-rank monsters or higher, and its owner gets the ability to auto-identify gold-rank materials. After reading it all, Hanyu can't help himself, and trust me, you're not going to want to miss what he does next. With a grin, he says, "Time to find a gold-rank monster for some real training." And just like that, a horde of goblins appears in the forest, led by their boss, a gold-ranked thunder goblin. Hanwu just happens to be passing by. He sizes up the thunder goblin and says, "You'll do." The goblin glares at him with pure rage, then orders its minions to charge. But as they rush forward, Hanwu takes them all out with a single swing of his staff. "Get lost," he shouts. "Don't block my path." After collecting the genes from the goblins he just killed, Hanwu smirks, thinking that monster materials are stacking up pretty fast. The system immediately sends him a new set of notifications. Party level 76, and his Goblin Slayer title has been upgraded to silver rank. He's unlocked a new effect, Rock Throw. A hardened rock instantly forms in his hand, ready to be thrown at his command. And he's got another new effect, Magma Block Throw. Now, a molten block of lava can materialize in his hand just as quickly. After receiving the rewards, Hanwoo immediately tries out his new rock throw skill. Stones wreathed in flames appear in his hands as he says, perfect timing to test out a new function. He unleashes a volley of fiery rocks, instantly incinerating the goblins. Seeing this, the Thunder Goblin decides to step in itself. It leaps into the air, blue lightning crackling in its hands as it screams, "You bastard!" Then, it vanishes midair, leaving behind only a streak of light. Hanwoo looks up. "Not bad," he says, just as he catches the charging Thunder Goblin with his bare hands. He grabs it by the neck, forcing it to reappear before smiling. "Let's test the power of your skill on your own kind." And immediately, Hanwoo uses another goblin to test the electric shock. He purses his lips, realizing the electric current gradually slows down its target's movements. Just then, streaks of gold and blue lightning fill the sky. The Thunder Goblin bares its teeth and laughs maniacally. Time to die. The scene cuts away, and we hear Huolin's voice echoing through the forest. He's talking to someone else. "That kid killed my friend and stole my supplies. Boss Jin, you have to kill him. Name your price, I'll pay anything." At that moment, they both see the lightning strikes raining doin from the sky. Huolin recognizes it instantly. That's the Thunder Goblin's Berserk Thunderfall. Someone's fighting the Thunder Goblin. The moment he realizes it's Hanwoo, Huolin's brow furrows. "Yes, boss, that's him. That's the guy." The blonde man, Jin Han, just laughs. "I can't believe he's arrogant enough to try and block that skill. Looks like I won't have to lift a finger. This kid is definitely going to die." As dark clouds gather and lightning rains down, the blonde man watches from the sidelines, smirking with absolute confidence. I know what he's thinking, but you and I both know better. But Hanwoo absorbs every last bolt of lightning. In an instant, his power erupts like a massive inferno. Seeing Hanwoo handle the lightning so easily, Jin Han is completely floored, unable to believe what he's seeing. How is that even possible? The goblin is also freaking out, a cold sweat breaking out on its forehead. Is it possible my ultimate attack just failed? An image of Qin Shuang flashes in Hanwoo's mind. He scoffs. This tiny bit of lightning from a goblin is absolutely nothing compared to her power. It couldn't even scratch his defenses. Hanwoo pulls out his wooden staff, and it begins to glow with a powerful blue light. In a flash, Hanwoo leaps forward, wiping out all the remaining goblin minions around him. In the end, only the leader is left standing. Hanwoo eyes his target, a smirk on his face. Besides hunting this gold-rank goblin, he needs to farm a ton of normal ones to build up his rage points. The gold goblin is now genuinely terrified. Hanwoo launches himself toward the blade-wielding goblin. His silver-rank Goblin Slayer title has already hit its max level. Looking straight at it, Hanwoo finally speaks. "Now, it's your turn." The goblin lets out a roar and swings its massive blade right at him. But the moment the blade is about to connect, Hanwoo disappears. He instantly teleports behind the goblin and says, "What a useless piece of trash." Hanwoo brings his wooden staff down hard, smashing the goblin's head and sending blood flying. As the goblin collapses, it looks up at Hanwoo and whispers, "I don't want to die." "All right, watch Hanyu clean house." He stands over the goblin leader, bringing his hand down with absolute finality. The moment their boss is obliterated, the low-level grunts scatter without a second thought. Hanyu retracts his power, and almost instantly gets the notification successful breakthrough to level 100. His Goblin Slayer title is now Gold Rank, unlocking Summon Thunder War Blade. It comes with a lightning effect and can shoot lightning bolts, rewarding him with Gold Rank materials. Holding the brand new Thunder War Blade, he looks it over, satisfied. Finally, a decent weapon. Hanwoo then glances at the ring he stole from Huolin, his excitement growing. Just 2 more gold materials and this can be upgraded. Time for another hunt. Meanwhile, Huolin and Jin Han are hiding in a nearby bush. After witnessing everything, Jin Han just shakes his head and whispers, "Your grudge? I can't help you with that. Just don't let that guy spot us." But as they're whispering, Hanwoo is already walking right towards their hiding spot. He instantly senses their presence. He draws the Thunder War Blade, his voice dangerously low. "Get out here." Immediately, Huolin and Jin Han poke their heads out, jumping in fright when they see him. After dragging them both out, Hanwoo looks down at Huolin. "You again? Did you bring friends for revenge this time? Huh?" Huolin immediately starts stammering. No. Jin Han and his crew also rush to deny any connection to him. "I don't know this guy. I was just passing by." "Is that so?" Hanwoo raises his blade, which is now crackling with lightning, his voice laced with menace. "Well, since you're here, hand over your materials and equipment. Don't make me do this the hard way." Hearing Hanwoo's demand, Jin Han is clearly reluctant, but he doesn't dare say a word against it. Thinking about all the items he's collected, Hanwoo adds another demand. "Leave the space ring too." Jin Han starts breaking out in a cold sweat. His space ring holds his life savings, everything he's gathered over many years. Handing it over would mean all that effort was for nothing. Trying to reason with him, Jin Han says, "Brother, a wise man always leaves a way out for others. It'll make things easier when we meet again." But Han Wu just narrows his eyes and repeats, "Take off the space ring. Don't make me say it a third time." Seeing Han Yu's unyielding stance, Kim Han doesn't dare say another word, simply staring him down. But before he can even act, Han Yu teleports and the arm wearing the ring is instantly severed, sending blood flying everywhere. Kim Han collapses to his knees, clutching his stump as he trembles and says, "I'll give it to you." In a flash, Han Yu has what he wants, while Kim Han's men rush over to help him up. From Kim Han's storage space, Han Yu pulls out a scroll and notes, "Another refuge teleport scroll." Just like that, Kim Han and his cronies are gone. As he uses magic to reattach his arm, Kim Han bellows, "Summon every member and find that brat. Report to me the second you locate him. I will get back everything that I lost." The scene then shifts to the lair of the cat fiends. A massive swarm of cats has gathered here, their eyes glowing with rage, and Han Yu's thunderstorm battle halberd is right in the middle of them. In a heartbeat, Han Yu wipes out the entire horde of cats, and his system notification pops up for him almost immediately. New title, Enemy of the Cat Fiends. New function, Speed Boost. It also notes the cat fiend's initial disposition towards him is now hostility. After reading it, Han Yu raises a hand in annoyance. This function is useless because of that title. Oh well. Unfurling the scroll, he finally learns how to get the Platinum Slayer title, trade 3 different diamond rank titles. He crosses his arms, completely dissatisfied, and shouts, "Trade 3 diamond rank titles for 1 platinum rank title? Are you insane?" But right then, another series of notifications pops up from the system. Effect 1 activated. Slaughter Weapon. The Slaughter Weapon can transform into any shape, and its one ability is this. Upon killing any creature, it absorbs 1/1000th of that creature's power, and every time he absorbs the diamond title of a related race, this function can be upgraded or have its effects enhanced. After reading those 2 updates, Han Yu's mood completely flips, and trust me, he's thrilled. So cool, I absolutely have to get it. But just then, a colossal shadow appears behind him. The shadow of this cat is so enormous it completely engulfs him. Han Yu spins around to see a giant white-furred cat with black stripes. It lets out a massive roar and swings its razor-sharp claws right at him. Han Yu's reflexes are instant. He leaps into the air and summons his thunderstorm battle halberd. Staring at the massive cat fiend before him, he purses his lips and thinks, "So, you must be their leader." The creature's eyes glare at him with pure fury. Han Yu immediately unleashes his power as crackling bolts of lightning rain down from the sky. But the giant cat fiend doesn't back down, leaping up and countering with its own powerful claw attacks. But the fight is over in seconds. Han Yu skewers the giant cat straight through its body with his halberd. It lets out a pained shriek before dissolving into a cloud of black smoke. Seeing this, Han Yu just retracts his weapon with a smirk. "You brought this on yourself." The other cat fiends scatter in terror, but Han Yu summons lightning to finish them all off. Once they're all wiped out, he gets a notification. Successfully hunted golden prey, cat fiend. Obtained gold rank material, poison sac. Looking at the loot in his hand, he laughs and murmurs to himself, "My current strength isn't enough to hunt diamond rank prey. Now, this is where our boy gets clever. But I can use gene combination." With that, Han Yu immediately starts combining the genes of the cat fiends he just killed. In an instant, a monstrous, giant cat fiend with 3 heads and countless tails takes form. A platinum-rank cat fiend roars to life. The moment it appears, it swings its sharp claws with immense power. But Han Yu, seeing this, simply slashes it down with his thunderstorm battle halberd. Just as quickly as it was made, it's gone, and the system announces his Enemy of the Cat Fiend's title has been upgraded to Platinum. After absorbing the Platinum-rank Cat Fiend's gene, Han Yu excitedly reaches out to touch it. In the next second, its power erupts like a massive flame. Han Yu once again combines the Cat Fiend gene codes, rapidly creating and then destroying his own creations. The system notifies him again his Enemy of the Cat Fiend's title has now leveled up to Diamond. After repeating the process twice, a satisfied Han Yu sheathes his halberd and says, "Finally, it's done." The system sends him a new notification. New function. Agility. Obtained. Cat Fiend Claws. Combat power enhanced. Summon gold rank Poison Cat King to aid in battle. After reading it all, Han Yu just frowns and yells, "Is that all there is?" He then looks towards the forest with a grin. His priority is clear. Quickly gather 3 diamond titles to get that new Slayer title. Soon after, he plunges into the forest, defeating various races one after another. Using his gene combination trick, he hunts the diamond-ranked beasts of both the Goblin and Minotaur races. After a long stretch of fighting, Han Yu is resting under a tree, taking out the items he's collected. He not only gathered 3 diamond rank titles, but also 10 types of gold rank materials, earning him the gold rank Monster Slayer title. The system then gives him more info on the item. Function 1. Greatly increases the user's strength. Function 2. Can summon the 10 gold rank monsters absorbed by this title to fight alongside him in battle. Function 3. Can temporarily increase his own strength by permanently sacrificing the absorbed gold rank monsters. Realizing the uses of the scroll he just obtained, Han Yu holds the orange-red scroll as it radiates power. He mutters, "It's decent." But right after he says that, the scroll in his hand begins to emit a black aura, quickly melting into a black, viscous liquid. The system immediately displays a new message, Slayer title. Han Yu frowns, watching intently as the substance morphs into various weapon shapes, surrounded by a deep purple aura. After toying with it for a moment, he wills it into a massive scythe. Seeing this, he thinks excitedly, "I can't believe it can transform according to my thoughts." But right at that moment, a figure appears behind him. It's Kim Han. He's brought his men back, and the moment he sees Han Yu, he roars with fury. "You little brat, I finally found you." Hearing the voice, Han Yu turns around, and you and I both know this is going to be good. He glances over the group and thinks, the strongest one is only silver rank. They're not even a threat. All right, you and I are about to see exactly what happens when a bully picks on the absolute wrong guy. Now, hand over all your gear and materials. Don't make me repeat myself. But hearing this blatant arrogance, Han Yu just cracks a mocking smile. "What, is your hand all healed up?" That single question makes Kim Han see red. He grits his teeth and yells, "You're asking for it. Boys, get him for me." At their leader's command, the entire group charges straight for Han Yu, summoning their giant beasts as they advance. But Han Yu isn't just standing still. He summons his own weapon, thinking this is a perfect chance to test its feel. In a flash, a massive weapon appears, the Great Slaughter Sword. Facing the horde of beasts Kim Han's crew summoned, Han Yu ends the entire fight with a single, powerful swing. A smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, is that all you've got? Seeing their summons wiped out so easily, Kim Han's group starts to panic. He yells, "Ranged attacks! Use ranged attacks, now!" But the guys who were backing him up a second ago, they're already turning tail and running for their lives. "Forget attacking, let's get out of here." Seeing this, Kim Han's face turns ghost white. With only Kim Han left, Han Yu casually snaps his fingers. Golden beasts, summon. Instantly, 4 golden monsters materialize and their colossal size freezes Kim Han's group in their tracks. Han Yu glances at their terrified forms and calmly asks, "Still feel like robbing me of my gear?" Faced with such high-level beasts, they tremble and beg for their lives, swearing they'll never do it again. But the moment the words are out, Han Yu finishes them all off in one clean sweep. Looking at the bodies littered across the ground, Han Yu simply turns to leave. Too weak. "This place isn't for me anymore. It's time to check out a higher-level zone." The scene shifts to a new, high-level area, the Golden Sky Palace City. After stepping through the portal, Han Yu has arrived. As he walks through town, taking everything in, a red-haired man spots him and calls out, "New here. What's your rank? Where'd you adventure before this?" Han Yu turns and politely replies, "My background isn't worth mentioning. Can you tell me what the reward is for clearing this place?" The red-haired man, Manhwa, walks over and claps a hand on his shoulder with a laugh. "Easy there. Kid, don't talk so big. No one has ever cleared the Sky Palace. Each floor imprisons an entire race. But if you actually manage to break through, rumor has it you'll receive a blessing and a diamond tier title." Hearing that, Han Yu's interest is piqued. 7 floors, 7 races. Interesting. Just then, another man steps forward. He's the manager here. This newcomer immediately scoffs, "What's a black iron rank like you even doing here?" He points a finger right at Han Yu and shouts, "Get lost. This is no place for you." Manhwa and the surrounding crowd just roar with laughter. A black iron scrub challenging the Sky Palace? Keep dreaming, kid. Hearing this, Han Yu just scratches his head with a small smile. Is that some kind of rule here? He then casually reveals his silver rank card, glancing at the token on his hip. "It cost me a small fortune in gold to get this." Just then, a street vendor's shout from across the way grabs Han Yu's attention. "Platinum title scroll for sale. Anyone who wants it, come and get it." Immediately, a huge crowd gathers around the stall. A woman steps forward to ask, "Name your price." "I'll take the platinum scroll." But another man from the street points and declares that platinum scroll belongs to the Eagle Exploration team. Who here dares to take it from us? A green-haired man standing behind him just crosses his arms and lets out a loud laugh. "The Eagle team talks a big game. I wonder if my fierce Tiger Exploration team is qualified to compete with you." The vendor selling the scroll is a young man named Wu Hai. He speaks up, saying, "This platinum title scroll is a family heirloom. I would never sell it unless I was absolutely desperate." A member of the Eagle team gets right in his face. Stop with the sob story and just tell us, how much gold do you want? Wu Hai then announces his one condition. This platinum scroll of mine doesn't cost gold. I will only trade it for one specific item. And trust me, this is where it gets crazy. He wants the Prophet's crystal ball, an item held by the Lord of Light on the 3rd floor of the Sky Palace. Everyone who hears this is completely stunned. Someone in the crowd shouts, "What? You have to defeat the Lord of Light for that to even drop." Wu Hai just holds up the scroll with a smile. "That's right. Bring me the crystal ball, and I will personally hand over this platinum title scroll." The crowd erupts again. "Let's go. This guy's insane. The Lord of Light? As if he's some easy target." By now, Han Yu has walked over, and the woman from before speaks up again. "What's actually written in that scroll? You should show everyone. Otherwise, what if we go through all the trouble of killing the city lord, only to find out your item is completely useless? That would be a massive loss for us, right?" Hearing her logic, Wu Hai doesn't hesitate and unrolls the scroll for all to see. Written clearly on it is the title, Platinum, Space Walker. Function 1 opens a personal space that bypasses all restrictions, available anytime, anywhere. Function 2, Targeted Spatial Teleportation, allowing you to teleport to any previously visited area. The cost is proportional to the distance. And Function 3, the specific details can only be viewed after you've obtained the title. After seeing the scroll's contents, the crowd gasps, their excitement boiling over. "Now that's a good item," the Eagle team member says. Han Yu hears everything, a smile forming as he thinks. "Spacewalker, you and I both know that's basically a go-anywhere pass. With an item like that, he could save an incredible amount of time." In an instant, the crowd starts stampeding towards the tower, shouting, "Kill the city lord, get the scroll." Han Yu turns, looking towards the tower as a thought crosses his mind. Time to join the race. If I get it, it's my lucky day. If not, it's fate. Worst case scenario, I'll just steal it. He quickly arrives at the tower's entrance. Inside, it's pitch black. The 1st floor of the Sky Palace city. Han Yu steps into a desolate, ruined landscape, and as he scans the destruction around him, the real challenge is just beginning. Suddenly, a shadow darts past Han Yu, startling him. A giant, fish-tailed figure appears right before his eyes, and you and I both know what he's thinking. What is that? Without a second thought, Han Yu immediately draws his weapon. He lunges forward and brings his blade down in a clean arc. Just like that, the massive creature's fishtail is sliced clean off. The being falls, crying out in pain. Han Yu's system immediately pings him progress on clearing the Heavenly Palace's 1st floor is now at 0.1%. But seeing this, Han Yu doesn't look happy in the slightest. He wonders, a single half-dragonman is only worth that much on the progress bar? At this rate, how many do I have to kill? In that instant, countless more half-dragonmen appear before him. Arcs of electricity crackle around them as they roar at Han Yu in fury. Suddenly, flashes of lightning erupt right in front of Han Yu. He sees it and immediately thinks, so they're bringing skills to the fight this time. And right after, more of these dragon men, this time with golden hair, appear one by one before him. Han Yu raises a hand and a flame ignites. He looks at the mob of half-dragon men and says, "So you think you can bully me just because I'm alone?" With that, Han Yu summons his golden plunder beasts to face the horde. The golden beasts summoned by Han Yu have glowing red eyes and let out non-stop roars. He gives the order, "Go. Kill them all." Instantly, the beasts tear through the half-dragon men. Looking at the severed tails on the ground, Han Yu remarks, "Is this really all the strength you have?" His system then displays a notification: 100 half-dragon men have been killed. He's earned the silver title, Half-Dragon Man's Lament. Effect 1, gain the skill Half-Dragon Man Transformation. Effect 2, the Half-Dragon Man's initial disposition is now hostile. Seeing the notification, Han Yu can't help but wonder, what exactly is a Half-Dragon Man Transformation? Might as well activate it and see. The second he uses the skill, Han Yu transforms into a Half-Dragon Man himself, complete with 2 horns on his head. He mutters to himself, the skill activates instantly, and it gives me half of the Dragon Man genes. So that's how it works. Then doesn't that mean his Black Dragon transformation skill is finally usable? Just then, several more golden-tailed half-dragon men appear. Seeing them, Han Yu just gives a slight smile, draws his sword and says, "I feel like killing a few more." His blade swings down, instantly wiping out the group in front of him. But not far away, the survivors have called for their leader, one of them shouting, "Boss, this is the guy who's been slaughtering our people." Their leader arrives, a red-haired half-dragonman with a single horn. Now pay attention, because this is where the real fight starts. This is the king of the half-dragon men, the platinum tier Ba Ka. The moment he arrives, Han Yu watches as Ba Ka grits his teeth and orders, "Until we know his background, no one is to challenge him." The second he sees Ba Ka, Han Yu just smirks, thinking to himself, "Big guy, powerful aura." and a totally different build from the others. Killing this one will definitely send my progress bar shooting up. With that thought, Hanyu immediately raises his sword and charges towards Baka. Seeing this, Baka just swings his arm, instantly unleashing an attack of blue lightning bolts. The moment he sees this move, Hanyu pulls back his sword. He raises his own hand and pink lightning crackles to life. What a coincidence, Hanyu thinks. I've got one of these too. Instantly, both of them unleash their lightning powers, attacking each other. In a flash, Hanyu vanishes. As he teleports, he thinks, I'll use the chaos to get right next to him. Hanyu instantly teleports right in front of Baka, then uses it again and again, appearing right behind him. Seeing how fast he is, Baka can't help but exclaim in shock. So fast! In just a few seconds, Hanyu is already behind Baka. He swings his sword down and yells, I'm counting on you for my level up. But Baka's reflexes are insane. He uses his massive tail to swat Hanyu away, roaring, I'm not that easy to deal with. Realizing this won't be easy, Hanyu pulls his blade back and switches to his lightning power. The half-dragonman transformation kicks in, and watching Baka's moves, he silently admits this guy is tough. Baka isn't underestimating him either. He looks at Hanyu, frowning as he thinks he's human, but his body contains the blood of a great dragon. After thinking, Baka finally speaks up. Human, stop the fight. We can sit down and talk this out properly. Hearing Baka's offer, Hanyu is completely caught off guard. And just like us, he's suspicious, snapping back, Don't try any tricks. Baka knows what he's thinking and says, Do not doubt my sincerity. Seeing this, Hanyu gives him a condition. Tell your men to back up 100 meters. He thinks, he doesn't look like he's playing games. I'll hear him out. Hearing Hanyu's demand, the half-dragon men behind them start to protest. One of them complains, but before he can finish, another one cuts him off. Just do as he says, don't worry about it. After the half-dragonmen retreat, Baka and Hanyu slowly move forward. Standing before Hanyu, Baka places a hand on his chest, bows his head, and says, I beg you, please help us. Baka's words leave Hanyu completely stunned, and yeah, what a twist. He can only frown back, totally confused. Hanyu remains on guard, demanding, Help you? With what? Don't you dare play games with me. Hearing his question, Baka steps closer and says, Please, help me lead the entire half-dragonman tribe out of this heavenly palace prison. Hearing him say that, Hanyu is left a little dumbfounded. He can barely believe his own ears and asks again, frowning, What? Although it's difficult, Baka explains, we half-dragonmen are descended from the union of the Dragon King and the human race. Our entire tribe reveres the Dragon King's bloodline. Because of that, from the moment we are born, we have been imprisoned here in the heavenly palace. Leading my entire tribe out of this prison has long been my greatest wish, but I simply lack the strength to do it. As Baka says this, he extends a hand towards Hanyu and continues, But your incredible combat talent, and the Dragon King's blood within your body, it's made me see a new hope of escaping this place. Hearing this, Hanyu can't hide the shock on his face. He thinks to himself, he could actually sense it. Realizing the other party holds no ill will, Hanyu instantly transforms back into his human form. He smiles at Baka and says, All right, stand up and talk. So, what is it you really want? Seeing that he has agreed to help his tribe, Baka declares, As long as you agree to lead the half-dragonmen out of the heavenly palace prison, I, Baka, will be at your command. Hanyu stands with his arms crossed, frowning as he listens to Baka's proposal. Aren't you afraid I'll just kill you, take the reward, and abandon your people? Baka doesn't hesitate, admitting he's terrified, but he has no other choice. As the king of the half-dragonkin, even a 1 in 10,000 chance of freedom is worth it. He'd gamble everything for his people. Seeing Baka's sincerity, Hanyu thinks to himself, this doesn't feel like an act. Seeing Hanyu hesitate, Baka steps forward with another offer. If you agree to my request, I'll tell you a secret about the diamond title. That piques Hanyu's interest. I'm listening. Baka leans in, his expression serious. The Heaven's Palace, it's actually a living creature. Hanyu's eyes widen in shock. And pay attention here, because you heard that right, the entire city is alive. Baka explains that no adventurer can detect this, unless they've earned the city's recognition. Hearing Baka's words, Hanyu's mind flashes back to something. At the time, he hadn't paid it much mind. He remembers seeing Yu Hai on the street, selling that scroll. The guy had said that a perfect clear of the 7-story tower would earn you the Heaven's Palace's blessing. Remembering this, Hanyu raises his hand and asks Baka excitedly, So it's true? A single perfect run through the 7-story tower gets you the Heaven's Palace's blessing? Bate immediately confirms it. Yes, a perfect clear means defeating the strongest of each race on every floor during your very first entry. If you kill me, you'll achieve a perfect clear for the first floor of the Heaven's Palace. Hearing this, Hanyu pauses, clenching his fists without a word. After a moment of silence, Hanyu speaks up. So what if I get a perfect clear on the first floor? There are still 6 more floors. The other race leaders definitely won't just offer up their lives like you are. Baka just smiles faintly. Don't worry. I can sense that the great dragon bloodline within you is about to awaken. He steps closer to Hanyu. When you kill me, your title will ascend, your dragon bloodline will awaken. The leaders on the other floors might not even be your match. Hanyu frowns, thinking it over. This guy isn't playing games. He's genuinely seeking death to secure a future for his people. Looking at Baka, Hanyu makes an assessment. This guy's a real talent. It'd be a waste to kill him. What if I could recruit him as a subordinate? With that thought, Hanyu waves his hand. So you're saying I just need to defeat the strongest of the floor's dominant race to get the perfect clear achievement. Baka nods firmly. My life and my people's freedom from this prison are on the line. I would not lie about this. Hearing that absolute confirmation, Hanyu rubs his chin. And here's the part where you see our main character's genius at work. All right then, I have a way to train a half-dragonkin even stronger than you. Baka looks skeptical. Is that even possible? Hanyu holds out his hand. They're a bit useless now, but I guarantee I can keep casualties in the double digits. You should consider it. Without a moment's hesitation, Baka agrees. My life is yours to command. I won't be needing you just yet, Hanyu replies. Baka simply stands in silence. Just then, another half-dragonkin approaches Baka. My king, as long as we can escape this prison, we are willing to sacrifice ourselves. Baka looks at him, promising, our people will never forget you. With that settled, Hanyu immediately closes his eyes, activating his gene combination skill. In a flash, a brand new diamond rank half-dragonkin is born. Seeing Hanyu create a diamond rank warrior out of thin air leaves Baka and the other tribesmen utterly speechless with shock. Then bam! With a wave of his hand, Hanyu quickly dispatches the very half-dragonkin he just created. The system notification pops up instantly. Title, Sorrow of the Half-Dragonkin has ascended to the diamond rank title, Hope of the Half-Dragonkin. Effect 1, Black Dragon Transformation, Great Dragon Bloodline fully activated. He gains the ability to transform into a black dragon. Effect 2, Initial affinity with half-dragonkin is increased to worship. The moment the notification appears, Hanyu is engulfed by the black dragon transformation. After a whirlwind of change, he finally awakens as a true black dragon, a massive beast struggling in the void. First floor of the Heavens Palace. Perfect clear. Now teleporting to the next level. Hanyu declares with confidence, wait for me. I'll be back to set you all free. Baka respectfully places a hand on his chest and bows his head. Great dragon, we beg you, please return to save your descendants. The scene shifts to the outside of a building on the second floor of the Heavens Palace. Hanyu prepares to enter a doorway from which no light escapes. There isn't some monster hiding in there, is there? Crap. He forgot to ask Baka about the second floor before he left. He hesitates, but decides to go in anyway. It's too late to turn back now, he'll just have to be careful. Inside, it's pitch black. So dark, he mutters, conjuring a flame with fire magic. With a torch in hand, he presses forward. Okay, now I can see. Before him are 3 identical doorways, forcing him to a halt. 3 identical paths. Which way do I go? Faced with a tough choice, he makes a smart one. He summons 3 of his golden minions to help scout. The golden minotaur, the golden goblin, and the golden cat demon. Go scout for me. The 3 summons quickly fly into each doorway, glowing with a magical golden light. Hanyu closes his eyes, sensing the feedback. They're all spirit-type entities. My golden summons should have no problem dealing with them. A new screen appears. He's received the silver rank title, Purifier of Heroic Spirits. Function 1. Gift of the Heroic Spirit is a passive ability. After purifying a heroic spirit, he can obtain a piece of equipment that spirit once used. Function 2. Trust of the Heroic Spirit sets his initial affinity with them to intimate. Hanyu's eyes snap open, and I know what you're thinking, because I'm thinking it too. Killing them makes them like you? Are these spirits masochists or something? He snaps his fingers. Might as well recall them and see what's going on. A stream of grayish-purple light flows back toward him, but something feels off. This feeling, it's not right. 3 dark figures shrouded in purple light now hover before him, his eyes widen in absolute panic. So they were ghosts after all. Hanyu waves his hand, casually bringing the spirits under his control. Ghosts, please. He's not scared. The 3 spirits just smile, floating around him as he lets out a sigh. Absolute masochists. What's the real story here? Are they trapped, unable to move on? His progress screen shows 11% complete, and he sighs, a hint of sadness crossing his face. With progress stalled at 11% and no new signals, Hanyu picks one of the 3 doors. A purple light taps against it, time to find the second floor's strongest boss and clear the stage fast. The door bursts open, and he sprints straight inside without a second thought. He just plows ahead, marking his path so he can find his way back. But soon, terrifying apparitions appear, one with blazing red eyes and razor teeth, another like a vicious bull demon. The deeper he goes, the more spirits he finds. Guided only by a faint, ghostly light, Hanyu pushes deeper into the maze. Getting lost here is not an option, the consequences would be dire. But after a while, he turns around and realizes he's right back where he started. Unbelievable. He crosses his arms, staring in pure annoyance at the same three spirits from before. He sighs and turns away, deciding to try another route. This time, a faint light flickers ahead in the distance. And where there's light, there's always hope. Up ahead, a doorway is bathed in brilliant light. Hanyu rushes towards it, only to freeze in his tracks. On the wall, a menacing shadow is raising a sharp object. This is bad. The shadow lunges, slashing across his chest. He clutches the wound, slumping back against the cold wall. How can it hurt this much? Hanyu's body transforms in a flash. Two horns sprout from his head and massive wings unfurl as he enters his black dragon form. He launches into the air, completely stunning his attacker. Hanyu dives back down. What the hell is this thing? He snarls, facing a bizarre humanoid creature covered in tentacles, its eyes glowing with an unholy light. A single hit from that thing hurts him down to his very soul. He knows he can't win a direct fight against it. His mind races, calculating his next move. Now, pay close attention, because this is where the tables turn. A radiant circle of light flares to life as he sacrifices the three spirits, activating the third effect of his Monster Hunter title. The power of the gold-grade monster he absorbed via eternal sacrifice gives him a massive temporary boost. He smirks, crackling with blue and purple energy as he grabs hold of some strange, colorful tendrils. Hanyu's hands clench around the enemy's tentacles. "Get over here," he commands. The creature freezes in shock as he yanks it forward with terrifying force. Still trying to run, his blade plunges straight through its body. He gives it a triumphant grin. "Yeah, I think you're done for." The enemy deflates like a popped balloon and vanishes into nothing. A system alert chimes, "Successfully killed a diamond-grade beast." His spirit purifier title hits diamond rank, and the second floor of Heavenly Palace City is cleared. Hanyu's eyes narrow. So that was the floor boss, and a diamond-grade one at that. No wonder it put up such a fight. A necklace with a brilliant diamond drops to the floor. Diamond-grade equipment that resists mental pollution. He picks it up and puts it on, figuring it can't hurt. Instantly, Hanyu's entire demeanor brightens as new energy surges through him. The exhaustion is gone. Even breathing feels easier. "Now, this is some good loot," he mutters. He calmly continues on his way, finally able to head to the third floor. He just hopes the Lord of Light City hasn't been killed by someone else yet. The scene shifts to a vast chamber filled with endless pillars that stretch up into an unseen sky. This is the third floor, and Hanyu has just arrived. Thinking back to his last time here, he lets out a sigh. It seems the Lord of Light City is still alive, otherwise, this place wouldn't be swarming with so many adventurers. Suddenly, a tiny creature darts towards him. It's bright yellow with huge eyes and delicate wings, a light spirit. It hovers right in front of his baffled face. "What now?" Hanyu immediately turns and bolts. "Forget it. I need to go kill the Lord of Light City." After a short run, he spots two men standing guard at the base of a pillar. A man named Huanglu eyes him with a warning. "The third floor has been claimed by the Eagle Expedition team. Show some respect, pal, and come back to explore later." Hanyu just smirks. "Gold rank adventurers? You're not enough to stop me." He flashes past them in a blur. The other man, Shanxi, yells after him. "Is this kid deaf or something? Didn't you hear us?" He roars, seething with killing intent as he gathers energy in his palm, his face contorted with rage. "Get lost if you want to live. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." A blast of crimson energy shoots towards Hanyu's back, but the energy just swirls around him harmlessly, triggering the effect of his Slayer title. The attack vanishes. Huang Lu and Shanxi just stare, completely stunned. Huang Lu's eyes dart around, looking for an escape. "This is bad. I need to report this." But Hanyu has already seen it. Trying to run for help? In an instant, Huang Lu is on the ground with Hanyu's blade at his throat. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. My big brother is." A single, clean slice and blood sprays through the air. After finishing Huang Lu, Hanyu withdraws his blade. This platinum-grade Slayer title is the real deal. And of course, his diamond-grade race enhances its effects even more. He smiles, satisfied with the notifications on his screen. Slayer, Spirit Purifier. The interface updates again. His Slayer title has been enhanced, adding a 5% soul-level attack bonus. He grins, stronger again. Then he freezes. A massive swarm is rushing him from behind. Countless light spirits, their eyes shut tight, blot out the sky. Photon shot. Han Yu drops to the ground to evade the volley. This attack can't really hurt him, but it's blocking his path. Damn it, he curses as his hand begins to summon something. A massive, multi-barreled gun materializes. So it's a long-range fight you want, is it? The weapon fires beams of strange light, and he starts picking off the spirits one by one. Today, you're all going to learn a lesson about suppressive firepower. The spirits get hit, but they barely seem to notice. They just chatter among themselves. That stung a bit. No big deal. Han Yu just scoffs at these simple-minded creatures. 1 minute later, every single light spirit has completely evaporated. Looking at the fallen swarm, Han Yu is extremely pleased. Of course, normal bullets can't scratch your shells, but my bullets, they attack the soul. From the defeated spirits, sparkling golden orbs rise into the air. Brilliance crystals, the core of a light spirit, capable of absorbing immense light energy to boost one's power. A truly precious material. He snatches the crystals out of the air as his system pings. He's just earned a new silver-grade title, Light Spirit Harvester. Function 1. It adds a light attribute to his weapons, boosting their damage. Function 2. The default disposition of all light spirits toward him is now hatred. Clutching his new prize, Han Yu grins, sprouts his wings, and shoots upwards. And trust me, you and I both know this is just the beginning. Alright, let's jump right in. A fresh diamond tier prototype is on the table, and this place is absolutely packed with adventurers. He shouts out loud, and every single person on the floor turns to look. Where is the City Lord of Light hiding? One of the men, Lu Huai, squints his eyes. This kid looks way too familiar. He pulls out his treasure to get a closer look, and there it is, Han Yu's smug face, the same kid who slaughtered countless people back in the bronze training zone. The kid has a massive bounty on his head, and catching him means a huge payday. In a flash, the entire crowd starts hunting Han Yu down. Han Yu just glances over his shoulder with a stone-cold warning. Get lost if you don't want to die. Lu Huai just scoffs. You little punk, this isn't some garbage bronze-level training zone. That does it. Han Yu's expression turns deadly serious as he raises the same gun he used to wipe out the light sprites and takes aim. Lu Huai has no time to react as the other adventurers scatter in panic. Move, be careful. Han Yu just grins. Trying to run now? A little too late. He starts picking them off, one by one. Hu Hai, though coughing up blood from a direct hit, still manages to fire a signal flare, his hand shaking as he sends the message for backup. His teammates shout, "We're on our way." But while Han Yu is busy mowing down platinum-rank adventurers, a man named Shan Shi sneaks up from behind to kill him and steal that powerful Gatling gun. But quick as a flash, Han Yu spins the gun around. A sneak attack? Not a chance. A volley of light beams erupts, forming a solid barrier, the wall shield tactic. A flurry of blows thuds against the shield as one of the adventurers begins to gather his energy, preparing to cast a powerful magic spell. A ball of pure mana forms in his hand as all the survivors attack at once. Han Yu just glances up, unimpressed. Is that really all they've got? Blue crystals and fiery light rain down as they all scream, "Take him down." But hold on, because you're going to want to see this. Han Yu creates an upgraded weapon on the spot. The slaughter gun is complete. The adventurers immediately freak out. What is that thing? Look out. A blinding flash of light erupts from the new cannon. They scatter, run for it. Han Yu flies into the air, aiming down and unleashing hell. He lands, breathing hard. This energy cannon is way different from the Gatling. He didn't expect it to drain his own energy so fast. He hears a sound from behind and whips around. Who's there? Did one of them manage to slip through the cracks? Beautiful turquoise crystal orbs float through the air, followed by the incredibly annoyed face of the City Lord of Light. Han Yu looks up and smirks. The City Lord's crystal balls. He leaps up, staring intently at the crystal spheres. It seems these crystal balls have the ability to predict pretty much everything. He grins widely. He knew we were coming, so he hid, but now he thinks I'm weakened, so he's here to finish the job. You finally decided to show yourself. The City Lord's face drops. Damn it, he's not even hurt. The Lord immediately tries to escape, but Han Yu is already there, blocking his path with a challenging voice. Where do you think you're going, Lord? Furious, the Lord unleashes his attack, a barrage of turquoise energy rings, with the largest one hurtling straight towards Han Yu. Han Yu just flicks his hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The space fills with fiery light, but the City Lord just smiles smugly, holding a single crystal ball. You little brat, you dare challenge me. There's only one way this ends, with your death. But as the smoke clears, Han Yu is still standing. The Lord's eyes narrow in pure disbelief. Han Yu lands without a single scratch. How is that possible? Okay, you and I both know what's coming next, the final attack. This time, there won't even be a corpse left. A gigantic crystal sphere materializes and hurtles downwards, aiming to completely obliterate Han Yu. But he doesn't even flinch. You talk too much. He leaps up to counter, and the world blurs into light once more. Let me see you off. A beam of light pierces straight through the city lord, visible to the naked eye. He stumbles, then dissolves like an evaporating bubble. Hanyu stands victorious as his level once again breaks through 100. He receives new privileges, clearing the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Palace City, and his Light Spirit Collector gets a platinum rank upgrade. Hanyu smiles, satisfied. Got it. The scene shifts to a towering building under a clear blue sky, where he presents the crystal ball to a man named Wu Hai, who stumbles back in shock. The crystal ball you wanted. Now give me your platinum title scroll. The people around them start whispering, is he serious? Even the Eagle Adventure Guild couldn't get that thing, but you did? Wu Hai just stares at the orb with pure admiration. Brother, can I see this crystal ball? Hanyu casually tosses it to him. Wu Hai holds the sphere, studying it, the feeling, a clear jade-colored orb radiating a magical light. Wu Hai is ecstatic. Brother, this is really the prophetic crystal ball. Can you tell me how on earth you managed to get it? From what I know, the City Lord of Light is so crafty, no one can even find him. Hanyu just smirks. That's my secret. Now just hand over the platinum title scroll. Wu Hai gives a sheepish laugh. My apologies, I was rude. He smiles, walking beside Hanyu and handing him a cylindrical scroll. Brother, I am very interested in that secret of yours. If you ever feel like talking, come find me. We can negotiate a price. The other adventurers just watch, green with envy. Damn it. How did a guy like him pull that off? Hanyu walks away, looking at the scroll. I wonder what kind of title is in here. Suddenly, a group of thugs surrounds him. Their leader snarls, Kid, hand over the platinum title scroll if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next. Hanyu turns and gives them a cold, empty laugh. He glances at the 3 men closing in, one already drawing his weapon. You all came here looking for death. He spins, materializing his gun from thin air. Beams of light pierce through each of them in an instant, smoke still curling from the barrel. Hanyu collects his loot and keeps walking. I've killed too many people here. I need to get the Spacewalker title and leave this city as fast as I can. He leans against a wall and opens the platinum scroll. The materials required for the Spacewalker title are no small list, but he just smirks. Luckily, I have all of them. The items listed on the scroll appear one by one. Time for a fusion. He tosses the scroll into the air as it erupts in a blinding light, merging directly into the necklace he's wearing. A system notification pops up on his screen. Obtain Platinum, rank title, Spacewalker. Function 1 opens a personal space that bypasses all restrictions, accessible anytime, anywhere. Function 2, spatial teleportation. And trust me, you and I are about to see how insane this new power really is. Function 3, space swap, letting him switch places with any target in his line of sight. Hanyu rests his chin on his hand, thinking. The third function is finally unlocked and space swap sounds absolutely broken. Let's see how effective it really is. He grins, deciding on the perfect guinea pigs. Might as well test it on them. The 3rd floor of Heavenly Palace City is still swarming with light spirits. He lines them up. You're it. With a clap of his hands, Hanyu's form blurs as he teleports right into the swarm of spirits. His sudden appearance stuns every single spirit. Before they can even react, he swings his blade, and one of them shatters into pieces. A quick and easy farewell. He's extremely satisfied. The system screen pops up, showing his Light Spirit title has been upgraded to Diamond rank. Light Spirit Diamond, Slayer Diamond, the Slayer title is now Diamond rank 2, and with it, a brand new, incredibly sharp weapon appears. It's the Slaughter Weapon, able to morph into any form. After killing a creature, it absorbs 1,000th of its power to strengthen itself. It also comes with a 5% soul attack, 10% light attribute attack, and a Slaughter Shadow that mimics his every move to deal deeper damage. The Shadow's attack power is 50% of his own. Hanyu clenches his fist, ecstatic. This is a jackpot, a permanent 50% damage boost. A swirling vortex opens up. He looks towards the 4th floor and leaps right in. He's come this far, he's aiming for nothing less than total victory. The scene shifts, and after clearing the next few levels, Hanyu now stands on floating stones, having finally broken through all 7 floors of Heavenly Palace City. He's collected 7 diamond titles, upgrading his Slayer rank once again. But wait, wasn't he supposed to get a special blessing for clearing all 7 floors? Then, something unexpected appears. It's a mirror swirling with energy. 8th floor of Heavenly Palace City. Enter. Hanyu narrows his eyes. An 8th floor? Now hold on. You and I both know Boss Shay said this city was a living thing. Could this be what he meant? Hanyu cautiously reaches his hand through the mirror to test it and is instantly sucked inside, leaving only a streak of light as the portal vanishes. He materializes in a rocky mountain range and after a quick look around, decides to press forward. This is it, the 8th floor. But as he steps, intense heat rises from the ground. He jumps back, it's scorching hot. He looks up at the blazing sun overhead, then spots a massive humanoid statue in the distance. What is that? Hanyu freezes, then uses space shift to instantly teleport closer, getting a better look at the colossal stone figure. He looks up at the giant, then gently touches its surface as sunlight streams down from behind its massive frame. Instantly, the outer layer of rock crumbles and falls away. Before him now stands a towering figure, and it begins to move. He feels a jolt of anxiety. This thing is huge. He has to be on guard. Suddenly, it lets out a roar that shakes the very space around them. Hanyu clutches his head in pain. The sonic wave is immense. The heavenly tower looks down, its eyes narrowed. "Brat, was it you who perfectly cleared all 7 floors?" Hanyu confidently replies, "That was me." It flashes a friendly smile. "So young, and yet you've conquered 7 floors. Once you grow stronger, you'll surely become a great ruler." Hanyu crosses his arms, getting straight to the point. "So, what's my reward?" The heavenly tower produces a diamond badge. "This now belongs to you." He takes the prize, and the system immediately provides the details. Diamond title, Pioneer of the Heavenly Palace City. Function 1. It's an independent badge that doesn't use an equipment slot. Function 2. It allows teleportation to any corner of the Heavenly Palace City. Function 3. It grants a model of the city, which can be used to imprison criminals who threaten civilization. After reading it all, Hanyu is impressed. Not bad at all. But the moment he thinks that, his necklace suddenly emits a purple light. He wonders, why is his neck suddenly burning hot? A system prompt appears. Diamond-grade equipment can resist thought pollution. Hanyu instantly understands it's his purification necklace, warning him. He remembers its effect is to resist mental corruption, and right now, it's burning up. Without a second thought, he throws the diamond badge to the ground, positive it's a trap. And just like that, the friendly guy becomes an absolute nightmare. The moment the badge hits the ground, black energy erupts from it, and the heavenly tower's form twists into a monstrous red jellyfish with long, writhing tentacles. The creature drops the act entirely. "Since you've seen my true form, you can stay and manage this city in my place. You will become the most miserable prisoner in this cage. Now, stay put." Its eyes glow red with killing intent as it lunges forward. But Hanyu isn't scared in the slightest. He fires back coldly. "Stay here? Like hell I will." The creature extends its tentacles, trying to threaten him. "You can't escape." Hanyu leaps up, dodging the attack. He parries a strike with his arm, retorting, "You think having a lot of claws makes you tough?" But the blow leaves a nasty gash on Hanyu's arm. Black blood oozes out, steaming as it hits the air. He's a little shocked by the damage. Looking at the wound, he realizes it's poison. If he doesn't treat it fast, his entire arm will be useless. He quickly pulls out a piece of black equipment and touches it to the cut, which instantly seals shut. Hiding behind a rock, he breathes a sigh of relief just in time. He glances at the creature searching for him, thinking, "This treacherous bastard." Hanyu begins to transform, 2 black horns sprouting from his head. He knows if he doesn't deal with this thing, he'll be trapped here as a prisoner forever. And that is not happening. Seizing his chance, Hanyu leaps high into the air, aiming straight for its head. Time to die. The blade in his hand flashes down, slicing through its tentacles. The heavenly tower trembles with rage and roars, "You insolent scum." It retaliates by spitting a stream of venom. Hanyu twists his body, letting the poison hit his wing, where it sizzles and lets off green smoke. He thinks to himself, this poison is strong. The heavenly tower gloats, "My poison is incurable." But Hanyu just scoffs. "Fool, my dragon scales have magic resistance. This pathetic poison. Trust me, you and I are about to witness the ultimate Uno reverse card." With a single flap of his wings, he shouts, "I'm sending it right back at you." The poison flies back, and the creature, unable to dodge, takes the full blast right to the face. Seizing the moment it's distracted, Hanyu whips out his gun and unloads on his opponent. Countless streams of blue energy slam into the sky tower at lightning speed as it stands frozen, its face contorting in pure agony. With eyes burning with rage, it screams, "I will not forgive you." But Hanyu just scoffs. While the devil is strong, the Tao is stronger. He keeps firing, and this time, the power is even more terrifying. The sky tower can't resist. Its body is riddled with holes as it crashes to the ground, battered and broken. Hanyu adds one final line, "A quick death for you." And then, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupts. The ground shakes violently as toxic fluid bursts from the sky tower's massive corpse. A system notification pops up. A diamond tier title has been acquired. Conqueror of the Heavenly Palace City. Function 1. Freely teleport to any corner of the Heavenly Palace City. Function 2. Imprison any living being within the city. And Function 3. Release any prisoner held within the Heavenly Palace city. Reading this, Han Yu sighs in relief. Now, he can finally fulfill his promise to Ba Kan. Suddenly, a strange item materializes in mid-air. Han Yu approaches, opens the chest, and picks up a scroll. What is this? He unrolls it to get a closer look. The text is surprisingly detailed. It turns out, the creatures on every floor of the Heavenly Palace were all imprisoned here for offending the same powerful figure. This octopus was chosen by that figure to rule over the other imprisoned races, but it was cursed. It could only leave if it found a replacement. And here's the part that gets wild. This powerful figure is so terrifying, the scribe didn't even dare to write down his name. Han Yu wonders, if that guy finds out I wrecked his Heavenly Palace, will he come looking for trouble? After a moment, he decides, whatever. I'm going home in a few months anyway. For now, leveling up is all that matters. But the second he steps outside, the entire dragon clan is already waiting for him. Ba Kan speaks with reverence, "Great dragon god, you have not abandoned us. We offer you our eternal loyalty." Han Yu suddenly notices tiny threads of spiritual energy connecting everyone to the necklace he wears. He thinks to himself, so my faith necklace can even gather followers in a title-based civilization? Han Yu replies warmly, I now have the power to get you out of here. When I leave this area, I will definitely take you all with me. Ba Kan's face lights up with a radiant smile. We trust you. Han Yu tells them he'll see them later, and then promptly teleports away. He's already planning his next move, use the remaining time to acquire more powerful titles and increase his strength as much as possible. The scene shifts to the Black Sea Guild's territory. Han Yu walks up to the service counter and states, I'm here to exchange my card. He sighs internally, what a hassle. To even enter the gold level training area, I need a gold level card. Luckily, I heard you can exchange them here. The staff member points to a blue stone and instructs him to place his card on it. Instantly, images of Han Yu's combat achievements flash across the screen. The staff member watches carefully, then turns back. Please wait a moment. After reviewing the card, the guild employee is deeply suspicious. This guy went from an iron card to a gold card in just 2 months. No one has ever ranked up that fast. He knows he has to report this immediately. A few moments later, he returns with the branch president of the Black Sea Guild. The president asks where the new adventurer is. The employee points him out. That's him right there. The president studies Han Yu for a moment, thinking he looks completely ordinary, nothing special at all. Deciding to test his abilities, Jack launches a surprise attack on the young man. Han Yu's brows furrow. A sneak attack? He instantly draws his weapon and meets the charge, successfully blocking the assault with a single move. The branch president is extremely pleased. An adventurer who can handle that move definitely has gold-level capabilities. He steps forward, his voice calm. My apologies, that was just a small test. We can exchange the card for you. In addition, there is a matter I'd like to ask for your help with. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why trust this guy? Han Yu asks the same thing. Jack pulls out a scroll and replies, This platinum-tier title scroll is your reward. Do you believe me now? The moment he sees it, Han Yu knows it's a high-grade item, and he just so happens to be in need of a new title. Seeing his sincerity, Han Yu's tone softens. Who are you? And why are you asking for my help? Jack introduces himself. I'm the branch president of the Black Sea Guild. Then he gets straight to the point. Within the Black Sea branch's jurisdiction, there has been a series of mysterious disappearances involving ordinary people. Moreover, the incidents are all concentrated in one area. I've sent several silver-level squads to investigate, but we lost contact with all of them. Based on your card's rank-up records, I know you are highly capable, so I'm asking you to investigate. Han Yu immediately accepts. I'll handle it. The president quickly opens a map, points to a red-marked spot, and warns, It's right here. Please be careful. All right, let's see what happens after Han Yu leaves the Black Sea Guild's headquarters. Because right away, 3 figures start tailing him from the shadows. Shongshan glares, absolutely furious. That platinum title scroll he'd been eyeing for ages, the one he was ready to bury the branch president for, was snatched by this kid. The blonde fat guy makes a throat-slitting gesture, his voice rough. Let's follow him. Whatever he finds, we'll send him to the afterlife and take the intel. Following the map, Han Yu arrives at a forest with sparse, withered trees. He scans his surroundings and confirms this is definitely the place. Suddenly, Han Yu notices a faint, bone-like haze floating in the air. He instantly recognizes it for what it is, a poisonous miasma. If it weren't for the buffs from his titles, his senses wouldn't be nearly this sharp. He never would have detected this toxic air. He deduces that while this miasma doesn't affect him in his current state, it would be a fatal poison for anyone with less power. Could this be the reason the previous investigation teams disappeared? Suddenly, a sound comes from behind him. Han Yu spins around. Who's there? From the barren woods, a swarm of giant cannibal spiders emerges. He pulls out his gun and scoffs, You don't know your own limits. Han Yu opens fire, their massive bodies making for perfect targets. He speaks with utter contempt. If you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll be happy to oblige. Another deafening barrage of shots rings out, and the entire swarm of spiders is pierced through. Not a single one escapes. Han Yu looks at the monster corpses littering the ground and wonders, could they have been the source of the miasma? Just then, the system's notification board displays detailed information on the cannibal spiders, huge bodies, weak toxicity, and a bronze-level rank. He scans the scene, a little surprised. Bronze-level monsters couldn't possibly make a platinum-ranked squad fail. Time to keep digging. More of those corpse-eating spiders keep crawling out from behind. Han Yu frowns. Still more? He taps his forehead and it hits him he forgot about his Spider's Bane title, which basically makes him a walking spider magnet. Seeing the monster glaring at him with less than friendly eyes, Han Yu crosses his arms, a calculating smile on his face. All these guys are just resources, and he's not about to waste them. He raises a hand, using his skill to lift them into the air, trapping them in a vortex of light. The fusion skill quickly merges the monsters together, creating a massive gold-ranked corpse-eating spider that's way bigger than the others. The gun in Han Yu's hand instantly unloads a volley of bullets, piercing the enemy and taking it down in a heartbeat. The system announces his Spider's Bane title has leveled up to gold rank. Its original function, summoning a wolf spider, has been upgraded to summon 7 spiders. Each cast can now summon 20 to 100 bronze-ranked wolf spiders or corpse-eating spiders. He uses this skill right away, summoning a whole pack of wolf spiders and ordering them to find the source of the miasma in this forest. The wolf spiders immediately scatter in all directions, following their master's command. Han Yu lets out a sigh of relief and rests for a moment, but suddenly senses someone approaching and quickly leaps up into a tree. The yellow-haired fatty's group has tracked him here. He looks around and mutters, "Strange, the kid's footprints just vanished. You think he spotted us and went into hiding?" Xiang Shan dismisses the idea. "We were being careful. He couldn't have seen us. His tracks disappearing was probably just a coincidence. Let's spread out and search." Han Yu sits on a branch, watching from above. Only after they've moved on does he jump back down to the ground. He thinks to himself, "Are they looking for me? Could they be teammates of those Adventurers Guild members who died by my hand, here for revenge?" Suddenly, he feels himself being surrounded. It turns out Xiang Shan and his crew were just faking their departure. They quickly form a perimeter, and the yellow-haired fatty snarls, "Well, kid, finally decided to show yourself. Huh, bye." He sneers, "You thought we actually left? We were just luring you out into the open." Han Yu remains completely unafraid. He looks at the man and suddenly warns him, "Look behind you." Bai He thinks it's a trick and yells, "What kind of stupid game are you playing?" But Han Yu wasn't joking. A giant red centipede is slithering up right behind him. The massive creature leans down and sinks its fangs into Bai He's arm. Xiang Shan and the yellow-haired man scream in terror at the sight. Bai He uses his free hand to slam a powerful strike into the centipede's head, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Get off!" The giant centipede immediately lets go. It hisses a few times, and instantly, more centipedes emerge from behind it. The swarm of centipedes quickly surrounds Han Yu and the 3 hunters. A thought flashes through Han Yu's mind. "I'll just use them to test the waters and see how many of these things there are." Right now, he is clutching his bitten arm in agony. The yellow-haired man sees a centipede lunging at him and furiously throws a punch in its direction. This poison is strong. The yellow-haired man is so focused on the front that he doesn't notice a centipede sneaking up from behind and biting him squarely on the shoulder. Pain shoots through him and he cries out. He clenches his fist, channeling his power and smashing it right into the giant centipede's head, shouting, "You damn thing, get lost." Xiang Shan sees both of his teammates are injured. He rushes to their side, fending off an attacking centipede and yelling, "We have to go. Now, we can't die here." Han Yu watches the whole scene unfold from a tree branch. A smirk plays on his lips as he mutters, "And they're supposed to be gold rank." But right at that moment, he suddenly loses his footing and collapses, terrifying Xiang Shan. And right after, the yellow-haired man who was just bitten also drops to his knees. Seeing this, Xiang Shan desperately calls out to them, "Wake up!" From his perch, even Han Yu is surprised by this turn of events. He leaps down from the tree. A strange gas is now rising from the bite wounds on the 2 men. He guesses what happened as he sees he and the fatty, eyes rolled back, blood trickling from their mouths. Seeing his 2 comrades are dead, Xiang Shan can't contain his rage and turns on Han Yu, screaming, "It's you! This is all your fault!" As he charges forward, Han Yu unleashes a blast of power that sends him flying, saying coolly, "This is on you for having malicious intent." As Xiang Shan is knocked back, a centipede seizes the chance to lunge forward and bite his shoulder. After being bitten by the centipede, Xiang Shan quickly collapses, just like the others. Han Yu puts the pieces together. If he's not mistaken, this is exactly how those silver-ranked adventurers died. Just then, Another centipede lunges at him from behind. Hanyu instantly glances back, and with a single flick of his hand, slices the centipede clean in two. You think I'm some kind of amateur? In just a moment, he finishes off the rest of the centipedes. Seeing this, the other centipedes don't dare to get any closer and quickly flee. Hanyu's eyes sharpen as he watches them scurry deep into the forest. He wonders what exactly they are, and without another thought, he immediately gives chase. The centipedes quickly retreat deeper into the woods, constantly letting out shrill cries as they move. Hanyu follows them, carefully scanning his surroundings before thinking, so that's how it is. He immediately summons a small spider, releases it into the cave entrance before him and says, "Go see just how many centipedes are in that cave." The spider dispatched by Hanyu quickly crawls into the cave, where a massive swarm of centipedes emerges. Hanyu sees through the eyes of the spider he just sent in. He frowns, thinking about what's inside. He then summons a much larger spider, sending it in with a new command. "You guys go in and clear a path first." The giant spiders Hanyu unleashes quickly devour every centipede they encounter inside the cave. Hanyu follows them in, pulling out his gun and firing at the remaining centipedes, saying, "Time for coordinated tactics." The swarm is swiftly annihilated. The system sends him a notification. A platinum rank title, Centipede Executioner, has been acquired. Effect 1, become a mortal enemy of the centipede race. Effect 2, mid-level poison immunity. After reading the notification, Hanyu frowns, displeased. He mutters to himself, only mid-level poison immunity? As Hanyu walks deeper into the cave, he suddenly discovers a door at the very back. He asks himself, now what is this? Hanyu quickly approaches the large stone door. He raises his hand and begins to channel his power, striking the door with a massive blow and roaring, "Open!" The moment a stone door opens, a thick white mist spills out, concealing shadowy figures. Hanyu steps inside and immediately sees a massive pit swarming with countless different reptiles. Just then, a loud voice booms from within. "Damn it, who's there?" Hearing people, Hanyu instantly goes on high alert and draws his weapon. At that moment, a stone statue inside unexpectedly begins to move. The stone golem lunges toward Hanyu, catching him so off guard he barely has time to react. Hanyu swings his blade down and the statue shatters into pieces. It was a living thing, he wonders. In a flash, plumes of green gas erupt all around him. Hanyu smells it and knows poison gas. A chaotic battle breaks out in an instant amidst the billowing black smoke. Hanyu covers his face, already calculating his next move. Although his Centipede Executioner title grants intermediate poison immunity, this gas is so thick he can't be sure it's enough to rely on. Seeing a giant green serpent charging like a tornado, he raises his gun and attacks first. A volley of bullets instantly blasts its head clean off. A thin green gas seeps from the snake's body, quickly filling the area. "Here we go again. This poison is strong." Hanyu yells. A whole swarm of snakes, centipedes, and toads pours out. He sighs. It just never ends. He's mowing them down, but the poison gets thicker every second. Not good. I need to fall back. But just as he's about to bail, you're not going to believe what pops up. Right then, the system sends a notification. He's received new platinum titles, Toad Road Clearer, Snake Hunter, Scorpion's Bane, and Assassin Gecko. All of them can be merged with his Centipede Executioner title into a brand new Platinum 1. Merge? Hanyu doesn't hesitate. Merge. The system confirms the creation of the title. 5 Venoms arrive. Effect 1. The 5 poison races are now permanently designated as mortal enemies. Effect 2. He gains high-grade poison immunity. Effect 3. The 5 Venoms' sacred body can absorb toxins to improve his physical stats. He thinks to himself, time to test this out. Hanyu closes his eyes and takes a deep breath of the poison gas. After a moment, a refreshed smile spreads across his face. Just as he thought, it doesn't affect him anymore. If 5 platinum titles can automatically form a new one, what would happen if he upgraded all 5 to diamond tier first? And speak of the devil, the monsters are back for more. Hanyu grins, right on time. Okay, you and I both know what's coming next, a serious power flex. The energy quickly engulfs the swarm of beasts. Hanyu yells, go, as his genetic combination skill activates, rapidly fusing them all together. In a flash, a new platinum monster is formed, a grotesque fusion of snake, centipede, and gecko. It hisses, flicking its tongue menacingly at him. Hanyu raises his gun. Time to send you to the afterlife. But as the bullets fly towards it, they're instantly neutralized, doing no damage whatsoever. He's completely shocked. They were deflected? What is this? Furious, Hanyu draws his blood blade and slashes straight at his opponent. Damn it, he realizes. My own gene combination must have boosted their strength. Their hide is tougher now. With a powerful slash, one of its legs is finally severed. He follows up with his gun, unloading another barrage. Hanyu shouts as he fires, For every demon, there's a stronger devil. The golden monster is blown into pieces, the sickening smell of burnt flesh rising in the air. The system announces, the 5 Venoms Arrive title has been upgraded to Diamond Tier. Effect 1. The 5 poison races are permanently designated mortal foes. Effect 2. He's gained special grade poison immunity, which can nullify most toxins as well as damage from mixed poisons. Effect 3. The title holder becomes a 10,000 Venoms Sacred Body, able to absorb toxins to enhance his physical stats, while also gaining a deadly poison attribute himself. Han Yu is thrilled. This is incredible. Now I'm not just immune to deadly poison, I am a deadly poison. Anyone who dares to provoke me will die from it. He closes his eyes to focus, scanning his surroundings. But on the other side, another wave of monsters starts charging, ready to cause more trouble. Han Yu lifts his gun and lets out a cold snort. A blinding flash erupts with a deafening blast. A moment later, a satisfied smile spreads across his face as he says, "Finally, I can see clearly." Before Han Yu now stands a man in a white robe, his stern face radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Seeing Han Yu just standing there, he roars, "You see this king? And you do not kneel?" An immense spiritual pressure slams down on Han Yu's body, trying to force him to his knees. Han Yu wipes his chin, annoyed. Another mental attack. He quickly aims his weapon at the man before him. A blast of green light shoots toward the self-proclaimed king, who is immediately enraged. "You dare harm this king's sacred body? A crime punishable by 10,000 deaths." Golden soldiers suddenly materialize. "Kill him," he commands. Han Yu glances at the soldiers. "Bring it on." A weapon shrouded in a purple aura appears in his hand. Han Yu lunges forward, slashing at the soldier directly in front of him. He's shocked to realize his attack has no effect. This is bad. This time I'm up against a tough one. With their numbers, fighting head-on is a losing battle. Suddenly, an idea flashes through his mind. "I've got it." Han Yu immediately slams his palms together. Swap. In an instant, his body vanishes and reappears in a different spot, a spatial swap. It worked. The soldier's attack, which was aimed right at him, now slams into another soldier instead. Han Yu thinks, "Good thing I swapped. I never would have blocked that punch." The soldier's body shatters into pieces from the powerful blow. The other one looks around in confusion, searching for Han Yu. He's caught between 2 more giant soldiers. He smirks, claps his hands again. Swap. The 2 giants crash into each other. You and I are about to watch him turn this entire army against itself, one swap at a time. Han Yu looks at the result with satisfaction. "Good, you've slaughtered each other enough. Now it's my turn to send you off to meet your friends." He lunges forward, swinging his weapon hard at the man in front of him. Wu Hong's face twists in annoyance. "Damn it, you're not getting away this time." He grinds his teeth, waving a hand towards his underlings. A strange green mist begins seeping from the soldiers. Han Yu recognizes it instantly: poison. This is a special deadly toxin that conquers all living things, and aside from that one great lord, no one can survive it. Wu Hong looks very pleased with that assessment, but Han Yu suddenly can't help but let out a small laugh. Is that so? The toxic green mist slowly drifts past him, completely harmless. Wu Hong is stunned. "What?" Han Yu just smirks provocatively. "What's wrong? You fool. You actually tried to use poison gas on me. I have the 5 poisons gate protecting my body. To me, this gas is a nutrient. You scared yet?" Wu Hong narrows his eyes. "How can this be? Shouldn't my poison melt everything on Earth?" While the villain hesitates, Han Yu spots the snake, waiting for its moment to strike from behind. He activates his spatial shift, and in the next second, Han Yu appears right behind his enemy. He immediately lunges forward, weapon raised, shouting, "Time to die." A vortex of magic hurtles toward the Wu Hong. Seizing the chance after swapping places with the snake, Han Yu swings his blades straight at his target. Han Yu charges in, bringing his sword down in a clean arc right at the man's neck. Instantly, the Wu Hong shatters into countless tiny fragments. Seeing this, Han Yu lets out a cheerful laugh, finally. But before he can even finish his sentence, his entire body is seized by an invisible force. Han Yu screams, gritting his teeth, trying to move, but he's completely paralyzed. A colossal shadow materializes before him, unleashing immense pressure and a dark, sinister aura. Han Yu looks on in shock, shouting, "What is this thing now?" After a moment, the immense pressure finally begins to fade, and Han Yu returns to normal. He collapses to one knee, thinking to himself, "The pressure's gone." Gritting his teeth, Han Yu forces himself back to his feet, his mind racing. This place is just too strange. As he stands, a system notification arrives. Diamond, tier title, acquired Destroyer of the Grand Palace. Effect 1. Instantly teleport to any corner of the Earth Palace. Effect 2. Imprison any poisonous creature within the Earth Palace. Effect 3. Summon the Earth Palace's army to fight for you. including millions of terracotta statues and 12 golden giants. The more energy you pour in, the larger the army you can summon. After reading the notification, Han Yu glances around the palace, thinking, this title is a lot like the Conqueror of the Sky City title, and he even saw that same dark figure when he got it. Could it be that same powerful being? Han Yu looks up at the throne, muttering to himself that this place was probably built by him too. But what was his purpose for building both a Sky City and an Earth Palace? He just can't figure it out. He scratches his head and says, whatever, it's not my problem. I need to get back and report to the branch president. The scene shifts, and Han Yu has regrouped with Jack's team. They're all busy collecting the corpses of the poisonous insects. Han Yu reports to Jack, telling him everything that happened. After hearing the story, Jack is stunned. I can't believe a place like this was hidden in our jurisdiction. Han Yu just smiles and asks, Jack, I did what you asked. Now, what about the thing you promised me? Jack nods, taking out a scroll and unfurling it for Han Yu. Here are all my platinum tier titles. Pick whichever one you like best. Han Yu doesn't hesitate for a second. All right. He quickly takes the scroll from Jack and starts looking through it, finally saying, this one. The system immediately displays the title's information. Platinum title. Monster Hunter. Effect 1. Seal the soul of a slain diamond. Tier monster and summon it to aid you in a critical moment. The summoned soul fights for 15 minutes before vanishing. Effect 2. Sacrifice the diamond, tier monster's soul to temporarily enhance one of your own abilities. The enhancement also lasts for 15 minutes. Seeing his choice, Jack warns him. That platinum title has a huge drawback. You need to seal a diamond tier monster's soul to even use it. And monsters of that level are regional overlords. They don't go down easy. Hearing this, Han Yu just smirks and replies, that's not a problem for me. He crosses his arms, a knowing smile on his face, thinking, with my gene combination ability, as long as I have enough monsters, I can create a diamond tier monster myself. Jack sees his determination and doesn't push it. All right, you have your reasons. The title is yours. But inwardly, Jack is thinking, even though it's a platinum title, it's so ridiculously inconvenient that it's been collecting dust in the Adventurers Guild vault for 100 years. No one ever wanted it. I'm glad to finally get rid of it. With that thought, Jack places a hand on Han Yu's shoulder and adds, I heard this title has the potential to be upgraded to diamond. The condition is, you have to find a title called Monster Slayer. And you're not going to believe this. Han Yu simply pulls out another scroll and says, this title? Funny, I happen to have it. Jack is left speechless, only able to mutter, okay then. His mind is blown. He even has the Monster Slayer title? Just who is this kid? After getting the title from Jack, Han Yu turns to leave, but not without a parting shot. Next time you have a mission like this, you know who to call. After leaving the Sky Palace, Han Yu looks at the title and the scroll in his hands. Now then, I should be able to fuse these two, right? Han Yu quickly combines them. The system sends another notification. The Monster Hunter title has been upgraded to Diamond. Effect 1. Absorb Diamond, tier materials to summon a corresponding Diamond, tier monster to fight with you. Effect 2. Absorb the soul of a corresponding Diamond, tier monster to fight with you. Effect 3. If conditions for both Effect 1 and Effect 2 are met simultaneously, the monster's combat time and power will be greatly enhanced. Effect 4. By dissipating the soul or completely depleting the material's energy, you can temporarily and massively boost one or more of your own abilities. Looking at the upgraded Diamond title, Han Yu is ecstatic. Now this is an effect I can get behind. I'm going to have a whole army of Diamond tier summons to command. With that done, he looks up at the sky and starts planning his next move. He doesn't have much time left here. He needs to hunt monsters and level up fast. No sooner said than done, Han Yu immediately sets off to find beasts to destroy. In just a few short days, Han Yu slaughters every monster in the surrounding leveling zones, triggering the final effect of his Slaughterer title. His Slaughter weapon receives a colossal buff. It can now transform into any weapon shape he desires, and its damage output has skyrocketed. Han Yu's power spike quickly gets the attention of major adventurer organizations. They start bombarding him with invitation letters, trying every trick in the book to get him to join. Just walking down the street, he's handed countless letters. Holding a stack of them, he scoffs, "What's all this? Inviting me to dinner?" He couldn't care less, and is actually a little annoyed. Like I'm short on a meal? How boring. But then, one letter in the pile catches his eye, and you and I both know this is the one that's about to change everything. The letter reads, "The Sincere Merchant Alliance hopes you will join us and participate in the Adventurers competition. We will provide unlimited resources." Reading this letter, Han Yu immediately lights up. A resource competition? Sounds fun. Over at the Merchant Alliance, Limo greets him. "Mr. Han Yu, we are delighted you've accepted our invitation. Besides you, 5 other adventurers have also accepted the offer. you will all be teammates on the same squad. Hung Tram, Tuyet Phuong, Boksa, Mai Nuong, and Alice. Thank you all for joining our alliance. This continent is controlled by the four great powers. Although our merchant alliance is one of them, our actual strength is rather limited. In the annual Adventurers Tournament, we rarely get good results. So this time, we've spent a fortune to recruit new talent and wash away our past shame. From this moment on, you are all teammates. Please, get acquainted. An older man speaks first. This old man's name is Boksa, a platinum rank adventurer. You can all call me the Boksa Imperial Emperor. Another woman follows up. This humble servant can't compare to Master Boksa. Just call me Mai Nuong. A man with white hair introduces himself. I'm Tuyet Phuong. I specialize in magic attacks. A young girl cheerfully adds, my name is Alice, and I can heal everyone. A burly man stares directly at Han Yu. I'm Hung Tram. I can transform into a demonic bear that tears the earth apart. I expect my teammates to be powerhouses on my level. All right, you and I are about to see this team's dynamic get real messy, real fast. If anyone dares to get in my way, I won't hesitate to crush their skull. Han Yu coldly replies, what are you staring at? I may be wearing a gold rank tag, but my actual strength is far beyond it. I am Han Yu. As long as the price is right, I'll take care of any enemy, no matter how strong. Hung Tram flies into a rage. You gold rank piece of trash. You seem pretty cocky, huh? Do you really think you have the right to sit with us? Han Yu thinks, what an idiot, as a mocking smile flashes across his face. Hung Tram roars, you garbage, you're just asking for it. Today, I'll teach you to respect your superiors. Limo thinks to himself, this is a good chance to see his real strength. If he's no good, we'll get rid of him. Hung Tram immediately throws a punch, charging straight for Han Yu. But Han Yu stands there perfectly calm, clapping his hands lightly to activate spatial swap. In an instant, his and Hung Tram's positions are switched. Hung Tram's fist smashes hard into the wall behind them. He hasn't even processed what just happened. Now, watch this. Limo and the others are stunned, never expecting him to have such a miraculous title. Hung Tram's face twists with rage as his body rapidly transforms into a massive bear. The bear is twice Han Yu's size. He immediately slams his fist down. You rotten brat. A loud explosion echoes as a bright spark flashes. Limo jumps in, blocking the attack. Master Hung Tram, Master Han Yu, you are teammates. This exchange is over. The tournament is about to start. Here is a welcome gift we prepared for you. Inside are diamond rank titles. Each of you may choose one. Hung Tram growls. After the competition, I'll deal with you. Han Yu thinks a diamond rank title. I have to choose this carefully. This one is perfect for me. I'll take this title. A red ink line is drawn across the golden paper. Mai Nuong suddenly recognizes his choice. Oh, little brother Han Yu. I also really like that Soul Scholar title. How about you give it to me? At most, I'll spend the night with you. What do you say? Han Yu quickly shuts her down. Of course not. Compared to you, I prefer the title. Mai Nuong's face instantly turns red. This little brat, Limo cuts in. Everyone, please hurry and choose. I'm about to teleport you to the competition venue. Mai Nuong continues, such an adorable little boy. We'll meet again. Let's see if you can restrain yourself next time. The scene changes. 5 beams of light appear in the sky. A young man comments, more people have arrived. Han Yu looks around, they're all experts. This tournament is going to be interesting. A moment later, as Han Yu's group walks in, someone starts to mock them. This team doesn't even have a diamond rank player. They even had to grab a gold rank adventurer to fill their roster. Han Yu just glances at him, not even bothering to reply. A voice booms across the area. Dear adventurers, welcome. I am the organizer of this competition. Now, I will read the rules. Okay, listen up, this is where we find out what they're up against. The competition takes place in a wild leveling zone. Hidden within are various tokens that are lethally attractive to monsters. And there are countless powerful monsters in here. Black iron tokens are 1 point, bronze tokens are 2 points, and diamond tokens are 32 points. Alright, the competition officially begins now. You have 10 days. After 10 days, we will be waiting here for the victorious contestants to return. Han Yu remarks, this competition seems a bit too simple. Hung Tram snaps. Simple. You trash, I knew you were clueless. These tokens automatically release a scent that attracts monsters. The beasts in here are not to be underestimated. Han Yu just narrows his eyes at him. Baksa speaks up. All right, the competition is what's important. I've been lucky enough to participate twice, so I know a few of the rules. Everyone must follow my lead, no reckless actions. Understood? Han Yu thinks to himself, old man Baksa is using his age to make himself the captain. Baksa continues, from now on, we split into pairs. Each team will search for tokens. Every day at dusk, I will send a signal for us to regroup. Han Yu is a little surprised. Splitting into pairs, my Nuong immediately chimes in. Great idea. I'll take little brother Han Yu. The rest of you can do as you please. The scene cuts to Han Yu after he's just finished off a monster. He suddenly realizes something. Has the color of the sky changed? Why is the entire environment shifting? And trust me, that's never a good sign. Mi Nuong speaks up. My level might be low, but my knowledge is vast. I can analyze any environment. Then she adds, little brother Han Yu, I always keep my promises. If you give me the Soul Scholar title, I'll make you very happy. Han Yu just smiles. I'm already absorbing the Soul Scholar. Mi Nuong's face turns cold. Are you lying to me? How could a mere gold tier like you do that? Suddenly, shouts erupt from nearby. Hey, why did a massive barrier suddenly appear here? Now pay attention, because this is where a new threat appears. Could a big boss be inside? Everyone starts rushing forward. Han Yu instantly tenses up as Mi Nuong groans. Right now, so annoying. The crowd outside is stunned. The barrier. It's gone. Mi Nuong steps out, sighing. I was just trying to get some rest, and you people are making all this noise. A guy lunges forward. Hey, little beauty, let me rest with you. Mi Nuong scoffs in disgust. And that's when someone in the crowd points at Han Yu. Isn't that the gold tier kid? Alright, let's jump into a classic case of don't judge a book by its cover. Little beauty, why are you with a gold rank nobody? He's completely useless. Han Yu says, frowning at them. Mi Nuong speaks up. You guys go on ahead, I'll come and take care of you in a bit, but Han Yu's face darkens. Why the rush, beauty? That's when he notices it a poisonous gas. A pink mist swirls around the two men, then rapidly spreads to the entire crowd clinging to Mi Nuong. She scoffs coldly, fools. Let me give you a taste of my methods. The men's eyes immediately fill with fear. Mi Nuong glances at Han Yu. Now you see, I'm not just a pretty face, right? Han Yu understands instantly. A fox spirit? No wonder you're such a flirt. Mi Nuong lunges at him. Still not behaving, are we? Han Yu immediately reaches out, grabbing the mist itself. And what if I don't feel like behaving? Mi Nuong shrieks in anger as he seizes the pink smoke. Han Yu just smirks. If you don't behave, you might just lose that tail of yours. Mi Nuong's face turns pale as she sees what appears in his hand. What are you carrying? How can you counter my charm art? Han Yu replies, I have a superior talent. Mental attacks are useless on me. Suddenly, they both look off into the distance. A pack of wolves with title cards is staring them down. Han Yu simply repeats, my talent makes spiritual attacks useless against me. She's not buying it. You think you can take them? Fine. Go get yourself killed. I'll just find the title card on your corpse. Now, let's see if she's right. Han Yu flies towards the wolves with his weapon drawn. Such beasts, willingly walking to their deaths. Instantly, the first wolf that lunges at him collapses. Han Yu announces, I only need the title cards. Behave, and I'll let you live. The wolves just stand there, observing him with glowing red eyes. Suddenly, a giant paw swipes at Han Yu. There's a wolf this big? Mi Nuong looks almost pleased. Oh yeah, a boss just entered the game. Let's see how you handle this, she thinks. Han Yu, however, just smiles to himself. You think this can trouble me? He claps his hands together lightly. In a flash, his body swaps places with another wolf. He then launches himself at the giant beast. Be good, little one. Han Yu reaches for the card on its head. Hand it over. But the wolf roars and red streams of light erupt, surrounding them both. Han Yu immediately feels it. This is bad. He quickly grabs onto the beast's fur and vaults onto its enormous head. You should have behaved. You walked right into your own death. Han Yu raises his weapon. So I'll grant your wish. A spray of blood fills the air as the giant wolf's head is severed from its body. Han Yu looks around coldly. Anyone else want to turn? The smaller wolves immediately scramble back into the forest. Han Yu looks satisfied. At least you know your place. As he turns back, Mi Nuong starts talking fast. Okay, I get it. You're amazing. I don't need the Soul Scholar title anymore. So this kid was hiding his strength all along. He killed a giant wolf so easily. Han Yu just smiles. I told you I absorbed the Soul Scholar title, but you didn't believe me. She quickly agrees. I believe you. I really believe you now. His power is way beyond gold rank. He's more than capable of absorbing it. Han Yu then tosses a title card her way. Good that you believe me. This is for you. We're teammates. As long as you don't get in my way, I won't mistreat you. She immediately replies, Don't worry. From now on, I will never cause you trouble. He's strong, not greedy. This kid is the real deal. Suddenly, two black shadows shoot towards them from the distance, and Han Yu immediately steps forward to block them. Who are you? There's no reply, just a voice. Kid, that's a top-tier spatial ability you've got. Hand over your title, and I'll consider sparing your life.